Frederick or Karl. Joseph Conrad. The Three Lives. C. Biography. Joseph Conrad. The Three Lives. Frederick or Karl. Considering that Joseph Conrad's life was, for a writer, unusually varied and colorful, it is remarkable that there are only 3 earlier biographies, the most recent published nearly 2 decades ago. Interest in Conrad's work is at a new high, and the author of The Nigger of the Narcissus, Lord Jim, Heart of Darkness, Nostromo, The Secret Agent, and Under Western Eyes is now clearly seen not only as a superb romancer but also as one of the great 20th century explorers of moral dilemmas, who raises in his fiction the enduring questions of human existence. Frederick R. Karl's Magist. Real biography, the fruit of a lifetime study of Conrad, establishes how and why the son of Polish nationalist revolutionaries turned English seaman became one of the leading novelists in our language. These 3 lives as Pole, as sailor, and then as writer were intertwined. Even as a youngster in Poland, Józef Dieter Konrad Korzeniowski's was a writer in the making. During the years at sea, Mr. Karl also shows Conrad was observing with the eyes of the future novelist. And so, when he turned seriously to writing, in a language learned late and with his life more than half over, he was armed, prepared. Drawing on thousands of letters and other documentation, Mr. Karl integrates Conrad with the Polish, French, and British historical backgrounds, with social and political contexts, and with cultural and literary influences, including Polish poetry and prose, French symbolist writing, the English classics, and his Edwardian and Georgian colleagues and friends, among them Henry James, Stephen Crane, H. G. Wells, and Ford Madox. Ford. Continued on backflap. MVIT Jidron. From cohection __. J y dot dash comma. B. Conrad. Karl, F. Joseph Conrad. 105,240. Date due. Oct 2 M. Nov 6 1994. October 2 1995. MF I / NRT. Phi in KR. UT1T1 WOD Lee. October 3 199. GSF asterisk. MOV 20 2000. L / 3 M. Gaylord. Prentidinus A. Joseph Conrad. The Three Lives. Also by Frederick R. Karl. A Reader*S Guide to Great 20th Century English Novels with Marvin Magalainer, IPSP. A Reader's Guide to Joseph Conrad IP60 / revised edition, IP6P. The Quest, a novel, IP6I. The Contemporary English Novel, IP62, revised edition, IP/2. C.P. Snow, The Politics of Conscience IP6J. An Age of Fiction, the 19th Century British Novel 1964, revised edition, 1972, paperback edition, A Reader's Guide to the 19th Century British Novel. The Adversary Literature, the English Novel in the 18th Century. A Study in Genre 1974, paperback edition, A Reader's Guide to the 18th Century English Novel. Edited. Joseph Conrad, A Collection of Criticism, 197s. The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy 1966. The Portable Conrad Morton Dawens BBS edition, revised. 1969. Co-edited. The Existential Imagination 196 Short Fiction of the Masters 196 973. The Shape of Fiction 1967, 1978. The Radical Vision 1970. The Naked Eye, Fictions for the 70s 1971. The Existential Mind, Documents and Fictions 1974. The Fourth World, The Imprisoned, The Poor, The Sick, The Elderly, and Underaged in America 1976. Joseph Conrad. The Three Lives. A Biography. By Frederick R. Karl. Farrar, Straus, and Giroux. New York. Copyright 1979 by Frederick R. Karl. All rights reserved. Published simultaneously in Canada by McGraw-Hill Ryerson Limited, Toronto. Printed in the United States of America. DKSKJNKL, by I. Gruber T11. Johnson. First edition, 1979. Library of Congress Cataloging and Publication Data. Karl, Frederick Robert. Joseph Conrad, The Three Lives. Bibliography, p. Includes index. I. Conrad, Joseph, 1857-1924 Biography. 2 novelists, English 20th Century Biography. PR 6005.04 Z759 A23.9 I2B 78 to 13515. /0 SJ2 / O. To the memory of Lionel Trilling. Contents. Forward. Introduction. Part I. The Polish Years, Izzy 1 sounding /9. 2 birth /38. 3 surviving /75. 4 breaking away /95. Part 2. The French Interlude, Izzy ISYS. 5 bearing /125. 6 on the edge /137. 7 Y Don Quixote /156. Part 3. The English Mariner, 1878 to 188 p. 8 sailing on English ship /181. 9 The First Test /197. I.O. moving toward the Narcissus /214. II the Master Mariner and the Apprentice Writer /232. Part 4 in Leopold's Congo, I-88 p. I-8 po. is embarking /265. Phi / journey to the end of the X night /283. Shiu. 3. 7. 123. 179. 263. VLL. 8 contents. Part V the writer, I8 Pi IAPP 303. 14 limbo /305. 15 turning to shore /330. 16 toward the self /347. 17 marriage and rescue /368. 18 holding on /404. 19 into the mouth of hell /418. Part 6 the novelist, is IPO carat. 443. Part 7 the major career, IAPP IPO carat 6. 20 racing into print /471. 21 Pinker and Jim /487. 22 Ford and Romance /509. 23 Nostromo /529. 24 Nostromos Epigone /569. 25 The Pit of Babel /595. 26 Sailing Close /6L2. 27 Burrowing in /633. 28 The English Review /653. 29 Dreams, Hags, Magic. Slide /673. Part 8 through Victavi. I Pi carat 693. 30 Enter John Quinn and Andre. Gide /60C. /3 I fear not death, but dying gives. Carat me pa /711. 32 Craft or Courage, which. /732. 3 Fortune, not wisdom, rules. The life of man /754. Part 9 Final things, IP 6 IP 2 carat 775. 34 This age is broken down, the earth outworn /777. Contents 9. 35 A little dust, a ghost, a happy face, gossip's tale /802. 36 A dubious rescue /828. /J idle days breed wandering. Thought /847. 38 Sleep after Twal, port after. STOR me EC /866. Afterward. 912. Appendix, editions of Conrad. 915. Notes 917. Bibliography. 971. Index 977. Illustrations. Following page 222. Conrad's Poland. From R. R. Palmer, ed. Y. Atlas of World History, copyright IP6S. Rand McNally and Company, P84. Reprinted by permission of Rand McNally College Publishing Company. The Rybchenka Manor, Conrad's birthplace. Courtesy of Humanities Research Center, the University of Texas at Austin, hereinafter Texas. And Boris Conrad. Ava Bobrowska, Conrad's mother. Texas. Conrad at about 4. Texas. Jail and courtyard, in Warsaw, where Apollo Korzeniowski's was imprisoned. Courtesy of Andrzej Braun, copyright Mrs. Danuta B. Lomachowska. Number 12 Pozolska Street, Krakow. Courtesy of Andrzej Braun, copyright Mrs. Danuta B. Lomachowska carat. Apollo's grave in Rakowicki Cemetery, Krakow. Courtesy of Andrzej Braun, copyright Mrs. Danuta B. Lomachowska. Florian Street, in Krakow. Courtesy of Andrzej Braun, copyright MRS. Danuta B. Lomachowska. Conrad's Krakow. Courtesy of Astra Books, New York, distributed by Twain Publishers, a division of G.K. Halko, Boston, Massachusetts. Conrad in Izzy Carat. Texas. Marseilles, the Viewport. Courtesy of the French Government Tourist Office. View of Saint Pierre, Martinique. Courtesy of Services Culture is Francaeus. De Lestang's recommendation of Conrad. Courtesy of the Bainek Rare Book and Manuscript Library, Yale University, hereinafter. Bainek. Lowestoft Harbor. Courtesy of the National Maritime Museum. London. Conrad's Certificate of Discharge from the Locative. Courtesy of Colgate. University Library, hereinafter Colgate. Illustrations. 11. Conrad's Certificate of Discharge from the Riverskme, 1884. Bainek. Captain MacDonald's report on Conrad's performance as second mate on the Riversdale, 1884. Bainek. The Harbour at Bombay. Courtesy of the Royal Commonwealth Society. London. Crew list of the Narcissus. Courtesy of the National Maritime Museum. London. Crew agreement of the Narcissus. Courtesy of the National Maritime Museum, London. The Tilkhurst. Texas. Conrad's Certificate of Discharge from the Tilkhurst. Colgate. Conrad's Master's Certificate, 1886. Bainek. The Otago. Courtesy of the National Maritime Museum, London. Following page 412. Marguerite Porodowska. Courtesy of Harvard University's Widener Library. A letter to Marguerite Porodowska from the Congo. Bainek. The ROI de Beges. Courtesy of Professor Norman Sherry. Roger Casement in the Congo. Courtesy of the National Library of Ireland. A page from The Manuscript of Heart of Darkness. Bainek. The Torrens. Courtesy of the National Maritime Museum, London. Jesse George in I8P carat and in I8P6. In I8PJ, Texas, in I8P6, Keating Col. Lection, Yale University. Drawing by Conrad of Woman with Serpent. Courtesy of the Henry W. and Albert A. Berg Collection, the New York Public Library, Astor. Lennox and Tilden Foundations. Drawing by Conrad of the Three Ballet Dancers. Courtesy of the Henry W. and Albert A. Berg Collection, copyright 1969 by the New York Public Library, Astor, Lenox, and Tilden Foundations. Conrad in I-8P6. Left, Bay Neck, right, Texas. View of Lanyon, Brittany. Texas. Conrad's inscribed letter to Henry James. Texas. Title page O/The Nigger of the Narcissus. Colgate. Page from the manuscript of the preface to The Nigger of the Narcissus. Courtesy of the Philip H. and A. S. W. Rosenbach Foundation, Philadelphia. Delphia, hereinafter Rosenbach. At Ravensbrook, Stephen Crane's home. Texas. Henry James at Breed Place. Courtesy of Stephen Crane Collection, Rare Book and Manuscript Library, Columbia University. 12 illustrations. Sketch of Ford Maddox Uffer, Ford. Courtesy of the National Library of Scotland. The final lines of the youth manuscript. Colgate. Manuscript page O/LX, R.D. Jim. Rosenbach. Conrad's proof corrections O/romance. Colgate. Ford's proof corrections O/romance. Colgate. First 2 pages of the manuscript O/Nostromo. Rosenbach. Typescript page of Nostromo. Courtesy of the Huntington Library, San Marino, California. OMIA, JJ P6. Following page Y22. A motor trip. Texas. Conrad in 104. Bay Neck. Scene of the anarchist outrage at Greenwich. Courtesy of Radio Times. Halton Picture Library. Conrad at Sunrise in IPOP. Texas. Edmund Oliver, Voorhees, and Conrad in Ippy. Texas. Conrad in Ippage. Texas. Letter to Bertrand Russell. Courtesy of the Bertrand Russell Archives. MC Master University, Ontario, Canada. The Garden at Capel House, in 1914. Courtesy of the Manuscript Depart. Ment, William R. Perkins Library, Duke University. Letter to Galsworthy from Krakow. Courtesy of the Polish Library. London. Jacket for Methuen's edition 0/Victory. Texas. First 4 pages of the Victory manuscript. Texas. Victory manuscript pages. Texas. Conrad in later years. Texas. Letter to Jack London. Courtesy of the Huntington Library, San Marino, California, London Collection. Conrad's drawing for the jacket O/THC Arrow of Gold. Bay Neck. André Gide's translation, /Typhoon, Ippy. Colgate. Conrad and Jesse in Ippop. Texas. Letter to Sir John Collings Squire about Proust. Courtesy of the Lilly Brary, Indiana University. Conrad, about IP22. Courtesy of the Radio Times Halton Picture Library. Unwin's IP2 complete edition of 5 Conrad novels. Texas. Typescript page from the Rover. Colgate. Pages from the catalog of John Quinn Sale. Colgate. Conrad's grave. Texas and Bay Neck. Forward. His is the first biography of Joseph Conrad in 20 years, and the first to draw upon the entire range of his correspondence of nearly 4,000 letters. As the editor of his collected letters, the author has been able to use the more than 1,500 unpublished pieces of correspondence, including many hundreds hitherto unavailable to Conrad's earlier biographers. While these letters do not provide any sensational divulgations, they do allow documentation and continuity in many areas of Conrad's life that had been shadowy or vague. Although the correspondence does not fill in the earlier years with any greater precision, it does inform every aspect of his writing life, and during the middle years of his career as a novelist, roughly from 1900 to 191.5, his letters allow us both an intimacy and a completeness. A word about naming. My title points out the 3 lives of Joseph Conrad. 2 lives have always been clear, as seaman and as writer. But I have added to those a third, his life as a Pole. By concentrating so much of the book on his first 16 years in Poland, I have assumed that Conrad carried away from this early experience sufficient freight to make those years into a separate existence. This life did not produce anything tangible, but it informed every aspect of his later years, was the matrix for his ideas, his attachments, his memories and nightmares. Conrad was an English writer because he wrote in English, but he was, also, a Polish writer, although he never wrote fiction in that language, and to a lesser extent, he was a French writer, even though he did not do creative work in French. Even if we cite only Conrad's manipulation of his name, he was alternately Conrad, Korsaniowski's, and a dozen variations. We observe how Poland retrieved him whenever his signature was involved. By stressing the Polish background to such an extent, I have made this into a psychological study of the development of the man as much as of the development of the writer. The writer, who is our ultimate objective, cannot be understood without a detailed sense of this unusual man and his remarkable background. George Painter's Life of Proust has seemed to MC a model. 13. 14 Forward. Biography, because he interwove the life and works of his subject, and found implicit in everything Proust saw and did the material of his imaginative life. Conrad, in his retrieval of past memories, is a Proustian of sorts. Once he became a writer, his contemporary experiences did not inform his work. On the contrary, his work was embedded in past experience, both the actual events and people and the imagination working on them. To ignore the psychological development of the man and writer, as Conrad's previous biographers have, is to ignore the ways in which he went from an interesting man to a writer of international repute. At the same time, this is not a psychoanalytical study that has been done, and done with extraordinary taste and skill, By Dr. Bernard Meyer. For my purposes, such a study is too selective. It omits much of the life and work in order to say something consequential about a few pivotal areas. It intensifies at the expense of breadth. Although all biography must be selective in its details, I have tried to be inclusive, not exclusive. Conrad's 3 lives all carry their own weight, and none can be faulted. For if we think of Conrad essentially as a novelist and teller of short stories, then we must also see him as one of the people on whom nothing was lost. My aim has been to fit Conrad into Henry James's ironic, mocking, witty sense of human experience. Experience is never limited, and it is never complete. It is an immense sensibility, a kind of huge spiderweb of the finest silken thread suspended in the chamber of consciousness, and catching every airborne particle in its tissue. It is the very atmosphere of the mind. And when the mind is imaginative, much more when it happens to be that of a man of genius, it takes to itself the faintest hints of life. It converts the very pulses of the air into revelations. In many ways, Conrad is our representative modern man and artist. An exile, a drifter, a marginal man until well into his 30s, he exemplifies many aspects of the modern sensibility. In Thus Spake Zarathustra, Nietzsche speaks of the last man, that individual who is interested only in survival, and whose value system turns the earth itself into something small and trivial. His race, Nietzsche says, is as ineradicable as the flea beetle, the last man lives longest. As a man who himself moved outside nearly all established forms, Conrad rejected that flea beetle philosophy of the last man, so scorned as well by Nietzsche. Conrad found in marginality itself a way of life, a form of existence, and a philosophy that added up to more than survival and well-being. In probing exile, dislocation of time and place, language, disorientation, and shifting loyalties, he extended our view of the shadows of existence. Indeed, he suggested that the shadows were to be the main area of existence in the 20th century. No less than Freud, his exact contemporary, he explored new territory, irrationality, abnormality, nightmare, and he returned from this primitive, discontinuous world not with solutions but forward 15. With ways of better understanding that savage go and primogenial heart of darkness that dwells under the most bland exteriors. The writing of this biography has been paralleled by my editing of the letters of Joseph Conrad, so that my indebtedness to several people and organizations is twofold and doubly appreciated. To be inclusive, the list would be too lengthy, but to those not mentioned I am not any the less grateful for past help and graciousness. The Guggenheim Foundation and the Fulbright Commission permitted me to spend 2 years abroad on Conrad research. The American Council of Learned Societies, the American Philosophical Society, the City College Fund, and the City University Research Foundation have provided generous grants and aid for travel and other expenses. Their support has been deeply gratifying. There are a few individuals whose aid has been indispensable: Dr. John D. Gordon, late curator of the Berg Collection, the present curator of the Berg, Dr. Lola L. Zlatitz, Miss Marjorie Wynne, of the Bainak Rare Book and Manuscript Library at Yale University, Mrs. Catherine Lamb, the younger daughter of Ford Madox Ford, Professor Richard Ludwig, of Princeton University, Hans van Marie, of Amsterdam, Professor Norman Sherry, of the University of Lancaster, Mr. Ashbel G. Bryce, former director of Duke University Press, Drs. Gispa Najder, of Warsaw, Poland, M.R. Clive Driver, curator of the Rosenbach Foundation, Philadelphia, Mr. Boris Conrad. Past and present librarians: Colgate University Mr. Bruce Brown, University of Texas Humanities Research Center Mrs. Ann Bowden, M.R.S. Mary Hirth, Mrs. June Mall, Mr. David Farmer, University of Virginia Lee Brary Ms. Ann Freudenberg. To the above, I would add those who offered their time, knowledge, or private collections: the late Mr. Jocelyn Baines, Professor Karl Beckson, the late Professor William Blackburn, Professor André Buzza, Mr. William R. Kegel, M. Francois Chapin, Professor Morton Cohen, the late Mr. Richard Curie, Mrs. M. L. Dainalwis, the late Mr. Lou David Feldman, Dr. Donald Gallup, Mr. David Garnett, Professor Albert Garrard, Professor Bruce Harkness, Mr. Rupert Hart Davis, Professor Eloise Knapp Hay, Professor James Hepburn, Mr. K. W. Humphreys, Professor Neil Joy, Mr. Alfred A. Knopf, Professor R. W. B. Lewis, Mr. Kenneth Loaf, Mr. William McCarthy, Dr. Bernard Meyer, Professor Arthur Meisner, Professor Thomas Moser, Senior Hugo Mersha, Professor Dale Randall, Professor Blair Rouse, the late Lord Bertrand Russell, the late M. Jean Schlumberger, Professor David Smith, Professor Robert Stallman, Mr. Frank Swinnerton, Professor Ian Watt, Mr. Herbert West, Mrs. Perd Wright, Landsberg. 16 forward. The following have kindly granted permission for the use of quoted material: Withers, for the Conrad Estate, Doubleday, for American Rights, Oxford University Press, for translation of the Polish letters into English, the British Library, for letters to Thomas Wise, the Ellen Glasgow Collection, the University of Virginia Library, for letters to Glasgow and Doubleday. Humanities Research Center, the University of Texas at Austin, for various letters and excerpts from the Manuscript of Victory, Manuscript Division. The New York Public Library, for letters to John Quinn, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, for letters to H. G. Wells, the Houghton Library of Harvard University, for letters to William Rothenstein, the National Library of Ireland, Casement Papers, for letters to Roger Case. Ment, Columbia University Libraries, 4 letters to Stephen and Cora Crane, the trustees of the National Library of Scotland, 4 letters to Blackwood, the University of Birmingham, 4 letters to John Gals Worthy, the Brotherton Collection, the University of Leeds, 4 various letters, the Philip H. and A.S.W. Rosenbach Foundation, 4 various letters. The Lilly Library, the Indiana University Library, 4 various letters. Dartmouth College Library, 4 letters to R.B. Cunningham Graham, the Pierpont Morgan Library, 4 the letter to W.E. Henley. University College London Library, 4 letters to Arnold Bennett. The George Arendts Research Library, Syracuse University, 4 various letters. Cornell University Library, 4 letters to Ford Madox Ford, Colgate University Library, 4 various letters. William R. Perkins Library, Duke University, 4 letters to Blackwood, David Meldrum, and Francis Warrington Dawson, Henry W. and Albert A. Berg Collection, the New York Public Library, Astor, Lenox, and Tilden Foundations, 4 letters to James Brand Pinker, Yale University Library, 4 various letters. New York University Libraries, 4 various letters. Alfred A. Knopf, 4 letters to him. Bib. L'Authentique littéraire Jacques Doucet, 4 letters to André Gide. F.R.K. Joseph Conrad. The Three Lives. Note to the reader: in some instances, letters show double dates, for example, June-July 26 date 1878. The first date is AC. According to the Julian calendar, the second the Gregorian, a difference of 12 days. Sometimes the correspondent gives both forms, on other occasions only one, and it is impossible to know which he intended. Thus, both appear. Source notes are at the end of the book. Introduction. On May 25, 1919, Conrad completed the manuscript of his long novel about the Malay Straits, The Rescue, which he had begun 23 years before. He was now 61.5 years old, crippled by several physical ailments, depleted by the war years, aware that his powers were diminutive, ishing, tired, and yet an old warrior unable and unwilling to give up the campaign. The rescue was, for him, a form of rescue. It was a manuscript that had trailed him from the earliest days of his writing career, those days of the Malay novels and stories. It had occupied his thoughts on and off throughout his years of achievement, and it was, at this time, a rounding off. 23 years, almost the entire span of his writing career, a span as long as he had spent at sea, more than 1/3 of his life. He had hopes for the Nobel Prize, in the 191 8 to 19 years, although he was too proud to admit, even to his agent, James Brand Pinker, how he wanted international recognition of that kind. Yet he did write to Pinker, 3 months earlier. I have heard from Jessie Mrs. Conrad through Lady Colvin that there is an agitation, the center of which is the ADHNium Club, to put my name forward for OM Order of Merit. Kipling's is the other name. Of course I was not approached. It is the sort of thing one could not refuse. But I feel strongly that K is the right person, and that the OM would not perhaps be an appropriate honor for me who, whatever my deepest feelings may be, can't claim English literature as my inheritance. My mouth however is closed. In such a matter not even a confidential hint could be safely given to a friend, because it could be misinterpreted, in more than one way, to my great disadvantage. My scruple, I assure you, is very real. I don't know what you will think of it. There is however another distinction which has been moved by the RSL Royal Society of Literature, and that is the Nobel Prize. That was in the air last year, and as it is an international thing and less in the nature of an honor than of mere reward, we needn't have any scruples about acceptance if it ever comes in our way. And as it is not at all an I'm 3. For introduction. Possible development, I must tell you of the thought which had occurred to me as to the policy to follow. I think sincerely that rescue has a particular quality. Novels of adventure will, I suppose, be always written, but it may well be that rescue in its concentrated coloring and tone will remain the swan song of romance as a literary art. The serial is being extremely well received. I myself have had many pleasant letters and one or two even remarkable. In 191-8, there was no Nobel Prize in Literature. In 191-9, the prize was won by Karl Spitteler, of Switzerland. In the year of Conrad's death, 1924, an other Pole, Wyatt M. W. Raymond, won the Nobel Prize for Literature. The rescue manuscript brought together nearly all the important elements of Conrad's life, the philosophy of the man, the skill of the seaman, the representative work of his literary imagination, and the development of the writer into a figure of international repute. The life had been spectacular and unique, spanning 3 countries and 3 languages, Polish, French, and English, including 2 separate professions, seaman and writer, and demonstrating achievement in everything Conrad touched. He became a master mariner at 28 and missed a Nobel Prize only because of the short-sightedness of the judges, who also ignored Joyce, Lawrence, Woolf, Kafka, and Proust in that same and the succeeding decade. Conrad's story begins in the most unlikely way. As son of a Polish patriot and political revolutionary, he had been expected to take up the role of the landowning gentry and provide opposition to the Russian invader. Instead, he left Poland for France and a sea career, at 16. In France, he was expected to sow his wild oats, in this traditional refuge of Polish émigrés, and then, through some of the social connections provided for him, settle into a business or profession. However, despite the attractions of culture and land gauge, Conrad never found his bearings in France. Instead, he sought bizarre adventures and then, having gone through his patrimony and accumulated debts, he attempted suicide, firing a shot into his chest. At 20, somewhat inexplicably, he left Marseilles, joined the British merchant service, and, proceeding to learn English, worked himself up to master mariner by the age of 28. A sea career seemed his fate. He was adept at it, he had excellent references, and he appeared temperamentally fitted for that mixture of activity and indolence which marks life at sea. Yet not too long after serving a stint as captain, he began desultorily to write his first novel, Almayer's Folly, taking over 5 years to complete it, at the same time pursuing an active sea career. Dimly now, at 32 his life most half over, the outline of his new career appears, although the main thrust would not surface until he was over 40, married, the father of a son, and frantic with self-doubt. It is an extraordinary sequence of lives, made doubly remarkable because none of its lines appear to flow into each other. There is no way of predicting. Introduction 5. Why Conrad would do a particular thing at a particular time, and even hindsight cannot discover coherence and continuity where there is little. His life becomes like a plotted novel, full of seeming inexplicables that follow each other and only make ultimate sense because by the end they satisfy us. In this instance, the life adds up to 3 countries, 3 languages, and a literary influence which remains undiminished in the half-century since his death. The Polish years. 1857 to 1874. 1 Carat. Antigone. 0 City of Welfianen. 1 Call upon Dirce's Springy. I call upon Thebes Grove in the armored plain. To be my witnesses, how with no friends mourning. By what decree I go to the fresh-made prison tomb. Alive to the place of corpses, an alien still. Never at home with the living nor with the dead. Sophocles, Antigone. Translated by Elizabeth Wyckoff. Chapter 1. Soundings. Carat. In 1899, when Conrad was writing Lord Jim and Heart of Darkness, a Polish novust named TTS Audiobook attacked him for betraying his country for money. The betrayal had taken the shape of Conrad's emigration to England, his writing in the English language, and his supposed affluence. Her words are streaked with anger and contempt. And since we talk about books, I must say that the gentleman in English who is writing novels which are widely read and bring good profit almost caused me a nervous attack. When reading about him I felt something slippery and unpleasant, something mounting to my throat. Really? That even creative talents should join the exodus. Till now we have talked only about engineers and operatic singers. But now we should give absolution to a writer. This absolved writer was, however, still a coterie writer, little read, less bought, sinking, even now, ever deeper into debts and obligations, trying desperately to modulate between popularity and serious work. She continued. And to take away from one's nation this flower, this heart, and to give it to the Anglo-Saxons who are not even lacking in bird's milk, for the only reason that they pay better for it one cannot even think of it without shame. Then, with a stroke of genius for innuendo, she finds a Polish novelist with the same surname as Conrad's. And what is still worse, this gentleman bears the name of his perhaps very near relative, that Joseph Korzeniowski's 1791-1863, no relative of Conrad's over whose novels I shed as a young girl the first tears of sympathy and felt the first ardors of noble enthusiasms and decisions. Over the novels of Mr. Konrad Korzeniowski's Joseph Peter Konrad Korzeniowski's or Joseph Conrad no Polish girl will shed an altruistic tear or take a noble decision. But on second thought, this causes me only moderate grief, because believing in the superiority of the Polish years, is carat why is he carat? Elements of which all creative power is composed, I do not suppose that our writers would ever embrace the profession of a vivandier or a huck stir. Besides, we do not starve even if we remain in our place, that we should need to feed on the crumbs from the table of great lords. In this respect we ourselves are seigneurs great enough. Although we have no evidence that Conrad in 1899 knew of this attack, it is very possible that the substance of the argument was brought to his attention, and how it touched on every aspect of his existence, the very basis of his ideology. For Madame Ordisco's attack opened up not only his relationship to Poland and his allegiance to England but his severely divided early years, his feelings about his father, Apollo, and the very nature of his chosen profession, that of writer and novelist. What Conrad had built very carefully, always colored by his own uncertainty, was now the subject of a lethal blast. Demons or furies were pursuing him from his father's grave. He had been found out. Madame Ordisco's assault upon Conrad's values was not an isolated instance of nationalism but had been preceded by a lively discussion of the entire problem of an emigrant writer who betrays his native country by seeking another kind of audience. A well-known philosopher, a specialist in Plato, Wincenty Lutosky, had a month earlier addressed himself to the broad question of talented people who leave their country when their intellectual pursuits cannot be realized. Lutosky himself had visited Conrad in 1896 and been living in Boston for some time. Such people, he said in 1899, in the Polish Weekly Krusz, have every right to emigrate so their individual talents can be nourished in the new land. The imagery of the entire discussion is cast in terms of a mother who nourishes her son, in the expectation that one day he will make her proud and carry out her revenge against the Russian oppressor. There is also present an agricultural metaphor, of the kernel of grain that grows in the rich soil of the homeland. Talent is like a Huge belly ever being filled by Polish nutrients. He who is strong and great wrote Ludospolski would not abandon, forget and betray the mother who had nursed him, and returning to his country would bring with him fame and success. Those who stay at home are not necessarily the ablest but the most patient and enduring. He concluded, let us not condemn those who seek an outlet for their forces, regardless of the frontiers of their country. The same issue of Krzyż fed the controversy with a statement, by Tadeusz Skarżowski, a well-known journalist, that it was preferable to be a rural schoolteacher in Poland than a Polish Plato, such as Lutosz J. in Boston. Conrad appeared caught between two writers arguing irreconcilable points, one ostensibly defending his betrayal of Poland and the other attacking him for desertion. Either way, the charge was desertion and betrayal. Soundings 1-1. And when the individual has Conrad's illustrious free bears, he must be not only a coward but a self-seeking, self-righteous figure of avarice. Eliza or Zeskowa, the implacable fury of Polish nationalism, saw literary achieve meant as a force for the freeing of the Polish spirit, an element in the development of Polish nationalism, a step in the development of a revived Polish state. While hers was not the romantic nationalism espoused by Apollo Korzeniowski's, it was nevertheless an attitude antithetical to Conrad's post-Darwinian pessimism and completely opposite to his shaky ideology, based on individual achievement and a chivalric tradition. If there is a state or country in Conrad's work, it is, like Sulaco in Nostromo, ravaged with or without progress. Even though change may deceptively appear beneficial, it is often simply the harbinger of eventual destruction. From Madame Ordizkowa's more socially realistic point of view, the writer owes his native country both his talent and his dedication. On both counts, Conrad had forsaken Poland. He had, in fact, chosen that most difficult of stances, to become a marginal man so as to liberate himself from the burdens of the past. His work was in English and his subjects ostensibly had little reference to Poland. His tone was that of a skeptic, a writer who rejected Polish romanticism as the idealism of the foolhardy, a man who questioned English democracy for allowing individual slackness and mob rule. In between, where Conrad tried to locate himself, was the quicksand of illusions, belief in self, the existential choice of variety, a sense of professionalism and individual commitment whether toward seamanship or writing. The stance was a juggling act, and it produced a life of fits and starts, together with a variety of books as apparently dissimilar as The Nigger of the Narcissus, Heart of Darkness, The Secret Agent, and Victory. Conrad's defender, Ludosz J. was not arguing an aesthetic or a Jamesian Flubberty in defense of the artist and the artistic process. On the contrary, he was also caught up in nationalistic fervor. He continued the controversy into 191, 12 years after its initiation, and asserted that Conrad, despite his writing in English and about non-Polish subjects, was deeply involved spiritually in Polish matters. He started writing in England to earn his living, and has given the English a number of novels sparkling with Polish spirit and from which Polish influence goes on in the race now dominating the world. His novels are not tendentious like Madame Ordizkowa's. Using Polish life as a lever, Ludosz was attempting to pry Conrad from his comfortable base in England. He continued, rather damagingly, that if Conrad had written in Polish he would not have had the success which his novels now enjoyed in England. At that time, and indeed for the last decade, Conrad would have been astonished to learn that he was considered a financial success, for his economic condition was at low ebb and he was bemoaning to both his agent, Pinker, and his friend John Galsworthy his complete 1-2 the Polish years, 1-8-Y1-SY. Lack of a popular audience. Ludospolski then added a paragraph which indicated he had moved closer to Conrad's most vicious attacker. Let us not envy the English for a second-rate writer, who anyway would not have enriched our literature, since he himself avows that profit was the motive of his creative activity. Conrad needed no such defenders. How much of this was he even aware of? There is, as we have said, no clear proof whether or not he knew of these specific articles in Krzyż, but to be certain he could not escape the controversy altogether. Madame Ordizkowa wrote him directly, possibly enclosing a copy of her attack. Conrad attempted to reply generally to the question in a personal record, but even his eloquent defense cannot deal with the shifting grounds of the verbal assault and its significance for a serious author. For Conrad would himself have agreed with Madame Ordizkowa that a writer must not emigrate when his country needs him, and yet, at the same time, he could not at all be certain that when he left he was of any use to Poland. He emigrated to become a seaman, not a writer, and he emigrated just short of his 17th birthday, when his commitments were all self-directed and he possessed no ostensible talents. Further, even if Poland needed him, there is the question of the kind of help either the man or the writer Conrad could have given, for he was, after all, concerned with delicate questions of personal morality and individual ethics, not with issues of state or of national purpose. He knew more than most that national purpose is often destructive of individual achievement, that politics and literature rarely mix, and that questions of state reduce difficult aesthetic issues to literal interpretation. Most of all, he recognized that political movements and politicians use the talented individual as long as he fits an image, and then disdain him. The state itself in Conrad's work is dissolute, or corrupt, or morally blind, or machine-like in its inexorable, indifferent movement toward some vague, amoral end. Such a state, with its intense ideological needs, must be an inhospitable host to the kind of sensibility implicit in the making of art. Jacques Conrad to have been the author Madame Ordizkowa desired directly and Ludozmuski indirectly, would have meant the loss of all distinctions between himself and a dozen other writers. In a personal record, Conrad tried a balancing act. Madame Ordizkowo had spoken of creative talent as being the very crown of the plant, the very heart of the nation. To take this flower, this heart, and to give it to the Anglo-Saxons who are not even lacking in bird's milk for the sake of money, this was indeed shameless. Conrad had to respond to so many confusing issues and assault on his values, as well as taunts about his unfitness for financial reward, that he could only be defensive. Pierced, he tried to defend his sea career, having broken away from my origins under a storm of blame from every quarter which had the merest shadow of right to voice an opinion, removed by great distances, and even estranged, in a measure, from them. Soundings 1-3. By the totally unintelligible character of the life which had seduced me so mysteriously from my allegiance, I may safely say that through the blind force of circumstances the sea was to be all my world and the merchant service my only home for a long succession of years. So far, Conrad was in the position of defending his struggle for survival at sea and with the English language against those who told him he had wasted his efforts. If he had remained a seaman, of course, he would have been an anonymous, and he could have deserted Poland without publicity or reverence. But as a writer, as a serious writer, his desertion, so to speak, becomes the act of a traitor, like Razumov's betrayal of Halden, and all the anguish and effort that had gone into the literary act are suddenly revealed as worthless by those who want a patriot, not literature. I think that all ambitions are lawful except those which climb up ward on the miseries or credulities of mankind. All intellectual and artistic ambitions are permissible, up to and even beyond the limit of prudent sanity. They can hurt no one. If they are mad, then so much the worse for the artist. Is it such a very sad presumption to believe in the sovereign power of one's art, to try for other means, for other ways of affirming this belief in the deeper appeal of one's work? To try to go deeper is not to be insensible. Yet it was not until near the end of Karrat's personal record that he revealed his anguish at such misunderstanding of his vigilance over first the sea and then literature. It seems that it is for these few bits of paper, headed by the name of a few ships and signed by the names of a few Scots and English shipmasters, that I have faced the astonished indignations, the mockeries, and the reproaches of a sort hard to bear for a boy of 15, that I have been charged with the want of patriotism, the want of sense, and the want of heart too, that I went through agonies of self-conflict and shed secret tears, not a few, and had the beauties of the Furka Pass spoiled for me, and have been called an incorrigible Don Quixote, in allusion to the book-born madness of the night. For that spoil, Conrad says he has been called a romantic, not as a word of praise, but as an attack on his sense of responsibility, indeed, on his manhood, connected as it is to the reading of books. He defends himself. I will make bold to say that neither at sea nor ashore have I ever lost the sense of responsibility. There is more than one sort of intoxication. Even before the most seductive reveries I have remained mindful of that sobriety of interior life, that asceticism of sentiment, in which alone the naked form of truth, such as one conceives it, such as one feels it, can be rendered without shame. Now over 50, Conrad defends his entire life on the basis of his fidelity to the truth as he has seen it. I have tried to be a sober worker all my life, all 14 the Polish years. Is Karrat why is he Karrat? My 2 lives. I did so from taste, no doubt having an instinctive horror of losing my sense of full self-possession, but also from artistic conviction. The words appear easy, fluent, without too much passion. However, they mask a life of incredible commitment to an idea and to an ideal. Near the beginning of his writing career, Conrad had written a passage which he later deleted upon the advice of his good friend and literary advisor Edward Garnett. Originally, the passage was part of Conrad's preface to the Nigger of the Narcissus, for in art alone of all the enterprises of men there is meaning in endeavor disassociated from success, and merit, if any merit there be, is not wholly centered in achievement but may be fairly discerned in the aim. The aim, as the aim of all things, is to discover the truth of life. To focus on a moment of vision, a sigh, a smile, and then return to an eternal rest. Yet to get this far, into the late 1890s, Conrad had already traveled a lifetime. By the time he wrote those words, he was 40, but a very old 40. With a 20-year career at sea behind him, and, more importantly, with a way of looking at life like Odysseus, who lived in exile, cunning and without splendor, Conrad spent many years of his life marginal, lonely, an isolated man. Born into a country that existed only as a geographic shape and not as a sovereign nation, growing up in the household of a father who lived his days as a patriot and had become a religious mystic waiting for East lungs to claim his life, spending 20 years on and off French and English ships or in exotic ports of the Far East, writing for the remaining 30 years of his life, all except the last 10 without adequate financial resources. Conrad understood and had experienced a kind of life that was unique. Henry James, in wonderment and admiration, was to write to Conrad: "No one has known for intellectual use the things you know, and you have, as the artist of the whole matter, an authority that no one has. A.P. Crouchhead. I find you in it all, writing wonderfully, whatever you may say of your difficult medium and your plume rebel. You knock about in the wide waters of expression like the raciest and boldest of privateers." James adds that he thanks the powers who so mysteriously let you loose with such sensibilities into such an undiscovered country. Undiscovered country, that is the province of every major writer, to seek what has been undiscovered and to find the means to quarry it. We can see Conrad's life as becoming something out of which he would construct his work. And we see his work as becoming increasingly the stuff out of which he could arrange and rearrange his memories of his life. Each element curved inward and around in order to join with the other, so that segments are jointless, indistinguishable. Some would like Joyce once he entered the years of Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake, he accepted the curvature and cyclical nature of personal history. Soundings 1-5. Perhaps Conrad's great admiration for the Proust of remembrance of things past resulted from the recognition that in some profound region they were secret sharers, that Proust and his work were, also, part of a curving, seamless extension of self and creation, part of the circuitry in which the self unfolds in endless projection so as to become one's lifetime work. Of Proust, Conrad wrote, I admire him rather for disclosing a past like nobody else's, for enlarging, as it were, the general experience of mankind by bringing to it something that has not been recorded before. Conrad conceived of the world as an extension of his own beliefs. His major weapons, like the third category philosophers in a Platonic dialogue, were mirrors of reality and reflections of an ideal world. Not usually, he dictated, to Ford Madox Ford, the essays of the mirror of the sea with its dazzling sequences of sun, water, reflected images, mirrors. While he was also writing his greatest novel, Nostromo, a narrative caught up in the past. Ford, a psychological necessity for Conrad at this time, was the receptacle of Conrad's memories of the sea, a living, oral tradition for him. Simultaneously, he was writing his longest and by far most complicated narrative, his joining of himself with literature. The key image, perhaps, is of Narcissus, that endless gazing into the well of memories, to create an art based on the past, unwinding backward and forward, like that clock in Try's tram shanty which must be wound every first Sunday of the month or else all life in the shanty household will apparently stop. Like Joyce and Proust, Conrad stored his experiences and hovered over the details. And like them, he did not find his reasons for storing until later on in his life, in his middle 30s. There are at least two kinds of writers. Those, like the above, who covet knowledge and experience even the trivia that the less gifted person easily forgets without knowing that it will all be turned into art, and those who write a daily quota as they experience their material, turning routine details and characters as met into the materials of their fiction, writers such as Lawrence, Hemingway, and even Gide. For the first, the group with which we will be concerned, memory is the salient tour. Living by memory, living on memories, they peer into the well, see their own lovely image, and turn, pen in hand, to inventions that are often no more than remembrances of an unforgettable past. Long before Conrad was born, in 1857, the stage for his exile and cunning was being prepared. Like Joyce and Proust, once again, Conrad was, consciously or not, all his days and years preparing for what he was to become. And only very slowly becoming what was implicit in his life and experience. Part of the incredible slowness with which he composed his work resulted from this need to dredge, almost literally, he had to dip deep within, far beneath surfaces and explicits, into areas where memory was intermixed with baser elements. Proust utilized what he called the involuntary memory that 1/6 the Polish years, I ate carrot y I ate y carrot, which lay beyond the regular, normalizing memory and which was the container of a different order of being. Similarly, Conrad dipped ever deeper. His first major work of length, Lord Jim Carrot, was almost completely an act of memory. Based on an actual event, the entire novel is structured on various commentators recalling what occurred, or trying to make sense out of what has become for them part of a distant now dim past. Lord Gtu and its ship, the Putna, were not simply paradigms of Conrad's feelings about Poland but models of his way of thinking and expressing himself, expressions of material lying deep within, far below the surface of conscious recall, which could only be brought up by explicit efforts of understanding, by the artwork itself. The very country into which Conrad was born created divisiveness and was based as much on memory as on contemporary life. And even if he had never left Poland, and had remained with his uncle Tadeusz Bobrowski in Podolaya, the present Ukraine, he would have needed cunning and shrewdness to stay alive and outside Tsarist prisons. And it was not only the country into which he was born that required constant artifice, it was the family also. Conrad's immediate family was itself split between idealistic and practical elements, with personal tragedy at its base and gloom, morbidity, and self-destructive obsessions as its routine experience. Any child, talented or otherwise, born into such circumstances required more than intelligence to survive. He needed a resilience and a mastery of the marginal situation that would carry him through childhood and several careers. For Conrad to have endured the conflicting experiences of his childhood indicated an elasticity that would give him a method for handling future life. In his 16 years in Poland, he existed rarely in a home of his own, infrequently with those who could focus their attention upon him. Left alone for long periods of time, he developed his ability to stare and meditate creatively. Like a Dickens character or Dickens himself, he was an orphan even before his parents died. The unsettled years in Poland were a marvelous preparation, either for a writer of talent or for a person who would cultivate failure and sink deeply into neurosis. Conrad traveled a thin line. Not unlike his idol Flaubert, he fell into apathy and indifferent errands, into staring and peering, without doing, only to recover with words and phrases which attempted to express, precisely, what he had seen and heard. The method of external narrators Conrad so frequently employed was the literary equivalent of voyeurism, the perfect tool for the small, marginal child always attempting to Put together a story whose parts did not quite fit. No matter how many myths may have gathered around Conrad in his life time, some of them perpetuated by his own romanticization of his past and the exotic nature of his early fiction. No myth was more fantastic than the facts of his early years and development. When Joseph Dieter Conrad Korzeniowski, coat of arms Naj CZ, was born on December 3, 1857, New Cal. Soundings 17. Endar, at Berdicho or Berdikev * in Podolaya, HT was already the heir of numerous divisions and intellectual conflicts. His name, Joseph, after his maternal grandfather, Dieter, after his paternal grandfather, Conrad, after two heroes in Adam Mickiewicz' poems, Conrad Wallenrod, 1827, and Gidi. 1832, there was, additionally, the family coat of arms, with its heraldic name Naj CZ, which indicated upper gentry status. That, however, was only the beginning, and we will return to it. The literary background is in itself of interest, for Joseph Conrad was intended by his baptismal names to be a Conrad, and that meant he was intended as a romantic hero, a chivalrous, traditionally oriented savior of his enslaved people. Like Samson, he was supposed to save his people even if he destroyed himself. A Pole amid the Russians was not unlike a Semite amid the Philistines. To be a Conrad, then, meant a life combining Odysseus, Samson, and the soul of a poet or the incorrigible Don Quixote. Literature was never alien to either family strain, and that Conrad eventually became a writer was not at all an unusual consequence of his background. Conrad's father, Apollo Korzeniowski, lived, as it were, inside Odysseus' Trojan horse. As it rested within enemy walls, for the Russia that enfolded and enclosed the boundary lines of Poland was nothing if not a huge hollow body that gobbled up and tried to digest whatever came within its grasp. Conrad's description, in Autocracy and War, is of a Russia spacious, empty, infinite. There is an awe-inspiring idea of infinity conveyed in the word Neant, and in Russia there is no idea. She is not a Neant, she is and has been simply the negation of everything worth living for. She is not an empty void, she is a yawning chasm open between east and west, a bottomless abyss that has swallowed up every hope of mercy, every aspiration towards personal dignity, towards freedom, towards knowledge, every ennobling desire of the heart, every redeeming whisper of Con. Berdikev is Lu miles southwest of Warrior, whose feats are celebrated by the Kiev, 275 miles northwest of Odessa. Great poet Mickiewicz. Besides signifying gentry status, the Conrad's maternal side, the Bobrowskis. NAK-CZ coat of arms distinguished this line of likewise belonged to the gentry Landowning. Korzeniowski's is from all others, the name class, with their interests almost completely being quite common. The coat of arms had as agricultural, only Stefan, Conrad's uncle. Its emblem a handkerchief with two corners being politically active. The Bobrowski coat, tied together, standing for faithfulness to of arms, was the emblem of a hawk, which country, religion, and God, and, according to although it had a warlike suggestion, was some stories of its background, the warlike probably more attuned to an agricultural character of the family. One such story has background. The respective coats of arms, the king granting this emblem to a warrior NAK-CZ, one bespeaking military valor, and the who bound his wounds in battle. Although Bobrowski one indicating land and growth, the family can be traced back to the late 6th, provide a good indication of the conflicting 10th century. It appears more notable in the strains which affected Conrad in early 18th, with the chancellor of the Lithuanian childhood, Nian principality, and an army chaplain turned 1/8 the Polish years, is YZ science. Those that have peered into that abyss, where the dreams of Panslavism, of universal conquest, mingled with the hate and contempt for Western ideas, drift impotently like shapes of mist, know well that it is bottomless, that there is no ground for anything that could in the remotest degree serve even the lowest interests of mankind. The idea of a world within emptiness, indeed a world that goes beyond emptiness, recurs in Conrad's works as idea and image. Perhaps derived from Mallarmé's sense of Neant, which Conrad's phrasing recalls, emptiness denoted an existence within an existence. In Under Western Eyes, Razuk MOV, a young student with a persona that disguises only superficially Conrad's attachment to him, sees Russia sympathetically and yet ambiguously. He views her as a mother, as enfolding and embracing, but also as limitless emptiness. Lacking a family, Razumov, one of many Conradian orphans, makes Russia his parents, relatives, friends, and future. His closest parentage was defined in the statement that he was a Russian. As he looks out over the infinite land, he recognizes that vast emptiness is all he has. It is both nothing and everything. He has to fill it, as it fills him. The image of emptiness which the young Razumov must shape himself to is not unlike the vastness of the sea which the young Conrad attempted to fill with his own person. We can see, indeed, succeeding careers dominated by his sense of Poland, swallowed up by a voracious, unappeased Russia, a SIA which, like the mine in Zola's germinal, is a vast digestive apparatus that chews up all those whom it enfolds and then excretes them as waste matter. Having lost his mother, then his father, having assimilated in his childhood and youth the idea of a Poland devoured by Russia, a child victimized by patriotic parents, he chose another emptiness, the sea, a vastitude that could swallow him up. Following that, he focused on still another emptiness, a limitless, open-ended career as a writer, dominated by sheets of white paper, whose horizons extended infinitely. The point is not that Conrad teetered on the edge of destruction in each career he chose, being ignorant when he began of both the craft of the sea and the language of writing, but that he chose directions or careers that would force him to relieve a teetering, near disastrous experience. Comparably to his actual suicide attempt in Marseilles was his use of suicidal situations in which he could confront the worst and could wobble existentially while peering into the abyss. Then, and only then, could he apply himself at his highest level of achievement, whether as mate, captain, or novelist. Later, with his childhood long behind him, his descriptions of his life as a writer are full of the hollowness of his chosen profession and the emptiness of existence. To come to terms with that emptiness, Conrad threw himself. IIC was as lonely in the world as a man Razumov's belonging to him anywhere. Swimming in the deep sea. There were no soundings 19. Into unknown spaces which stretched to infinity. T.B. Marguerite Porodowska. Aunt Marguerite, in 1894, while struggling with the manuscript of Al Mayer's Folly he wrote, I begrudge each minute I spend away from paper. I do not say from the pen, for I have written very little, but inspiration comes to me while looking at the paper. Then there are flights out of sight, my thought goes wandering through great spaces filled with vague forms. Everything is still chaos, but, slowly, ghosts are transformed into living flesh, floating vapors turn solid, and who knows? Perhaps something will be born from the encounter of indistinct ideas. Even Conrad's choice of the phrase indistinct ideas, with its limitless extensions, indicates an identification with spatiality. His sense of dimensions was oceanic. Life stretched behind and before him to infinity. This was more than the romantic stance of a young man seeking initiation into the unknown. It was, instead, a compulsive, inner-directed response to the kind of childhood he had experienced in Poland, in the home of a father alternately forlorn and passionate, full of thwarted ideas, harking back to the times when his plans were alive, when his wife, Ava, was alive, but now, with ideas, plans, and hopes attached to a dying body. Growing up in that household, in those terms, with a dim memory of his mother, barely alive, then dying, finally dead, the young Conrad had to make choices before choices were made for him. It all began with naming. Even after he anglicized Conrad, he thought enough of it to keep it as his pen name. He was rarely known as Joseph to his closest English friends, he was Conrad, so that we see him turning his surname into a Christian name, matching the Conrad of the Micio's poems. The Conrad of Christian name and surname firmly embedded in him the idea of Poland, of Poland's role in his history as the pawn of larger European powers. It attached him to the ideals of his mother and father. While in practice he abhorred their revolutionary zeal, their idealistic politics, their hopes of amelioration, their sacrifice under the wheels of a gigantic, personal machine. The name, and Conrad's subsequent use of it, already posed the conflict. The intense romanticism of his later years, his oceanic, indeed, is Conrad's sense of veil, that never again will it shine, that it sorrow, as we read in an earlier letter to Aunt, never even existed. We must excuse those. Marguerite, with its fin de siècle despair and eyes which the harsh wind of misfortune has self-pity, life rolls on in bitter waves, like so filled with tears that they refuse to see the gloomy and brutal ocean under a sky cov blue. We must excuse those lips which have so aired with mournful clouds, and there are tasted life's bitterness that they refuse to. Some days when to the poor souls embarked express words of hope, March 23-25, 1890. On a despairing voyage it seems that not even Yale. One ray of sun has ever penetrated that sad 20 the Polish years, is carried why is he carried? Meant to exotic places, his chivalric code, his stress upon personal honor and integrity, as well as his frequent flare ups of violence, temper, and rage is profoundly attached to his Polish heritage. He was caught by traditions fixed for centuries. He did not need Darwinian biology to understand how the strong sacrifice the weak in order to survive. Even as he signed his novels and stories Joseph Conrad, he was writing to Polish friends and relatives as Korsaniowskis, but with unusual variations. He signed, alternately, Konrad Korsaniowskis, JPH Konrad Korsaniowskis, JC Korsaniowskis, KNI-CZ Korsaniowskis, Konrad and Korsaniowskis, Sim. Ply Konrad, Konrad Korsaniowskis, Konrad and Korsaniowskis, Joseph. Konrad, Korsaniowskis, J. Konrad K. Konrad Korsaniowskis, Joseph. Konrad, or, on occasion, J. Konrad, Konrad, Joseph Konrad. To non-Polish friends, he signed JPH Konrad, Joseph Konrad, J. Konrad, Konrad, even JPH. CD. The significant element in this confusion of realms we note in the Polish correspondence, where Konrad straddled cultures. Most compelling from the point of view of identity was his use of the middle initial N for GCZ. The particular Korsaniowski's family he belonged to. Strangely enough, this usage turns up with his use of Conrad as a surname, not Conrad, never Joseph. Or Dieter. As Conrad, he was English, as Korsaniowskis, he was a Pole, as NABFCZ, he was holding on to the memory of his father and his father's family, even as he was indebted to his uncle, a Bobrowski *. The division of allegiances boggles the mind. Still another dimension came in his signing as Konrad Korsaniowskis. Joseph Conrad, which occurs in a letter, dated April 25, 1905, to Alexander Jaciski, not unusually concerned with straightening out his origins, and stressing that he is not related to the novelist Joseph Korsaniowskis. Conrad had to avoid using Joseph his own name because a well-known novelist and dramatist of that name lived from 1797 to 1863. Further, a Ryan of the same name, to whom Conrad wrote in 1901, lived from 1863 to 192, almost an exact contemporary of Conrad's. Thus, something usually taken for granted, one's own name, had to be avoided to escape confusion. Especially with the novelist who had died in 1863 in so many ways a fateful year for the Korsaniowskis. How appropriately macabre was Madame Orda's Cow's use of Joseph Korsaniowski's name as a way of attacking Joseph Conrad, even to calling them near relatives. To avoid confusion, Conrad compounded it, and he never really settled on a name, since his letters to Poles and non-Poles followed no set pattern. The variety of names manifested the variety of selves, the variety of lives, and the variety of stances Conrad had established for himself. Stretched across his asterisk that uncle, Tadeusz, was christened Dias Kosciuszko, but used only the last. Wilhelm, after William Tell, Jersey, after name. George Washington, Tadeusz, after Ta. Soundings 2-1. Asterisk. Entire life, he confronted the irreconcilable dv-ons of his identity. Lan. Gage itself became an ingredient of this split, since the writing and pronunciation of his Polish names involved letters, sounds, and accents lying well outside English, and in the instance of na-cz, he needed to write the unusual bar j with the Polish sound of w, and the consonant cluster of cz, which for the non-Slav is the essence of foreignness. As for the spoken name, Korsaniowski's pronounced correctly as a Polish name, not anglicized. As Korzeniowski, makes the sound almost unintelligible to the English ear. We can assume that whenever Conrad pronounced it on board ship, first as seaman, then as mate, and even as captain, he sensed a response that drove home his foreignness. Further, whenever an Englishman, particularly an uneducated seaman, pronounced his name, Conrad heard it mangled or subconsciously given an edge that indicated he was an outsider, a marginal man, even when no overt antagonism was intended. These problems in self-naming, which ended only with Conrad's death, are evident in his naming of characters, most apparently with Jim in Lord Jim. Jim is never given a surname, and one recalls Conrad's own use of Conrad or Conrad as his full name. Similarly, one thinks of his other characters and how we remember them, not as figures with a Christian name and surname, but with a single designation only, Razumov, Heist, Verloc, Gould, Nostromo. If we recall Victorian and late Victorian novelists in English, we note that well-known characters have recognizable Christian names: David Copperfield, Dorothea Brooke, Becky Sharp, Henry Esmond, Tess of the D'Urbervilles. For Conrad, it was otherwise. While it is true that all his characters except Jim have full names, we note how he was caught between English and Russian usage, English usage stressing the Christian name as well as the surname, and Russian, with its lengthy emphasis upon the entire name, as well as nicknames, diminutives, and other variations. Jim himself had good reason to suppress his last name, since he considered himself a criminal on the run, and we see how Conrad would have particular insight into that kind of evasion, for evasion of his name, or disguise of its foreignness, or bearing up to it, were all part of his own attitude. The modern idea of the deracinated individual floating free of background and tradition as an affirmative response to bourgeois commitments was to be unacceptable to Conrad. He used the idea of deracination not to applaud isolation, but rather as a source of tensions, conflicts, and self-destructive attitudes. Conrad apparently was moving toward that vague area, explored by Kafka, where the character is reduced to an initial, K, or a Christian name, and a letter for a surname, Joseph K., that region of anonymity, nobodiness. Asterisk. Jesse Conrad writes that, in the arranged date of his naturalization, and he had omitted, meant for their post-year trip in 191 for Conrad to put his full name, Korsaniowski's, Joseph. Forgot some important formality as to the Conrad as I knew him, p. 63. 2 the Polish years, 18 to the power of 7th I 8 y carat. Although Dostoevsky is prodigal with names, thrusting them upon us at every turn, Conrad preferred a minimal usage. Part of the distance or impersonality we sense in his characters derives from naming difficulties. Conrad was anxious to be accepted in his adopted country and career, and yet he insisted on his strangeness and exoticism, and this modulation of identities carries over into a most significant area in his work, the naming of characters. Or, rather, his desire not to name them, to maintain them as significant nobodies. Naming difficulties his own or his characters were paradigmatic of the entire life. Conrad's biography begins here, with the marginality thrust upon him even by birth. His names were a career in themselves, part of that dare to achieve or fail. As Joseph Dieter Conrad Korsaniowski's, he would, like Proteus, always be in a state of defining and redefining himself. A final shape was not his destiny. Like so many of his barely named characters, he would cut himself adrift in order to establish conditions close to failure, which he could then overcome with a maximum of anxiety and psychic energy. Brought close to hysteria and breakdown, that is, close to psychological death, he would dredge up the effort to continue, or else sink into illness and parallel his childhood mode of dealing with the ineffable fable. To begin with, the father, Apollo Korsaniowski's, 1820-1869, was a man of incredible complications, conflicts, and divisions. An idealist in political matters, a rebel against Russian rule of Poland, a romantic, foolhardy activist, and yet a poet, translator, playwright, a literary man of some gifts. Apollo established many of the personality rifts that were to characterize Joseph Conrad as he matured. Apollo was himself the product of severe divisions, a. Poland which, in 1772, had been partitioned among Russia, Prussia, and Austria, followed by a second partition in 1793, and a third in 1795, so that Poland as a coherent state had ceased to exist and had become a number of territories held together only by language, literature, and sensibility. In this respect, a Polish nation did exist, but it existed in minds, not as geography. For that reason, perhaps, Apollo upon Conrad's birth dedicated a poem to his infant son, to my son born in the 85th year of Muscovite oppression. Clearly intended for him to keep the Polish nation in mind when it no longer existed in fact. As a Korsaniowski's, Apollo could trace his family to the early 17th century, when his ancestors were considered nobility, what we would deem upper middle class. Apollo's heritage as a member of the generally able, landowning gentry or nobility, the Zlachta, gave him access to the cultural lords of the country, whose salient values were romantic, chivalric, military, quite class-conscious, although lacking the patronizing, condescending tone of the English aristocracy. Members of the Zlachta were not titled, but they were clearly aware of their privileged position, and not until much later, well into the 19th century, in fact, were their aristocratic soundings 2-3 values seriously challenged by the bourgeois element. Social and economic changes in Poland had some broad parallels to what was occurring in Victorian England, although Poland's status as a carved-up and occupied country makes further analogy suspect. For the Korsaniowskis and other members of their class, money-making was shunned, was, indeed, considered a dirty enterprise better left to vulgary ANS and Jews. Apollo, then, was born into a traditional society, with certain class, caste, and family pretensions, and his attitude toward money and money-making was clearly transmitted to the young Conrad. Later, when Conrad wrote to his friend Cunningham Graham about making money, he referred to it in mock Yiddish terms as the cent-per-cent business, clearly attributing the money business to Jewish elements. And to Garnett, Conrad mentioned that his maternal grandfather, also a member of the land-owning gentry, never wrote anything but letters and a large number of promissory notes dedicated to various Jews. Apollo's values were chivalric, intensely idealistic, full of youthful optimism, and committed to social amelioration. As a young man, he was not unlike Shelley, and the circles in which he moved had their analogy in the English Romantic movement. But Apollo was also a Pole, so that his keen sense of personal honor in turn involved a sharp awareness of national honor. The Korsaniowskis were part of that class whose tone was set by a Don Quixote-like dedication to freedom, Polish ideals, severe Catholicism, patriotic outbursts against the oppressor whether Russia, Prussia, or Austria, and continued plots and counterplots against the foreign invader, all doomed to failure because of lack of preparation or insufficient organization. Generations of young men like Apollo had thrown themselves under the grinding wheels of the foreign juggernaut, and Conrad's portrait of Halden, in Under Western Eyes, has in it something of his father as a young man. Many years later, Conrad's maternal uncle Tadeusz Bobrowski, more sober and cautious than the Korsaniowskis' side, often castigated Conrad for being the dreamer in spite of your very practical profession, as see man a laxity attributed to Apollo and his line. In fact, when Conrad was 33 years old, Bobrowski still scolded the seaman about his paternal heritage. You lack endurance. Panic Percy, in the face of facts and, I suppose, in the face of people too. This is a trait of character inherited from your grandfather Dieter Korsaniowski's your paternal uncle, Robert, who died in 1863, and even your father, in short the NAHs. The former two were always involved in various projects, most diverse in nature, mostly of a practical type. They hatched them in their imagination and were even offended when anyone criticized them, considering their opponents to be idiots, but the facts most often gave the light to their dreams, hence bitterness towards those who saw more clearly. Your father was an idealistic dreamer, he certainly loved people and he certainly 24. The Polish years, is carried why is he carried? Wished happiness for them, although he usually applied two measures to them. He was a lenient judge of the poor and the weak of this world. And he was very sharp and pitiless towards the rich and powerful, hence we have a cleavage. Bobrowski uses this judgment, which is not wide of the mark, as a way of castigating Conrad, who, we recall, is 33, for letting his imagination run away with him and then becoming disappointed and pessimistic when frustrated in his dreams. In Tadeusz's criticism of Conrad's romanticism and dreaminess, we note a sharp resemblance to Conrad's own later judgment of his LX, RD Jim. Jim's plans for himself are never commensurate with the reality as experienced, and, consequently, he misses each consider able CE for stability and success while he pursues the butterflies flitting through his imagination. For him, the fantasy life is the more real. In the godlike Stein we note Conrad's placement of Tadeusz and his advice for the young man. What is remarkable as we trace Conrad's earliest beginnings in his Polish background is how clearly he saw his own situation and knew his own mind. When the time came to recreate memories, he had absorbed everything his uncle's advice as well as his own situation and could reproduce it in Jim, Razumiov, Heist, Decaud, Nostromo, even in Verloc asterisk. Asterisk as a corrective to Bobrowski's criticism of the Korsaniowskis, we must keep in mind that he exaggerated Apollo's faults, or lied about them. He hid from Conrad the conspiratorial activities of his own mother Bobrowska, and he dissembled about his brother Stefan, who as an underground chief Of the left was as radical as Apollo. Bobrowski's letters to Conrad, from 1874 to 1893, are a mine of information, and we shall draw upon them, but their tone and attitudes must be taken with a view toward the writer's own temperament. Tadeusz Bobrowski had a certain view of himself and of his society, and he, like so many Conradian characters, also remade reality to fit that view. He was industrious, intelligent, rational, somewhat parsimonious, very much a member of his class, and yet impatient with that same class's romantic idealistic tendencies. A positivist and utilitarian of sorts, he wanted an ordered universe, and he felt that his admonitions had been ignored, to the detriment of those who ignored him. There is little question that as a rationalist he held himself intellectually and emotionally superior to those around him. The posthumous publication of his voluminous memoirs in Lwów in 1900 demonstrated his feelings of superiority to the Polish Don Quixotes, tilting at windmills and throwing themselves into disaster. Irresponsibility, capriciousness, imagination, idealism, these were his bêtes noires. He tended to see them all in the Korzeniowskis, especially in Apollo, and yet they existed in the Bobrowskis as well, as part of the gentry class itself. What he sullied as Korzeniowskis characteristics were really Polish traits, and he failed to see that Conrad's father had a largeness of spirit and a generosity that were more important to him than tidiness and orderliness. Bobrowski felt that Polish survival depended on keeping one's own house in order, the individual saving himself through industry and tending his own garden, and he may have been right, but he failed to accept any alternative view based on sacrifice, altruism, nationalism, something more than self-serving. Since he was himself generous with the young Conrad, we should not be hard on him. He was a mixture of many traits, which Conrad later brought together in his solid, sometimes stolid, characters, Mac. Were, Davidson, somewhat in Marlowe, and elsewhere. If Apollo Korzeniowskis is the ad soundings 2.5. Apollo was bomb into a political situation in WL*ch. His class of gentry or noblemen provided the leadership and impetus for rebellion against Russian rule. In both the 1794 and 1830 insurrections, Polish gentry in Podolaya attempted to push out the invader, although their methods did not engage the peasants in the struggle and were doomed to failure. Once Conrad was himself in England, he periodically visited members of the Klyszczowski family. The father, Joseph, had fought, alongside Apollo's father, in the November Rising of 1830–31. One of the outgrowths of this futile attempt against Russian imperial power was the development of Polish Messianism, a religious movement that coincided with sharp political agitation. Messianism suggested that Europe had fallen away from the true sense of Christianity, and that Poland alone remained to carry out the mission of reconverting all of Europe back to the true spirit. Messianism, clearly, was an outgrowth of an intense romanticism, in which political setbacks could be transformed into spiritual and chivalric terms. Amusing or not, the spirit of Shelley was not too distant from the Polish outlook. In fact, the great romantic writers of this period, especially Mickiewicz and Sjajowicz, expressed this view in language and in terms that helped keep the idea of Poland as a nation in mind. Running parallel to these ideas as the young Apollo became intellectually aware in the 1830s, 20 to 25 years before Conrad's birth in 1857, were profound political schisms. Distant as these conflicts now seem, they entered profoundly into Conrad's decision to leave Poland in 1874 and then surfaced insistently in his work 30 years after that. Polish gentry were divided into three seemingly irreconcilable camps, which have striking parallels to political developments in many other countries where there are oppressed and oppressors. There was one group, the so-called appeasers, that saw Poland as a nation but clearly within the Russian sphere of influence. They favored a national identity, but Poland would accept Russian rule and the Russian language as inevitable. Next was the group that rejected Russia and Russians and looked to the West for leadership, the so-called whites. They longed for pre-partition Poland, before 1772, were nostalgic about Polish ways, but eschewed any kind of radical reform of Polish society. They insisted on their prerogatives as gentry or nobility and wished to preserve Poland as a feudal society of peasants and nobility. They were, however, anti-Russian, very nationalistic, with a romanticism heavily streaked, however, with rationalism and hard-headedness. The whites and their attitudes characterized Conrad's maternal side, the Bobrowskis, especially Conrad's uncle Tadeusz. His mother, Ava, appears to have been a Bobrowska with strong Korzeniowskis or radical leanings. There is some case venturer who throws himself into life only to storms gathering around him. In touching up sink in the destructive element, then Tadeusz his portrait, Conrad was not unkind to his. Bobrowski is the ship captain who plods uncle ahead on a straight course, irrespective of the 26th Polish years, is carried why is he carried? As to how much these ideas were her own or those of her strong-willed husband. In any event, once they were married, they functioned as a unit, politically and personally. There was still a third group, the Reds, or radicals. They were reformists, who urged not only Polish independence of Russia, Austria, and Prussia but also a radical revision of Polish society, with land reform and the elimination of feudal serfdom. They rejected reliance on the West, they had been strayed too many times, and placed faith only in their own activities, which involved a form of guerrilla warfare against Russian rule. They were merely tant, insurrectionist, romantic to the core, incredibly dedicated and brave. Chivalric, without being feudal. Apollo, of course, belonged to this group, a group foredoomed by romantic foolhardiness, as Tadeusz Bobrowski well saw. In the 1863 insurrection, 2 years after Apollo had himself been seized by Russian authorities and, along with Eva and the young Conrad, sent into exile, his family suffered critical losses. His father, Peter, fell dead while trying to join Polish guerrilla forces. His brother Robert was killed in battle. And still another brother, Hilary, was exiled, to die 10 years later, as Apollo was himself to die only 6 years afterward. Conrad's maternal side, the Bobrowskis, even though they sided with the appeasers and the Whites and opposed the Reds, also suffered grievously. Among the Bobrowski losses were Eva's brother Kazimierz, who was imprisoned. Another brother, Stefan, was murdered in a staged duel. 3 other siblings, a sister, Teofila, and 2 brothers, Misha J. and Stanis J. Had died earlier, so that as the Bobrowskis died off Eva herself in 1865 only. Uncle Tadeusz and Anil Kazimierz remained from both sides of the family. Like a prophet in Greek tragedy, Tadeusz stood amid the ruins. Long before Conrad was born in 1857, then, political and religious lines had formed in both families even before they were themselves joined by the marriage of Apollo and Eva on May 8, 1856. The irresolvable conflicts we find in Conrad's politics have at least some of their basis in his heritage. With this background, Conrad as a person and writer has almost no relationship to English or American writers of the 19th and 20th centuries. Hemingway, growing up in Oak Park, Illinois, may have had his father's suicide in his background, but his political heritage was based on American destiny, a national purpose, in which at least a semblance of democracy and order prevailed. Even Dickens, born into unstable gentility, feeling rejected and demeaned, had some sense of stability in English institutions, undemocratic as many of them were. But Conrad, when he was born, arrived in an occupied country which was hardly a nation, a land partitioned, its national language relegated to the home, with its patriots imprisoned, exiled, or soon to be killed in the 1863 insurrection and its aftermath. Furthermore, family lines like those during the American Civil War were in opposition. The Korsaniowskis, deeply radical, social and political reformists. Soundings 2-7. Messianic to some extent, romantic, chivalric, the L. Bobrowskis, some of them patriotic and quixotic, but less romantic, with a surer sense of practical values, more keenly attuned to self-preservation than to radical reform, which, they felt, was doomed to failure under Russian military might. Although we have no precise proof, Conrad may have left Poland before his 17th birthday as the sole way to avoid the irreconcilables of his background. He rejected, on one hand, the futility of an individual life which politics and religion could arbitrarily destroy, and, on the other, the romanticism which made patriots throw themselves against barricades manned by machine gunners. At a time when he strongly needed guidance, he noted only 2 kinds, the defeated, Apollo's way, or acquiescence, Uncle Deists. He felt no sense of preservation or renewal, or even support. Not that he was necessarily conscious of what he desired, but he was confronted by adult models with very different apperceptions and orders of intelligence from his own. Such lives were devoted almost completely to reliving the tragedies of the past, the death of relatives, of personal hopes, and of Poland. There was little room in which to live. For a young man of 16, they faced in the wrong direction. Later, in his reminiscences, Conrad tried to explain his desertion. The forbidden word had by now become both anathema and magnetic. Conrad had to pronounce it, but his explanation is somewhat ingenuous. For why should I, the son of a land which such men as these? Conrad's grand-uncle, Michael A.J. Bobrowski, who had served under Napoleon and then in the Polish army, have turned up their plowshares and, bedewed with their blood, undertake the pursuit of fantastic meals of salt, junk and hardtack upon the wide seas. On the kindest view it seems an unanswerable question. Alas! I have the conviction that there are men of unstained rectitude who are ready to murmur scornfully the word desertion, my italics. Thus the taste of innocent adventure may be made bitter to the palate. Conrad attempts to explain his role by saying that no final accounting of human behavior is possible, that the inexplicable enters into every explanation. No charge of faithfulness ought to be lightly uttered. The appearances of this perishable life are deceptive, like everything that falls under the judgment of our imperfect senses. Falling back here on a Cartesian separation of man from things, Conrad divides desire and will, mind and body, so that mind plays us funny tricks and deceives us about the nature of reality. There is only the inner voice, which one follows, and which, despite appearances to the contrary, may last through the events of an unrelated existence, following faithfully, to the traced way of an inexplicable impulse. Conrad asserts that the intimate al. 2-8 the Polish years, I8y carat. Lions of contradictions in human nature often makes love itself, where at times the desperate shape of betrayal. Proust could not have said it better. This is indeed an argument rich in potentialities, made all the more fertile by Conrad's own uncertainty whether he actually believed in it. Conrad moves from this to an intricate discussion of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, in which he tries to show that despite the Don's charm and exalted view of reality, he was not to be trusted, and that those who opposed him were not themselves wrong. In such matters, who really knows? If the Don deceives us, so does life. Don Quixote, Conrad says, had a very noble, very unselfish fantasy, fit for nothing except to raise the envy of baser mortals, and yet he, too, had his frailties. He wished to meet eye to eye the valorous giant Brandabarbaran, lord of Arabia, whose armor is made of the skin of a dragon, and whose shield, strapped to his arm, is the gate of a fortified city. O amiable and natural weakness! O blessed simplicity of a gentle heart without guile! Who would not succumb to such a consoling temptation? Still, it was a form of self-indulgence, and the ingenious hidalgo of La Mancha was not a good citizen. The priest and barber, who condemned his activities, were not unreasonable in their strictures. The Don rides forth, his head encircled by a halo, the patron saint of all lives spoiled or saved by the irresistible grace of imagination. But he was not a good citizen. From that, Conrad shifts to the summer of 1873, the year before he left Poland, when his tutor, Adam Pullman, called him an incorrigible, hopeless Don Quixote, adding, "That's what you are." If we understand Conrad correctly, he is explaining his alleged desertion by pointing to the inexplicability of human behavior, and, by inference, to his invulnerability to external criticism. And yet, Conrad never really believed this. He is offering a sophistic argument to maneuver around a point he has been unable to settle. He did believe in absolutes, and by no means threw his lot in with the philosophical relativists, or those who argued for halfway measures because they assumed that every form of behavior has its elements of truth. Rejecting the relativistic implications of Fraser's anthropology as much as he did Nietzsche's form of demonry, Conrad saw human behavior in terms of the individual's commitment to certain absolutes, certain givens, and if these fundamentals are breached, then such acts are self-destructive. In Lord Jim, Conrad probed this very deep-seated belief, the absolutism of commitment as apart from a world which advocates behavioral relativism. He has shifted the Don argument but retained its dimensions. Jim insists on the absolutism of his idea, and he destroys himself in honoring its terms. Whereas those outside him argue for forms of compromise, given the nature of an imperfect world. The process underlying the novel does not involve primarily Conrad's desertion of Poland, Polska, the Putna, the fatherland. Soundings 29. But is an exploration of the fundamentals of Uniton behavior as they had shaped themselves in his experience, that struggle between basics, which he felt were absolute and incontrovertible, and the shifting sense of reality, which demands compromise and revocability. Underneath it all were his unresolved feelings about Poland and Polish, his shift to England and English, and his fears that he might fail. When he left Poland, Conrad could not consciously know he had assimilated the details of his background as images, scenes, attitudes, even characters, which he would project, later, in his fiction. As he observed his father die by slow degrees, he had comparably to Proust's young Marcel entered a time sequence that was like a dream or a novel. The irreconcilables of his background became the irreconcilables of his fiction. He understood things which no English writer knew, for he had left a land whose heritage had no parallel elsewhere in Europe. Even France in defeat at Waterloo and after the Vienna Congress had not been betrayed in the same way as Poland. Truly, Poland, like Jesus, had been sacrificed on the cross, a political sacrifice. In a power ploy, a rook that served no further function. The Holy Alliance of the major powers, with the exception of England and Turkey, created a patina of religiosity in order to maintain a feudal stability. In attempting to roll back the French Revolution, the alliance crushed all democratic movements, gave authority to Russian rule over Poland, and ensured decades of insurrection, revolution, and rebellion. At the time England was preparing to pass the First Reform Bill, of 1832, Poland was reeling from the failures of its 1830-31 insurrection against Russian power, a country divided among Russia, Austria, and Prussia. For a writer, Conrad's preparation was unique. Generally, an author with a strong political background becomes a propagandist for one side or another. He becomes either progressive or reactionary, and his work reflects his ideology. Conrad, as we see him developing in the 1890s, eschewed ideology, hewed to a fierce skepticism and irony, and turned the activist politics of his forebears into larger metaphysical questions of being and becoming. He was interested in values, not movements, in questions of integrity and sincerity. Not belief, in attitudes of mind and spirit, not social or political commitments. He was more a Platonist than an Aristotelian, although he was an ideologue of neither camp. Conrad is often, incorrectly, seen as a reactionary or conservative, when in actuality his value system lay almost completely beyond political and social questions. His turn of mind was to conserve, but it was divided equally between conservation and the forces or elements that destroy. Conrad contained large amounts of Apoe-Korzeniowski's, Eva Brauska, Polish issues, but he was also a man with a cognitive spark of his own, so that background, however compelling and unique, will never explain his acts of imagination. Part of the reason those Polish critics cited at the beginning could never 30 the Polish years, I8 understand Conrad was that they tried to new the individual spark, the processes of imagination, as if all of a writer's behavior were to be attributed to conditioning or to allegiances made for him. Several allegiances were indeed made for Conrad, as we shall see, but there were also the ones he insisted upon for himself. He was, like Proteus, constantly reshaping himself. Although at great personal cost, In another respect, he was like Antaeus, seeking the right ground on which he could plant himself and gain his ultimate strength. He chose limitless areas for his accomplishment. To be a non-working member of the gentry, that is, to remain with his uncle Tadeus in Podolia, was to accept a fate set for him and to deny the inner spark. Precisely what drove Conrad from Russian Poland will never be disentangled. Whether it was to escape Russian military service or a past lit tiered with his father's failures, or a dim awareness of his fitness for other worlds, leave he did. What he escaped from, however, deserves further detailing. The story is a multilevel one of endless conflict and unceasing struggle for personal and national survival. The division of Polish political and social thought into appeasers, whites, and reds conveys only one small part of the intellectual and ideological background of Conrad's father. The reality was far more complicated. In one sense, Apollo Korzeniowski's provided a marvelous background for a son who could survive the experience of a broken home, a mother dead when he was 7, and a father drifting toward death. For the son who could transform the experience into an art form, the background had intense drama, and, as well, the sense of language and literature, endless words, an outpouring of verbiage. For Apollo was a literary man of some note. Not a great or memorable writer, he was, nevertheless, a published poet, dramatist, and translator. Like Joyce, who derived from an oral tradition of words and wordplay, Conrad came from a verbal background, in his instance, the written word**. For not only did Apollo write ceaselessly, also, Conrad's maternal uncle, TTS Bobrowski, wrote voluminously, his 2-volume memoirs appearing in 1900. Furthermore, after his father's death in 1869, Conrad was cared for by a number of guardians who wrote, were writers, or considered themselves authors. Words were not alien. Words, in fact, were interconnected with political and social activities. When not writing, Conrad's relatives were haranguing. Even so, an oral tradition derived from style, tone, and mannerisms of the speaker. The Russian skaz may have entered into the Polish equivalent of this was the ****. Conrad's imagination with Marlowe and is also based on an oral narrative. See note 4. Other first-person narrators. The skaz was a page 440. Free-flowing oral narrative dependent on the soundings 3-1. During his lifetime, Apollo was more famous a patriot and Polish nationalist than as a writer. After his death, he was more or less forgotten, only to be resurrected in the century as a writer who fitted Marxist patterns of the class struggle and sympathy for the lower classes. Born in 1820, one of 3 surviving sons of Peter Korzeniowski's and Julia Diakiewicz, Apollo before his marriage to Eva Bobrowska in 1856 wrote a cycle of poems called Purgatorial Cantos. The cycle, started just after the 1848 revolution, was a long lament for its failure, full of Apollo's apotheosis of the Polish nation and solidly in the romantic tradition of the 1830s poets, Mickiewicz, S.J. Kajicki, and especially Krasienicki. In a somewhat similar vein, Apollo wrote another cycle based on the Ukrainian peasants' revolt in 1855. His attack is on his own class, on the gentry nobility, for failing to recognize the rights of the peasants, all in keeping with his designation as a Red committed not only to the overthrow of Russian imperial power but to a complete reform of Polish social and economic life. Without holding any doctrinaire or consistent views, Apollo was an early Marxist, a Marxist without Marx, more startlingly, a revolutionary Hegelian. Yet he was also a member of his own class, as Tadeusz Bobrowski recognized in his memoirs. This split between one's social and economic opinions and the prerogatives of one's own class or achievement not only divided Apollo but apparently was part of Conrad's heritage. In his most strongly worded commentary on Poland and Polish fortunes, autocracy, and war, Conrad attacked the old monarchies not for their prerogatives but for their inability to change. The sin of the old European monarchies was not the absolutism in here and in every form of government, it was the inability to alter the forms of their legality, grown narrow and oppressive with the march of time. Every form of legality is bound to degenerate into oppression, and the legality in the forms of monarchical institutions sooner, perhaps, than any other. The revolutions of European states have never been in the nature of absolute protests en masse against the monarchical principle. They were the uprising of the people against the oppressive degeneration of legality. Conrad's statement here is a curious one from this man of 48 trying to work through his background and account for his father's position. After World War II, Jan Kot, among Tud Kot's attack in 1945 is, of course, rem. Others saw him as a Marxist primarily in Ascent of Madame Ordisco was in 1899, in Terrorist in the Class Struggle and then went on which message, not art and ideology, not to attack Conrad for lacking any coherence so craft, are the sole actualities of interest to the Chale philosophy. Conradian fidelity to one biographer is the extent to which the career's self, he wrote, is the fidelity of slaves, for of Apollo and Conrad intertwined during the slave is he who obeys the Lord when he latter's lifetime and then even a generation despises and cares only about his inner recti after his death. 32 The Polish years, I ate y. How close this argument is to Apollo's own, and yet how subtly it diverges. For the son by removing the label of revolutionary makes the father into an evolutionist or an ameliorist. Conrad reinterpreted his father's principles into those of an insurrectionist fighting against a foreign power, which is something quite different from a revolutionary in opposition to the social order. Apollo Korzeniowski's was no less complicated than his more illustrious son. About the time of his marriage, in 1856, Apollo apparently found poetry less accommodating to his advanced political opinions than drama, and he turned to writing plays. Part of his struggle as later Conrad's was to solve his own standing as a member of the gentry with his radical political and social ideas, which could only injure the status of the gentry. The Poles of the Ukraine were in a sense something special. Unlike the Russian Ukrainians, who were peasants, mainly illiterate, and Greek Catholic Orthodox, the Poles were noble and Roman Catholic. Among the latter, except for the peasants, there were few class distinctions, with the landowner, clerk, and town professional, lawyer, doctor, teacher, all considered part of the same social class. Although the Poles were under Russian rule, they were themselves a kind of ruling class, with a sharp sense of their distinction from the Russian masses. Both Apollo and his son had a distinct feeling for Polish superiority, identified themselves with the West, not with the Slavic race, and suggested on numerous occasions a racial superiority to the Russians and Pan-Slavs. Apollo's father, Peter, had himself been a typical nobleman. A resident of the Ukraine, he was a military man, a daredevil, a romantic. He had once felt that Napoleon would bring freedom to Poland after the final partition, and had identified himself with the fortunes of the French emperor. He served also in the Polish struggle against Austria, was decorated in the 1809 Battle of Razin, a Polish victory over Austria, and then joined Napoleon's army until 181 too fiercely individualistic and yet caught by Slavic fatalism. He later fought in the 1830 uprising, becoming a captain in 183 and died trying to join the 1863 insurrection in Warsaw. Typical of the Zlachsic or Conrad himself wrote to Edward Gartai hereditary estate adjoining the extensive net describing his paternal grandfather possessions of the family of Sobinsky. They, rather ironically, but sympathetically, are in the Almanach de Gotha. Apollo, not paternal grandfather Theodore N. Korsun, his father, administered that estate. Great Iosky served in the cavalry, decorated with friends and I fancy distant relations. The Cross of Virtudi Militari, a plain white, wrote a tragedy in 5 acts, verse, Pri. Enamel with a green wreath of laurel and vattily printed, and so extremely dull that no. These words in the center, something in the one was ever known to have read it through. I. Nature of BC attained the rank of captain in no I couldn't notwithstanding my family. 1830, 1831 when the Russo-Polish War OC pride and the general piety of my disposition occurred, after which the so-called Polish army, January 20, 1900, Garnett, pp. 165-66. Ceased to exist. 2v/ounds. Retired to Alit. Soundings. 3-3. Country nobleman, he was as strongly devoted to warfare as to his friends and relatives. When not fighting, he retired to the land to farm, paralleled later by Conrad's retirement to a writing career after 20 years at sea. According to contemporary stories, Peter was an autocrat at home. AP. Apparently his hopes for a more democratic Poland did not extend into his domestic situation. He tyrannized over his 3 sons and, at the same time, indulged them. A man of little formal education, he felt profound respect for Apollo when he went away to study Oriental languages at St. Petersburg University. When he was not fighting, Peter administered for the government the village of Korytna. One sees him as a combination of squire in the English tradition and a Dostoevsky father figure, even a Karamazov. In his memoirs, Tadeusz Bobrowski limbs with caustic both the type and the man. He was a utopian, and a teller of stories of that particular kind, which first lie to themselves, get to believe firmly their own lies, and then pass them on to others and quarrel with those who will not believe them. It goes without saying that he considered himself as a great politician and as a first-class patriot, for, without listening to common sense, he was always ready to saddle a horse and to chase the enemy out of the country. For himself he had a great respect, but for his sons he nourished a strong admiration, especially when he spoke of them to others. It was a habit with him, especially when he was angry, which happened very often, to treat them, not as grown-up people, but as small boys, calling them imbeciles, if nothing worse, treatment which they bore with the greatest respect, kissing the father's hands. The eldest of his 3 sons, Robert, was a gambler and a drunkard, who died in 1863, no longer very young, having contributed not a little to the decline of the family. The youngest, Hilary, was just the same utopian as his father, and not less sarcastic than his brother Apollo, but without the latter's good manness. Only my brother-in-law Apollo did not possess that passion for speculating which had dominated his father and his brothers. The drinking and gambling of 2 of the sons, the idealism of the third, the self-destructive tendencies of all 3, recall the Karamazovs, even to the hatred of the father implicit in their activities. Rather than destroy him, they destroyed themselves. Peter ran through his wife's dowry and, according to reports, dissipated whatever money he laid his hands on. Although never impoverished, Apollo was not wealthy and had to provide for himself by administering estates, as had his father. Conrad's tradition, then, was heavily landed, in one sense like George Eliot's background, although hers was of course more stable and free from political radicalism. At 20, Apollo left local schools and attended Petersburg University, where he may have mixed with Russian radicals, anarchists, and socialists, who sympathized with Poland's plight. In Under Western Eyes, Conrad reproduces the situation with Razumov and Halden, and it is easy to see. 34 T. He Polish years, is y is he. Halden as a prototypical Apollo Korsaniowski's the revolutionary young man, a replica of the writer's father, who is, in turn, betrayed by a conservative young man, Razumov Conrad, a traitor to the revolutionary role laid out for him. The entire situation has of course been transformed by Conrad's imagination, but we should not lose sight of how sensitively he probed this early material, covering his tracks, but coming very close to deep divisions within him, even to an imaginative recreation of parricide. While scorning Dostoevsky for his wildness and madness, Conrad approached Dostoevskian themes and Dostoevskian chaos, playing psychologically with the idea of the son turning the father into the authorities, gaining revenge to some extent for a childhood and heritage he both rejected and found attractive, an eating pal situation carefully disguised. After Razumov has betrayed Halden to the Russian authorities, he sees how much more attractive the young man is than the people to whom he has turned him in. Razumov has, truly, cut himself off from his past and even from his feelings, and is indeed the marginal man Conrad always sensed in himself. Apollo, unlike his son, had no such misgivings. At Petersburg, where he studied sporadically for 4 or 5 years, he worked on Oriental languages and law, but finished nothing and did not appear to gain any education for a future professional life. He evidently mastered several foreign languages, among them French and English, at least to read them, for he later translated from Dickens, de Vigny, Hugo, Shakespeare, and, possibly, Heine. It was somewhat after this time that Apollo started writing the poetry mentioned above and tried to combine several careers, as political radical, estate man, ager, and literary man. Once we note this combination, we can see that Conrad's own mixture of ordinary seaman, captain, and novelist is not so unusual. He was accustomed to several seemingly conflicting careers, numerous contrasting activities. Poetry, as we saw, did not sufficiently serve Apollo's purposes, because shortly before his marriage to Eva Bobrowska, he began his first dramatic work, in 1855, comedy, Commedia, a free adaptation of Griboyedov's The Misfortune of Being Clever. By this time, Apollo had formulated his literary credo, not a consistent one, but one with considerable overtones for the son, who was to start writing 40 years later. The writer, as part of his romantic stance, takes a position outside of materialistic society. He sees money, commerce, industry, and social rank as sources for his irony and vilification. The writer must himself suffer. Poetry is a form of personal stress. The poet, like Jesus, is readying himself to be crucified, or else he is undergoing a purgatorial existence. Such a view of the poet, which was paralleled by Conrad's view of himself as novelist, has its national image in Poland as the sacrificial lamb furred up by the West to placate the Russian wolf. The constant betrayal of Poland by the Western nations because of their fear of Russian might finds soundings 35. Its place in Apollo's sense of the poet's mission, ta caret suffer in purgatory until the betrayal of values and debasement of ideals cease. Such a stance, which fitted well with Apollo's sense of himself as poet and revolutionary, also dovetailed with his courtship of Eva, who returned his ardor but was not permitted to give her hand in marriage. Evelina or Eva Bobrowska was born in 1833, 13 years Apollo's June. Or, as Jesse George was to be 15 years Conrad's junior, into a large family, the fifth of the 7 children who survived. We do not know a great deal about her *, and what we do know derives mainly from her brother Tadeusz Bobrowski, who after her and Apollo's death became Conrad's guardian, friend, and benefactor. Tadeusz outlived Eva by 29 years, 3 of his other brothers and remaining sister by over 2 decades. All the heirs of the family, except for Kazimierz, died in their teens, 20s, or 30s. Conrad's stock was not particularly hardy on either side. The Bobrowskis, as all commentaries remind us, and as Tadeusz Bobrowski's memoirs insist, were practical people, very much aristocrats in the Polish gentry nobility sense. Eva's father, Joseph, firmly opposed the marriage of his daughter to Apollo for the latter's lack of practicality, for his laziness, and, probably, for his desire to be a literary man. At the time the couple met, in 1847, at Korytna near Lipowice, Apollo having already made the acquaintance of Tadeusz in school. Eva was only 15, Apollo 28. In his memoirs, Tadeusz attempted to see Apollo as Eva saw him. Of all the young men of the neighborhood there was only one whom I really liked, Apollo *CZ Korsaniowski's, as he used to sign his full name rather boastfully. In the countryside he had the reputation of being ugly, and of a sarcastic character. As a matter of fact, he was not beautiful, not even nice, but he had very charming expressive eyes, and his sarcastic character was only a matter of verbiage and society conventions, for I could never trace it in what he felt or did. Passionate in his feelings, expansive, and a sincere friend of everybody, but unpractical in his actions, and often even helpless, he was easily implacable in speech and writing, but only too indulgent, apparently in compensation, as I told him often. Writing in 1900, Conrad recalled her regret at my loss. Before I could appreciate family, and her, generally, there was an her, which only then I fully understood. 1. Traordinary sister cult in that family from of her brothers Thaddeus Tadeusz to which I profited when left an orphan at the whom I stand more in the relation of a son. Age often 11. And my mother certainly than of a nephew was a man of powerful was no ordinary woman. Her correspondence, intelligence and great force of character and with my father and with her brothers, which possessed an enormous influence in the three. In the year 1890 I have read and afterwards provinces, Ukraine, Volhynia, and Podolaya. Destroyed was a revelation to me. I shall never a most distinguished man, January 20th. Forget my delight, admiration, and unutterable Garnet, p. 166. 36 The Polish ears, is y is f. In everyday life, for he had a different measure for the little and simple ones and for the great of this world. He continues, with a certain degree of acerbity. In the salons he was very pleasant, his unusual appearance, his original ity and his gifts attracted the women. Everybody knows how much women are interested in anything out of the ordinary, and on the other hand, he pleased the men by the ease of his conversation and his politeness, by his traditional Polish attention for old people, and his tactfulness towards the young, for, as I said before, he was only violent and sarcastic, pen in hand, and ironical only when conversing with women, strictly within the limits of decency. Surely, what attracted Eva was that blend of idealism and ardor with a courteous and chivalrous manner, a kind of charm that carries all before it. In the 8-year interval before they were finally united, Apollo was introduced into many families as a possible suitor, and his future father-in-law had himself tried to find a fiancée for him. Apollo, however, persisted in his attention to Eva, and 5 years after Joseph Bobrowski's death in 1850 he followed the young lady to Terakov, where Eva's mother was staying with her brother Adolf Pilchowski, and became engaged, with the marriage following in Oratov on May 8, 1856, when Eva was 23 and Apollo 36. Apollo's son was to marry at 38. Tadeusz wrote about Eva glowingly. She was apparently the Madonna of the family, the sole surviving girl, after Teofila's death in 1851, in a family of boys, doted upon by Tadeusz and marked for a socially acceptable marriage. Tadeusz describes her as being a young lady of great intellect and sensitivity, caught between her great love for Apollo and her sense of obligation to her father. The situation is typical, like part of an Italian opera or a Russian novel. From Tadeusz's words, dissatisfied with herself, she could not give others that inner contentment which she lacked. We sense her frustration with the role cut out for her as a young woman in a noble family. Her disturbing recognition that no matter what she thought or believed, she could not turn it into action. Possibly this dissatisfaction resulted in her loyalty to Apollo both before and after marriage, because he was so unsuitable in terms of what the ideal suitor was supposed to be, because his views ran so counter to those of the Bobrowskis, and because he seemed so romantic, idealistic, and helpless. She refused to let her father separate them. Conrad's own description follows his, touched with despair. His aspect was distant uncle's, a man of great sensibilities, of exguished, his conversation very fascinating, his alt and dreamy temperament, with a tarry face in repose somber lighted all over when he, bleak gift of irony and of gloomy disposition, smiled. I remember him well. For the last 2, with all of strong religious feeling degenerating years of his life I lived alone with him, but after the loss of his wife into mysticism. Why go on? To Garnet, January 20, 1900. Soundings 37. Whatever the precise terms of the relationship, i.e. WA turns up repeatedly in her son's fiction, the Madonna figure greatly devoted to her husband, the woman whose own career is found only in marriage or in commitment to an ideal. We think of Mrs. Gould in Nostromo, or of Miss Halden in Under Western Eyes, both lacking the chance to move actively in the world and forced to live vicariously, whether through husband, brother, or fiancé. Clearly, Eva would have been unable to unite with Apollo until the other man in her life, her father, was dead. Duty was duty, roles were roles, and she blossomed only within the boundaries defined by the men in her family. Eva's defiance of the Bobrowski plans for her brought Apollo a woman he truly worshipped, and we know that after her death in 1865, at the age of 32, he kept her memory alive to the young Conrad. There is no question that Conrad, who was barely old enough to remember her, worshipped at her shrine with his father. Apollo's grief was real, his guilt profound, his sense of failure overwhelming. Conrad grew up in that atmosphere, learned to assimilate loneliness and disappointment, and plotted, apparently, his escape somewhere, anywhere. At the end of Part I of Under Western Eyes, Mikulin asks Razumov, after his betrayal of Halden, one of the most pertinent questions in all of Conrad's fiction. Where to, he asks ironically. The world is everywhere and nowhere, and we can speculate that the young Conrad, in his teens, an orphan at 11, had asked himself the same or a similar question. Chapter 2. Birth. Nce married, Apollo became a leaseholder in Zachinyake, where he also became an estate manager, although his real activities were literary and, later, political. After the Bobrowski estate of Oratov was sold, the dowry was paid, and Apollo and Eva leased the Rybchinka manor in the part of the Ukraine called Podolaya, near Berdychev. It was here that Conrad was born, on Dec. 3, 1857. Before this, Apollo had formed a lasting friendship with a neighbor named Stefan Buzachinsky, also a writer, and later a guardian of Conrad for a short time. After 3 years, Apollo, because of poor management, was forced to give up the Rybchinka manor, having lost the money he had invested in it. With a wife and an infant son, and having squandered Eva's dowry, Apollo threw himself into literary activity. With that incredible duplication, which we find in history, Conrad, once married, in 1896, and with an infant son, 1898, with no money and with many debts, also took up literary active ity as a form of salvation. His letters at this time define his anguished situation and somehow echo Apollo's plight, although the father, born to his situation, secure as a member of the gentry, writing in his native tongue, a familiar among familiars, may not have felt as Conrad did quite on the edge of a precipice. These are matters, however, of individual sensibility. The fact is that Conrad, even though in a strange land, and grappling with a strange language, was undergoing a transformational process such as his father also had undergone 40 years earlier. Even a mixture of languages, as just 3 months after his marriage, faded my very being seems faded and thin. With An Outcast of the Islands, his second HKE The Ghost of a Blonde and Sentimental novel, recently published, Conrad wrote to woman, haunting romantic ruins pervaded by Garnet. Other writers have some starting rats. I am exceedingly miserable. My task AP. Point. Something to catch hold of, at any appears to me as sensible as lifting the world. Rate they know something to begin with without that fulcrum which even at con. While I don't. I have had some impressions, seated as, Archimedes, admitted to be Nazis. Some sensations in my time, impressions June 19, 1896, Garnet, p. 59. And sensations of common things. And it's all. 38. Birth 39. We shall detail later, was involved, for Apollo entered into a period of translating from English and French, juggling 3 languages, as Conrad was also. To juggle English and French with his native Polish. We get some sense of Apollo's anguish on the eve of his marriage and fatherhood in a work already cited, his comedy, 1855, as important in his development as Youth and Heart of Darkness are in Conrad's. Comedy is based on a conflict in a young man, Henrik, between his idealism and revolutionary fervor and his attraction to the materialistic world, which comes in the shape of a rich, upper-middle-class young lady, not unlike Eva Browska. In the play, Henrik is without money, which was not quite Apollo's situation, but the play dramatizes opposites and Apollo needed polarities, idealism versus money, pennilessness versus idle living, radical politics versus conservative well-being. The girl's family plots to discredit Henrik, but their machinations are discovered, and the drama winds down toward its happy ending, the union of the 2 young people, when Henrik suddenly rejects her, she has proposed, and her world for his own. Although we do not know if Conrad read this particular work of his father's, we can see how its themes work in and out of the novelist's consciousness in his major period of work, from about 1899 to 1904. Although Conrad was a far less diagrammatic writer than his father, his major work, set so deeply in his Polish consciousness, repeats many of these ideas, and turns Henrik's idealism not into foolhardiness but into ironic commentary on a diseased, contaminated society. In Conrad's work, there are no outbursts at the state or at society as such, but there is ironic, near satirical criticism, all presented from the point of view of the individual as he enters the corruptive potential of society. One thinks of Kurtz, an idealist, a missionary, a man with humanitarian impulses. One can add Jim, also an idealist, a romantic, who attempts to impose his scheme on an intractable reality. One thinks chiefly of Nostromo, Decaud, Dr. Minningham. In trying to find more see sources for these novels and for these characters, we should never forget how deeply rooted their personal problems and outlooks are in Polish sensibility, how Conrad, in some subconscious cyclical way, was replaying Apollo's old themes. Conrad's distaste for money and for money matters, while, ironically, being forced constantly to think of money, also has its roots in his Polish heritage and in Apollo's work. In the years just after his marriage, Apollo wrote For the Sake of Money, DME/Figo Gracia, 1857-58, once again. Based on the character Henrik. He is now 10 years older and, like Nos. Tromo after he decides to get rich slowly, has been corrupted by the society he still disdains. Full of his own self-hatred, conscious of his compromises with the society he denigrates, aware of the remnants of his former idealism and high promise, Henrik sinks into irony as a defense against self-knowledge. We see Apollo moving closer and closer to a Chekhovian view of so 40 the Polish years, 18-7-1874. CD, and we recognize how a novel like Nostromo, although mounted on a panoramic scale, has a comparable Chekhovian substructure implicit in it. Poland itself was moving closer to another confrontation with Russia, one of the periodic insurrections which led at first to Polish hopes of renewal and which resulted, finally, in a show of Russian strength and in Polish decimation. The events now were leading toward the 1863 Warsaw insurrection, and to Apollo's seizure in 1861 as an undesirable radical and his subsequent exile, along with Eva and the young Conrad, not yet 4 years old. At this time, in the late 1850s, as Apollo wrote messianic but seditious works in which Poland is compared to Jesus being sacrificed on the cross and Russia is the Christ-killer, political ferment against the invader was moving toward another showdown. The 1863 insurrection, in whose early stages Apollo's fortunes were doomed, was an outgrowth of the unsuccessful insurrection of 1830, and that, in turn, grew out of Polish hopes dashed by the Congress of Vienna. After the Third Partition in 1795, Russia owned about 45% of Polish territory, Prussia 23%, and Austria 32%, with each territory containing its own political, constitutional, and economic regimes. School indoctrination differed, As did language, there was already that mixing of languages which we associate with Apollo as a translator and with Conrad as a novelist. For a short time, in 1805 and 1807, Polish soldiers wrested what was called the Duchy of Warsaw out of the conquered territory, as a result of Napoleon's conquest of Prussia. Poland tied its fortunes to Napoleon and had hoped for its restoration as a nation. The duchy was itself about a fifth of Poland's pre-partition territory, with a little more than a third of the population. When Napoleon moved against Russia in 1812, Poland's hopes reached their highest point since the final partition, only to be frustrated completely when Russia destroyed the French army corps. Poles, including Conrad's grand uncle Michael MJ, fought loyally alongside Napoleon in the 181 3-14 campaign, under the leadership of Prince Józef Antoni Poniatowski, who died during Napoleon's retreat from Leipzig. While these events seem distant, they entered into the consciousness of every Pole, appeaser, white or red, and became wedded to Conrad's life, as if a genetic inheritance. Wherever he went or whatever he did, the events of Central Europe were part of him. Russia occupied the duchy, and Poland was readying itself for what we call now guerrilla warfare. At first, it seemed as though Russia would be favorable to Polish aspirations for the emperor. Alexander I had had a long friendship with the eminent Polish noble prince Adam Jerzy Czartoryski. The Congress of Vienna, however, treated Poland not as a sovereign nation but as a piece of territory to be carved up along with other land masses, apart from national aim, language, or unity of purpose. One of the spoils for the victors, Poland was divided. Krakow and a small berth 41 surrounding territory only were made a free republic. A vast borderland territory, stretching from Lithuania and Belorussia to the Ukraine, was incorporated into Russia, and a part of central Poland, about 1/6 of the original country, became known as the Congress Kingdom, under the rule of the Russian Emperor, who was also the King of Poland. In effect, except for the Krakow area, Poland was under the three powers, with Russia the major enemy by far. Under Alexander I, certain promises were made: freedom of the press, freedom to practice Roman Catholicism as the state religion, use of the Polish language in the law courts, right of employment in the civil government, and the like. But even this movement toward an opening of certain freedoms could not mitigate the fact that the King of Poland was the Emperor of Russia, albeit a relatively lenient emperor. As long as Alexander was alive, Polish patriotic ardor remained quiescent, surfacing only in small-scale periodic outbursts. Large or organized insurrections did not occur, although students and young army officers were preparing themselves for some outbreak against the oppressor. Polish hatred of Russia and things Russian, despite many who wished appeasement, was high, even though the presence of Alexander tamped down potential violence. Nevertheless, the young Apollo was to hear of imprisonment of dissidents, deportation, and exile of students, including the poet Adam Mickiewicz. After Alexander's death in 1825, Polish hatred centered on the new Tsar Nicholas I, including a plot to assassinate him at his coronation in Warsaw in 1829. Meanwhile, in the rest of Europe, 1830 was an ominous year. A revolution in France in July, the revolt of Belgium, the gradual undoing of the artificial peace enforced by the reactionary Congress of Vienna. On November 29, 1830, young Polish army officers at the training school rose up and were swiftly joined by army regiments and large numbers of the civilian population. When Constantine, the imperial lieutenant, failed to take action, the outbreak grew, including Dieter Korzeniowski's as well as all of Poland's major political leaders, and Poland raised an army of close to 80,000 men. The outbreak became a war of Christian Poland against the barbaric Russia, and lasted for 8 months, from January to September 1831. Once Russia decided to fight, the inevitable defeat of Poland was apparent, and yet part of the reason for the defeat was not only Russian force in the field. The Polish elements were themselves divided, not the least over the question whether the insurrection against Russia was also a social and political revolution. Gentry and nobility, the background of Korzeniowski's and Bobrowski's, and ultimately of Conrad, were set against peasant claims. Only the common Russian enemy held the forces together, for they were rent with internal dissensions of their own. Although the insurrection had been part of the Polish messianic mission, its sense of itself as the savior of the free world, this same romanticism led to poor organization, inefficient 42 the Polish years, I8y, and inept generals, lack of coherent leadership, and considerable privilege for the ruling classes. The suppression of the insurrection led to a much broader repression of Polish activities. Russia set out to destroy Polish-style education and the Polish language. Poland was, in a real sense, to be effaced. Whatever constitutional guarantees were held out to Poland to stop, as well as good publicity for the Russians, were illusory. The universities of Warsaw and Wilno were closed, and Polish university students such as Apollo Korzeniowski's were forced to attend St. Petersburg or Kiev. Russian influence, or Russian hopes for extended influence, became all-pervasive. Censorship, restrictions against Roman Catholics, dispersion of Polish soldiers into the Russian army. One possible reason Conrad left Poland was to avoid service in the Russian military enforcement of the Russian language in the legal system. All of these followed the 1830-31 defeat. Polish exiles abroad numbered in the thousands. Yet, inevitably, the Russians, while thinking they had pulled the claws of the Polish beast, only intensified Polish nationalism. As Russia oppressed her longtime enemy, Poland prepared for another round of insurrections, if Not outright war. During the Crimean War, with Russia occupied within Gland and Turkey, Polish hopes rose again. Apollo was himself stirred to action, now 33 and at the middle of a career that had so far gone nowhere, and advocated a revolt, going as far as to suggest to Tadeusz Bobrowski that he, too, should join the conspiratorial forces. Tadeusz, a typical Bobrowski and, therefore, a conciliator, urged that Polish landowners make concessions to the peasants in the form of land grants and thus win them over to Polish nationalism. Tadeusz argued tactics, long-range planning, amelioration, whereas Conrad's father, romantic and idealistic, stressed visible results, and had no time or energy for the long pull in which progress is measured at a snail's pace. Tadeusz, however, cautioned the hotheads to sit back and wait for Poland to recover slowly, build anew, and challenge Russia everywhere, except on the battlefield. If we look ahead, Conrad was himself to become a subtle blend of both types. The biography of every great writer, we comprehension. We can only, asymptotic. Must stress, is the story of details, patterns, lines, approach closer and ever closer, hope, rhythms, and styles which dovetail, as well as fully clarifying. Psychohistorical studies, val. Traces, intimations, memories, and glimpses viewable as they may be, must be aware of the which do not blend. The artist can never AP approximation of their tactics, their failure to appear completely clear, that connection be reveal what we really want to know. To pin between the man who experienced a particular point Krakow, Poland, Korsaniowski's, milieu and the same man sitting at his desk Browski's, and the rest is not to explain. Before an empty sheet of paper is elusive. The Conrad. Unlike the connections made physio. Very nature of literary activity wherein in logically and biologically, true synapses in tense imagination is at work mitigates against ography is unattainable. Birth. 43. The hopes for Polish independence during the Crimean War did not go far, although peasants of Podowa and the Ukraine did rise up. According to his friend Buzyczynski, Apollo rushed there to organize the uprising. But, once again, Poland was hardly foremost in the minds of the European powers, and its fortunes became marginal to more important matters in the Treaty of Paris. The peasants themselves had remained unsupported by the nobility, except for extremists like Apollo, with the result that the typical schisms reappeared, divisiveness and foreign indifference settled Poland's fate. Conrad's comments to Garnett some 50 years later on Poland's role as a loser give us some of the context in which his creative imagination was to work. You remember always that I am a Slav, it's your idée fixe, but you seem to forget that I am a Pole. You forget that we have been used to go to battle without illusions. It's you Britishers that go in to win only. We have been going in these last 100 years repeatedly, to be knocked on the head only as was visible to any calm intellect. But you have been learning your history from Russians no doubt. The new Russian Tsar, Alexander II, tried to follow a policy of greater leniency, allowing exiles to return from abroad, lightening rules for the legal system, the University of Warsaw, and the Church. Attempts were clearly being made to reach the Polish gentry. An academy of medicine was established, as well as an agricultural society. But the radicals, chiefly the young, rightly saw that Russian relaxation was merely the means for more effective long-range control. Relaxation was a calculated policy that could contribute only to further Polish subservience, and Apollo was in the forefront of those who used public occasion state ceremonies, awards, burials, and their like to demonstrate against Russian control. Increasingly, such public ceremonies became the backdrop for patriotic demonstrations and expressions of loyalty to a divided, Russified Poland. While Apollo was active in clandestine plotting in Zhytomyr * in the Ukraine, events were reaching a serious stage in Warsaw, where various underground groups were seeking a focus for their opposition to Russia. Such an event came in the form of the funeral of Madame Sowiariska, the widow of a much honored Polish general who, in the 1830 insurrection, had died in the defense of Warsaw. Her funeral became the occasion of a mass demonstration ideologically the perfect event for Polish radicals, who had never lost sight of the 1830 insurrection. Warsaw now developed into the focal point for radical AC. Where he worked as a journalist and secretary of a publishing firm from mid-1859 to May of 1886 when he left for Warsaw. 44 T-H Polish years, is Y is E activities, and large groups of incendiary youths and patriots moved into the city, each vying with the other to establish its radicalism. On February 27, 1861, the fateful year that Apollo was to leave the Ukraine for Warsaw and seal the fortunes not only of himself but of Eva and Conrad, a large demonstration was held as a sign of anti-Russian feeling. And jittery Russian troops charged, killing at least 5 people. The Polish radicals had their own Peterloo massacre. Petitions led to certain reforms, satisfying the whites, but the reds were unbending. They smelled blood, but it was to be mainly their own. In May of 1861, Apollo went to Warsaw under cover of founding a new literary monthly on the order of the Revue du Monde, to be called the Fortnightly Dwugodnik, although his real mission was clandestine political work, intended to foment an insurrection against Russia. What was to surface in 1863 as another abortive attempt. Eva and Conrad * stayed behind in Zhytomyr, and Eva wrote long letters about herself, the child, and local political matters, letters, incidentally, which were later used against Apollo at his trial. We also have the first letter by Conrad, his hand guided by Eva. May 23, 1861. Daddy. I am fine here in Tarakoa. I run about the garden but I don't like it much when the mosquitoes bite. As soon as the rain stops I will come to you. Alyatek has sent me a beautiful little whip. Please daddy dear lend me a few pennies and buy something for Alyatek in Warsaw. Have you been to see the Sposia, a crucifix or effigy of God, which? Sick granny. Conrad. When Apollo arrived in Warsaw, dressed in peasant costume, a kind of 1860s Tolstoyan figure, he provided leadership for the revolutionary cadres and became a marked man for the Russian authorities. Already known as a writer, somewhat older than the students with whom he associated, and for vent in his desire to see the insurrection benefit the peasants as well as the nation, Apollo was in his element. Although the Russian peasants were nominally freed in 1861, by proclamation of Alexander II, nevertheless their economic situation and that of their Polish counterparts remained on. By then, Conrad had been baptized in love, without fatherland, without human. The Roman Catholic Church in Zhytomyr, Gity as long as Poland, our mother is in Timur, just north of his birthplace. This slaved Poland as a great mother, with its event Apollo commemorated in a bitter poem, Implication of Madonna Worship, would con itself intertwined with Mariolatry and Mastinu into the years of Apollo's decline, so. Cyanic fervor, my child, my son, if the enemy that the young Conrad came under quite a calls you a nobleman and a Christian, tell mixed influence country, mother, and really yourself that you are a pagan and that your just mysticism, all devotedly worshipped by nobility, is rot. My child, my son, tell a grieving, ailing, frustrated father yourself that you are without land, without birth. 45. Changed, and their future fate was a passionate isulk. As a member of the No. Bayudi, Apollo with his fervor for peasant reform hoped to influence the course of the rebellion. We note how much of him reappears in Halden, in Under Western Eyes, while Razumov, the bastard son of a prince, argues for evolution, the attitude of the whites and appeasers. Apollo helped lead the demonstration on August 12, the anniversary of the Union of Poland and Lithuania, and tried to impede the vote in the September 23 municipal elections. Despite the incendiary nature of these activities and their goal of rebellion, they were still within the legal framework. Russian tolerance of civil disobedience was surprisingly broad, although Alexander's policy of leniency was, of course, aimed at winning over the gen. Try to Russia's side. In many ways, he succeeded, since both appeasers and whites among Poles suggested a more orderly form of opposition, or no opposition at all. Apollo had no intention of surrendering his commanding role, nor did he give up his plan for Ava and Conrad to join him in Warsaw. He found rooms for them at 45 Nowy a main avenue, and they joined him in the fall. Probably in early October. Their arrival in Warsaw coincided with Apollo's efforts to initiate a secret city committee, formed on October 17, which was later, after he was imprisoned, to become the National Central Committee, the chief insurrectionist group that supplied cadres for Polish opposition to Russia. Only 4 days later, on October 21, and only a few weeks after the arrival of his wife and son, Apollo was arrested and imprisoned in the citadel. In a sense, this fate, which was literally to be the doom of Ava as well as of her husband, and almost of the young child, brought Apollo full circle. All his activities, from his birth as the son of the patriotic teeter, his ideological association with the 1830s romantic poets, his own early idealistic writings, brought him to this pass. In his imagination, he was not unlike Byron dying at Missolonghi or Shelley throwing himself, in his mind, on the barricades. As his brother-in-law Tadeusz suspected, Apollo sought martyrdom, as a result of both strength and weakness. He needed to soar so as to hide his lack of concentration, his inability to stick. While his courage and fervor were commendable, the waste of human effort and the individual life was deplorable. When Conrad later explored the most intimate of father-son relationships in his work, in the interplay between Axel and the older Heist in Victory, he noted the ironic ambiguities of the relationship, portraying the father as if he were Apollo after his fall, who, having finally seen the futility of all action, cautioned silence, cunning, and withdrawal. His advice to Axel is almost dead Alice to Icarus, and yet it is also an ironic depiction of Apollo, since Conrad moved in and out of his depressing hopelessness without conveying the courage and spirit of the original. By turning the relationship into an ironic and a 46 the Polish years, I8Y. Paradoxical one, Conrad relived the situation, probably in the only way he could handle it and survive its irresolvable conflicts. Along with Ava, co-accused at the military tribunal, Apollo was charged with a broad range of crimes. As the Permanent Investigation Commission indicated, he was far more deeply implicated in underground activities than Conrad's early biographer and friend, Gerard Jean Aubry, revealed. The latter, in fact, played down Apollo's conspiratorial actions, making him into an upstart rather than a serious revolutionary, a softened attitude he Bly gathered from Conrad himself. Jocelyn Baines, in his biography of Conrad, draws up the list of charges. 1. Organizing a secret committee with the name of Miros J. Oski's Reds, which was to oppose the elections to the Warsaw Municipal Council. 2. Having caused, with others, the disturbances in Miodowa Street and in Weddell's Cake and Cough EE shop. 3. Being author of the demand that Lithuania be united with Central Poland and of the pamphlet entitled Narraji Baksnoskal, Nation. Attention. 4. Organizing in Zhytomyr a requiem mass for those killed during the Warsaw demonstrations in 1861. That Ava, although probably not imprisoned with Apollo at this time, stood as co-accused indicates she had changed completely from her Browska upbringing to Apollo's red nationalism. There is no reason to believe that she did so simply because of loyalty to her husband. She appears to have shared his fervor for causes, although Conrad later seemed to cast her in the guise of his female characters in the role of a martyr not to political causes but to an idealistic husband. Ava's health had never been robust and the activities leading up to the family's expulsion from Warsaw on May 8, 1862, were not calculated to improve her condition. Further, Apollo was not treated for scurvy and rheumatism while in prison, and his health began to deteriorate. Matters of poor health, of waning energies, of constant illness, these seem to have become part of Conrad's early memories. Not only did he share his parents' exile, he must have shared in that daily expression of ailments and dispiritedness that marks a life no longer worth living. Psychologically, the effect was profound. Whether induced or otherwise, he entered into a life for himself that took place in many essentials the domestic situation of his early years: illness, dependency, morbidity, parent-son, child, relationships contingent upon a son, catering to an indisposed, almost dying father. Consider, for example, the following. During the writing of Under Western Eyes in 1908 titled Razumov in manuscript, Conrad wrote to John Galsworthy about his protagonist and then about his own son, Boris, now 10 years old. He outlines what will be birth. 47. The first version of the novel, one he ultimately discarded, in which after R.A. Zumov's betrayal of Halden, he meets the latter's mother and sister, and Rise the sister. They have a child, and when the child resembles the late Halden, Razumov confesses to her his role in the betrayal. This series of events leads to the death, apparently, of most of the principals. Conrad moves in and out of a family romance. Razumov's wish for a stable family life, his withdrawal from it, his betrayal of some of its elements, then a confessional role to placate his destructive feelings of guilt. In the same letter, he speaks of the recently published Secret Agents also. An ambiguous statement about family life, in which the father figure here, a man idolized by his ill brother-in-law, sacrifices the boy for his political ends. The parallels here are not only striking from a psychological point of view, they are sensationally revealing. For the scenario of family events depicted in the two novels consists of objective scenes or actings out of deeply personal matters rooted in Conrad's Polish experience. They are in their intensity and recurrence almost archetypal. This becomes even clearer as we continue in the same letter. Conrad moves to a discussion of his disastrous financial situation and then to a portrait of Boris in his son's role in the Conrad Korzeniowski's household. He has not a very lively time. He plays the part of the devoted son to me, coming in several times a day to see whether he can do something for me, for I am very crippled and once anchored before the table cannot budge very well. We have, in this sentence alone, Conrad's three lives, the duplication of the Polish experience, his own career as a writer now 51 years older than Apollo at his death, and the sea career implicit in his use of the phrase anchored before the table. Conrad follows with a veritable litany of illnesses: his gout, fevers, chills, neuralgia, Boris's ailments, rheumatic fever, general fevers, those of John, a 2-year-old, bronchitis, fevers, coughs, and, finally, Jesse's AFL addictions, damaged knees, crippled condition, chronic heart ailment. The Conrad house, as described in letters of this and other periods, is a hospital. Doctors T. Beebe, Hackney, McIntosh, later Fox and Jones are principal characters and reappear in Conrad's COR respondents almost as often as do writers. This duplication of the young Conrad's domestic situation while the family was in exile, leading to his mother's death in 1865, and then, in Krakow, to his father's in 1869, is more than coincidental. Conrad's psychological expectations were set during this time. He had discovered a frame of reference in which illness created a number of responses and fulfilled a variety of needs, not the least of which was its utilization as an attention-getting device. His own illnesses at this time, as we shall see, created intense concern, with every guardian, whether male or female, turned into a mother. While the ailments were, in many instances, quite real physically, their other dimension was functional and, ultimately, more significant. When Conrad later found Jessie, 48 the Polish years, is at term, or nursing a small infant, his own illnesses proliferated. He needed her as nurse as much as did the newly born infant. So, too, Apollo after Ava's death, through sickness, remained a focus of attention, even though he had failed in his primary aim, to lead successfully the Polish insurrection. The young Conrad's presence at illness and deathbed served, however, more than a psychological function and led to more than his later duplication of the atmosphere. Like Proust, whose use of memory involved an infinity of duplications and overlappings, the young Conrad also formed certain resolutions based on memory. Even as he assimilated an illness syndrome as a way of surviving his psychic wounds, he also resolved, albeit the form remained subconscious, to create a life for himself diametrically different from his father's. Although we cannot assemble contemporary evidence for this resolution, we have the evidence of Conrad's creative life and the domestic situations he depicted. In most of these, where there are children, daughters as well as sons, the father, and not the mother, is a figure of death, decay, dying. He must be honored, perhaps, but opposed. His advice, even his way of life, is anathema. To survive, one must resolve to be different. And, ultimately, to defy him. Furthermore, the political atmosphere of Conrad's novels, except for his lifelong detestation of Russia, whether the Tsars or post-revolutionary, is a denial of Apollo's political exertions. Idealism and romanticism, although sporadically attractive, are destructive. In Lord Jim, Conrad's first fully wrought novel, the romanticism of the young man leads from disaster to disaster. It is indeed self-destroying. Conrad's early letters to Cunningham Graham, the Scots idealist and radical member of the landed gentry, outline a skepticism basic to his opposition to Apollo's activities and ideology. Conrad was apparently addressing the spirit of Apollo. You with your ideals of sincerity, courage, and truth are strangely out of place in this epoch of material preoccupations. What does it bring? What's the profit? What do we get by it? These questions are at the root of every moral, intellectual, or political movement. Into the noblest causes, men manage to put something of their baseness, and sometimes when I think of you, the polish capitalized you here, quietly you seem to be tragic with your courage, with your beliefs and your hopes. Later, in the same letter. Not that I think mankind intrinsically bad. It is only silly and cowardly. Now you know that in cowardice is every evil, especially that cruelty so characteristic of our civilization, but without it mankind would vanish. No matter truly. But will you persuade humanity to throw away sword and shield? In a related sense, Conrad later saw Apollo's idealism as only a form of ego. Birth 49. In a dispassionate view, the ardor for reform, to improvement, for virtue, for knowledge, and even for beauty is only a vain sticking up for appearances, as though one were anxious about the cut of one's clothes in a community of blind men. Life knows us not, and we do not know life. We don't know even our own thoughts. Half the words we use have no meaning whatever, and of the other half each man understands each word after the fashion of his own folly and conceit. We note how Conrad feels attracted to idealism and yet has cast it in such ironic terms that in an imperfect world it can only destroy man. This is a devastating rejection of Apollo's life and achievement. Conrad's father was a word man as well as a political activist. Poet, playwright, translator. Words were his medium of expression, and even as an activist, he exhorted and pleaded. He was not a dynamiter, or an assassin. Yet even the words of this word man were tainted by ego, and words deceive and undermine sense. They can achieve little. Fated by his unique background, Conrad sought the interstices, to break free. The young Conrad's double resolution, as it were, can be paralleled by another father-son relationship that occurred historically only slightly later. Erik Erikson writes about Gandhi, whose career and resolutions were of course quite different from Conrad's, but whose relationship to his father involved duplication of the older man, service to him, with rejection of his way of life, asceticism, celibacy, anti-materialism. Erikson is concerned with how a gifted and imaginative person manages the complexes which constrict other men. As Conrad is about to go into exile with his parents, we must ask why he was not completely shackled as a youth by the contradictory evidence offered by his father's life. That is, confronted at such an early age by illness, futility of activity, lack of mastery, waste, death itself, faced by such seemingly irresolvable conflicts, how did the young child manage to find a course that did not duplicate the futility? Where did the young Conrad gain the resolution to start two successive careers, each of them stretching to in his interpretation of Shakespeare, in The Shaper of Man's Destiny, and then mock an article in the Bibliotheca Warszawska, ing it all because he could not break free of 1868, Volume 2, which came in his final years, the dreadful, Kierkegaardian implications. Apollo summed up his own ideology along morphed the Polish heritage of Joseph Kahn. With his view of Shakespeare's Principles of Rad, pages 36 ff, notes Conrad's use of the dramatic art, man fires, but God carries the phrase in Caspar Ruiz, man discharges. Bullet. This is a defeatist view of life, giving the peace, but God carries the bullet. A pole. Man a limited free will, and then resigning the ish version of home propose, due dis. Complexity to God's will. It is more the fight pose, but he misinterprets Conrad's context. Philosophy of a Pole resigned to his fate than it is while mocking his father's piety, Conrad AC. The basis of Shakespeare's art, but it did allow acquiesce to the force of it, noting the attract Apollo an outlet for his morbid irony. We will tibness of giving in even while defying fate. See later how Conrad moved in and out of such ambiguities became the givens of this, substituting Darwinian determinism for Conrad's personal philosophy and creative God's will, offering an implacable nature as art. 50 The Polish years, I ate y. Finity, and each incredibly difficult given the nature of his personal meant at the point of initiation. P. Rickson says that Freud is not instructive here because he primarily described the conscience which inactivates ordinary people, and neglected to ask aloud what permits great men to step out of line. Yet in a patriarchal era, P. Ickson writes, a son with a sense of his own greatness has an early corollary that a parent must be redeemed by the superior character of the child. Each time Conrad faced his father's situation, the slow sinking into helplessness, the religious manias, the fervent worship of the dead wife, the Mariolatry of her memory, all of these encounters had a dual function, revulsion and strengthening of his resolution. We teeter here on the edge of experiences which can be destructive in one person, in which the victim feels cursed and guilty, and which can lead to a set of dangerous and pathogenic developments in later life, and which in another person can be supportive of inner resolutions. At this point, we can only agree with Erikson's estimation of the young Gandhi. It is, in fact, rather probable that a highly uncommon man experienced Ince's filial conflict with such mortal intensity just because he already senses in himself early in childhood some kind of originality that seems to point beyond competition with the personal father. Erikson then states the position with a cogency that fits Conrad's early career as he repeatedly stumbled in seeking the right course for himself. Thus he grows up almost with an obligation, beset with guilt, to surpass and to create at all cost. In adolescence this may prolong his identity confusion because he must find the one way in which he, and he alone, can reenact the past and create a new future in the right medium at the right moment on a sufficiently large scale. Such a prolonged crisis which can be so dismaying to those near him, as to Conrad's uncle Tadeusz, is a necessary preparation for him until he senses he is ready, and then, having sorted out what he will accept and what reject, what he is able to assimilate and what he must eschew, he can utilize his past. Conrad's later sea career, first with French ships and then with English, provided that prolonged period of adjustment. He identified with large asterisk in his life history and the historical meant of adult commitment. And, it is the moment, Erikson's refinement of the same pendant on the past for the resource of strong point makes it even more applicable to identifications made in childhood, while it Conrad, psychosocial factors can relies on new models encountered in youth. Long the crisis, painfully, but not necessarily and depends for its conclusion on workable. Unduly, where a person's idiosyncratic gifts roles overflow aired in young adulthood. In fact, each demand a prolonged search for a correspond subsequent state of adulthood must contribution. In ideological and occupational setting, or to its preservation and renewal, p. 19. Where historical change forces a postpone birth. 51. Elements Spanish political rightism as well as English nationalism, but he was in reality preparing himself through what Erikson calls a premature generativity crisis for his real role, his life's work. Conrad was in his mid-30s, as was Gandhi, before the new energies were tapped. Apollo's case before the military tribunal was foredoomed. He refused to admit the charges, and the judges were ready to sentence him as a politically dangerous person regardless of the evidence. The evidence was, nevertheless, overwhelming, having been accumulated over a 6-month period by a meeting commission which left no doubt about Apollo's anti-Russian activity. Ties, some of which, incidentally, were not uncovered. Buzyczynski, Apollo's friend and possibly an unreliable reporter of the events, says that the trial proceeded as if the outcome were implied in the indictment. According to him, the judges stopped the reading of the lengthy indictment before the end, and requested Apollo's signature. He agreed to sign where the reading had ended, and so he did. Along with Ava, Apollo was sentenced to exile in Vologda, a relatively mild Russian area. Leniency perhaps resulted from the fact that a former friend and colleague of Stanisław M.W. Bobrowski, Apollo's late brother-in-law, in the Grodno Hussars, one Colonel Rosnow, was the presiding judge of the tribunal. Apollo could have been sentenced to remote areas of Siberia, where his death would have been guaranteed. As it was, if his health held out, he could still look forward to several years of activity after his return. On May 8, 1862, when the Korsaniowskis left for exile, Apollo was 42, Ava 29, Conrad 4. Originally, Apollo had asked to be sent to Perm, about 800 miles west of Moscow, for he knew the governor there, but the latter, Lashkarev, a former schoolmate, rejected such a compromising situation, and the Korsaniowskis were turned back short of Perm and sent on to Vologda, only 250 miles northwest of Moscow. The chronicle of their exile now becomes a tale of illness, breakdown, and, finally, death. First, Conrad fell ill almost dying, apparently of pneumonia even before the party reached Vologda. And they stopped just outside Moscow. The Korsaniowskis refused to travel any further with the dying child, and Apollo, drawing on his wide circle of acquaintances, sent for Dr. M. Ojanowski of the University of Moscow. He treated Conrad successfully, and the party was forced to continue. Apollo, in a letter to his cousins, the Zagorskis, points out how indifferent the guards and escorts were to the life or death of the child. Naturally I protest against leaving, particularly as the doctor says openly that the child may die if we do so. My passive resistance postpones. According to Cheskomivosh, the ill, Apollo and Korsaniowskis, Joseph Conrad's ness was meningitis, but he gives no source. Father, Mosaic, 6/4, 135. 52 The Polish years, I ate y. The departure but causes my guard to refer to the local authorities. The civilized oracle, after hearing the report, pronounces that we have to go at once as children are born to die. Under such duress, the exiles departed. Although Conrad does not appear in later life to have remembered this episode, he was only 4½, and it may have been beyond his conscious memory. Surely the sequence and the next stage of the journey, when Ava almost died, became part of the routine conversation as he grew older. Almost certainly, after Ava's death, when Conrad lived alone with his father, their conversations as they occasionally broke the silence must have been of such moments of horror, recriminations, memories stained by inferno-like images and scenes. Conrad's lifelong attempt to create order out of chaos, through sheer force of personal effort, first on board ship and then at his writing desk, may have been his way of containing these images of terror and chaos. Whatever the precise motivation, as a novelist of silences he discovered ways of controlling excess. When we seek analogies in Conrad's fiction, we think of Flora de Barrel and her father in Chance, S.L. daughter, not a son, with a father so intent on his own destiny he has no interest in her or her existence. Apollo was far kinder, more considerate, but the silences must have been deafening, as they were between Flora and the barrel. In fact, if we recall child-parent relationships in Conrad's work, we recognize how conversation, lacking continuity or relevance for the child, seems to come out of a vacuum or a desert. We are here, almost in Dickens' country, and perhaps beyond it, for in Conrad there is little belief in human benevolence. The child is truly Isaac without the staying of Abraham's hand. Even without conscious memories of that trek from Warsaw, Conrad reproduced imaginatively the length of days, weeks, and years in tiptoeing silence while parents, and then father alone, were intent on their own destinies. As they approached Nizhny Novgorod, Ava was so weakened that Apollo tried to force the escort to halt. Only when a passing officer spotted her condition and notified the local officials was the party allowed to stop, and this when it was discovered she was a Bobrowska, sister of Stanis. Once again, the gentry status of the Korsaniowskis saved them. Had they been peasants or people without connections, they would have perished. Although, in chance, Conrad suggests that Flora with a force capable of shattering that very has escaped permanent damage because she conception itself. It was only because the girl was too young to understand the disruption. Being still so much of a child, she got over it. And discontinuity of her life with her father. Could one conceive of her more mature, while when a small child lives, plays and suffers in still as ignorant as she was, one must conclude, terms of its conception of its own existence, that she would have become an idiot on the imagine, if you can, a fact coming in suddenly. Spot, p. 117. Birth 53. Conrad in later life never distinguished between Tsarist and Communist Russia. In the former, there remained even toward Polish insurrection is to regard based on class and status that transcended the political situation. With Ava ministered to so that she could travel, the party continued to Vologda, which had a typically Arctic climate. Apollo spoke of it as having two seasons, a white winter and a green winter, with wind blowing in unremittingly. His description reminds us of Alaskan outposts, without even a brief summer remission. Fortunately, the governor or commandant, a white Ruthenian named Stanis J. Kokominski, was humane and considerate, not only to the Korsaniowskis, but to the score of other Polish exiles. We are now on the eve of the 1863 insurrection in Warsaw. The Korsaniowskis were far indeed from these events, deep into ice and snow and frost, forgotten by all but their closest relatives, dead to their former life. How marginal and remote the boy was from a normal childhood. Even Dickens in his blacking factory, his parents in the Marshalsea, could not have imagined such an exile. We note a message from Conrad, his hand probably tracing the letters, under guidance, in which he thanks his grandmother, "To my beloved grandma who helped me send cakes to my poor daddy in prison. Grand son, Pole, Catholic, nobleman, July 6, 1863. Conrad." This inscription appears on the back of a photograph of Conrad at the age of 5. We recall that Conrad later used a similar sequence, American, Catholic, and gentleman, as descriptive adjectives for the character J.M.K. Blunt in The Arrow of Gold, a particularly fantastic and disagreeable creature. More important for us, at this time, is the fact of the young Conrad being drilled as to his heritage. He was, no matter what happened to his parents, to remember he was Polish, a Catholic, and a member of the gentry. The three words and traditions went together, and they defined the boy, as well as Apollo and Ava. Although no conscious memory trace remained of the early months in exile, later memories did prevail and appear in Conrad's reminiscences. There was the indoctrination which he could not escape. Of the three traditions, he remained a Pole to his dying days, retaining the language and an interest in the country's fortunes. As for Catholicism, it never became a significant factor in his life, even though suggestions of it remain implicit in his work, and he followed the sacraments. His membership in the gentry he never forgot. In his manner, style, and dress, he was very much gentry, even to the sense of noblesse oblige he demonstrated. One reason England appealed to him was that he could find there remnants of gentry status, even in writing in Polish to his namesake, the Sir, for you may still be hearing this and that. Historian Joseph Korsaniowski's, he reaffirmed, said of me, that I have in no way disavowed his nationality, and please let me add, dear, either my nationality or the name we share. 54 The Polish years, I8S7 Izzy 4. His residences he modestly tried to duplicate the estates of his ancestors. While the Korsaniowskis were attempting to survive, great events were occurring back in Warsaw, events that would bring both great personal sorrow and, temporarily, raise national hopes for liberation and independence. But, like all Polish attempts, this one too was foredoomed. Apollo's own career of high hopes and idealism dashed by failure and ultimate disaster seemed a paradigm of the Polish situation. One reason why Conrad eschewed politics in later life was his awareness of its destructive powers. First it seduces and then it discards, having in the process distorted truth and thwarted hope. If he glanced backward, he could note only national disaster and personal tragedy. Peter Korsaniowski's, the warrior epitomized, died en route to join the insurrectionists. Ava's brother Stefan was killed in a duel, which was more likely murder, since the duel was planned as a way of eliminating him in favor of his right-wing opponent. One brother of Apollo's, Robert, died in battle, and the other one, Hilary, was exiled to Tomsk, to die broken 10 years later, his life in disarray. Ava herself, now far from the battlefield, was to die in 2 years. The two families were more than decimated, they were virtually wiped out. Tadeusz, who refused to join the insurrection because he felt it was lost before it began, survived, his views of activist politics substantiated at every turn by the outcome of the rebellion. Besides Tadeusz, only Kazimierz remained of the 7 Bobrowski siblings, and he would die in 1886, leaving 7 children for Tadeusz to worry about. In Warsaw, meanwhile, on January 16, 1863, the Central National Committee exhorted the Polish people to rise against their Russian oppressors and, for the sake of success, it is widely known, Mircea Lasowski, another historian, that I am a Pole and that Józef Conrad are my wrote, also in Polish, I have pricks of con. 2 Christian names, the latter being used by science at showering my books on you in this. Me as a surname so that foreign mouths sway. However, a few pages of each volume should not distort my real surname. A distor will suffice to give you an idea of what I was. Shin which I cannot stand. It does not seem to aiming at and what I managed to achieve. Me that I have been unfaithful to my country. I consider it a great happiness and hon. By having proved to the English that a gentle are to return to my home country under your man from the Ukraine can be as good a sailor guidance, if I may express myself thus. And as they, and has something to tell them, and if you are prepared to take my word for it and their own language, I consider such recognize say that during the course of all my travels, shin as I have won from this particular point round the world, I never, in mind or heart, of you, and offer it in silent homage where it separated myself from my country, then I is due may surely be accepted there as a compatriot. And 2.5 years later, to Kazi in spite of my writing in English. When, later, Tadeusz wrote to Conrad Browski Black Sheep, as we saw, Stefan, and suggested that he cleanse himself of the who was killed in a duel, had been a red, even Korsaniowski's taint, he slid over the Hohen underground chieftain, and Kazimierz was birth 55. Against Count Alexander Wielopolski, who stood I or a national policy of loyalty to and union with Russia. The insurrection had a dual purpose, to drive out the Russians, of course, and to eliminate the older order as represented by leaders such as Wielopolski. On January 22, the insurrection formally began, following several clashes with Russian troops in the streets of Warsaw. The 2 main Polish groups, however, were not in agreement. The Whites, representing the upper bourgeoisie and the gentry, cautioned delay and sought concessions from the Russians, planning to use a potential uprising only as a threat. The Reds, an amalgam of intellectuals, students, workers, and poorer bourgeoisie, chose immediate action. Although the insurrection went on for almost 2 years in the form of guerrilla warfare throughout the countryside, the uprising except for sporadic outbursts was suppressed. The Polish forces were outmanned and outgunned. Russian forces in the field outnumbered them by more than 4 to 1, and in terms of equipment, the odds were overwhelming. As in most such actions, the Poles initially had the edge of surprise and of movement. But ultimately they had no resources to fall back upon, and their hopes for foreign intervention never had much chance. Other European powers showed little interest in Russian affairs, and the Polish uprising was viewed as an internal disturbance. The idealism of the Polish Reds was lost amid material interests. As Conrad notes later, European powers would connive not to free Poland but to keep it in Russian hands. I am speaking of what I know when I say that the original and only formative idea in Europe was the idea of delivering the fate of Poland into the hands of Russian Tsarism. And, let us remember, it was assumed then to be a victorious Tsarism at that. It was an idea talked of openly, entertained seriously, presented as a benevolence, with a curious blindness to its grotesque and ghastly character. It was the idea of delivering the victim with a kindly smile and the confident assurance that it would be all right to a perfectly unrepentant assassin who, after sawing furiously at its throat for 100 years or so, was expected to make friends suddenly and kiss it on both cheeks in the mystic Russian fashion. When Nostromo in that 1904 novel decides to grow rich slowly, he has estimated how far his idealism will be appreciated and what the interests of a dreamer and failure. The Bobrowskis had extensive role in conspiratorial activities, their own ghosts, including an uncle who, though such knowledge may have been was an embezzler. Tadeusz, once he became ecologically supportive to the floundering Conrad's guardian, tried to remake his boy. Further, he constantly cautioned Sobry nephew in his own image, and to do that he and warned against romanticism, ideal. Had to malign the Korsaniowskis and Bontism, dreams what, somewhat ironically. The Bobrowskis, whatever the truth of the eventually became the basis of Conrad's art matter. Tadeusz even hid from Conrad Avis. 6 The Polish years, 18-7-1-74. The material forces are, and /6 recognizes that their attention to his idea USM extends only as far as it will advance their own material interests. At that moment, Conrad has utilized his political insight into Poland or into any other country which wishes to intrude idealism in a situation where only national or individual interests obtain. The Poles hoped in particular for intervention from Napoleon III, who apparently promised aid. The old Bonaparte connection to Poland had not been completely forgotten. Yet none came, and when Conrad wrote Nostromo, he did not forget the Petit Napoleon's regime, mocking it as decadent and vacuous. Within 2 years, the Warsaw insurrection was suppressed and was followed by executions, seizure of property and confiscation of businesses, deportations, and proliferating exiles. During this period of suppression, Poland was transformed completely into a Russian province. The one cementing element in Polish life appeared to be the national government. which went underground and acted as a rallying point for further hopes for reform and independence, somewhat like de Gaulle's Free French after Hitler's invasion. If Apollo's health had survived his exile, and if his resolve had not deserted him, he could have been a natural leader in the underground as a man and as a writer. If nothing else, his pre-insurrection reputation would have provided him with impeccable credentials for a position of leadership. Perhaps only his romanticism and hot-headedness would have inhibited his advance, for the underground after the failure of the rebellion became more realistic, focusing on practical reforms, such as the freeing of the Polish serfs and gaining concessions from the gentry. Apollo's involvement in what had been his dream was not, however, to come to pass. Far from it. If it had, the nature of the young Conrad's experience would have been different, and there is good reason to believe he may not have desired to leave Poland. England's loss would have been Poland's gain, although Conrad's work in Polish, if he had chosen that route, may have been in a romantic tradition that was also becoming a victim of social and political change. Forgotten, hidden away, marginal to all activity, Apollo was on a different kind of journey. Meanwhile, self-government in Poland was suppressed, and all educational systems as well as all forms of justice were Russified. The Russian language became compulsory in official relations and, later, even in private institutions. A Russian bureaucracy ruled, and censorship of press, literature, and utterance was the order of the day. The aim was no less than to wipe out all aspects of the former nation. As part of the Russian plan to erase the gentry, who had supplied the revolutionary cotters, trade barriers were eased, increasing Polish industrial expansion, with the concomitant growth. Prince Kropotkin estimates that some ported to different provinces of Russia, to the thing like 60,000 or 70,000 persons, if not Urals, to Caucasus and to Siberia, a/Ewo for carat. More, were torn out of Poland and trans of a revolutionist, p. 142. Birth. 51. Of a Polish middle class. Russian Poland became the chief industrial region for all Russia. With Poles excluded from state service, their energies like those of the Jews in other countries went into business, merchandising, and industrialization. A large middle and upper class developed, a bourgeoisie, with values and ideas quite different from those of the gentry. Their aim was to make money and, in the process, remake the ruling class. The falling trees in Chekhov's cherry orchard sound a death knell not only for a particular kind of Russian life but for a Polish one as well. Further, the Russians drove a wedge between the peasants and the nobility in agrarian areas, hoping that through bad feeling they could weaken the power of the gentry. In March 1864, through agrarian reforms promulgated by the Russian government, all peasants, whatever their tenure, became freeholders, on a more generous basis than that obtained by the freed Russian peasants in 1861. While all this was part of a Russian plan to destroy old Poland, it had other, more important, results, in that it led to the development of a more modern nation and, as well, to fierce resentment on Poland's part, with the parallel formation of underground movements to preserve both the language and former institutions. As we see in Conrad, everything connected to modernization, industrialization, business, capitalism, socialism, or science is corruptive of the individual life. Despite his literary modernism, much of Conrad's thinking remained fixed in his early Polish values. In Vologda, the exiles were sinking. Even if they had returned from this some location healthy and ready for renewed action, they would have found Poland transformed, but their fate now was their physical weakness of fate. We see weaving in and out of Conrad's own life his survival later as a writer, as the survival now of the Korzeniowskis was tied to his health freedom from hereditary gout, attacks of nerves, neuralgia, and fevers, bouts of desperate anxiety and depression. Eva in particular, who had tuberculosis, was failing steadily, and through the kindness of Kominsky and another friend of Stanis J. Bobrowski, the Korzeniowskis were permitted to move south to Chernikhov, about 350 miles southwest of Moscow and not too distant from Kiev, in the Ukraine. Eva and Conrad, in fact, were permitted to visit Tadeusz Bobrowski's estate near Nowofasto, which lay between Brdychev, Conrad's birthplace, and Kiev. This episode is not lost to us, since Conrad's memory begins to pick up these events, although by now, in the autumn of 1863, he was not yet 6 years old. In a personal record, he recalls the time when they left Uncle Tadeusz's after their stay, to return to Chernikhov, where Eva was to die. But I remember well the day of our departure back to exile. The elongated bizarre, shabby traveling carriage with 4 post horses, standing before the long front of the house with its 8 columns, 4 on each side of the broad flight of stairs. On the steps, groups of servants, a few relations, 1 or 2 friends from the nearest neighborhood, a perfect SI. 58 The Polish years, is carat lens, on all the faces an air of sober concentration, my grandmother all in black gazing stoically, my uncle giving his arm to my mother down to the carriage in which I had been placed already, at the top of the flight my little cousin in a short skirt of a tartan pattern with a deal of red in it, and like a small princess attended by the women of her own household, the head governante, our dear, corpulent Pivansisksa, who had been for 30 years in the service of the B family, the former nurse, now outdoor attendant, a handsome peasant face wearing a compassionate expression, and the good, ugly Mile Durand, the governess, with her black eyebrows meeting over a short thick nose, and a complexion like pale brown paper. Of all the eyes turned towards the carriage, her good-natured eyes only were dropping tears, and it was her sobbing voice alone that broke the silence with an appeal to me, "Ne n'oublie pas ton français, mon chéri." In 3 months, simply by playing with us, she had taught me not only to speak French but to read it as well. She was indeed an excellent playmate. In the distance, halfway down to the great gates, a light, open trap, nest with 3 horses in Russian fashion, stood drawn up on one side, with the police captain of the district sitting in it, the visor of his flat cap, with a red band pulled down over his eyes. We note how in Conrad's memory the scene has become like a family portrait, with only a very slight movement suggested. It is, in the main, a still life, opposed scene such as one finds in Velázquez, with his royal family. Scenes held together for the moment of painting and yet ready to disperse or disintegrate in time. Many of Conrad's literary scenes were of this kind, especially in his first 2 novels, with motion dissipated, static, still, like encapsulated memories caught forever in time and held together only by the past. If they moved, they would, like the dying Eva, sink into nothingness. In the same section of a personal record, Conrad also speaks of his great-uncle Miko Nikaj Bobrowski, whom he refers to as Nicholas B. Conrad later in life wrote a short story, The Warrior's Soul, partially based on this uncle, who as a member of Napoleon's luckless army retreated from Moscow. Like Conrad's paternal grandfather, Titer Korsaniowski's uncle Miko had attached himself to Napoleon's army in the hopes of effecting Polish independence. The great thing in Conrad's memory of this uncle, however, was not the horrors of the retreat but the fact that this simple-minded Polish gentleman was forced to eat dog. As Conrad writes, it has been the fate of that credulous nation to starve for upwards of 100 years on a diet of false hopes and well dog. Conrad calls it, in his heavily ironic treatment, a poisonous regimen, but one notes how he combines politics and the political fate of activists. One starves for independence, and the peasant finally say, let them eat dog. In a personal record, he turns the intense old man into another still life, recalling the last time he had seen him. Birth 59. At the time when my mother had a 3-4 leave from exile, which she was spending in the house of her brother, and friends and relations were coming from far and near to do her honor. It is inconceivable that Mr. Nicholas B. should not have been of the number. The little child, Eva, a few months old, he had taken up in his arms on the day of his homecoming after years of war and exile, was confessing her faith in national salvation by suffering exile in her turn. And the little boy watching was, in a sense, the last in a line of Korsaniowski's Bobrowska exiles. I do not know whether he was present on the very day of our departure. I have already admitted that for me he is more especially the man who in his youth had eaten roast dog in the depths of a gloomy forest of snow-loaded pines. My memory cannot place him in any remembered scene. A hook nose, some sleek white hair, an unrelated evanescent impression of a meager, slight, rigid figure militarily buttoned up to the throat, is all that now exists on earth of Mr. Nicholas B., only this vague shadow pursued by the memory of his grandnephew, the last surviving human being, I suppose, of all those he had seen in the course of his taciturn life. When Conrad drew on his memories of the old warrior and his wartime exploits in The Warrior's Soul, he wrote in March 191-6, at the very time Polish hopes were high once more that the great Western powers would consider Polish independence as part of the war settlement. But that was another era. Although Conrad carried away those Napoleonic memories of Mr. Nicholas B. when he was less than 6, he was to remain fascinated by the era for the rest of his life. Upon his death, he left unfinished the novel Suspense, which he considered to be his masterpiece. In its inchoate state, it is impossible to judge what it would have become with completion and extensive revision, but it demonstrates that in Napoleon and his epic Conrad found a fusion of many elements both sympathetic and repulsive to his own temper. Conrad's parallelism to Proust in their public gardens flowed from his chin. Proust. Utilization of past incident is rarely more. AP continues, his eyes had not remained unapparent than in a comparison of the above defected by this total convulsion, this medullary description and Proust's of the barren digital transformation of his head, but had, by Charles, in volume 7 of Remembrance of Inverse Phenomenon, lost all their brightness. Things passed on his way to the Guermantes, but what was most moving was that one felt party, the narrator stops his cab and notices that this lost brightness was identical with his man inside another cab, his eyes fixed, his moral pride, and that somehow the physical figure bent. He was placed rather than and even the intellectual life of M. de Charles, seated in the back, and was making, to keep had survived the eclipse of that aristocratic himself upright, the EFF that might have haughtiness which had in the past seemed been made by a child who has been told to be dissolubly linked to them, pages 123-4, Mayor. Good. But his straw hat failed to conceal an in translation. It is common method that domitable forest of hair which was entirely next Conrad and Proust, not simply that white, and a white beard, like those which both are depicting the crumbling remnants of snow forms on the statues of river gods in an aristocratic hauteur. 6 the Polish years, I8S7 I8Y4. Paramount. The romanticism of the Napoleonic vision could not have escaped him, nor could the tremendous surge of energy that compulsively asserted itself. In that display of ego and will, Conrad found the antipodes of human existence, salvation and destruction, both curiously yoked like reason and the appetites in Plato's equine metaphor. Such a yoking, which Conrad caught repeatedly in his doubling of major characters Nostromo and Decoud, Razumov and Haldan, Jim and Marlowe. Marlowe and Kurtz was a splitting of the Napoleonic personality into two, sometimes three. Or if Napoleon represented energy, drive, and obsessive will leading to destruction, he also demonstrated the desire for reform, the man rising from the people to the purple, and, further, for Conrad, he represented post-revolutionary France, committed not only to plunder and conquest but to Polish independence. Not coincidentally would Conrad leave Poland and go directly to France, perfect his French, read widely in French literature, and sail on French ships. This was, for him, the land of Napoleon. Equal parts of romantic fantasy and hope. None of this, of course, was even in the shape of dreams for the young child. Conrad returned to Chernihiv with Eva, this time accompanied by his maternal grandmother. Now in 1864 and early 1865, he was present at the decline and impending death of his mother. Although we lack Conrad's response to this drawn-out event, we do have Apollo's words to his friend Kazimierz Kazuski, and they indicate that even before Eva's death she was becoming a mystical, holy figure, that Madonna figure or great mother whom Apollo continued to worship after her death. He wrote, "My poor wife has been dying, for several years, from her sickness and from the repeated blows which have been falling on our family. During the last 4 months she has been cruelly ill, confined to her bed, with barely enough strength to glance at me, to speak with muted voice. The lack of everything here to support body and soul, the lack of doctors and medical facilities have brought her to this condition. I am every thing in the house, both master and servant. I do not complain of this as a burden, but how often has it been impossible for me to help the poor, unhappy woman or bring her relief. Our little Conrad is inevitably neglected. In the midst of all this, the final line of the letter indicates the marginality of the child in the household, a not at all curious beginning for a man who cultivated marginality for the remaining 60 years of his life. His choices of seaman and writer immediately placed him outside larger societies. As a seaman, he joined a tightly knit subgroup, with its own rules and discipline and contempt for the man who remains on land. And as writer, he chose the most solitary of professions, especially for someone like himself who became an acolyte before the altar of perfection. He worked into a marginal position in a household that was disintegrating, a mother declining and dying, a father. Birth 6-1. Mourning and guilt-stricken, Conrad made his role 2*, a life role, he chose as much as choices were made for him. He began to fall into what Erickson calls a condition of aggravated vulnerability, which is accompanied by an expectation of grand individual promise. Eva's last days were filled with hours of steady deterioration. On February 28, 1865, Apollo wrote once again to Kazuski that his wife was so ill he could place his hope only in God, a prescient statement in the light of his activities once Eva died. Apollo speculates if she knows herself that she is doomed. I ask myself, is this courage, or does she not know how ill she really is? I cannot read her eyes. Only, sometimes, a stronger pressure of her hand, in mine, or in little Conrad's, testifies to her courage. We pray that God remove the chalice of bitterness from our lips, for we have drunk from it overmuch, more than enough. But we thank him that our lips jointly drink up that potion. We should not change it for nectar if each of us had to drink separately. While Apollo's words assess Eva's condition, they also, somewhat typically, turn the situation to his own reactions, highly religious and mystical. With imagery borrowed from rituals of life and death, overall, a romanticism of his own situation, in which he sees himself as drinking the potion, whether hemlock or nectar, already dedicating himself to the sacred memory of the woman who has elements of the Holy Mother. Eva's strength was exhausted and she died on April 18, 1865. AP. Apparently, she would not have lasted to a ripe age even under the best of conditions, but a better climate, a more hopeful future, and a more normal routine of food and rest would surely have prolonged her life beyond its 32 years. Like everyone else in the family, Apollo had viewed Eva as saintly, intelligent, the very soul and spirit of Polish womanhood, and, for that reason, much too good for him. But no matter how the Bobrowskis had opposed Apollo before the marriage, they could not question his devotion. Between her death in 1865 and his own in 1869, when Conrad was 11 and a half, Apollo devoted himself to her memory. Conrad's critics have written of the oppressiveness of the child's life at this time, as his father sank into mysticism, religiosity, messianism, and Mariolatry. And there is little doubt that the death of a mother and a much loved and respected one at that is traumatic for a child of 7 and a half. Nevertheless, we should not lose sight of the fact that Conrad had been developing defenses for this. He had been born into a precipitous situation and he had acclimated himself to the vicissitudes of life. He was not an American suburban youngster suddenly thrown into a stark, unrelentingly tragic situation. He had been conditioned to violent and uncertain moves, and he had lived close to the bone of a solitary existence, although with much kindness. 62 The Polish years, is carried y is he carried from both parents. The neglect, such as it was, did not result from nastiness or hostility, and he was himself building up ways of handling shifting conditions. Accustomed as he was to the proliferation of new situations, he did not come to each one as an overwhelming tragedy. We should not see the young Conrad, therefore, as a victim of an unrelenting sequence of tragic events, of conditions which foredoomed him. A tremendous future lay open to him, filled with years of glorious achievement. He was registering, recording, storing memories, and learning to deal with experience, even at this age. He was, apparently, a recording machine of sorts. The brain working was inchoate, uncertain, lacking direction, but it was the brain of the future storyteller and novelist. The very fact of his vulnerability was significant for the writer to be, however veiled and indistinct the nature of his future course might have been. The brain had fixed itself in certain grooves, although Conrad would not consciously suspect what those grooves were for another 25 years. Nevertheless, the recording apparatus was functioning, and he was transforming raw data not only into misery but into memories which he would later utilize. It is essential to stress that Conrad did not stop living in the years under his father's care following Ava's death. Time ran differently for father and son. Apollo may have stopped living although he read, wrote, and translated, but whatever the process of the household, the young Conrad was very much alive, preparing his defenses, learning how to respond, watching, waiting, wary, and apparently making his own preparations much like the young James Joyce for flight. Conrad did not see himself as Daedalus that would come later, but he did fancy himself as Proteus, Neptune, Poseidon, even Odysseus. He identified with the sea and with marine creatures as much as Joyce did with the air, but the results would be similar. Joyce's Paris was a later version of Conrad's Marseilles. That both writers, who were exiles in so many aspects, should see France in terms of freedom and escape is not unusual. For Joyce, politics did not matter, but Paris did. For an Irish man oppressed by England, family, and church, France was the land of Voltaire and Rousseau. P. or the Pole contemplating a breakout from an oppressive society, P.'s was also the natural outlet, a democracy of sorts. A haven for Poles, and one of the rare countries in Europe which had ever cared about Polish fortunes. Conrad waited. Apollo was himself quite ill, he would die of consumption, and lacking in funds. First Elway's brother Casimir's had supported him in exile, and then her other brother, Tadeusz, took over his support. Apollo was deeply devoted to Conrad, an aspect of the latter's childhood which should not be neglected, and often expressed the view that the sole thing keeping him alive was his concern for the child. Of course, this, too, could have had an untoward effect on the child, causing guilt, remorse, a sense of desertion. And surely the young Conrad's patterns of illness, headaches, attacks of nerves, loss of energy and will, were directed toward resolving his birth. 63. Situation. But such illnesses have their positive side well, forcing personal attention, keeping the individual intensely alive to his own welfare, and creating a human counterthrust of sorts to the impersonal vicissitudes of life. For Conrad, illness was not simply succumbing to circumstances, his malfunction served another purpose, a living one, however disheartening they may have been for those around him. Certain patterns were becoming set, the recurring illnesses, the marginal, relatively isolated existence, the lack of a daily routine, the shuttling around from one guardian to another both during Apollo's life and after his death. The need to make crucial decisions or choices about oneself, all of which must be internalized until the moment came when they could be acted upon. Conrad, even though only 7, went underground. Like the Brontes in this respect, small children growing up in a household in which only their imagination was free to escape the confines of their father, Conrad indulged in imagination already fed by the kind of work his father chose to do in his remaining years. Apollo retreated into memories, remorse, and guilt, but he also retained beliefs he had set down while still in exile, in a treatise called Poland and Muscovy. The piece came from Apollo and Ava's period in Chernihiv, while she was declining, and Poland's deteriorating fortunes parallel hers. For Apollo, all Russia is a prison, all Russia is barbaric. On the other hand, Poland, trying to endure under terrible circumstances, stands for civilization, humanistic values, enlightenment. One sees him already intermixing the saintly Ava with the saintliness of the Polish mission against the Lucifer of nations. One is back in the garden, before the fall. In another sense, Poland, martyred and neglected, is an outpost of Western civilization, a bastion of faith against a Russia characterized by barbarism, obscurantism, and dissent. Apollo not only justified his involvement in the insurrection but, while this was Apollo's justification of the 1863 insurrection, Tadeusz Bobrowski, a member of the conservative Krakow school, which mocked romanticism in politics, had his own views of the affair. Bobrowski attacked the senselessness of the assault on Russian forces not because he lacked patriotism but because of the hopelessness of the venture. He said the Reds, and he meant Apollo and his own brother Stefan, among others, had been deluded by their own rhetoric and romantic idealism. They successfully used falsehood as a tool, some consciously, in order to realize those would be lofty ends, the attainment of which is permitted to lofty intellects. Others served involuntarily, convinced by the repetition of slogans and exaggeratedly optimistic reports that went in two directions, from Paris to Poland and vice versa. Falsehood was used unscrupulously. Whether it was offered to a secretary of Napoleon Hill's cabinet and Prince Plan, or whether it was disseminated through every layer of Polish society right down to the humble alcove of a rustic clerk who was attracted to the revolution by false representations concerning forces that were to come to the rescue from abroad. Without exaggeration it may be stated that the events of 1861-63 were begun in falsehood and that they ended in falsehood. 64 T carat he Polish ears, is carat y is he carat. drew attention to his almost religious mission, the need to educate the West, to the role of Poland. This messianic strain became more pronounced when, after Ava's death, Apollo fell into inactivity and remorse. Writing 50 years later, in 1905, at the tear of the Russo-Japanese War, Conrad's characterization of Russia is, indeed, Apollonian. And above it all unaccountably persistent the decrepit, old, dread years old, specter of Russia's might still faces Europe from across the teeming graves of Russian people. This dreaded and strange apparition, bristling with bayonets, armed with chains, hung over with holy images. That something not of this world, partaking of a ravenous ghoul, of a blind jinn grown up from a cloud, and of the old man of the sea, still faces us. With its old stupidity, with its strange mystical arrogance, stamping its shadowy feet upon the gravestone of autocracy, already cracked beyond repair by the torpedoes of Togo and the guns of Oyama, already heaving in the blood-soaked ground with the first stirrings of a resurrection, the revolution of 1905 that followed Russia's defeat. These were experiences, memories, and feelings Conrad would have to deal with, for he was almost on the eve of writing his Russian and Dostoevskian novel under Western eyes. More immediate needs were at hand, however. Left with a young child, Apollo realized he knew little or nothing about being a father, although he was kind and considerate, to the extent he remembered Conrad existed. There is something in real life here of a Dickens novel in the making, the child, not necessarily treated unkindly, but neglected, left to himself, almost an appendage to other events or thoughts, Little Dorrit, for example. Apollo once again wrote his friend Kazuski, this time about the latter's offer to take care of Conrad if Apollo did not return alive, for he had collapsed from tuberculosis and other complications. With that fullness of rhetoric characteristic of his messianic style, he said, now that she will never return and I too may never come back, and little Conrad will probably have to grow up without me, fulfill your promise. He is all that remains of her on this earth and I want him to be a thy witness of her to those hearts that will not forget her. Her heart and soul were so set upon this child that I cannot leave him, I cannot separate myself from him, unless I feel certain that he will fulfill her hopes. I have arranged that Conrad should have a little patrimony, sufficient for the needs of life and learning. I have made every sacrifice already to secure his future. Although this was preparation for Conrad's situation after his father's death, there remained the question of what to do while Apollo still lived. He wrote Kazuski for school books and manuals with which to instruct the birth 61-carat child. He also speaks of Conrad having to take care of his father at Dickens. In touch indeed. Since the autumn my health has considerably declined, and my little one has had to take care of me. We are alone on this earth. He has inherited his talents from his mother's family, but on the practical side he is not to be envied because he takes after me. We note Apollo's assessment of himself as hopelessly inadequate for the demands of life, a sober evaluation not at all accompanied by any effort to make himself more adequate. This fixity on what one is, this sense that one is set for life, doomed or fated, this awareness of obsidian at the center of one's being, such qualities characterize most of Conrad's literary creations. So antipathetic to his father. In certain ways, he assimilated that fixity of purpose which makes growth impossible. There is, in his novels and stories, almost no sense of change in his characters. Usually, they simply become more of what they are, and even after they recognize their dilemmas, they continue to be whatever brought them to the condition, immersed in quicksand which turns their exertions into deeper failure. We recall in Lord Jim Stein's injunction to immerse one self in the destructive element and by the exertions of your hands and feet in the water make the deep sea keep you up. This injunction, to do so wig usque ad finum, eternally up to the end, is a not so curious turnabout in Conrad's thought. For the Latin injunction fitted his experience with Apollo, which is that the individual intensifies his essential being and rides it to his doom asterisk. Apollo apparently did just this. As we have seen, he was becoming mystical and increasingly drawn to Poland's messianic mission. Since his attention to Conrad was only half present, the boy had to survive by fitting himself to his father's life. They became like alternately reciprocating and opposing doubles. Not unlike Axel Heist's father in Victory, Conrad's was an intel. Asterisk the motto usque ad finum occurs on it. Conrad sees his fate as a failure from the least 4 occasions over a period of 20 worldly point of view and yet without relief. 2 years. We can assume Conrad saw in it he must go on usque ad finum. Finally, 2. 3 words, a mixture of the Romanticism and Bertrand Russell, December 22, 1913. Doom that he carried away from the cores, and Conrad shifts back closer to the dream. Ioski Bobrowski mixture of his background. Saying that Russell's pages on a free man's after first seeing it in Tadeusz Bobrowski's worship have been like a gift from the cautionary letter of October-November 28, 9, God's and he will be unalterably his. 189-1, he uses it himself in chapter 20, O Lord usque ad finum. Jim, where Stein tells Marlowe one must never, as if to complete the cycle, when Tadeusz give up the dream but must follow it to the Bobrowski's memoirs were published in and to doom itself. This is the exact opposite. 1900 Conrad received a copy in 1901 his of Bobrowski's sense, which conveys a sir-nephew would have seen the phrase numer render or resignation. Fhen in a letter to Will Times, a true family injunction to both. Liam Rothenstein, on December 17, 1909, forbearance and endurance. 66 The Polish years, I8SY I8Y4. Lectual of sorts, a word and language man. The young boy, surrounded by the silencing of the spoken word, entered a fairer world of the written land. Gage. In addition to his translations from Victor Hugo's Les Travailleurs de la Mer and Dickens's Hard Times, as well as Shakespeare's The Comedy of Errors, which he did in exile in Chernihiv, Apollo delved deeply into Shakespeare's dramaturgy, publishing in 1868 a long treatise called Studies on the Dramatic Element in the Works of Shakespeare. He uses Shakespeare's dramatic art as a way of showing that theatre and drama are intrinsically social forms, and that the great dramatist draws to gather the interests of the mass of people, an art devoted only to the bourgeoisie or the privileged upper classes, the zlashta, is a corrupt art, not an art at all. Dramatic art, he writes, flourishes and gains in stature only when it is closely linked with the taste, the customs, the whole life of the people, when it becomes a nation's festivals, its entertainment, its absolute necessity. We note how Apollo's evaluation of art, as far as it goes, fits into Tolstoy's leveling views in his What is Art? Tolstoy condemned Shakespeare for lacking the variability to reach the masses that Apollo, however, associates with the dramatist, although both were concerned with an art that had a large popular base. Apollo often read to Conrad from Poland's own great epics, Micio's Pantadeus, Conrad Wallenrod, and Gratina. Works with a strong social and political component for a people hoping for unification. Apollo then turned to another side of Shakespeare, his ability to understand the human condition, which for the Pole is always existential. That is, man is ever aware of his own appetites and desires and, at the same time, conscious how frail his condition is, how distant he is from ever fulfilling these desires. Man is caught between the desire and the fruition. This is man's tragic condition, and, of course, Apollo is reading Shakespeare along the lines of his own shattered career. In one sense, Shakespeare is writing about people such as him, careers such as his. In his tragedies, Apollo goes on, Shakespeare pits man's individual destiny against fate, doom, the destiny of the world, whereas, in his histories, Shakespeare absorbs man in a process that goes beyond him. In his comedies, however, the playwright demonstrates how the individual escapes into illusions. Apollo clearly associated himself with all three of Shakespeare's creative categories, in the tragic role, as an individual caught in a destiny not of his own making, in his historical role, as an individual caught in a collective role, where he becomes part of a larger reality, in his comic role, as an individual evading reality by seeking out illusions. We note how Schopenhauerian this in Will of the World, the nature of suffering and interpretation of Shakespeare is. Repeatedly, the role of art, the futility of individual. Apollo moves in and out of Schopenhauer's purpose. Stress on the individual will, the implacable. Birth 67. This immersion in Shakespeare, which appears to be the most sustained research of Apollo's life, was not lost on the son. In a personal record, Conrad mentions having first become acquainted with English literature through his father's translation of Two Gentlemen of Verona while they were still in exile in Russia. Conrad recalls Apollo finding him with the manuscript of the translation and telling the boy, read the page aloud. Conrad had expected his father to show displeasure at his intrusion, but apparently Apollo saw literary effort as a binding, cementing force, allying father and son where other levels of discourse were missing. Conrad writes, it was during our exile in Russia, and it must have been less than a year after my mother's death, because I remember myself in the black blouse with the white border of my heavy mourning. We were living together, quite alone, in a small house on the outskirts of the town of T. That afternoon, instead of going out to play in the large yard which we shared with our landlord, I had lingered in the room in which my father generally wrote. What emboldened me to clamber into his chair I am sure I don't know, but a couple of hours afterwards he discovered me kneeling in it with my elbows on the table and my head held in both hands over the maze of loose pages. I was greatly confused, expecting to get into trouble. He stood in the doorway looking at me with some surprise, but the only thing he said after a moment of silence was, read the page aloud. If I do not remember where, how, and when I learned to read, I am not likely to forget the process of being trained in the art of reading aloud. My poor father, an admirable reader himself, was the most exacting of masters. I reflect proudly that I must have read that page of Two Gentlemen of Verona tolerably well at the age of 8. Shakespeare's words remained with Conrad for the rest of his life, the one book he has Lord Jim take into Pattison with him. Conrad himself carried a 5-shilling one-volume edition of the plays and speaks of reading in foul mouth at odd moments of the day, to the noisy accompaniment of caulkers' mallets driving oakum into the deck seams of a ship in dry dock. He continues, books are an integral part of one's life and my Shakespearean associations are with that first year of our bereavement, the last I spent with my father in exile. He sent me away to Poland to my mother's brother directly he could brace himself up for the separation, and with the year of hard gales, the year in which I came nearest to death at sea, first by water and then by fire. Shakespeare was associated in Conrad's mind, then, with his 3 lives. With his family in exile, and after, when he accompanied his father back to Polish soil, then in his sea career, where, like Jim, he hugged his volume of plays, and finally, in his literary career, where Shakespeare reappears in numerous verbal guises throughout Conrad's vocabulary, associations, and 68 the Polish years, is carrot y is e carrot. Rhythms * Shakespeare and Dickens, possibly also Trollope, were the chief English influences on Conrad as a person and a writer. Conrad writes, at 10 years of age I had read much of Victor Hugo and other romantics. I had read in Polish and in French, history, voyages, novels. I knew Gil Bias and Don Quixote in abridged editions, I had read in early boyhood Polish poets Mickiewicz, Oaki, Krasinski, and some French poets. He says his first introduction to English fiction was Dickens's Nicholas Nickleby. It is extraordinary how well Mrs. Nickleby could chatter Diskin Neckley in Polish and the sinister Ralph Rage in that language. This was the pattern while they remained in Chernihiv, the father austere. In his sense of personal loss, full of remorse, yet working, the son caught up by familial tragedy and yet finding escape, strength, renewal. In imaginative literature, left to himself, Conrad began to learn that the world could emanate from one's head, that in the individual, the whole existed. In exile as a Pole, marginal in his own home, he picked up an awareness of how things were arranged. This condition gave him an angle of vision, and if he survived physically, then he would survive with something gained. As Apollo embraced a mystical relationship with God, the child suffered mysterious maladies whose origins remain uncertain. Apollo wrote to his cousins, the Zagorskis, who would become devoted correspondents of Conrad later on, I have kept my eyes fixed on the cross and by that means fortified my fainting soul and reeling brain. The sacred days of agony have passed, and I resume my ordinary life, a little more broken but with breath. Conrad's father translated Five Shake Time, with its activities and interests and in Spear plays into Polish, Two Gentlemen of Scipient Thoughts. I was considerably Verona, The Comedy of Errors, Othello, as impressed with them his novels in the early You Like It, and Much Ado About Nothing 80s, when I chanced upon a novel entitled Conrad himself used as epigraphs quotations Phineas Finn. I may be wrong how. From King John, in Nostromo, Hamlet, in Ever, I have neither the equipment nor the Within the Tides, and Henry IV, Part 2, in Temperament of a Literary Critic, and Gen. Tales of Unrest. We also know he was read airily, my feelings of repulsion or sympathy. Ing A. C. Bradley's Shakespearean tragedy are so strong and so primitive that I dare not. The time he wrote Victory. See Adam Gillen, venture on criticism. But in the case of Troll, Conrad and Shakespeare, pages 41-53, Lope my sympathy is not tempestuous. It is. The importance of Trollope in Conrad's quiet and deep, like his view of life around literary development may come as some would him. I don't mean to say that Trollope was of a surprise. But in an unpublished letter to Very Deep, but I question whether in his time. A. N. Monkhouse, editor of the Manchester in a highly organized, if not complex, society. Guardian, C. Conrad revealed that he found there were any great depths for him to Trollope, a writer of remarkable talent for sound, imaginative rendering of the social life of his birth 69. Still in me, still alive. And so, my friends, I try still alive, and still love what is left me, and still love as fervently as ever, though I can no longer give anything to the object of my affections. One notes Apollo's language, the mention of the cross, his sacred days, his agony, the words of a man caught up by martyrdom. Mixed in with the honest grief and remorse is a keen sense of suffering for itself, and not a little narcissism. The father then remarks about the son, I shield him from the atmosphere of this place, and he grows up as though in a monastic cell. 4. The Trinimento Mori, we have the grave of our dear one, and every letter which reaches us is the equivalent of a day of fasting, a hair shirt or a discipline. We shiver with cold, we die of hunger. Conrad was still too young to hate his father for romantic posturing, but he was not too young to assimilate the atmosphere, hatred of Russia, desire to break out, the need to build up inner strength to fight off physical and mental illness. Physically, the boy began to succumb. Whatever internal changes were occurring to provide defenses and survival, the physical aspect could not lie. But just before his health became a major source of worry, the young Conrad was sent to Nowafasto to spend the summer with Uncle Tadeusz, where he had the companionship of the latter's daughter, Józef. 1 year younger than Conrad, Józef was to die in 1870. Although we have no way of knowing its effect upon Conrad, her death surely drew Tadeusz closer to his nephew. The young boy was, in several ways, becoming a survivor. During this visit to his uncle's, Conrad met Prince Roman Sangusko, whom he later wrote about in his story Prince Roman. Sangusko was a legendary figure whose fortunes reached back to the 1830-31 insurrection. And he stuck in Conrad's mind along with the old warrior, his uncle, Nicholas, who had eaten roast dog. The meeting with the prince had its immense awe, for his own father was connected to this world of fanatical heroism, romantic idealism, and intensely experienced futility. In the story, the young boy who observes Prince Roman is 8, whereas Conrad was closer to 10, but the experiences overlap. Near the beginning of Prince Roman, Conrad gives us a glimpse into life at Nowafasto in 1867. It was the dead of winter. The great lawn in front was as pure and smooth as an alpine snowfield, a white and feathery level sparkling under the sun as if sprinkled with diamond dust, declining gently to the lake. A long, sinuous piece of frozen water looking bluish and more solid than the earth. A cold brilliant sun glided low above an undulating horizon of great folds of snow in which the villages of Ukrainian peasants remained out of sight, like clusters of boats hidden in the hollows of a running sea. The boy, alone, wanders into the billiard room, where he hears footsteps but cannot retreat. He sees a spare, very austere, deaf old man. My uncle Ad dressed me weightily. You have shaken hands with Prince Roman S. Yo, the Polish years, I8 S7 I8 Y4. It's something for you to remember when you grow up. The boy continues, but what concerned me most was the failure of the fairy tale glam. It was shocking to discover a prince who was deaf, bald, meager, and so prodigiously old. It never occurred to me that this imposing and disappointing man had been young, rich, beautiful. Conrad's temporary relief from exile was coming to an end, and his bad health was slowly to invalid him. As in his later life, he was to duplicate the illness around him. A sick father was to become in 30 years a pregnant, crippled wife and ill children, an enervated household. When they broke down, Conrad's own parallel illnesses made it impossible for him to help and, in effect, made him more indisposed than the invalids. His grandmother brought him back to Chernikhov, to Apollo, in the autumn of 1866, and then he was taken to Kiev for a medical examination, followed by a return to Novofasto for the winter of 1866-67. Apollo noted that the illness was gravel in the bladder, and it may have been, although that is a condition rare in children. We would expect physical ailments more directly connected to Conrad's sense of abandonment, isolation, and marginality, that is, getting ailments, something that would create panic and anxiety in those around him. Conjecture has located his illness as possible epilepsy. The chain of evidence for this latter surmise is that Tadeusz's nephew Michis, youngest son of Casimir's, suffered from what seemed to be epilepsy, and Tadeusz wrote Conrad, some 25 years later. The youngest, Michis, may be suffering from the same illness as you were anyway. He had a similar fit to yours in the autumn. The only difference is that the symptoms appeared much later than in your case, and this makes one wonder if he will grow out of it by the age of 14, as you did. Conrad's later headaches and nervous attacks may, of course, have been epileptic in origin, but there is no evidence, and Tadeusz's comments are those of a layman. As a rationalist and positivist of sorts, Tadeusz was always anxious to assign labels. If Conrad had been epileptic, apart from the poor sonal suffering, there would have been an almost cosmic irony, for he would have been connected by disease to his bête noir Dostoevsky, the novelist he appeared to hate most, and to Napoleon himself, whose fortunes he returned to at nearly every stage of his career. At the same time, he would have formed, unconsciously, a link with Flaubert, another epileptic, and perhaps the single most compelling literary influence on Conrad's development as a writer. Whatever the precise nature of Conrad's affliction, and it may have been nothing more than a variable set of symptoms that were reactions to a variable set of circumstances, it kept him from most of the routines we associate with a 9-year-old boy. He was, in a sense, an invalid in the eyes of birth 7-1. Those around him, unable to attend school regularly and quite capable of wasting away and dying. If attention was his aim, it was impossible to ignore him. He succeeded in curbing his marginality by creating a special set of conditions. This was an extremely important time for the boy, and those overlapping illnesses and sick routines, whether physical or psychologically induced, were means by which he could keep alive, not simply methods by which he sought death. We compared him before with Gandhi, and we note how Gandhi's terrible fasts were not only ways of approaching death, they were also approaches to a more intensive life, forms of survival in a death situation. Conrad was slowly defining himself, gaining the kind of intimate knowledge that would later become the materials of the writer. Back in Novofasto for the winter, he languished, a semi-retired young man often. Apollo, meanwhile, was dying from tuberculosis. Only a more advantageous climate could prolong, not save, his life, and doctors recommended North Africa, Algiers, and Madeira. But he lacked money for the trip, and even if funds were forthcoming, he had neither the health nor the will for such a journey. Conrad joined his father in Chernikhov, in the fall of 1867, the slowly dying father, the son full of parallel ailments to the older man's tuberculosis. Apollo's health had so deteriorated that he was permitted to change his place of exile to Lwów, in Galicia, then Austrian Poland and far more liberal than Russian Poland. Apollo and Conrad arrived there at the beginning of 1868. With all schools Germanized, Apollo tutored Conrad at home apparently in French, mathematics, and Polish literature, but less to convey subject matter than to maintain the purity of the Polish language, which was Apollo's only link now to the fortunes of his country. The unbending patriot felt trapped in Galicia, even more than in Russian Poland, because the very atmosphere of increased toleration created complacency. There was little urgency in Lwów for Polish independence, and Apollo saw his country sliding slowly into non-existence under Austria's easygoing supervision. Consequently, regardless of his physical condition, he moved out into the world, mixing with old friends, meeting new ones, making plans for the tour, which involved the founding of a new daily, to be called Kraj, the country or homeland, in Krakow. Kraj was to be leftist, free-thinking, and patriotic. It is striking that despite his own intense religiosity, Apollo *, the Polish language was easily corrupted of the language, the written tongue of the corrupted by the vocabulary of the oppressor's great romantic poets. This meant an intense Russian, French, and German, and often immersion in the peculiarities of Polish stroke. What passed for literary Polish was a polyglotture and modes of phrasing, forms quite language. Bobrowski's prose in his memoirs, different from the French and German, for example, is full of corruptions. Apollo, AP penetrating Polish culture, apparently wanted Conrad to maintain the pu. 72 the Polish years, I8y carrot. Never considered writing for the Catholic journals, most likely because they were reactionary and pro-Austrian. In addition, he visited them J to sex, old Friends, on their estate near Persemissil, traveled to Topal and Ica, and worried all along about Conrad. There would appear to be two Apollos at this time, the man we see here, through the eyes of his friends, not at all defeated or reconciled to an early death, ready with plans, and even energetic, and the man who comes down to us in Tadeusz Bobrowski's memoirs as a religious mystic, an eagle with clipped wings waiting for the end and embittered by despair and enervation. Conrad himself stressed the morbid side, possibly because of his close association with Tadeusz after Apollo's death, but the older man was by no means unilaterally oppressive in his personal relationships. In an undated letter, but surely 1868, Apollo wrote Kazuski, we see this dualism of activity and physical decline, with the young Conrad in the middle, tugged by each element. I have given up Galicia and have limited my efforts to improving my state and caring for Conrad's health. Both wandering exiles, we need each other, he needs me as his miserable guardian and I him as the only power that keeps me alive. In this letter, Apollo reports that Conrad at 11 does not work because he is suffering from his old complaint, which we can assume is the gravel condition. Pom Topal and Ica, the two returned to Lao in October 1868, and Conrad, because of Apollo's declining health and inability to teach his son, was placed under a tutor from the gymnasium. Apollo wrote that Conrad was well, although his nerves had been in a very bad state, and reported that the boy was not attending school for the year. He also indicated that his son had no love for study and had nothing definite in him. Without irony, Apollo says he would like to see Conrad on a more definite path, as if forgetting that he had himself never found any clear direction, or provided any. At this time, in late 1868 or early 1869, we find Conrad attempting to write, although it is possible that the witnesses to this performance were speaking of a later time, in 1873 to 74. It is tempting to see these early attempts as the precocity of genius, but if they indeed emanated from a period 4 or 5 years later, when Conrad was 16, future genius was still veiled. These early writings, which Apollo noted to Buzachinsky Conrad writes well, took the form of patriotic plays, in imitation, apparently, of Apollo's own work. Such plays were performed by friends, an indication that the boy did have acquaintances and that there was a focus of energy which, while introspective and imitative to a marked degree, was something peculiarly his. A compensatory process was already in operation. Conrad reacting to his situation with inner defenses not yet visible, surely. Birth. 73. Not even to himself, and with an external manifestation that was socially acceptable. Conrad also read voraciously, and broadly. Earlier he had read romantic, adventurous stories and novels by Cooper, Marriott, and others, fact as well as fiction, but now he appeared to be devoting more time to Polish classics, especially Mickiewicz, which kept before him the exploits of Polish heroes, activists, Don Quixote-like characters. Exactly what these heroes and their exploits meant to Conrad we cannot discover, but apparently they represented to him both the heights of adventure and the depths of folly, or perhaps, with his irony, the heights of folly. Surely, they alerted him to an activist life, and yet, at the same time, they certainly exemplified the foolhardiness of the unrequited romantic. When Conrad wrote about this psychological tangle in Lord Jim Carrot, he saw Jim as a potential Mickiewicz hero, and Stein as the man who recognizes the quixotic excess of such attitudes. That Conrad should use the Bobrowski phrase usque ad finem in Stein's injunction to Marlowe is an apparent connection to Conrad's own way of arranging this early experience. During this period of his life, or later, he read the fable of the two pigeons, which appears as part of the first note of The Arrow of Gold, Conrad's 1919 novel. There, the narrator speaks of being like the pigeon that went away in the fable of the two pigeons. If I once start to tell you, I would want you to feel that you have been there yourself. In the fable, one of the pigeons, against the wishes and advice of the other, wants to see the world. He goes out, is buffeted severely, opposed by nature and other birds, and finally returns, wounded, ruffled, indeed half dead. The moral is that no distant land holds happiness, for the distant land does not bring what one looks for. The point of this fable for Poles was apparent, especially as emigration tended to draw off some of the most talented. Since this tale appears in The Arrow of Gold, which is concerned with Conrad's Marseille sojourn, immediately following his departure from Poland, we can assume that his reading of the fable struck deeply into his imagination even before he had firm thoughts of leaving. Or else, the cautionary fable simply fed his romantic tendencies and he was willing to face destruction for the sake of the experience. Whatever the precise role the tale played in Conrad's life, his experience of it possibly at 11 or 12 rather than discouraging him from leaving strengthened his resolve to follow the dream. While the boy read, and wrote, Apollo was, unquestionably now, dying in slow degrees. Disillusioned by the influence of Austria on the fortunes of Poles in Lwów, Apollo and Conrad, in February 1869, moved to Pozilka Street in Krakow. Krakow had a long tradition of being free of foreign intruders and was considered the center of Polish culture, or what remained of it. Apollo had numerous plans, one of which was to work on the editorial staff of Kruj. But his illness was too far advanced for sustained activity, and 74 he Polish years, is why is he carrot? Within a few months, by early spring, he became bedridden. He died on May 23, 1869, apparently leading his son to believe he had destroyed all his manuscripts. During these last months, Conrad had been attending a day school. Returning in the late afternoon to the house in which Apollo was sinking. Either lying in bed or else propped up before his wife's portrait, worshipping her spirit and engaging in a mystical homage to lost opportunities and wasted chances. Chapter 3. Surviving. Why Karad? G. Lonrad left some reminiscences of this period of his faith in an essay called Poland Revisited, which he wrote in 191.5 after a short, near-distance truce trip to Poland at the outbreak of the First World War. He speaks of the winter months of 1868, meaning, apparently, after the time they had arrived in Krakow, in February 1869, in which he rose early and by 8 o'clock, sleet or shine, I walked up Florian Street. He says he remembers very little of his first school. I was rather indifferent to school troubles. He adds, I had a private gnawing worm of my own. This was the time of my father's last illness. He describes the scene when he returned at 7 in the evening, after entering a large house. He prepared his lessons for the next day, his work table facing a tall white door, through which a nun in a white coif would squeeze herself glide across the room, and disappear. There were two such nursing nuns, and their voices were rarely heard. The scene Conrad draws is one of hushed, otherworldly experience, death already present in spirit if not in fact. When the nursing nuns did speak, it was with their lips hardly moving, in a claustral clear whisper. Domestic matters were handled by the elderly housekeeper of a neighbor, a canon of the cathedral. She wore a black dress, with a cross hanging by a chain on her ample bosom. She, too, kept her voice low, never above a peacefully murmuring note. Conrad then adds a note of urgency, a matter of his survival amid decline and death. I don't know what would have become of me if I had not been a reading boy. My prep finished, I would have had nothing to do but sit and watch the awful stillness of the sick room flow out through the closed door and coldly enfold my scared heart. I suppose that in a futile childish way I would have gone crazy. But I was a reading boy. There were many books about, lying on consoles, on tables, and even on the floor, for we had not had time to settle down. I read. What did I not read? Sometimes the elder nun, gliding up and casting a mistrustful look on the open pages, would lay her hand lightly on my head and suggest in a doubtful whisper, for 75. 76 the Polish years, I 8s7 I 8y4. Perhaps it is not very good for you to read these books. I would raise my eyes to her face mutely, and with a vague gesture of giving it up she would glide away. One is struck by the silence of scene, movement, even of word and voice, and how Conrad reduplicated the scene and its import in his later life. A sea career creates such claustral withdrawal, and then the years of reading in which he selected houses where he could enjoy absolute silence and retreat into a professionally acceptable version of that early experience. In his first novel, begun 20 years later, in 1889, Conrad creates a dying, broken Almayer, with a daughter, not a son, anxious to survive by breaking away. Conrad may have been writing of Malayans, but his memoirs are also of Poles, of his father and of his home in those last days. The script ions in the novel stress silences, emptiness, gaps, waste, and decline. Conrad writes of Almayer contemplating Lingard's old office, and it may have been Apollo's death room in Krakow. The desk, the paper, the torn books, and the broken shelves, all under a thick coat of dust. The very dust and bones of a dead and gone business. He looked at all these things, all that was left after so many years of work, of strife, of weariness, of discouragement, conquered so many times. And all for what Karad? He stood thinking mournfully of his past life till he heard distinctly the clear voice of a child speaking amongst all this wreck, ruin, and waste. He started with a great fear in his heart. Later in the evening, Conrad writes in Poland Revisited, he would sometimes be allowed to tiptoe into the sick room to say good night to the figure prone on the bed, which could not acknowledge my presence but by a slow movement of the eyes, put my lips dutifully to the nerveless hand lying on the coverlet, and tiptoe out again. He would then go to his room at the end of the corridor, and often, not always, cry myself into a good sound sleep. The final months with his father penetrated every aspect of his life and thought. With such moments, he did not need Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, or even Freud. They were within. Conrad continues. I looked forward to what was coming with an incredulous terror. I turned my eyes from it sometimes with success, and yet all the time I had an awful sensation of the inevitable. I had also moments of revolt which stripped of me some of my simple trust in the government of the universe. But when the inevitable entered the sick room and the white door was thrown wide open, I don't think I found a single tear to shed. I have a suspicion that the canon's housekeeper looked on me as the most callous little wretch on earth. Perhaps the boy did not cry because all the wounds inflicted were upon him, and he was too preoccupied with his own form of escape, evasion, or letting surviving 77 go to focus on that dying creature whose needs and emotional fate had so dominated his entire childhood. Up to Apollo's death, there had been nothing of Conrad's that was his, except for his chronic illnesses. Even in death, Apollo dominated. His funeral became an occasion not unlike those occasions used by Polish nationalists before the 1863 insurrection for a patriotic outpouring of affection for the man who had martyred himself to the nation's hopeless cause. The young Conrad, aged 11, walked at the head of the procession, inconsolable according to his grand mother. Conrad described the scene as he recalled it over 45 years later. In the moonlight-flooded silence of the old town Krakow of glorious tombs and tragic memories, I could see again the small boy of that day fall. Lowing a hearse, a space kept clear in which I walked alone, conscious of an enormous following, the clumsy swaying of the tall black machine, the chanting of the surpliced clergy at the head, the flames of tapers passing under the low archway of the gate, the rows of bared heads on the pave. Ments with fixed, serious eyes. Half the population had turned out on that fine May afternoon. They had not come to honor a great achievement, or even some splendid failure. The dead and they were victims alike of an unrelenting destiny which cut them off from every path of merit and glory. They had come only to render homage to the ardent fidelity of the man whose life had been a fearless confession in word and deed of a creed which the simplest heart in that crowd could feel and understand. In the author's note to a personal record, Conrad returned, in 191-9, to the funeral and to the man. That bareheaded mass of work people, youths of the university, women at the window, schoolboys on the pavement, could have known nothing positive about him except the fame of his fidelity to the one guiding emotion in their hearts. I had nothing but that knowledge myself, and this great silent demonstration seemed to me the most natural tribute in the world, not to the man but to the idea. Conrad then speaks of Apollo's having burned all his manuscripts a fortnight before his death, a practice Conrad later followed with nearly all the letters he received, and which he would have done with his manuscripts except that his wife preserved them. In actuality, Apollo had given his manuscripts to Stefan Buzyczynski, as Conrad later discovered on his visit to Poland. In July of 1914, the librarian of the University of Krakow, calling on me during our short visit to Poland, mentioned the existence of a few manuscripts of my father, and especially of a series of letters written before and during his exile to his most intimate friend who had sent them to the university for preservation. Conrad speaks of having had only a mere glance at material in which so much of his own past was locked up, a past that was now encapsulated, indeed deriving from a distant land that could have been no more foreign to 78. The Polish years, is he as he carried him than Tibet or the Arctic region. Yet he still spoke the language, he identified with the aspirations of the people, and as he gazed, even for mere minutes, at Apollo's manuscripts, poems, translations, letters, he stared into a past he could never shake. Conrad continues, I intended to come back the next day and arrange for copies being made of the whole correspondence. But next day there was war. Conrad then, still 45 years later, reminisces about his father's reputation, how surprised he was to find that Apollo was recalled by young men of letters, mainly for his translations of Shakespeare, Hugo, Heine, and Vigny. Apollo as a patriot was also remembered, and Conrad himself rose back in time, this man of 56 reaching back to his 12th year and beyond that to his early childhood and a dimly remembered room in war. Saw, with an even more dimly recalled mother. Where it a lofty room with a lofty archway at one end led to remains. A mystery, but to this day I cannot get rid of the belief that all this was of enormous proportions, and that the people appearing and disappearing in that immense space were beyond the usual stature of mankind as I got to know it in later life. Amongst them I remember my mother, a more familiar figure than the others, dressed in the black of the national mourning, worn in defiance of ferocious police regulations. I have also preserved from that particular time the awe of her mysterious gravity which, indeed, was by no means smileless. Nor did he wish to. When his own background or Poland's role in Europe was misunderstood, he became the true son of Apollo. As late as 1922, in some extraordinary passages to George T. Keating, he tries to fix Polish thought and Poland's outlook. His letter is a response to H. L. Mencken's harping on his Slavonism, which Conrad feels Mencken has completely misinterpreted. I wonder what meaning he attaches to the word. Does he mean by it primitive natures, fashioned by Byzantine theological conception of life, with an inclination to perverted mysticism? Then it cannot possibly apply to me. Racially I belong to a group which has historically a political past, with a Western Roman culture derived at first from Italy and then from France, and a rather southern temperament, an outpost of Westernism with a Roman tradition, situated between Slavo-Tartar Byzantine barbarism on one side and the German tribes on the other, resisting both influences desperately and still remaining true to itself to this very day. Conrad then turns to his own past. I went out into the world before I was 17, to France and England, and in neither country did I feel myself a stranger for a moment, neither as regards ideas, sentiments, nor institutions. If he means that I have been influenced by so-called Slavonic literature, then he is utterly wrong. I suppose he means Russian, but as a matter of fact I never knew Russian. The few novels I have read in translation. Their mentality and emotional ism have been always repugnant to me, here, entirely and individually. Apart from Polish, my youth has been fed on French and English literature. I am a child, not of a savage, but of a chivalrous tradition, and if my mind took a tinge from anything it was from the French Romanticism perhaps. It was fed on ideas, not of revolt but of liberalism of a perfectly disinterested kind, and on severe moral lessons of national misfortune. Of course I broke away early. Surviving 79. Exactly how the young boy handled the death of his father we cannot tell. Certainly, he preserved the memory with respect in later years, but, at the time, he must have felt tremendous awe that his father's funeral cortege had become an occasion for patriot fervor and personal respect. Such an outpouring would, of course, make it even more difficult for the young boy, since the very political ideals which led to the demonstration were those which had destroyed the family mother, uncles, grandfather, and now father. It could not have been lost upon the young Conrad, especially after he became the ward of his uncle Tadeusz, that his father's ideas and ideals had brought the family to destruction. So that caught by memories of exaltation, the boy was also caught by a more practical sense, that political activity and patriotism were the devil's work. To break from Poland was to break from ideology itself. But while the dreaming undoubtedly continued, more practical needs were at hand. The orphan required a home and adult care. Ultimately, he passed into the most reliable of hands, those of his uncle Tadeusz, but before that occurred, he was served by several guardians, some of them of considerable interest as individuals or as writers. What is unique about Conrad's later childhood is the nature of his education. As other children his age were moving through grade levels at school, he was weaving through homes and individuals that provided, each in its way, a different kind of instruction. And he himself never stopped reading now, as later he never ceased once he went to sea. This personal nature of his education is more important to his later development than whatever lessons he experienced in school, and the former was surely more significant in shaping his skepticism and his sense of irony and scorn. For those qualities, so essential to his literary art, were honed more by associations with intelligent, independent minds than by the pedagogues he encountered in the mainly Germanic schools. His first guardian was Stefan Bozaczynski, Apollo's kind friend, and himself a writer of considerable energy and some small achievement. As a poet, dramatist, and historian, Bozaczynski resembled Apollo in many ways, being as intense an opponent of all foreign domination as was Conrad's father. Like Apollo, however, he also opposed socialism and worker organizations. And he often struck the prickly and independent pose of a Polish Tom Paine. At St. Anne's, for example, the Krakowish, all patriotsy writers such as Mikołaj Lum fitted into the Germanic gymnasium were ignored. Other subjects in the Krakow plan, of Latin, German, and then the native Lum included history and geography, tongue, Polish. As Morph points out, dissented from the German point of view, as Latin sequence consisted of Nepos, Caesar, well as mathematics. See Morph, the Polish. Livius, Ovid, Sallust, and Virgil. The Ger Shades and Ghosts of Joseph Conrad, pp. Man courses included readings in Goethe, 73 ff. Schiller, Grillparzer, and Klopstock. In Pole. 80. The Polish years, 18 to the power of 7th Izzy Karad. He stressed more personal concerns and tried to demonstrate that Poland needed greater moral fiber. Such views inevitably brought him into conflict with the Krakow Historical School, which, condemning Poland for its shortcomings, interpreted its weakness as administrative, as lacking in central authority. Bozaczynski represented those very political forces which Conrad was later to pinpoint as anarchical. Yet to be passed into the hands of this man must have seemed to the boy a continuation of his father's care, though without the hopelessness and religiosity. Bozaczynski was a source of energy, kind to the child, and full of his own work and plans. It was not a poor arrangement, except that it did not last, and in 1870, as the result of a family council, the young Conrad moved on to the guardianship of Teofila Bobrowska and Count W7 Audis J. Im J. Nizek. Teofila was his maternal grandmother, and Uncle Tadeusz probably considered her a safer guardian than Stefan Bozaczynski, who would have perpetuated the nationalistic ideas of Apollo. And Teofila, however, had her own beliefs, which were romantic and patriotic. She had been very much on Apollo's side when the Bobrowskis originally opposed the marriage. She was by no means a backward, acquiescent woman. On the contrary, Tadeusz recognized her as independent and intelligent. She would, in all, serve well as an interim guardian, especially since Conrad was now the sole reminder of her dead daughter, Ava. For both maternal grandmother and uncle, Conrad was to fill a gap created by numerous deaths, either from illness or political activity. With Apollo dead and buried, and Teofila took Conrad for a cure. Probably for his excessive nervousness to Wartenberg in Bohemia, the first of many cures that Conrad was to take in his lifetime. Upon his return to Krakow, he was placed, according to Apollo's wishes, in a pension headed by Mr. Ludwig Georgian, at 330 Florianska Street. This establishment one thinks of similar ones in Dickens, and the Brontes was run by Mrs. Georgian and her two daughters. Although Conrad's studies were actually supervised by an old family friend, Dr. Isidore Kopernicki. The boy could not attend a regular gymnasium or lycée because at this time he had little or no Latin and German, which formed the basis of the curriculum. Kopernicki was an eminent physician, social scientist, well known then and later as an anthropologist, and a man very close to Apollo's political ideas. Kopernicki, whose ideas and career suggest Stein in Lord Jim, left his Joseph Riedinger, who came to know war. They took care of boys of good families. Conrad some 40 years later, described the at school in Krakow. Refined and perfumed pension, there were 3 of them, Madame Prim and Snobbish, for many years they made. Georgian, an old Polish lady, who had marred their living out of this pension in which the a descendant of French émigrés settled in fatherless Conrad, as a boy, spent, according Poland, and her 2 spinster daughters, who to himself, the saddest hours of his life, not at that time were past middle age. I believe withstanding the evident care of the GEOR. The last one died only a few years before the Geon females. Surviving 8-1. Post in the Department of Anatomy at the University of Kiev and joined the 1863 insurrection. However, unlike Apollo, he got out intact and wisely went into exile in Paris and then Bucharest, returning to Poland only in 1871. When things had quieted down. Like Apollo, Copernicus retained an interest in literature, along with his multitudinous other activities. Copernicus, then, was a perfect adult model for Conrad, and it is unfortunate that we do not know more of the relationship, or how the boy felt at that time. Later, in 1881, Copernicus' name appears in a letter to Conrad from his uncle TTS, and he continues to show up in Bobrowski's correspondence with Conrad, an indication that the anthropologist and Conrad exchanged letters through the 1880s. In 1881, TTS, after running through his various ailments as treated by Dr. Copernicus, relayed a message from the doctor to his nephew. Mr. Copernicus was most solicitous in inquiring about you. I read out your letters to him, having found one waiting for me. He is engaged on a great work which has already brought him European fame, comparative studies of human races based on types of skulls. This particular branch of science is called craniology. He earnestly requests you to collect, during your voyages, skulls of natives, writing on each one whose skull it is, and the place of origin. When you have collected a dozen or so of such skulls, write to me and I will obtain from him information as to the best way of dispatching them to Krakow, where there is a special museum devoted to craniology. Please do not forget this, and do your best to fulfill the request of the scientist, as by doing so you will bring real pleasure both to him and to myself, for he is not only a worthy, wise, and educated man but also most friendly and sympathetic to me personally. August 3/15, 1881. Apparently, Conrad responded favorably, for Bobrowski's letter of August v. 22, 1881, indicates that Dr. Copernicus will pursue the lead suggested by Conrad. Perhaps his use of skulls as decorations around Keats's jungle house in Heart of Darkness was related to Dr. Copernicus' request, but, in any event, Conrad and Copernicus appear to have remained on cordial epistolary terms almost up to the time of Conrad's Congo trip in 1890. A pattern begins to emerge, even after Apollo's death, when Conrad had come under the tutelage of TTS, he nevertheless was in touch with many men who shared his father's ideas and idealism. These men were not brown study intellectuals, they were fired by ambitions for achieving Polish independence, and they had in some instances jeopardized their physical well-being. Apollo's death by no means meant that Conrad was exposed to reactionary or conservative forces. Even under the Bobrowskis, he continued to be influenced by conflicting ideas. And from Copernicus, he would have heard about Paris, travel in general, and exile abroad. Although we have no 82 the Polish years, is carried y is e carried chain of evidence, it would seem likely that some of Conrad's interest in going into exile, as it were, derived from his exposure to particular men, like Copernicus, who returned from abroad with tales of emigres and other ways of life. If nothing else, Copernicus' presence demonstrated that one could be both a patriotic idealist and a professional success. Not all of Conrad's models were death-oriented. Even more than the physical presence of these men and their cosmopolitan backgrounds, we note their ideological position and what that would mean to a boy of 12, 13, or 14, whose intellectual development was clearly beginning. Conrad was no longer simply a piece of litmus. At 14, in 1871, he would be sorting out conflicting ideas and absorbing what would become his own forms of knowledge and imaginative experience. Lasting ideas were shaping, incoherent forms were solidifying into recognizable configurations. From all three men, his father, Bozaczynski, and Copernicus, Conrad found something congenial. They were all of a class, the gentry, and all of agreement as to Poland's future as an independent nation. Fiercely anti-Russian and fiercely anti-materialist *. Their hatred of the cash nexus finds its counterpart in English thought, with men like Carlyle and Ruskin, and their opposition to Polish positivism was not unlike Carlyle's attacks upon mechanism and technology. Part of Conrad's choice to go to sea was surely based on this reaction to a technology commercial class which was growing as a result of eased trade barriers. After the unsuccessful 1863 insurrection, Polish positivism, in fact, was no stranger to the development of the movement in France and England, having itself been strongly influenced by the ideas of Comte and Spencer. The Polish version, however, had strong political overtones which were particularly odious to men of the Apollo-Korzeniowski stamp. For positivism as it developed in Warsaw meant a renunciation of military action against Russia and a consolidation of economic goals. A strong Poland economically and technologically, the argument went, would mean a Poland more capable of standing up to Russia and its other oppressors. The movement renounced idealism, romanticism, messianism, and all those other shibboleths of the insurrectionists. It eschewed radicalism in favor of rationalism, activism in favor of cultural and economic independence. Its literary aspect was social realism. A Marxist element was not unreasonable, and its enemy in literature was the dreamy, isolated, romantic individual always ready to fight and die for his to Cunningham Graham, as noted and Noju, since he had no eye for the Shent. Above, Conrad speaks of the Shent per Shent business. The other fellow spotted at Shent business, I am making preparations to once, January 7, 1898. Conrad's early Receive the impenitent thief Graham's terms are dotted with contemptuous references. Essay which seek all the honors due to his to Unwin, Conrad's first publisher and ed. Distinguished position. I always thought a lot Lord Garnett's employer, as an Israelite in a bet man. He was no Philistine anyhow, tent only on profit. Surviving 83. Ideals. Its aim was the consolidation of Polish talent for the long run, and to Apollo's crowd it looked like cowardice in the face of Russian pressure. This side of the ideological struggle, then, would never be distant from Conrad's thought. Philosophically, he remained a prisoner of these ideas for the rest of his life, and although he turned such beliefs into imaginative flow, he nevertheless showed an inability to grow as new ideas presented themselves to him. His imaginative grasp may have developed ferociously in the period from 1899 to 1904, but his fund of ideas, his fundamental ideology, was set forever in the pattern suggested by these early years. Of course, as Conrad now passed under the influence and tutelage of TTS Audiobook, he received a somewhat different tradition, although the dislike of commerce and trade remained. We get some solid idea of Tadeus's influence from the 70 extant letters, plus one dated in 1869, that he wrote to Conrad from 1876 to 1893, the year before his death. As late as July 1830, 189-1, he rakes over Conrad's defects. Although Conrad was by now a master mariner and an English citizen, the roll call of failings is familiar. Like the Korsaniowskis, he is himself accused of falling between stools. In your projects you let your imagination run away with you and you become an optimist, but when you encounter disappointments you fall easily into pessimism, and as you have a lot of pride, you suffer for more as the result of disappointments than somebody would who had a more moderate imagination but was endowed with greater endurance in activity and relationships. Would it be too much to claim for Ta showering Karl with affection, his uncle Diaz, that with the death of his own Da made the boy feel guilty about any shortcoming? Joe's fought, in 1870, at 12, he saw himself in fact forcing the boy to turn upon, not as an uncle to the 12-year-old Conrad himself and attempt suicide, but as a mother, indeed a mother hen? His we must be very careful here, for we have monitions and cautions, which extended well chosen as an analogy and extreme case, into Conrad's 30s, indicate more a contrast to which Conrad and Tadeus are only NAL than an avuncular role. Tadeus, in a real shadowy flickers. But Conrad's suicide at sense, appropriated Conrad to his own line, like Karl's at 20 and with a gun. Attempting to purge the Korsaniowskis' lien ostensibly over unpaid gambling debts, did in cage, hiding from the boy his mother's common sense free him from his uncle's reproofs. Complicity in Apollo's plots and remaking the serious suicide attempt is so complicated that Bobrowska image in a more attractive light. No explanation can suffice, but for the person, without straining an analogy, we may, who survives it, it becomes a form of rebirth. With extreme caution, look at another uncle in Conrad's case. The attempt was a real nephew relationship, that between Beethoven play of independence however self-destruct, and his brother's son Karl. Beethoven took initiative and it was one way of exorcising his intensely motherly attitude toward his uncle directly, and Poland indirectly, from his nephew, to the extent that he attempted to strain out the father's possible influence. In so all this is extremely tentative, but Beethoven tried to control every aspect here instead of waiting until later so of Karl's life, making the boy into a private to alert the reader to aggressive behavior. Possession without any will of his own. In Conrad that we must somehow account for. 84 The Polish years, is carried. Why is he carried? This is Tadeus's case against Conrad. On the other hand, the older man also looked askance at commercialism. True to his own background in the landed gentry, he disliked any pursuit which created class mobility, and of course money-making was one such activity. Commenting on what the newspapers had called a pogrom in an area between Kiev and Odessa where a large Jewish population resided, Tadeus wrote, "We all expect to be affected by a financial crisis resulting from the panic and stagnation of trade, mainly among Jews, who as you know hold nervous rerum money tightly in their hands. I am mentioning this in order to reassure you that I am exposed to no particular danger apart from a general feeling of discomfort about what could befall all of us who live in this country." Tadeus denies any pogrom and ascribes the trouble to thieving, by which he may simply mean matters of trade and business. This parallelism of dislike of Jews and yet reliance on their merchant abilities runs, as we shall see, straight through Conrad's entire career, as he found himself in the hands of one Jew after another and depended heavily on their goodwill, from Fisher Unwin to Heinemann to James Brand Pinker, his agent and devoted patron. Tadeusz Bobrowski was himself a man of many sides, not only the forbidding parent figure of his correspondence with Conrad. As well as being a somewhat narrow moralist and positivist, he was a person of considerable intelligence and insight. He has unjustly been described as a right-wing, conservative, even reactionary force, thrusting upon Conrad a rationalistic, legalistic approach to life and its goals. Although some of this is correct and should not be denied, Tadeusz deeply resented the Naj-CZ strain of foolhardiness and self-destruction. In choosing a tepid life, and rejecting a romantic death, he represented elements of balance and sanity. Lacking the poetic soul of Apollo, he leaned toward the scientific view, but without the easy optimism we associate with the technological mind. Tadeusz's long correspondence with the young, and then not so young, Conrad has elements of Polonius's advice to Laertes, but it has many more ingredients of perception as to Conrad's divisive tendencies, his wastefulness and extravagances. His need for a mothering kind of attention even when he was well past the age that a boy needs a mother. Before leaving Poland in 1874, for Marseilles, Conrad passed only Gradu Ally into Tadeus's hands. As early as September 1869, the latter was writing to little Conrad about the need for education. It has pleased God to strike you with the greatest misfortune that can assail a child, the loss of its parents. But in his goodness God has so graciously allowed your very good grandmother and myself to look after you, your health, your studies and your future destiny. Tadeus notes the need for a thorough education, without which his young ward will be worth nothing in this world. He stresses that Conrad should master the first principles of every subject, surviving 85, which will lead to his becoming a cultivated man. Tadeus's emphasis here on education implies Conrad's indifference or neglect, and the latter himself admitted he was less than an average able boy. Bobrowski says he recognizes that all beginnings are tiresome for a boy, but he specifically cites the advantages of becoming an engineer or a technician, perhaps having such profs. Zions in mind for his nephew. However, he also mentions medicine and law, suggesting that he had, in this area at least, broken with the traditional idea of the idle landed gentry. Tadeus had apparently entered into the bourgeois spirit of the new classes forming in the later 1860s, money-making, if still somewhat cheapening, should not be left solely to the tradesmen. The letter, in 1869, indicates that Conrad's uncle was taking over his guardianship, although he was not directly responsible until some time later. Precisely when we do not know, but all his energies were soon directed to ward splitting the boy off from his CZ inheritance. Having lacked true direction in his childhood because of the circumstances of his parents, Conrad began to pass into the care of his first stable parental figure. The situation, and its complicated ingredients, cannot be overstressed. For they set up within the young adolescent a dialectic of conflicting feelings and values, which he would carry with him into full adulthood and which would spill over into his literary efforts. During his later lifetime, Conrad was to find such figures of support, not quite as parental as Tadeus, perhaps, but adult, solid forms that gave him the buttressing he needed at crucial times. At the beginning of his writing career, Edward Garnett provided the support, then John Galsworthy intermittently through his early literary efforts, but James Brand Pinker, Conrad's literary agent, was the real Tadeus of the middle and later years, guiding Conrad's financial fortunes, supporting him with money as Tadeus had done, cautioning about extravagance and his inability to work rapidly enough, catching the writer's rage but also his recognition. There is reason to believe that Conrad, no matter what his age, needed to compensate for that early loss of parental figures, for that early lack of clear and stable direction *. If we read Tadeus's 71-letter correspondence with Conrad, until the latter was 36 years old, and, allowing for suitable differences, compare it with the 1,000 letters Conrad wrote to Pinker from 1899 to 1922, we note the uncanny recurrence of many ideas and themes. We recognize, in the presence of a repeating psychological situation, even as Conrad turned into his 50s. Conrad dedicated his first novel, Almayer's Folly, 1895, to the memory of T.B. It is ironic that Conrad would think of his uncle in this connection. For Almayer, as we have already seen, has so many qualities of Apollo, so, as we shall see, we should not exclude scheme, although Ford was 15 years. Even Ford Maddox Ford, Hoover, from this Conrad's junior when they met. 86 The Polish years, I8Y4. Much of his sense of past waste, of lost hopes, of remorse and guilt over his single child, of recognition of a life that lacked both balance and direction. In that novel, begun in 1889, Conrad was writing, among other things, a much disguised autobiography, turning the psychological details of still fresh memories, 20 years after Apollo's death, into a narrative based on more recent experiences in exotic places. But the fundamental data were clearly present, and the dedication to the memory of his uncle Tadeus, dead in 1894, recalls Conrad's major concerns. In keeping with the basic premise of this biography, we shall see Conrad again and again repeating the atmosphere, forms, shapes, even substance of those early years. When Conrad began to write in 1889, he had had a large body of experience as a seaman, including a glimpse of the original of Al Meyer, but his imagination was working on certain fixed attitudes that would remain set. These, incidentally, are not limitations for a writer of his stamp, but strengths, advantages, giving him an intensity and a focusness. Sorry for this kind of narcissistic vision. In his Permanence and Change, Kenneth Burke combines memory and rebirth in a way that defines a process we shall see in Conrad once he turned to literary effort. Once a set of new meanings is firmly established, we can often note in art another kind of regression. The artist is suddenly prompted to review the memories of his youth because they combine at once the qualities of strangeness and intimacy. Probably every man has these periods of rebirth, a new angle of vision whereby so much that he had forgot suddenly becomes useful or relevant, hence grows vivid again in his memory. Rebirth and perspective by incongruity are thus seen to be synonymous. A process of conversion, though such words as conversion and rebirth are usually reserved for only the most spectacular of such reorientations, the religious. For Conrad, the spectacular religious reorientation was his 1890s conversion to art and picturesque aestheticism, whose manifesto he wrote in both the preface to The Nigger of the Narcissus and in the novel itself. Tadeus was himself well educated, having studied law at the University of St. Petersburg, which Apollo had attended earlier, and achieved the degree of Master of International Law, with a dissertation based on the legal aspects deriving from one country being occupied by another. His career in government ended before it began, for when his father died in 1850 he became responsible for the administration of the family estates. The point is that before he returned to the traditional gentry role he had acquired some cultivation and considerable education. Also, the family was not itself culturally illiterate, for the older Bobrowski was well read and passed on his literary interests to Tadeusz. Tadeusz's later voluminous memoirs attest to his literary interests, but surviving AD 7. Even while at the university he indulged bookish fasts, associating with a group known as the Pentarchy, a number of writers who fought against the principles of romantics such as Mickiewicz. The Pentarchy was reactionary in caste, Catholic, very much at ease under Tsarist influence, and probably much more conservative than Tadeusz. Needless to add, it was anathema to everything Apollo stood for. Eventually, Tadeusz developed along more liberal lines, for he was himself a critic of the aristocracy and of the very class from which he derived. What is important about him for our purposes is the play of ideas and type of personality he brought to the relationship with Conrad. He was, apparently, a very private man, not at all given to excesses of any kind, whether physical, mental, or imaginative. We have a commentary on Tadeusz from W. Iojimir Spisowicz, who later edited Bobrowski's memoirs. Spisowicz speaks of him as a solitary man, lonely as a finger, who had lost not only all his brothers and sisters, but also his wife and daughter. Weeks on end, he would stay at home, with a long chibuk pipe stem in his hand, surrounded by books and periodicals, always busy doing something. Bobrowski was sober, ironic, and sardonic. He condescended toward his own class, admired the principles of the French Revolution, and found himself sympathetic to the peasantry. In some of his contradictory feelings, we sense a minor league Dostoevsky devoted to the peasants, admirer of revolutionary principles, mocker of the gentry, and yet contemptuous of political movements and their false aura of panacea and ameliorism. His attitudes also recall Tolstoy, particularly his interest in freeing the serfs, along with his suspicion of any movement that would improve their condition. Despite his criticism of the gentry, he was a man of patronage, a devotee of noblesse oblige, and committed to many of the ideas discredited by the French Revolution. Withal, Bobrowski felt that Poland must accumulate material wealth, become self-sufficient, and rejuvenate itself from within, without opposing Russia militarily. We see how many of these conflicting tendencies fitted into the Conradian imagination. Tadeusz Bobrowski, then, was a cautious patriot, aware of revolutionary fervor, attracted by it, but a rationalist in his approach to life, on guard against political solutions. He was especially careful of the individual human life, which he felt should not be sacrificed to the unknown or thrown to the winds. His later letters to Conrad, even when the latter was in his 30s, indicate his awareness of the importance of the single life, not at all an insignificant matter for the developing or emerging novelist. We can assume that part of Conrad's withdrawal from the full political implications of his novels, or his caution in dealing with such matters, derives from lessons learned from Bobrowski, that the individual who joins movements, thinks politically, or tries rapid reform throws himself under the wheels of the juggernaut. Evolution, not revolution, Razumov warns. Gradualism, for Bobrowski, was 88 the Polish years, 1807-1874. The sole hope, but even that modicum of optimism would not be acceptable to Conrad the writer. The two-volume memoirs, which Bobrowski worked on over a long period of time, coincides with the letters he sent to Conrad, and we note that what he was writing there has its parallels in what he was telling Conrad, so that the latter was the recipient of more than avuncular wisdom in the traditional sense. He became a repository of everything the older man believed about life, literature, philosophy, politics, and society itself, as if Conrad were his own son preparing to move out into the confusing, deceitful world. In another respect, Bobrowski was a splendid influence on a boy who would become a writer. 20 years before he wrote the first words of Al Mayer's Folly, Conrad was close to a man familiar not only with all the great Polish authors but with an international array of writers, from Pushkin and Lermontov among Russians to Byron and Poe, and Schiller among the Germans. If we add these names to Shakespeare, Heine, Dickens, Hugo, and Vigny, whom Conrad had become familiar with through his father, we note a broad humanistic pattern begun long before the young man would turn AC. Tivoli to literature. That he wrote in English is the cause of astonishment. That he wrote at all no cause for amazement. In 1870, when Conrad was 12, his health took a turn for the worse. And Tadeusz arranged for a tutor, the 24-year-old Adam Merrick Pullman, a medical student at Jagiellonian University, to take him to the W.A. Tearing spa of Krynica in the Carpathian Mountains. Bobrowski indicates in his document an accounting of his financial dealings in connection with Conrad and the Korzeniowskis as how he laid out the money from Conrad's patrimony for his trip with Pullman, and how he paid Pullman for half a year's maintenance for you and for half a year in advance as he needed it. The sequence until 1874 was becoming set, the companionship of Adam Pullman, the guardianship of Tadeusz Bobrowski, and irregular attendance at school in Krakow because of intermittent illness. The patterning is important, for it led in several directions, which Conrad at this time from the age of 12 to 16 could not possibly control. For each element in the pattern, as we shall see, was to tell him something different. The illnesses were uniquely his own voice, whereas his travels with Pullman showed him something else, and Uncle Tadeus's advice led him on still another path. Yet unable as he was to control the direction of his life, he was apparently lying back, reacting, trying to discover how he could either resolve diverse elements or escape altogether. These were the years when he decided against all adult advice to seek a sea career, which meant leaving Poland, forsaking physically the land that Apollo and his forebears had considered holy land. Very likely his reading at this time, either in the classical curriculum or on his own, included the Odyssey, for the boy saw the Mediterranean as the sea of romance, beckoning him to adventure. Landlocked in Poland, far from the surviving 89 sea, he dreamed of a landlocked body of water quickly, like the DJ Inn's bottle contained the adventures of the world enclosed in itself. In the mirror of the sea, Conrad wrote of the Mediterranean as the stuff out of which a boy's dreams are shaped. Happy he who, like Ulysses, has made an adventurous voyage, and there is no such sea for adventurous voyages as the Mediterranean, the inland sea which the ancients looked upon as so vast and so full of wonders. And, indeed, it was terrible and wonderful, for it is we alone who, swayed by the audacity of our minds and the tremors of our hearts, are the sole artisans of all the wonder and romance of the world. The sea was, for Ulysses and others, the fury of strange monsters and the wiles of strange women, the highway of heroes and sages, of warriors, pirates, and saints, the workaday sea of Carthaginian merchants and the please your lake of the Roman Caesars. Then, in an unusual phrase, Conrad sees the Mediterranean as the historical home of that spirit of open defiance against the great waters of the earth. He views the sailor as leaving the sea and issuing thence to the west and south as a youth leaves the shelter of his parental house. This spirit found the way to the Indies, discovered the coasts of a new continent, and traversed at last the immensity of the great Pacific, rich in groups of islands remote and mysterious like the constellations of the sky. The juxtaposition of the sea, defiance of the oceans, and departure of the youth from his home all seems significant as a later narration of an earlier, still inchoate model slowly forming in the teenager's imagination. Yet even as Conrad writes this, he fears he has been born too late for what he has imagined. The truth must have been that, all unversed in the arts of the wily Greek, the deceiver of gods, the lover of strange women, the evoker of bloodthirsty shades, I yet longed for the beginning of my own obscure Odyssey, which, as was proper for a modern, should unroll its wonders and terrors beyond the pillars of Hercules. The disdainful ocean did not open wide to swallow up my audacity, though the ship, the ridiculous and ancient career of my folly, the old, weary, disenchanted sugar wagon, seemed extremely disposed to open out and swallow up as much salt water as she could hold. This is the older Conrad looking back and comparing his insignificant voyages to the more spectacular ones of Ulysses, but also looking still further back to those spots of time in his landlocked youth when adventure was yet to come and he could dream of a voyager's romance in the Mediterranean basin and beyond. Not so curiously, Conrad identified with Odysseus, the wily Greek, as Joyce was to ally himself with Daedalus, the archetypal creator. For Odes 90 the Polish years, Isias Carod. Unlike Apollo, a moody, emotional Achilles, was not enmeshed in a tragic destiny. Through cunning, he escaped. His lives were infinite, and he would not die in exile but would return to wife and son. No less than Joyce. Conrad evidently saw patterns of exile and return. In The Arrow of Gold, Conrad represents his Monsieur George as young Ulysses and then relates a version of his own French adventures after he left Poland, conceiving of them as his Odyssey. Odysseus was a voyager, the first historical seaman. Conrad has one of his characters call him and something of a fighter, but he was practical, never romantic, less a military man than a strategist, very careful to preserve his own skin. The young Conrad's choice was exemplary, and demonstrated symbolically his opposition both to his father and to father figures. In a personal record, Conrad speaks of these final years in Poland very circuitously, for he left no proper autobiography. He himself claimed to have attended St. Anne's Gymnasium in Krakow, but his actual attendance there is in doubt, because his name fails to appear on any class rosters or in the records of the school kept in Krakow. Nevertheless, Conrad did assert he attended the school, did inform others of this fact, and it is unlikely he would confuse St. Anne's with any other school in Krakow. Whether Conrad actually attended St. Anne's or another gymnasium, St. Jacek's, with less social cachet, has been suggested as an alternate possibility. He did pass an examination for the fourth form. St. Anne's had among its alumni a most distinguished group of literary men, historians, politicians, critics, and dramatists. At the time they attended, the curriculum was a classical one conducted entirely along the German model and in the German language. Krakow, although semi-free, was the responsibility of Austria. And notwithstanding that the Austrian authorities were more relaxed and flexible than the Russians, they nevertheless saw the educational system as a when Najder searched among the stew in the memorial book celebrating the 3 dead entries for the years 1870 to 72 at St. 100th anniversary of the founding of Anne's Gymnasium, Conrad's name was not St. Anne's Gymnasium in Krakow, listed. He would have entered in 1870 along 1888. Nor is it to be found in the records of with 150 other new students. But these names the school kept in the voivodeship record of were entered only for students who began the FICE in Krakow. Moreover, there is no trace in school year, whereas Conrad, as well as the book of the names of the people who are Taub brothers and Konstantin Buzik often mentioned as Conrad's school friends. Zinski, started during the term. Or else, when, Bozaczynski, the Taubes. There existed at. He began St. Anne's in September 1870, the time 29/OT/CR Gymnasium in Krakow, that name listed was simply Jozef Kortniowski, of St. Jacek. Unfortunately the records of this. For such a student as entered for the 4th Gymnasium were destroyed during the last class, on September 17. See Morv, T/Po/War, Polskie Lata Konrada, Turchisk. Shades and Ghosts of Joseph Conrad, Warsaw, 11, November, 1956, p. 152. See pages 70 ff. Najder, however, concluded, Buzza, the appendix, pages 244-47, for a good. Konrad Korsaniowski's name does not figure. Survey of the controversy. On the list of St. Anne's Gymnasium, printed. Surviving 91. Way of indoctrinating Polish youth. This plan, of * course, failed since the graduates of St. Anne's, as well as those of other gymnasiums, proceeded to take up the cudgels for Poland against the occupation. Even so, the system was itself beginning to undergo changes, the most radical being the shift from German to Polish in the classroom. These changes came about from an 1867 decree approved by the Austrian government, and it moved Poland slightly toward a more nationalistic posture. AP. Apparently, the shift was not felt immediately, for officialdom remained unchanged even if the official language became Polish. By 1870, when and if Conrad attended, textbooks were in Polish, and German teachers were being relieved of duties or retired from service. There still remained, evidently, a censored list of Polish authors, and these in many instances became the most common reading of defiant Polish schoolboys. In later life, Conrad was an implacable foe of censorship and wrote a ferociously ironic piece on the English Lord Chamberlain censoring power over plays. This shift in languages was accompanied by much literary activity among Polish authors, leading to the so-called Young Poland movement. While far too young to be directly affected by these shifts and himself too distant from regular school activities to be part of them, Conrad was nevertheless caught up in a patriotic fervor for which literature could be a service. Even more, however, he was enmeshed in language shifts, he himself having been exposed, before he came to English, to 4 languages, native Polish, home learned French, and the Russian and German of the occupier. Conrad always insisted he did not know either German or Russian *, especially the latter, the language of the hated Dostoevsky, but it is hard to see how he grew up among these language clusters, in which Polish, German, and Russian were intermingled politically, without becoming aware of the vocabulary and even grammar. Such awareness of the limits of languages and their cross-fertilization was excellent preparation for a man who would see a distinctive cadence and rhythm in English, as different from the practices of his predecessors as Joyce's and Wolf's were from theirs. The Young Poland movement would stress Polish revitalization and was, in actuality, a regrouping of 1830 romantic shibboleths, specifically a withdrawal from positivistic ideas. We note that the movement in Poland had writing to Constance Garnett, that Russ been to school then I never knew Russian. Sophile, Conrad responded to her criticism of could not tell a little Russian from a great Miss Halden's woodenness in under Western Russian to save my life. In the book as you eyes, but the fact is that I know extremely must have seen I am exclusively concerned little of Russians. Practically nothing. In Poe with ideas. Land we have nothing to do with them. One and then to Edward Garnett, he touches. Knows they are there. And that's disagreeable on Dostoevsky, I don't know what D stands. Enough. In exile the contact is even slighter if or reveals, but I do know that he is too possible if more unavoidable. I crossed the Russian for me. It sounds to me like some Russian frontier at the age of 10. Not having fierce mouthings from prehistoric ages. 92 The Polish years, is carried. Why is he carried? Strong affinities to parallel naivements in England and France, especially to the latter. It recalls in some ways how the ethnic symbolists reacted to the Parnassians, a vitalist force attempting to move against a reactionary classicism on one hand and a technological naturalism on the other. One marginal issue of the movement is that W.L. Audie's J. Raymond, the novelist, was connected to it in its later development, and it was Raymond who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1924, at the very time Conrad had thought of the prize for himself. All this, of course, moves us ahead of the young Conrad coming to St. Anne's in the autumn of 1870. Whatever his relationship to the school, he could not have failed to be caught up by some of the new fervor, however unshaped and unfocused it still was. Only a year after Apollo's death and Conrad's heading up of the funeral procession, he must have reacted with mixed emotions to these growing outbursts of patriotism, full of feeling for his father's role and yet aware of the personal damage that role had done. Also, now under the wing of Tadeusz Bobrowski, Conrad was becoming more fully conscious of his uncle's opposition to Korsaniowski's romanticism. All the rifts and divisions were surfacing and taking hold. Regularized schoolwork and regular school attendance were not for the 12-year-old Conrad. Like so many young people of talent and imagination without clear focus, his development was to be late, and in adolescence. He saw school more as a hindrance than as an aid. Everything, in fact, ruled against a regular pattern or system, and schoolwork, especially in the Germanic Latin curriculum, demanded a high degree of discipline. For any young man at St. Anne's or elsewhere, the curriculum demanded work in 3 languages, Latin, German, and Polish, with Russian not obligatory but never too distant. For Conrad, The essential languages were Polish, French, and English, a very different triad asterisk. Discipline was the last thing Conrad had been prepared for. Uprootedness, transience, death of parents, lack of continuity, these were the conditions of a life of wandering or a life of intense inner activity in which the imagination could follow its own pattern and not that of a system. We recall Sissy Jupe, at the beginning of Dickens's Hard Times, being asked in grind school to define a horse. We can, to some extent, substitute the young Conrad, caught up by German positivism as Sissy was by English utilitarianism, and reacting in his own tested way, rejecting it through illness, head aches, fevers. Clearly, Conrad had discovered a form of leverage, utilizing while Conrad was living in the sea or Poland solely to take part in the 1863 insurgency on pension, he apparently studied the Russian. Central to Conrad's language study. French language with a Polish refugee named was the orientation of the tutor, like Apollo A. C/Apsky, since Mr. Georgian spoke almost no Romantic read, with a background of escape. French. Jean Aubry adds that Zapsky spoke emigration, French experience. Almost no Polish, having come from France to surviving. 93. Illness as much as illness claimed him, whether it was the epilepsy alluded to, kidney disturbances, or less drastic fevers. We do know that for reasons of health he revisited Krynika in 1871 and 1872, and went abroad for a much longer time in 1873. Truancy from school gained Conrad the inner time for measuring something in himself not consciously apparent to him and certainly not visible to those around him. Admittedly, such forms of control are infantile. They are attempts to regulate the environment in small matters and to gain power through the repetition of stubborn acts or moments of defiance. They bypass almost completely the larger issues, where one's defeat or frustration really lies. And yet, infantile as they are, they buy time, they allow for a waiting game, and for the talented or the late developer they may be effective strategies for survival. Apparently, Conrad husbanded these small victories. In these years, from 1870 to 1874, the boy was by no means neglected. Besides Tadeusz, his maternal grandmother and other members of the family were quite concerned about him. But he was moving toward decisions. And areas of thought they could not begin to follow, decisions were being made for him as much as he was trying to make them. How could they understand that he needed distance from school, that school had become a direction away from, not toward, what was shaping in his mind just as the chaotic early years had defied the routine stages of growing up, so the school years did not fit whatever patterns he was forming for himself. Like Sissy Jupe, he identified with another area of consciousness, and like her, he found school an indifferent matrix for his hopes, dreams, and ultimate goals. There would also be a certain unruliness. Tadeusz's later exasperation with Conrad's way of conducting his life even in his 20s and 30s would appear to be based on an earlier discontent with his nephew's attitudes. We can assume that disciplinary problems arose, especially in 1873, when Conrad apparently proved too much of an enigma for his grandmother to handle. Whatever the precise points here and this period remains documented and dim, we can project certain elements of behavior. The regular attendance at school would suggest not only a lack of interest and direction but a truancy of spirit, also a sense of isolation and marginality, the boy's failure to find where he fitted and what he belonged to, despite being surrounded by parental figures. Further, there would be the desire to escape that very solicitude, that plethora of parental figures, some of whom were compensating for their own early loss of children. Then he would recognize his place as an orphan, that it was a condition he could turn to his advantage. F2 quality, he would feel distaste, even contempt, for his contemporaries, accustomed as he was to adult attention and to the confidentiality of adult talk and discussion. Added to that was his inability to catch up in his school studies, even if he wished to. His disadvantage in the curriculum was apparent at this age. And while he 94 he polish ears, is why is he felt pride at Apollo's achievement, it was paralleled by his awareness of what such achievement can bring with it, an irresolvable conflict of feeling leading to guilt and remorse. Overall, there were the conflicts of ideology which he must have noted as he became attached to Tadeusz, a man who mixed kindness and generosity with much stern fatherly advice and who was, implacably, set against nearly everything Apollo had stood for. These conflicts and divisions, with their unresolved behavioral components, were excellent preparation for the later writer, provided he could survive the cutting edge of such divisiveness. Survival, then, was the thing, and Conrad apparently found in illness the way he could manipulate his view of his experience, as distinct from the way his life was viewed by Tadeusz and others. This utilization of illness worked well for Conrad later on as well. While it brought anxiety to a peak, it also gained him a respite from problems, as they piled up impossibly. Further, it fed his egocentricity. The isolated child never learns to relate to the outside world except through an egocentric pattern. He must always assert himself as a way of proving himself alive. Once again, excellent preparation for an introspective writer, if he can survive those early years. Chapter 4 Breaking Away. Any of the turning points came in 1872, as the result of something completely outside Conrad's hands. Living in Poland, whether Austrian, Russian, or German, he was caught in the materials of a naturalistic novel, the individual being always smaller than the pattern and potentially sacrificial. Even in the more tolerant German-speaking part, Tadeusz had tried to obtain Austrian citizenship for Conrad in 1872, and had failed to do so, which meant that he remained liable to service in the military, for as long as 25 years as the son of a convict. These were indeed the facts of a naturalistic novel, the son paying the debts of the father simply as a condition of birth. His uncle's failure to gain Austrian citizenship for Conrad is not easily explained. The Municipal Council of Krakow at its December 28, 1872, meeting, in homage to the memory of Apollo Korzeniowski's and to his services to the Polish cause, conferred the freedom of the city on his son, which also exempted him from taxes. Such an honor would normally bring the recipient Austrian citizenship when he reached his majority. Tadeusz's document of accounts for the years 1873 and 1874 notes applications and sums expended for Conrad's Austrian naturalization. Nothing, however, came of these attempts, and we can only speculate why, and what would have occurred if they had been successful. The decision was a bureaucratic one, solidifying Conrad's suspicion of all governmental action, and it may be that Austria and Russia agreed not to permit the exchange of citizens, especially those who had not done military service. Or else Conrad's background, despite his having been granted the freedom of the city, was a factor in his not receiving Austrian naturalization. Even so, it is unlikely that such an act would have kept Conrad in Poland. There is no certainty here, but decisions based on internal needs would have preempted whatever external solutions arose. If we are correct in assuming that Conrad's breaking away was a form of survival for him, then Austrian naturalization would not have been for him a key matter. On the other hand, it could have strengthened his uncle's argument for him to stay and made a definite break more difficult. 95. G6 The Polish years, I8J/I8Y_F. Conrad's desire to seek some fresh direction was now becoming more insistent. He was proving too troublesome for his grandmother to control, his health was sporadically breaking down, and his future in Krakow because of Russian requirements was increasingly unsure. In 1872, he apparently mentioned his plan to go to sea, and he continued to press for it. It was not unlike an Eskimo boy informing his parents that he wanted to become an architect. Conrad's reasons for going to sea may have been very complicated, or very simple, but whatever they were, they derived from a large cluster of experience which the boy was trying to handle and resolve. His schoolwork, in particular, was as ever going badly, and for him, proud, intellectually precocious, hypersensitive, the low ranking he achieved must have rankled far more than it would have to a boy of less exposed sensibility. In an essay written near the end of his life, Geography and Some Explorers, Conrad tells of his love of geography as a boy and his disappointment at its neglect in the school. Unfortunately, the marks awarded for that subject were almost as few as the hours apportioned to it in the school curriculum by persons of no romantic sense for the real, ignorant of the great possibilities of active life, with no desire for struggle, no notion of the wide spaces of the world. Mere bored professors, in fact, who were not only middle-aged but looked to me as if they had never been young. And their geography was very much like themselves, a bloodless thing with a dry skin covering a repulsive armature of uninteresting bones. Conrad continues. I would be ashamed of my warmth in digging up a hatchet which has been buried now for nearly 50 years if those fellows had not tried so often to take my scalp at the yearly examinations. There are things that one does not forget. And besides, the geography which I had discovered for myself was the geography of open spaces and wide horizons built upon men's devoted work in the open air, the geography still militant but already conscious of its approaching end with the death of the last great explorer. The antagonism was radical. If we assume Conrad's memory and assessment were accurate, this sage provides many clues as to why he needed to break away. Geography. Cali, Poland was suffocating, enclosed by enemies, beyond was the spatiality of dreams and fantasies, an oceanic infinitude. A militant geographer. Phy posits an explorer who pioneers as an act of defiance. He defies the existing world as well as his own powers. And he does so, usque ad fine, and knowing that it will all end in death, his or that of exploration itself. Mungo Park, the Scottish explorer, was the ideal, the man who died at 35. Pushing ever deeper into the heart of darkness. The 66-year-old Conrad goes on to speak of the paper he had read. Breaking Away. 97. 10 at 13, which he considered an erudite performance. He says he managed to compress his enthusiasm into just 2 pages, and yet he received no marks. I have the only comment made to my private tutor Pullman was that I seemed to have been wasting my time in reading books of travel instead of attending to my studies. I tell you, those fellows were always trying to take my scalp. On another occasion I just saved it by proficiency in map drawing. It must have been good, I suppose, but all I remember about it is that it was done in a loving spirit. In order to redirect the young Conrad's priorities, his grandmother and uncle decided, in 1873, to send him to Lwów, to a boarding school for fans of the 1863 insurrection supervised by a very distant cousin of Conrad's, Antoni Sierozynski, later referred to as Uncle Antoni. Before that move was made, however, Conrad on doctor's advice was sent abroad for reasons of health, and what was to be a 6-week tour of Switzerland with Pullman accompanying him became a full summer tour, from May through August. The family took advantage of the trip to ask Pullman to dissuade Conrad from going to sea. Because of an outbreak of cholera in Krakow, they were told to delay their return, but an additional reason for the extended trip may have been Pullman's difficulty in changing Conrad's mind. In these areas of Conrad's shifts from one guardian to another, excursions with his tutor, outbreaks of illness, irregular attendance at school, below average performance, movements from one type of residence to another, we hope to sift the slim evidence for clear directions, or even for where to place the stress. The events of Conrad's early years up to the time of his English C career at 20 are more novelistic and impressionistic than they are the facts of a conventional biography. In his life, Conrad was already, as a youth, living out what would become the analogous events of his characters' lives, and the biographer is left with ambiguous motivations and unclear events. Fortunately, Conrad has himself left a description of this episode with Pullman, leading up to his tutor's pronounced indictment of the boy and his heritage. He writes, "We had seen Vienna, the upper Danube, Munich, the falls of the Rhine, the Lake of Constance. In fact, it was a memorable holiday of travel. Of late we had been tramping slowly up the valley of the Reuss. It was a delightful time. It was much more like a stroll than a tramp. Landing from a Lake of Lucerne steamer in Fluellen, we found ourselves at the end of the second day, with the dusk overtaking our leisurely footsteps, a little way beyond Hospenthal. We recall that the purpose of the trip was for Pullman to dissuade Conrad from his desire of going to sea, and yet the trip seemed to make travel so at 98 the Polish years, I8S7 I8Y4. Attractive that the boy evidently vowed to make it part of his routine life. He tells in these passages of how he heard the English language for the first time. He speaks of sighting a building, whose existence was the result of the excavations for the St. Gotthard Tunnel. Conrad relates the episode as if from a fairy tale, the deep burrowing of the tunnel resulting in the strange, unexpected building set on the very roots of the mountains, like the gingerbread house of Hansel and Gretel. It was clear that no travelers were expected, or perhaps even desired, in this strange hostelry, which in its severe style resembled the house which surmounts the unseaworthy-looking hulls of the toy Noah's Arks, the universal possession of European childhood. However, its roof was not hinged and it was not full to the brim of slab-sided and painted animals of wood. Conrad recalls eating in a long narrow room, his eyes heavy with sleep, on a table that seemed ready to tilt up like a seesaw plank. Dinner over, he fell sound asleep in a room smelling of pine boards. The episode is a dream sequence, for when he awakes in the morning, the Ferry Hotel has been transformed into a bustling accommodation. As the dining room fills, he notes that the place is Noah's Ark, his gingerbread house is really a boarding house for some English engineers who are working on the St. Gotthard Tunnel. And I could listen to my fill to the sounds of the English language as far as it is used at a breakfast table by men who do not believe in wasting many words on the mere amenities of life. Conrad's first spoken English except for what he had overheard at tourist hotels in Zurich and Lucerne asterisk. The trip was ambitious, starting in CRA from Milan, still arguing over Conrad's cow, and ending in Venice and Trieste. From desire to go to sea they moved on to Venice. Krakow, the two apparently in dispute all were from the outer shore of the Lido. The way went to Vienna, then on the Dan. Conrad reports his first glimpse of the sea. Ubetulins and Passau. After a brief stay in and from Venice to Trieste he made his first Munich and Schaffhausen. They arrived at sea voyage. Jean Aubry quotes from a letter. Zurich and Lucerne by way of Lake Kon, in which Madame Tekla Wojciechowska, née Stance, and then, traveling through Andromit-Syrozinska, a distant cousin of Conrad's, and Mispenthal, came upon the construction. Says that Conrad spent 2 months at the of the St. Iotard I Undel, just south of an seaside near Odessa in 1866 or 1867. This in Dermat. When they received word of the formation, of course contradicts Conrad's own outbreak of cholera in Krakow, they content statement in / personal record, and has no yod down to Italy, reaching Milan, where other support. Nevertheless, Conrad's MEM. Conrad saw the cathedral by moonlight. Ori often played him wrong, and his desire to. Later, recalling the moment, he asked to dramatize his experiences, as if fictive, could. G. Arnett, are you going to Milan? Its 24 have led him to place the sight of the sea in years 23, since I saw the cathedral in Venice as the climax of a trip which featured moonlight. Tempi passati, I had young eyes, an entire sequence of epiphanies or great. Then. Don't give all your time to the worship of Botticelli, sick. Somebody should explode. That superstition, March 29, 1898, your net. P. 136. Moments. Breaking away. 99. Yet what is important is not only the boy's first exposure to sustained spoken English but the associations Conrad made between the language, the locale where it was spoken, and the kind of men speaking it, practical, isolated men living in a large hole in the earth, under mountains, digging through earth as later he would himself furrow the oceans and seas. As Conrad presents the scene in his autobiographical memoir, this is a privileged moment, comparable in his life to Proust's association of memory with tea and the Madeleine. Had Conrad's exposure to spoken English come in a more prosaic situation or under less romanticized conditions, it is possible he would have rejected it, but it was indeed a turning point, a moment. He had discovered a mode of survival, and would not let go. That experience became the apex of the tour. Conrad continues his description of their travels, over the Furka Pass toward the Rhone Glacier, with the intention of following the trend of the Hash Valley, the Jungfrau in the distance, all this splendid scenery interspersed with their running argument over his intention to go to sea. We note the scenic analogy, arguments over the sea while they tour a landlocked Switzerland, a Kafkaesque suggestion of endless space outward juxtaposed to endless space upward. Conrad then Karl's another unforgettable episode, an unforgettable Englishman, clad in a knickerbocker suit and with short socks under his laced boots, his calves exposed to the public gaze and to the tonic air of high altitudes, dazzled the beholder by the splendor of their marble-like condition and their rich tone of young ivory. This Englishman, whose splendiferous calves symbolized a great nation, indeed, was the leader of a caravan. His self-satisfied, even exalted, look caught the light of the sun and mountains, which illumined his clean-cut, very red face, his short, silver-white whiskers, his innocently eager and triumphant eyes. In passing, he gave a glance of kindly curiosity and a friendly gleam of big, sound, shiny teeth towards the man and the boy sitting like dusty tramps by the roadside. Following in his confident wake was the small train, including 2 ladies, probably his daughters. My tutor, after pausing for a look and a faint smile, resumed his earnest argument, which was, by now, a futile gesture. Conrad had somehow spotted the chosen land from the top of the mountain, Moses on Mount Pisgah. He asks in a personal record if this divine Englishman, confident, healthy, self-satisfied, well-ordered, at peace with himself, was in the mystical ordering of common events the ambassador of my future, sent out to turn the scale at a critical moment on the top of an Alpine pass, with the peaks of the Bernese Oberland for mute and solemn witnesses. The locale is chance, but the event and the moment are built into the very sense of what Conrad was seeking. That Conrad should become entranced by this fairyland scene, or that he should conceive of it as having derived from a fairyland, is the result of the confluence of many points. If he, Lou the Polish years, is carrot why is he carrot? Had not been so exposed in his own right, that is, out of step with himself, he could not have been exalted by the commonplace strong calves, and the sense of bursting vitality that they denote, he could only associate with a strong vital England if he had already seen the connection to a declining, decaying home country, or to his own sickliness in that country. Harbingers are as much of the internal world as they are of the external. Sound, the talk of Englishmen tunneling under Switzerland, and now sight the viewing of a particular member of that doughty species combined to provide that outlet the young Conrad had been seeking. Englishman meant the sea and the 2 elements now consolidated. In this same passage, in a personal record carrot, he speaks of the battle he started once he had mentioned the sea, how people wondered what Mr. TB would do now with his worrying nephew and, I dare say, hoped that he would make short work of nonsense. Conrad reports the general astonishment. It would not have been greater if I had announced the intention of entering a Carthusian monastery. It stirred up a mass of remonstrance, indignation, pitying wonder, bitter irony and downright chaff. I could hardly breathe under its weight, and certainly had no words for an answer. To Bobrowski's credit, he chose not to crush the boy's expectations, simply warning him not to forget the larger issues involved and not to do badly on his yearly examinations. Apparently, he saw it as a desire that would burn itself out. Yet to the older man, the initial decision on Conrad's part must have looked like the worst of the Naj-FCZ inheritance, even more quixotic than Apollo's romantic tendencies. Yet how could Conrad himself, named after the romantic hero of Mick Wick's poem Conrad Wallenrod, escape the fate of Don Quixote, in his case fed on romantic, chivalric literature? The courses of the 2 were destined to cross. Pullman, Conrad's tutor, then inadvertently drew attention to the analogy, calling the 15-year-old boy an incorrigible, hopeless Don Quixote, at the conclusion of their final argument. Conrad comments, I was surprised. I was only 15 and did not know what he meant exactly. But I felt vaguely flattered at the name of the immortal knight turning up in connection with my own folly, as some people would call it, to my face. Alas, I don't think there was anything to be proud of. Mine was not the stuff the protectors of forlorn damsels, the redressers of this world's wrongs are made of, and my tutor was the man to know that best. Therein, in his indignation, he was superior to the barber and the priest. When he flung at me an honored name like a reproach. By this time, Conrad had read, in Polish, an abridged version of the Don, and perhaps had observed the relationship between the literary figure after whom he had been named and the Cervantes character whose exploits are based on such fictional heroes. On Conrad's return from 3 months of travel in August, more incis breaking away Loy. Asterisk. 10th than ever on leaving Poland for a sea career carrot, he was sent to the school mentioned above, in Lwów, designed for orphans of Polish patriots. The said ting is ironical, for even as the boy was attempting to efface part of the past with his own inner resolve, he was sent to a school whose very existence was a monument and testimony to that very past, the futility of Apollo's ventures, and the ineffectiveness of sick Poland, as against vital, throbbing England. Conrad's stay in Lwów was, predictably, not a happy time for him, though there is evidence that he carried on at least a flirtation with Tekla Sierozinska, Antoni's daughter. She later commented that Conrad hated the rigors of school and would one day become a great writer. This latter he expressed in front of his classmates, with a sarcastic smile on his face and frequent critical remarks on everything, comments which were sure to receive ridicule. The picture we receive of the young Conrad in school or in society is of someone who does not understand the amenities, or, having understood them, has calculated to what extent he will ignore them. The relationship with Tekla, whatever its precise definition, could not have been serious, since Conrad was himself too unsettled, at 15, to devote his attentions unreservedly. A flirtation, if that, is more likely. This episode recalls a somewhat earlier one, in 1871, when Conrad lived at The Georgian boarding school. At that time the establishment had moved from Florianska Street in Krakow to 43 Franciscanska Street in the same house as the Taub family, a large group of 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Janina Taub, the later Baroness de Bruno, an occasional correspondent of Conrad's in later years, is often cited as the focus of the boy's attentions. He was barely 14 at this time. The idea is tempting, to see the young boy reaching out for love and affection in the circles in which he moved, the orphan seeking attachments wherever he could find them. But there is little evidence to support any intense passion, no less a love affair. The puritanical nature of Polish Catholic girls and the chivalric upbringing to which Conrad had been exposed would almost certainly limit him to a minor show of affection, a squeeze of the hand or a lengthy glance. Although one can err seriously by underestimating the ability of young people to achieve their own ends, Conrad does not appear to have been precocious in romantic matters. The chief evidence for his amours, whatever shape they took, occurs, in his own words, in the author's note to Nostromo and in the cancelled opening to the Arrow of Gold. In the author's note to Nostromo, written in October 191 13 years after the novel, Conrad speaks of having modeled the heroic figure of Antonia Avellanos on his first love. He then speaks, and the apparent model for this is Janina Taub, of how we, a band of tallish schoolboys, used to look up to that girl just out of the schoolroom herself, as the standard-bearer of a faith to which we all were born but which she alone knew how to hold aloft with an unflinching hope. Then anxious to make this I02 the Polish years, is why is he memory more vibrant than the somewhat forbidding and prim Antonia. Conrad writes, she had perhaps more glow and less serenity in her soul than Antonia, but she was an uncompromising Puritan of patriotism with no taint of the slightest worldliness in her thoughts. Almost 50 years after the event, Conrad sees her as uncompromising, a strict disciplinarian of both life and love. I was not the only one in love with her, but it was I who had to hear oftenest her scathing criticism of my levities, very much like Porta could or stand the brunt of her austere, unanswerable invective. We are not certain whether Janina Taub or Tekla Syrozinska was the original of this first love, but the passages are themselves so much part of the mythical aspect of romance that one can hardly accept Conrad's version. Aspects of the description seem to fit Conrad's memories of his mother as much as they do either of the girls. In fact, the girls are intermixed with Conrad's view of women, part of which rested profoundly on his mother's idealism and patriotism, and some of which derived from the Don's view of Dulcinea. In a personal record, in the words of his uncle Nicholas B. Carrot, the eater of roast dog, Conrad says of his mother, meeting with calm fortitude the cruel trials of a life reflecting all the national and social misfortunes of the community, she realized the highest conceptions of duty as a wife, a mother, and a patriot, sharing the exile of her husband and representing nobly the ideal of Polish womanhood. From this description, we can see that Conrad's attitude toward women, no matter what occurred later, was to be attached to the chivalric ideal. If Apollo was the knight, the bookish Don tilting at windmills, then Ava was, in reality, his Dulcinea. For their son, she was a prototypical woman, the great mother who lay behind all femaleness. In Conrad's view, women are almost always finer and more delicate than men in their demands on life. They provide moral guidance and insight into areas men neglect or fail to see, and their nobility is apparent. Conrad had evidently turned memory of an idealized mother into a hand-servant of his romantic need. Further, the Antonia of Nostromo is based on at least one definite source, Edward B. Eastwick's Venezuela, where she is named Antonia Rivera. More likely, Conrad's memory, with all the license allowed. The novelist, but not the critic of his own work, allied several different PLE and several different moments in time to create a composite. Where the precise truth lies, we cannot tell. It is not unusual, however, that 2 of the literary figures Conrad found closest to his way of thinking were Don Quixote and Odysseus, whose respective women, Dulcinea and Penelope, are idealized and untouchable. The confluence of these 2 women is surely the great mother, of whose presence Conrad had only a dim memory, indeed a Penelope 20 years in the past. In Under Western Eyes, that shadow novel of so much in Conrad's life, perhaps more an autobiography than a personal record, he has played Sev. Breaking away IO3. Errol reversals on his own first love, whether his mother or Janina or Tekla. Mrs. Halden, in the novel, has lost a son, and Razumov lacks a mother. The agent is Miss Halden, a possible wife for Razumov. But he seeks a family, a mother and a sister, as much as he does a wife, and if he did marry, as the original plan of the novel was to have it, he would have married a family. Victor Halden, we should add, is more Apollo Korzeniowski's than he is Odysseus. Miss Halden has all the characteristics that Conrad ascribes to his first loves, and Mrs. Halden has many of the qualities of Conrad's prototypical women, so that we can see in their juxtaposition in this intimate and revealing novel how Conrad merged one with the other, sister, possible wife, and mother, romantic love and family need. At the end of the Nostromo passage, Conrad describes how at his leave taking, when as a shrinking yet defiant sinner he came to say a final good bye, I received a hand squeeze that made my heart leap and saw a tear that took my breath away. This same hand squeeze reappears in the cancelled opening to the Arrow of Gold. In the Yale manuscript of this passage, the reference seems to be to Tekla, not Janina, although the romantic memories are applicable to either, or neither. In the novel proper, Conrad speaks of a woman who seems to have been the writer's childhood's friend. They had parted as children, or very little more than children. The story is itself in tended as a narrative for the ears of this woman, who has now communicated with him across the span of years. He answers her that he chummed with her even more than with your brothers, and he wonders what has become of her. The tale follows, a tale of an Odysseus, of romantic idealism, a great love affair, a duel of ironic, even Raphael Sabatini composite of the material that puts in doubt the biographical authenticity of the cancelled passages. In those latter, he speaks of her, this great love, as the moral center of a group of young people on the threshold of life, but he resists her influence publicly, while succumbing privately. However, she was not, he assures us, his first love. That experience had come to him the year before in the late summer of his last school holiday. Their relationship, and this is possibly of more importance than whether it ever really occurred, was based on his pain. She tortured him, then discovering that she could make him soothe. For she let herself go to her heart's content. She amused herself again and again by tormenting him privately and publicly with great zest and method. And finally executed him in circumstances of peculiar atrocity. He came out of it, Conrad relates, seemed, scarred, almost flayed. The masochism of the experience, whether true or not, would appear to be a replay of Pip's relationship with Estella in Great Expectations, and as a recollection generates a lot of suspicion. The older Conrad, now 60, looks back across more than 45 years to Poland and then forward a few years to France for the setting of the novel, and turns the past into a hard I-0 for the Polish years, I8 cruel time. There is too much Weltschmerz, from the nature of things first. Love can never be a wholly happy experience. It is difficult to accept any of this as fact, for there is no proof of Conrad's great Polish loves, just as there is considerable doubt about his affair with Rita, of the Arrow, in his own Marseille's years. The claim for the duel, as we know, proved false, and the claims for those early Byronic romances seem doomed by lack of supporting evidence or psychological plausibility. Whatever his relationship to Tekla in Lwów, and apparently Conrad was chastised for it by her father, his stay there did not last long. His old ailments returned, headaches as well as attacks of unknown derivation, and in the summer of 1874, a fateful year for him, he traveled to the country AC, accompanied by Pullman. By this time, he was firmly set upon going to sea, and one can speculate that his illnesses were forms of reaction to frustration, disappointment, lack of direction, anxiety, or all combined. Conrad lived to 66, and had the headaches been serious malfunctions they would have killed him long before. Although we cannot ascertain how deeply the other ailments were also psychologically derived, the headaches are a probable indicator Conrad had discovered a painful and disagreeable way of achieving his goals. As Conrad readied himself to leave Poland, we get some sense of his attitude, not from contemporary accounts, but from something he wrote John Galsworthy 40 years later. He had just been invited by the mother-in-law of Józef Riedinger, a Polish acquaintance, to visit her house, located 16 miles from Krakow, over the Russian border. The time was July 19, 14, just before Austria began to mobilize for war. Conrad says the invitation caused such excitement in his house that if he had not accepted immediately he would have been torn to pieces. They planned a month to 6-week journey, via Hamburg. He writes, as to this Polish journey I depart on it with mixed feelings. The project then sets off a parallel feeling, which suggests his exodus from Poland 40 years before. The imagery, incidentally, recalls Lord Jim and his moving along into a dream. In 1874 I got into a train in Krakow, Vienna Express, on my way to the sea, as a man might get into a dream. And here is the dream going on still. Only now it is peopled mostly by ghosts, and the moment of awakening draws near. Of course, that dream, already verging on nightmare in Conrad's memory, becomes true nightmare when the war breaks out and the Conrads find themselves trapped, possibly subject to Austrian detention until the end of hostilities. But that is ahead of them, although Conrad's memories of the past give him a tool by which he can reckon what the future will bring. If one's dreams are nightmares, one can turn all reality into nightmare. Breaking away 105. He left in a dream, not because the memory is distant but because he felt that decisions were being made for him as much as he was himself making them. That hallucinatory experience resulted from a series of events which must have seemed to the teenager a dream sequence, for no part of his life had been continuous, and the disconnectedness of his months and years up to 16 had the non-sequential order of dreams popping into the consciousness and then subsiding. Conrad's was a past of invariable segments, each lasting a few months, or at most a year. Strikingly, perhaps out of some inner necessity, he continued to structure his life in the next 20 years along the same lines. His choice of a sea career was apparently predicated not on peace but on disruption, a life of wandering, voyages, intermittent shore leaves, brief relationships, lack of permanent residence, barely a mailing address. Not until he was close to 40 did he have any sense of permanence. And then as a literary man he paradoxically had to seek out the dream mate. Real, making himself swim in the destructive element and holding himself up by the exertion of his pen. It is significant that for the boy foreign countries did not come solely as colors on a map, they became lands with distinctive languages, Russian and German as well as English and French. France had, in addition, traditionally been the haven of Polish émigrés, a second home, just as the French language was a second tongue for educated Poles, whether at home or in exile. The idea of an isolated, landlocked Conrad gives way to someone for whom geography Raffi appeared as a destiny. His reading, not unusually, lay in travel books. Since his temperament. Indeed his name was already romantic, far-off places appealed to his sense of things and fed his romanticism, as much as the latter directed his reading. We must always recall that, when we discuss the teenager, we are focusing on someone in whom the growth into seaman and writer was already potent. Tile. Unless we believe that individual choices are really part of the throw of the dice, as Conrad himself came to believe, then we cannot see him as sim. Ply any teenager casting about for ways of developing himself. The tenacity of the later years and the incredible fortitude in the face of disaster indicate a certitude that began in the early years. Conrad's reading, we can assume, with some certainty, was feeding not an idle curiosity but a deeply implanted sense of something which he hoped to discover both in himself and in the reading. There is a story Conrad told of himself, which may have been apocryphal, except that he told it 3 times. Staring at a map of the world as a child, he stuck out his finger, finding a spot in the white heart of Africa, and indicated he would go there. In a personal record, he writes, "It was in 1868, when 9, 10 or 11 years old or thereabouts, that, while looking at a map of Africa of the time and putting my finger on the I06 the Polish years, I8Y4. Blank space the Stanley Pauls region then representing the unsolved mystery of that continent, I said to myself with absolute assurance and an amazing audacity which are no longer in my character now, when I grow up I shall go there." Asterisk. This may have been a childish fantasy, only he did go there and he went there as an English sea captain, the only Pole who had risen to captain in the English merchant service. Conrad's reading was extensive, far more than what we would attribute simply to a normal boy's curiosity. And the crux of the reading was to support his desire to travel. At first, his imagination was stirred by novels about the sea, Hugo's Les Travailleurs de la Mer and tales by Marryat and Cooper. Readers have shown astonishment that the sophisticated Middle European Conrad, with his roots in the Slavic temperament and consciousness, could have attached such importance to fiction by Marryat and Cooper. But they forget he was not evaluating them by literary standards, he was not using Jamesian or Leavisite criticism to question their literary values and / or moral probity. What Conrad sought, he tells us in an essay called Tales of the Sea, which he wrote in 1898, was more visceral and personal, a sense of fidelity to fact, fidelity to the experience as it was known. Despite his own romanticism as to place and event, this was the time of the nigger of the Narcissus. Conrad insisted on the truth of the experience. Marryat, he says, portrayed people who belonged not to life but to the service. There is a truth in them, the truth of their time, a headlong, reckless audacity, an intimacy with violence, an unthinking fearlessness, and an exuberance of vitality, which only years of war and victories can give. Conrad grants that Mar. Asterisk in Geography and Some Explorers. Written almost 60 years after the event. Conrad described the moment, once only did that enthusiasm expose me to the derision of my schoolboy chums. One day, putting my finger on a spot in the very middle of the then white heart of Africa, I declared that some day I would go there. My chums' chaffing was perfectly justifiable. I myself was ashamed of having been betrayed into mere vaporing. Nothing was further from my wildest hopes. Yet it is a fact that, about 18 years, 22 afterwards, a wretched little stern-wheel steamboat I commanded lay moored to the bank of an African river. And in heart of darkness itself, Low, in a variation of the above, explains his passion for maps and exotic places. Now, when I was a little chap I had a passion for maps. I would look for hours at South America, or Africa, or Australia, and lose myself in all the glories of exploration. At that time there were many blank spaces on the earth, and when I saw one that looked particularly inviting on a map, I would put my finger on it and say, when I grow up I will go there. The North Pole was one of these places, I remember. Other places were scattered about the equator. There was one yet the biggest, the most blank, so to speak, that I had a hankering after. True, by this time it was not a blank space anymore. It had got filled since my boyhood with rivers and lakes and names. It had ceased to be a blank space of delightful mystery, a white patch for a boy to dream gloriously over. It had become a place of darkness. Breaking away 107. Rea, whose Mr. Midshipman Easy he has primarily in mind, is crude and sentimental, but his great appeal to young boys is based on the faithfulness of his conception, and he did not lie. Having always disclaimed any standing or skill as a literary critic, Conrad is responding here to the truth of his own sensations. Although he subsequently modified such extreme subjectivity, we can never lose sight of this fact, that the truth of sensations meant far more to him as a young reader than did the shape of the literary idea. Not until later did he become a devotee of Flaubert, Turgenev, and James, or of some of the formalist ideas of the French symbolists. In his crucial period from 1899 to 1904, Conrad of course eschewed these early notions of literature and refined his imagination, so that in his best creative work he is not only an artist of considerable breadth but a critic of great taste and insight. Conrad also found in Cooper's work his sea stories, primarily, not the Cooper of the Leatherstocking Tales, an authentic voice. He called the author a man of true artistic instinct. These comments, coming as they do in 1898, when Conrad had 3 books to his credit, provide a sense of continuity ity with those somewhat vague final Polish years. More than 25 years after the original reading experiences, he conveys to us what Cooper meant to the boy, not to the adult writer. In his Sea Tales, Conrad says, the sea interpenetrates with life, it is in a subtle way a factor in the problem of existence, and, for all its greatness, it is always in touch with the men who, bound on errands of war or gain, traverse its immense solitudes. The truth is within him, and that truth, the Conrad of 1898 says, at the time of his own nigger of the Narcissus, was the truth of his boyhood, that Polish orphan moving from guardian to guardian, from experience to experience, seeking the nature of his own center in its immense solitudes. Asterisk. Still later, in his novel Chance, Conrad returned to the boyhood experience of a psychological wilderness, a meaningful phrase in his own transference of wilderness to sea. The narrator says to Marlowe, apropos of Cooper, you are the expert in the psychological wilderness. This is like one of those redskin stories where the noble savages carry off a girl and the Han. Asterisk writing to Edward Garnett's 10-year you, of a much later generation, shall find in Old Son, David, Conrad nostalgically returned these pages some at least of the charm which, to Cooper, we have sent off 3 volumes of delighted me then and has not evaporated. The leather stocking tales one from each J even to this day. I have great confidence of us with our love to you. You have is me to read these stories and I would recommend you to begin with the last of the Mohicans, then go on with the Deerslayer, and end with the Prairie. I read them in poll 185 to 86. Ish at your age in that order, and I trust that in you, and I believe that you shall respond, as I did in my time, to the genuine feeling of the descriptions and the heroic temper of the narrative. December 22, 1902, Garnett, pp. I 08 The Polish Years, I 8 Y I 8 Y4. S. Backwoodsman with his incomparable knowledge follows the track, and reads the signs of her fate in a footprint here, a broken twig there, a trinket dropped by the way. I have always liked such stories. Go on. Marlowe indicates that his tale is not exactly a story for boys, which helps place Cooper in Conrad's mind as a storyteller for boys. Conrad read Cooper and Marriott first in Polish, later in English, and surely these writers fitted in very well with Mickiewicz and Stoicki, whom he also read before he left Poland. Their stress on the individual's responsibility to his society and nation would not be alien to the ideas of Cooper and Marriott and their protagonist's responsibility to the larger needs of the ship at sea. Conrad apparently, even when young, never lost touch with himself, and could find the correct coordinates for an understanding of his own experiences. The synthesizing mind we associate with the artist was already measuring life into component elements he could, however dimly, comprehend. The move out to the sea was, we note, an internal compulsion as much as it was socially or politically based. In 1898, he concludes this touching memoir. Life is life, and art is art, and truth is hard to find in either. Yet in testimony to the achievement of both these authors, it may be said that, in the case of the writer at least, the youthful glamour, the headlong vitality of the one Marriott and the profound sympathy, the artistic insight of the other to which he had surrendered have withstood the brutal shock of facts and the wear of laborious years. He has never regretted his surrender. These were the books of fiction. The travel books were an even more essential part of Conrad's education. He writes of Mungo Park, of explorations in the western Sudan, of James Bruce in Abyssinia, but chiefly of Sir Leopold McClintock's The Voyage of the Fox in the Arctic Seas, a book as compelling in Conrad's day as it is to a contemporary reader. He indicates that he probably read the book in French, when he was 10. There could hardly have been imagined a better book for letting in the breath of the stern romance of polar exploration into the existence of a boy whose knowledge of the poles of the earth had been till then of an abstract formal kind, as mere imaginary ends of the imaginary axis upon which the earth turns. The great spirit of the realities of the story sent me off on the romantic explorations of my inner self, to the discovery of the taste for poring over maps, and revealed to me the existence of a latent devotion to geography which interfered with my devotion, such as it was to my other schoolwork. Conrad contrasts stargazing with map gazing, with the former leading to the borders of the unattainable, such as we find in the early work of H.G. Wells with his Martians and Morlocks, and the latter to the attainable and, therefore, more attuned to Conrad's kind of romantic realism. Map. Breaking away 109. Gazing brings the problems of the great spaces of the earth into stimulating and directing contact with sane curiosity, and gives an honest precision to one's imaginative faculty. And the honest maps of the 19th century nourished in me a passionate interest in the truth of geographical facts and a desire for precise knowledge which was extended later to other subjects. The words Conrad uses here in reference to geography, that sense of space connected to detailed knowledge, were an inchoate form of his later literary doctrines, in which he entered into exotic experiences with a precise sense of human character and human event. He always sought the sharp realistic detail that would disturb a purely romantic conception of his material. He feared the deliberately vague and the imprecise part of his heritage from symbolism which interpenetrated both French poetry and fiction. During his Marseilles years was his emphasis on the hard gem-like intensity of the image. As he wrote in his manifesto, his preface to the nigger of the Narcissus. And it is only through complete, unswerving devotion to the perfect blending of form and substance, it is only through an unremitting, never discouraged care for the shape and ring of sentences, that an approach can be made to plasticity, to color, and that the light of magic suggestiveness may be brought to play for an evanescent instant over the commonplace surface of words, of the old words, worn thin, defaced by ages of careless usage. In his essay on geography and explorers, Conrad speaks of how his mind fluctuated between polar and tropic regions. He says that he gave up almost every day of his schoolboy life to these men who worked each according to his temperament to complete the picture of the earth. He adds that not the least reward of geographical discovery is the insight gained into that special kind of men who devoted the best part of their lives to the exploration of land and sea. These men, not fictional characters, were his first friends. We recall how the exploits of Lord Jim, and to some extent Tom Lingard's, were modeled on those of Sir James Brooke, Rajah of Sarawak. Repeatedly, Conrad based his fictional characters on real men, explorers, discoverers, wonders of sorts, whether it was men he read about or those who bounced off him during his extensive travels. That storing up of precise images, as apart from general information, which is so essential to the future novelist, was already begun. After locating the spot in Africa where he would one day go, Conrad indicates that at 12 he could not express his wishes aloud without incurring the chaffing of his friends and chums. I myself was ashamed of having been betrayed into mere vaporing. Yet hugging the secret, and living as if it did not exist, meant that he was already inhabiting, however incompletely. Lo, the Polish years, 18-7-18-4. The world of the novelist, for his imagination was playing with incoherent images and ideas, drawing them together and seeking order. The later stories and tales would provide the direction. Now his imagination could only hold some of the images in balance. One thinks of the Bronte children with their Angria and Gondel Juvenilia, and how these romantic tales were prefigurations of the novels to come, acts of imagination shaped into tales that were themselves completed only later. Conrad, of course, did not shape his images in this way, but his mind became a repository while he waited. He and his uncle Tadeusz, good man that he was, were moving on two completely different planes of existence. This preparation for later life through the experience of travel books and travelers Conrad continued throughout his life. He was not a literary man in our usual American or English sense, that is, he did not gain his fund of ideas and material from either current activities or from other creative writers. He built up a rather different base of information as he traveled. He read widely in Malayan history, then African, later South American, and, through it all, French around the time of the Revolution. He preferred journals, memoirs, and histories to works of the imagination. And although he read broadly in the literature of 3 countries and 3 languages, his mind found order in that kind of reading that proved continuous with his earliest years of literacy. Conrad's decision to go to sea was not, as some commentators have suggested, a simple affair. Like all momentous, life-changing decisions, it's calm. Asterisk with some simplification, Gustav Morf, drawing on Jung, speaks of Conrad as the intuitive type. He says that the intuitive type possesses in a remarkable degree the faculty of putting himself in the place of others. Or rather, of feeling as if he were some third person, of identifying himself with others, as the technical expression is. The consequence is that he adapts himself very easily to whatever appeals to his imagination, and that he understands and penetrates and literally makes his the motives and enthusiasms of all sorts of men. Intuitive types have the faculty of viewing things from different angles, always provided it appeals to their imagination, and they can play more than one part. To use the precise language of analytical psychology, they often give up one identification for another. They apprehend reality by means of identifications. The Polish heritage of Joseph Conrad, pages 91-92. The difficulty with this formulation is that, in varying degrees, the intuitive type is characteristic of all great artistic types. Its notion of identification is intrinsic to creative ity. For Conrad, it was perhaps more exaggerated, since his art depended not on current activity but, like Proust's, on memory, recall, moments. The intuitive artist, and here Conrad fits the type, would eschew conscious perception and judgment and rely chiefly on unconscious memory traces of past and forgotten experiences and judgments. By this method, he would be able to draw on a storehouse of unconscious wisdom, what Yeats called the spiritus mundi, which he had accumulated in the past, in unconscious memory. Fastness would become present. Memory would nourish art. Nevertheless, it is unwise to try to categorize Conrad as one type or other, since the creative act is so perfectly understood, one can explain it by almost any system, Jungian, Freudian, mythical, symbolical, or another. It is far better to build on specifics than to systematize. Breaking away 111. Plications are both broad and profound. There are really 2 parts to this decision. The first is going away in itself, and the second is to go to sea. Though we lack solid evidence, it would seem from what we do know that Conrad's primary intention was to escape, that is, to rid himself of an array of adult figures, no matter how kind and generous, who had no idea of what and who he was. He barely knew himself. School of the conventional type did not appear fruitful. Conrad's illnesses and irregular attendance demonstrate his abhorrence of the experience, or his contempt for it. Also, as a Russian citizen, by law and yet under Austrian control in Krakow, he must have felt trapped by a destiny that made no sense to him, snared, indeed, by a destiny that had brought only destruction to those close to him. It was possible to act like a patriot if he felt like one, but it was quite another circumstance to be the son of a patriot without corresponding feelings. Conrad always voiced great sympathy for Poland, retained use of the language, and carried himself like a Polish gentleman, but such actions are a far cry from the romantic idealistic mold into which his destiny had cast him. The facts suggest that, if he had chosen to, he could have remained though he may have been subject to military service of up to 25 years and that service in the Russian army, such an outcome seemed unlikely under Austrian rule. The Austrians had never felt the sense of vengeance of the Russians toward Polish gentry and had not tried to destroy them. Poles were, for the Austrians, Westerners; for the Russians, they were part of the Slavic race and, therefore, cast in the same mold, to be subjugated and humiliated. In this sense, in the semi-free state of Krakow, more traditionally liberal than other parts of Poland and only nominally under a U.S. trian hegemony, Conrad would not have been inhibited from pursuing any career, except that of revolutionary, he wished. Of course, Tadeusz felt differently, exhorting his nephew to seek foreign citizenship, whether French, English, or, mockingly, even Japanese *. We are on the verge of a distinctive move in the life of a man of great literary significance. The 1874 decision was the first of several that moved Conrad toward some consciousness of himself. The suicide attempt in 1878 was to be the next. The emerging artist is always creating the conditions so that he can be what he has to be. Freeing himself from the past was Conrad's way of gaining the freedom to try whatever was stirring. His decision, however, does not have the relative simplicity we find in Joyce's fleeing Dublin. He wrote to Conrad, "You are right in consul? And this Japanese consul, who likes what you say about Swiss naturalization, if you do not know what for and why you could obtain it in the United States, who may this individual be? Perhaps he would have nothing against it if you have help you to find something in Japan after you the possibility of arranging it there or in one get your master's certificate. Perhaps you, of the more important southern republics, will become an admiral in Japan. Who is the Baron Druzgoes? The Austrian. 112 The Polish years, 18-7 1874. For Paris, or in Lawrence's departure from Nottingham. These were moves so central to their sensibilities that there could be no other choice. One does not find such direct lines in Conrad's choice because of his youth, his inexperience, his lack of any definite talent or calling. His decision to depart lacked future definition, it was simply the decision itself. Of course, all three, Joyce, Lawrence, and Conrad, were certain of one thing, that they must escape a destiny which was not theirs and which, in the ultimate sense, they could not identify with. The choice of the sea was not simple, either. It was the consequence of several factors: Conrad's ill health, for which mountain or sea air was recommended, along with physical activity, as a means of alleviating or eliminating the severe migraines. The lack of alternatives, Conrad's poor performance in school or indifference to the discipline of school made other land profs Zions unlikely. Although not so clearly at this time, he was following a different route from other teenagers of his class and background, and school was not the means by which he would achieve whatever was within him. By the summer of 1874, Conrad would have needed, at 16, 2 more years in the gymnasium, in a curriculum which he found unpleasant, and which perhaps contributed to his headaches and nervousness. Personal reasons, the sea appealed to his own sense of adventurousness and was continuous with the reading he had done. We do not know if the desire for a sea career preceded the main reading of sea literature, or the other way around, but each reinforced the other, which is not unusual when a talented but directionless person is seeking his vocation. Another reason is that Conrad may not have been the most tractable of teenagers, and no one really wanted the innumerable confrontations of personality that must have occurred regularly. A child who does not attend school is, to his elders, a child on the edge of abnormality, essentially unmanageable. Part of the way a young person is regulated in Western society is through school. Without it, the parents or guardians must handle the child's large amount of free time, and this becomes insufferable. School in Krakow did not work for Conrad. His uncle apparently could not handle the situation from a distance, and he had little support from Teofila Bobrowska, who as maternal grandmother would have been unable to countermand her grandson's wishes, he being the sole survivor of his line of the family. The school alternative in Lwów, under Sierozinski, was also untenable, and the Gion sisters' boarding school was likewise out of the question. Conrad had, by 16, exhausted his options. There is a further cultural question, one that moves relentlessly outside of any individual life or desire. In Poland in the 1870s, there was a version of our 1960s struggle between the generations. The development of the Young Poland movement was based not only on ideological grounds, that is, not breaking away 113, only on a romantic reaction to positivism and scientism, but also on a dissatisfaction with the older generation as a whole and a cultural desire to replace the older values with values of its own. While the young generation did not reject the activism of the older groups, it tried to reach beyond the specifics of a political struggle and attempted to build on a more broadly based cultural movement. Also, it expressed dissatisfaction with aspects of Polish insularity, advocating an understanding of what was occurring in the rest of Europe, in all demonstrating more personal feeling and expression and moving away from the restrictions of ideology. While Conrad was too young to enter into any of this cultural stir, he would have sympathized with, as part of his own sense of independence and marginality, some of the more general ideas of this slowly growing group of writers. More possibly, when he returned to visit his uncle some 16 years later, he came into active contact with the ideas of the movement. Certainly, at 16, he would have been aware, however vaguely, of the stirring of foreign ideas, and thoughts of France, for a Pole, were themselves never too distant. The essential point is that there was considerable ferment, a certain broadening of the Polish cultural base, and an attempt to free the Polish idea from narrow patriotic commitment. While only a few of the writers involved in the movement built up a reputation outside of Poland, Zieremski and Raymond come to mind, the stir of ideas was exciting, especially since the movement stressed art and artistic values. In some of its aspects, it had affinities to French symbolism and Karol fin de siècle décadence, although its roots were deeply embedded in Polish romantic poetry. When we see literary stirrings in Conrad later, in the 1890s, we observe him moving along lines of development not at all alien to the ideas of the OA/NG Poland movement, as well as those of French naturalism and symbolism. There were still further elements of ferment, both cultural and political. And while we do not know how Conrad, at 16, fitted into them, we can recognize them as part of a general stirring, which in turn would commend itself to a young man trying to escape entropy. In 1866, the Austro-Hungarian Empire suffered a severe defeat at Sadowa, a small town in Czechoslovakia, by the Prussian armies. Although this did not seem of major importance for Poland, that country had known for years that any shift in power, as the result of war or other developments, affected Polish fortunes. Austria's defeat at Sadowa led to even more persecution of Poles by Russian and Prussian authorities as they gained in confidence in this shaping and reshaping of Central Europe, whereas Austria, in defeat, tried to pull closer to Poland. As a consequence, conditions were eased considerably, and the Polish minorities under Austrian authorities were granted concessions. Gallia itself, where Apollo had gone, was made almost autonomous, and the Pole 114 Polish years, is ish language, as we have seen, began to replace the German of the school system. Not Poles, including Conrad's family and guardians, such an easing created further ideological divisions. With concessions, new ideas began to appear, especially those recommended by a historically oriented group called the Stanchik Party, which suggested close cooperation with Austria and severe opposition to Russia. This party tried to rally Poles to the support of Austria as a way of fighting Russia. It was deeply conservative and gradualist, eschewing military solutions as suicidal. Through its mouthpiece, the Polish Review, the party argued that Polish history was a series of mistakes, not misfortunes, and that her fate had derived from God's punishment. The argument was clearly an attack on romanticism and heroic solutions to the Polish situation. The Stanchiks, then, were deeply antagonistic to what Apollo Korzeniowski's had stood for, and yet they also advocated continued implacable opposition to Russia. Conrad himself felt divided, as his comments indicate, for he sensed some kinship with Austria in later years. Furthermore, the party, intensely conservative politically, was fanatically Catholic and sided with right-wing Catholic movements in European politics, including the Carlist attempt to regain the throne of Spain. Conrad's pro-Carlist activities in France, however brief and however embroidered, may have been part of this frame of reference, or they may simply have been the desire of a young man to thread his way through danger. It is impossible to pinpoint how much of this affected the young man, and we must always keep in mind his age, so that we do not overestimate his conscious reaction to cultural and political phenomena. But we can speculate. At the beginning of World War I, Germany, Prussia, though it cannot be to Conrad handed over to Dr. Dieter Koch, a feat, nevertheless can be subdued to a Krakow lawyer, a document of considerable degree, and that the only way to this end prescience regarding Poland's relationship to is to support the demands of Austria as far as the warring powers, to support and develop they concern Polish territories precisely to the feeling of sympathy for Austria, which increased the anti-German elements in the existed already in July and was expressed in setup of this empire to create an equilibrium. Some newspapers to show that England against Prussian preponderance in Europe had and has no personal quarrel with Austria. This respect England cannot count on Rus to strive to develop a friendly atmosphere of SIA first, because Russia will be defeated. Public opinion, explaining that Austrian Pole, and secondly, and chiefly, because Prussia I see under the heavy pressure of Russia was and Russia may come to an understanding in the result of hard necessity and not the SYMP the near future. Tom of an unlawful ambition to increase its these ideas came 40 years after Conrad territory, but emphasizing that after many left Poland, but they reflect developments in years of a patient and prudent peace policy. Galicia in the late 1860s and early 1870s. Austria has the right to demand a reward for when he himself, through his uncle, tried to its endeavors in this war become an Austrian national. Conrad continues, I intend to show that breaking away 115 that a young man coming from such an emotionally charged background would be more sensitive than most 16-year-old boys to intellectual shifts, especially when every intellectual shift brought with it political change. It is also very possible that the conflict of ideas here, the very irresolute quality of the situation, helped Conrad make up his mind to escape. One thinks once again of Joyce caught between Parnell's ideas for Ireland and the clergy and government responsive to reactionary forces. The way out of a searing conflict which cannot be resolved is to evade it altogether, escape, and renew oneself under different conditions. For the biographer, Conrad's 1897 novel, The Nigger of the Narcissus Carrot, brings to the surface artistically the various psychological conflicts which apparently dominated his adult as well as his early life. In his first novels Al Mayer's Folly and An Outcast of the Islands, although he had drawn on broad subjective elements, Conrad was, in the main, utilizing the adventure side of his experience. With The Nigger, however, he began that internal descent, that dark journey into the perilous elements of his background and heritage. Using the sea, a crew, and a ship, he dredged the past, rode the infernal regions. After The Nigger, which is the lighter freight of this dredging operation, he comes to Heart of Darkness, Lord Jim, and then Nostromo, that period of work in which he confronted the most dreaded dimensions of his inner life. The Nigger, then, is the first longer work in which he must find artistic correlatives for intense and urgent personal experience. The Narcissus of the title was not only the name of a ship on which he had sailed in 1884, it was the narcissism of an art that depended on mirror images of personal interiors. The Nigger displays elements of loyalty and desertion, aspects of staying marginality, group welfare, male bonding, family loyalty. Through the crew of the Narcissus runs an objective recreation of Conrad's own feelings about Englishmen and foreigners, but especially about psychological isolation and loneliness. In Duncan more literally, but in Wait, The Nigger, more subtly and imaginatively, Conrad suggested a marginality that was one part of his own mental baggage. To make Wait a black amid a white society is for V. Conrad to use color psychologically, as he would later in Heart of Darkness. There is the disorder of synesthesia here, the utilization of color schemes to convey the other senses, here gradations of feeling. His subtlety in presenting Wait's destructive influence upon the crew derives from his realization of how close malingering was to his own indolence and reverie, and how accommodating these qualities are to pessimism, depression, and even death. Duncan and Wait represent the members of the crew who refuse duty to the ship directly, and indirectly to captain, father, country, fellow man. In figurative terms, the Narcissus is a synecdoche for all that engaged. Conrad not only his background in the I-86 and 1870s, but his assimila. 116 the Polish years, 18-7 of 18th and 19th century philosophy, Rousseau, Hegel, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. What Conrad posed in the interplay between individual and crew was a sense of roles and role-playing in which the ship is the universe and the author is seeking divine guidance. Through Duncan and Wait, Conrad can try out the marginality which will disrupt the ship's company and lead it toward disunity, and yet through Finn and Singleton, he can provide examples of loyalty that lead back toward unity. While these figures may be various personae for Poland and Polish experiences, we can assume they are psychologically more intimate than that. They implicate not Poles but Conrad personally. They are aspects, then, not of national but of individual character. They are ontogenetic, not phylogenetic. The Nigger, apparently, helps fill in the inner landscape of Conrad as he poised to leap from Poland. Its meaning for him went far beyond its role as a reflection of his sea career soon after it had ended, and if we see its psychological implications, we can better understand the affection he felt for this particular novel. It was his only book which he did not criticize as a partial or total failure. In The Nigger, Conrad gives himself several voices, some speaking for his dutiful side, some for the devil within, some attempting to define a purely objective reality, but all of them continuous with aspects of his life in the early ICOs. Although Morph simplifies the term considerably, he points out that Conrad was providing the literary equivalent of the psychological state of abraction. That is, he was bringing to consciousness to mind, words, narrative, print, page materials which he had repressed, or had certainly been unaware of as lying deep within the sub and unconscious. And he was doing this not only as recollections of forgotten or repressed memories but as a reliving of the accompanying emotions. In psychiatry, abraction is a stage of awareness on the part of the analyse and of his previously undischarged, or asterisk. Typical is his comment to Cunning: I wrote this short book regardless of any Haingram, there is a thing of mine mulas of art, forgetting all the theories of X. Coming out in the new review. Being, as you press Zion. Formulas and theories are dead. Inform me, my prophet and titer, I am afraid things, and I wrote straight from the heart. You must consider it your sacred duty to read which is alive. I wanted to give a true everything over my signature. Now in this press Zion, to present and sick on day faced. Special CZSE, please don't. In no I shall send image. And you, who know amongst what I'll. You the book if you allow me, and then illusions and self-deceptions men struggle. You shall see the whole. I am conceited about work, fail you will only smile with indul. That thing and very much in love with it, and I gents if I confess to you that I also wanted to appear before you at its best, connect the small world of the ship with that. Gust 9, 1897, ALS, Dartmouth. Larger world carrying perplexities, fears, AF. T in a letter to an unidentified reviewer, affections, rebellions, in a loneliness greater. The Nigger, Conrad suggested the seamless, than that of the ship at sea, December 9. Continuous universe into which the novel fell, 1897, ALS, Rosenbach. Breaking away 117. Repressed, emotion and his symptoms, and the consequence is often that the patient can modify his behavior to the degree he understands his emotional reaction. In fairer or imaginative terms, Conrad's understanding has emerged from beyond his reason or consciousness. The objective material of his sea career is suddenly joined by subjective experiences that reach back into an earlier phase, all of which the imagination must find some way of blending into an artistic form. Conrad's concern for the artistry of the ger, we can speculate, was attached to his awareness of this blending or merging process taking place, although it may well have been unclear to him why he was so concerned, or so pleased. However, his addition of the preface to the last installment of the novel in the New Review indicates a deep psychological awareness of something momentous occurring in his art. There was a qualitative change shaping a deeply significant event in the life of an artist, a time of great moment in culture if that artist is going to say something of humanistic importance. Like the adolescent who finds himself poised before a great insight, the artist covers himself on the crest of something profound, and he must devise the form for the blending and expression of these materials, or else the insight is lost. For Conrad in the nigger, the form was the utilization of several conflicting voices which, inexorably, returned him to those earlier voices. Whether Uncle Tadeusz, Grandmother Teofila, Adam Pullman, or others, so that, for the first time in his fiction, he came to see the present linked to the past in a continuous flow. Rather than trying to escape those 1870s voices, he would transform them. Conrad's will to leave, to seek a career at sea, dominated the family, and TTS finally relented, since he faced a young man he could no longer control, and whose life he had no desire to thwart. Unlike Beethoven with his nephew Karl, Tadeusz knew when to retreat before Conrad's frustration grew unbearable. The whole idea, in actuality, was not so nonsensical as it seemed, for if Conrad went to France, he could, like Laertes, be looked after. Unlike Hamlet, he would be entering a haven, not remaining in a corrupt court. Polish emigres filled parts of France, and the gentry could look after their own. As the son of Apollo Korzeniowski's, Conrad had a certain fame that would precede him, and even the most conservative of Polish elements abroad would recognize the patriotism of the father. That part, of course, the son would not escape. As long as he was Conrad Korzeniowski's, Apollo was his father. After a summer in the country with Pullman, Conrad returned to Krakow, and then left for Lwów, where he stayed with the Sierozinskis. In September, he was joined by Uncle Tadeusz and his maternal grandmother. TTS and Madame Bobrowska accompanied him to Krakow, and probably on October 15, 1874, he boarded a train that would take him, via Vienna. 118 the Polish years, 18-7-1874. Zurich, Geneva, and Lyons, to Marseilles, for his second view of the sea. In his document, Tadeusz Bobrowski provides the historical record in measured, unemotional terms. This was, after all, a financial report, not a sentimental letter. In September, on my arrival in Krakow and Lwów, in order to send you off to the merchant marine which you had been continually badgering me about for 2 years, repaid Mr. Antoni and Mr. Leon Sierozinski the 190 Austrian gulden for your maintenance during the vacation. On your clothing and various other items, I spent 119 gulden. To the solicitor who, unsuccessfully, occupied himself with your naturalization in Austria, 80.50 gulden. Your 25 days stay in Krakow cost 43 gulden. Finally, your journey to Marseilles cost 137.75 gulden, and as I couldn't afford more than 450 rubles for your maintenance for that half year, I was obliged to sell for 841 gulden the 1,000 gulden in securities, purchase of which is mentioned above, so that part of this money would cover the difference between the actual expenses and the sum appointed for your maintenance, as can be seen from the detailed account under the date of 3/15 October 1874. The phrasing is astringent, and there is a critical tone to the kinds of expenditure necessitated by Conrad's plans. The tone appears to derive from the first lines, in which Tadeusz speaks of Conrad's badgering me about for 2 years. The forecast is, apparently, one of impending doom, the kind of disaster that Tadeusz also foresaw in Apollo's fortunes. Right after this passage, Tadeusz indicates he has deposited in the bank in Krakow his nephew's half-yearly allowance, dating from October 3/15, 1874, which appears to establish that Conrad departed on the 15th. The document, however, provides more than an insight into Conrad's financial position until 1890, it gives us a sense of the family attitude toward him on the eve of the departure. While his maternal grandmother would surely have been tolerant and forgiving of this prodigal grandson, his uncle evidently disapproved even after he had given his approval for the venture. The October 1 departure was momentous. In retrospect, we see it as merely one minuscule event in the life of a man who later achieved distinction, a pinpoint in the long sweep of time, a flickering ash in a bonfire. And yet such decisions when made by an individual are part of the great events in the history of mankind. Conrad did not prove to be a figure larger than life. He was no Luther, Napoleon, Gandhi, or Freud. As a creative person, however, he entered the consciousness more slyly, not by great surges of energy or an electrifying charismatic presence, but by permeating the consciousness and slowly altering its quality. Much of the way we think of Africa, the jungle, and colonialism has been shaped by Heart of Darkness. Our view of South America and of new political states has been formed by Nostromo. Our breaking away 119 sense of pre-revolutionary Russia comes from under Western eyes, as well as from Dostoevsky. And, finally, our knowledge of revolutionaries and their world derives in part from the secret agent. In his familiar preface to a personal record, itself a very sly form of autobiography, Conrad writes of just those minute mutations of feeling, joy, and sorrow in this world pass into each other, mingling their forms and their murmurs in the twilight of life as mysterious as an overshadowed ocean. While the dazzling brightness of supreme hopes lies far off, fascinating and still, on the distant edge of the horizon. Yet despite the vagueness and indistinctness of that, Conrad says he would like to hold the magic wand giving that command over laughter and tears which is declared to be the highest achievement of imaginative literature. He would like to be a great mover, a Napoleon, but indirectly, and even as a writer, he must make terrible choices. For to be a great magician one must surrender oneself to occult and irresponsible powers, either outside or within one's breast. We have all heard of simple men selling their souls for love or power to some grotesque devil. Yet he refuses to do that. Anything of the sort is bound to be a fool's bargain. He must, somehow, thread his way between his Faustian desire for a kind of power or domination, without him self losing even for one moving moment that full possession of myself which is the first condition of good service. The dilemma is clear, man must choose among terrible powers, aware that he wants control and domination and yet hesitant about succumbing to their temptation. As much as man, Conrad, was to explore these themes. A little after this, he admits that in order to move others deeply we must deliberately allow ourselves to be carried away beyond the bounds of our normal sensibility innocently enough, perhaps, and of necessity, like an actor who raises his voice on the stage above the pitch of natural conversation, but still we have to do that. The danger, he writes, comes in the writer becoming the victim of his own exaggeration, losing the exact notion of sincerity, and in the end coming to despise truth itself as something too cold, too blunt for his purpose. The conflict is there, to achieve control and mastery over some aspects of human existence through imaginative effort and yet not to do so by climbing up ward on the miseries or credulities of mankind. Conrad says he sanctions all intellectual and artistic ambitions as permissible, up to and even beyond the limit of prudent sanity. Those feelings of power, control, mastery however they were restrained by humane considerations were implicit forces in the 16-year-old Conrad. The entire future life was already submerged within, although the shape and intensity of the breakthrough were unknown, no more than Indy's tinct urges and twinges. Yet to suggest they were not there is to argue against the ways in which human experience is formed by his departure for the unknown and into the unknown. Conrad was entering into the initiatory PROC. I-20 the Polish years, I-8 S by which he would define his mission or focus in fe. In a personal record, he speaks of not condemning a man for taking care of his own integrity. Conrad questions the limits of morality in the individual's desire to demonstrate his mastery. Is it such a very rad presumption to believe in the sovereign power of one's art, to try for other means, for other ways of affirming this belief in the deeper appeal of one's work? Conrad's departure, then, was an attempt to realize these elements. Eric Sun speaks of each successive stage of the life cycle as becoming a potential crisis because of a radical change in perspective. He says, crisis is used here in a developmental sense to connote not a threat of catastrophe, but a turning point, a crucial period of increased vulnerability and heightened potential, and therefore the ontogenetic source of generational strength and maladjustment. For Conrad, only by exposing himself to potential disaster, only by making himself vulnerable, could he gain the line of his own development. His situation was made far more difficult than that of most teenagers by the fact that had he remained in Poland his future identity would be indefinite. As for his personal situation at the control of Guardians, we have noted his reactions. More significantly, for his professional orientation or work potential, what could he expect? As a member of the gentry, he was not expected to work with his hands, and as the son of a well-known revolutionary, a career for him in government service if he had been so inclined seemed unlikely. Certainly promotion appeared beyond expectations. The profs. Zions demanded achievement at school, academic discipline, a measure of self-control well beyond a young man at this time. A business career was socially and traditionally something he was expected to dismiss out of hand. Although a merchant bourgeoisie was forming in the 1870s. Yet it would be somewhat like Nostromo when we see him in business clothes running his enterprises, incongruous, even obscene. Consequently, there was not much for Conrad except a gentleman's existence, and for that he did not have much money. He could have handled what estate remained in the family, perhaps, and joined his uncle Tadeusz in Podolaya, but that would have entrusted his future to his uncle's domination, the very thing he needed to escape. When Conrad left for Marseilles, he left behind a past that was only entirely his own, a tradition that was based on false hopes and frequent defeats. A social and political history which would have muffled whatever potential he may have sensed within himself. And yet he carried within a blending of all these elements that past which was not personally his, those romantic idealistic social and political traditions, and a sense of ceremony based on the ideals of the gentry. He was to go to France and remain for over 3 years. But he was never to become a Frenchman. He was then to spend the next 47 years on English ships and English soil, but he was to become an Englishman only in name. For even as he strove to find an identity through breaking away 121. Exposure and potential disaster, he never left off completely being what he was. Like Henry IV, he would seem to be a truant to chivalry, and like Hamlet, he would appear to put on an antic disposition in order to be more of himself. Part of the fascination Conrad's career poses for the reader and the biographer rests with his attempts to blend elements of his life which remain singular and irresolvable. Related to that is Conrad's reduplication of his father's life, only on a different scale and with different means. For as Conrad left Poland, he was to substitute the sea for his father's immersion in the adventure of political insurrection. He was to substitute commitment to crew and ship for Apollo's devotion to fellow conspirators and country. He was still later, like Apollo, to become a literary man, although with greater application and success. He was, as we have seen, to marry at 38, as compared with Apollo's 36, and a woman of 23, the same age as his mother when she married, and he was to have 2 sons, to Apollo's 1. He was to complain, lifelong, of ailments, pains, crippling illnesses, as a parallel to Apollo's own poor health, declining condition, and need for personal attention. The parallels are too obvious to ignore, the implications too clear. Even as it seemed to end, Conrad's Polish life had just begun. 2. The French Interlude. 1874 to 1878. It has been before observed that images, however beautiful, though faithfully copied from nature, and as accurately represented in words, do not of themselves characterize the poet. They become proofs of original genius only as far as they are modified by a predominant passion, or by associated thoughts or images awakened by that passion, or when they have the effect of reducing multitude to unity, or succession to an instant, or lastly, when a human and intellectual life is transferred to them from the poet's own spirit. Coleridge, Biography Leader Aria. Chapter 5. Bearings. B. While departing from Marseilles, Conrad was able to pursue in his own way the very adventurousness denied him in Poland as Apollo's son. If he had dreams of Odysseus, or of sailing the Mediterranean like the Phoenicians, then he could only realize such dreams far from those who would compare him to his father and shake their heads or raise their brows. Conrad's French years, from his arrival in Marseilles until he sailed on an English ship, the Mavis, in April 1878, were momentous, an interlude or interim that served several functions. If we assume that all young people go through some kind of initiation, whether from external or internal circumstances, then Conrad experienced his testing period in those 3.5 years beginning in October 1874. Since this period almost ended with his suicide attempt in 1878, when he was 20, these years cannot be dismissed as light-hearted or fun-filled, in which the young man simply sowed his wild oats or exorcised his Polish romanticism. They were a period of desperation as well as a time of high adventure. The suicide attempt locates an extremely grave side of Conrad's inner life, the basis for the morbidity and pessimism that later characterize his literary works. Although the attempt may have been directly motivated by gambling debts, and may have had some of the chivalric in it, it was, as an act of desperation, deeply involved with his entire lifestyle in those French years. If we agree the suicide attempt was not an afterthought, was not a spur of the moment solution, then we must note some grave motifs running through those years. If the departure for France in 1874 was an act of freedom, a decision giving the young man the opportunity to develop whatever stirred inchoately within him, then the suicide attempt in the early winter of 1878 can be viewed as a morbid part of that freeing process. There is no reason to believe that those years of adventure in France freed Conrad from the nightmares of the past. He carried with him everywhere, and at all times of his life, that sense of defeat and frustration which had been his heritage and immediate background, the aimless wandering, that early loss of mother, the celebration of a father sunk deep into mysticism and lost chances. 125. 126 The French Interlude, ISY-18Y8. Conrad apparently needed periodic trips to that shrine of defeat, sporadic journeys to that underworld in which he could find the equivalent of all that was death or close to death. The suicide attempt, then, would be harsh as this may sound the final stage in his attempt to free himself from the burdens of the past, to liberate himself from that ambiguous Polish twilight experience and the contemptuous words of his uncle. Well deserved as his admonitions may appear to be, Tadeus's remarks were scornful and corroding. Just months before the suicide attempt in early 1878, he had written Conrad that he had reacted like a true Nikaradze, by which he meant without any thought for the future. Whenever Tadeus denigrated the Nashkaradze strain which was at every opportunity he could find, Conrad must have felt the conflict. These are tensions one can work through in later years. For a teenager, they are irresolvable. Tadeus goes on to say, you write that you are looking for employment that would bring you some profit. Mr. Dealey's Tang in His Majesty condescends to are you such employment? Common sense should have made you accept this opportunity, as he obviously trusted you in spite of your youth and of your being a foreigner. He showed a preference for you over his countrymen and trusted you. You could, when replying to him, have made him feel the unsuitable tone he used, but accepted it, while laying down your conditions, both as to present remuneration and as to his making your voyage to India free of charge. Had the Episire Philistin observed that you were tactful and could take advantage of your opportunities, KVS Aveda, Aido flow fait pour faire un homme de commerce, you would have profited in 3 ways. You would not have broken with a man who in one way or another might be useful to you. You would have raised yourself higher in his opinion. You would have earned something, considerations not with Out importance. Certainly I cannot expect of you in your 19th year to have the maturity of an old man, but I warn you that someday, perhaps soon, you will regret that conversation. Thaddeus also mentions Conrad's plan to transfer to the English merchant service and asks if he speaks English. He suggests that Conrad seek Swiss naturalization, not French, since the latter would involve military service. Bobrowski's document of accounts is also harsh with his nephew, calling his expenditures extraordinary, accusing him of having squandered his money, chiding him for spending money that is not his. The suicide attempt, then, had significant causes that went to basic needs. With this act, Conrad would either eliminate the problems by eliminating himself, or break clean from the past. He could free himself from Thaddeus and his advice by demonstrating how far he was willing to go, free himself from Poland, to some extent, by attempting the greatest of sins for a Roman Catholic, and allow himself if he survived the freedom of movement he. Bearings 127. Wanted. The suicide attempt, coinciding with his desire to leave France and French ships for the English merchant service, was attached to another stage or level of decision, as momentous in its way as his desire to leave Poland. By attempting to kill himself, he was focusing on some inner thread of existence or direction far too deep for him to recognize except in the need for death and renewal. To bring himself beyond what he must have sensed as a stagnating life, to bring himself to life itself, Conrad had to expose himself to fire. With an extraordinary sense of symbolism, he shot himself in the chest, trying to reach his heart, and missed everything. All he suffered were external wounds, as the bullet went straight through, touching nothing vital. Though he had prepared the circumstances as a hedge against death, he had invited a friend to tea. Nevertheless, the act of placing a gun against his breast and pulling the trigger preempted any idea of being saved. It was an act of desperation that set its own terms. To some degree, then, the entire span of French years must be viewed as pointing toward an extraordinary act, the suicide attempt in early 1878, just 2 months or so before he decided to ship out on an English vessel bound for Lowestoft. These are, we repeat, areas of speculation, since we cannot document a 20-year-old's attempt at extinguishing his life. Yet if our ends are indeed implicit in our beginnings, then Conrad's life had its own consistencies. Nothing, according to whatever inner plan he was shaping for himself, would be extraneous or outrageous, even an attempt at death. After all, his choice of a sea career meant, in those days, a constant flirting with violent death. Like Hamlet with his uncle, perhaps the archetypal uncle-nephew relation. There was the alternating attraction and repulsion that went beyond words and deeds, that struck into deeper impulses than even desire for murder, into self-destruction as a form of survival and liberation. En route to Marseilles, the teenager was passed along to Polish friends and acquaintances, a kind of old boyhood of émigrés. Conrad himself noted that he stopped for a day at Pfäffiken, on Lake Zurich, in Switzerland, with Mr. Orzechowski, formerly a representative of the Polish government at Constantinople. Once he arrived at Marseilles, he was to be watched over by Victor Kochko, himself a Pole from a good family and now in the French merchant service. What is ironic about Conrad's move toward freedom is how closely he was kept to the source by the network of friends, by the allowance of 2,000 francs, about $450 to $500 a year, which came from a patrimony deeply embedded in the Polish past, and even by a Pole, Kochko, who had taken something of his own root. Not the least of the symbiosis was the fact that Conrad's correspondence at this time was chiefly or wholly in Polish. The only letters we are certain he wrote at this time to his uncle Thaddeus were in that language. Further, during the entire time Conrad pursued his sea career, and even after he 128 the French interlude, Isys, began writing in English, he was continuing this post-share correspondence with Thaddeus, and using the language with a correctness and stylistic nicety that impressed even his critical uncle. At every stage of his liberation, he was faced with elements of past history, a kind of dialectic between his internal needs and the external circumstances of his situation. Kochko put Conrad into the hands of still another young man, named Baptistin Solari, who would be responsible for finding him sea employment. Not at all an easy thing at that time. Conrad's own words in a personal record indicate Solari had written Uncle Thaddeus he would put Lejeune in the way of getting a decent ship for his first start if he really wanted a taste of CE métier. Conrad says he was a little taken aback by having his future career characterized as a dog's business, and he must have wondered at his Odyssean dreams of power and conquest on the Mediterranean cast in that less than exalted description. Nevertheless, he found Solari the perfect guardian for a young man like himself. This Solari, Baptistin, when I beheld him in the flesh, turned out a quite young man, very good looking, with a fine black, short beard, a fresh complexion, and soft, merry black eyes. He was as jovial and good and natured as any boy could desire. I was still asleep in my room in a modest hotel near the quays of the Old Port, after the fatigues of the journey via Vienna, Zurich, Lyons, when he burst in, flinging the shutters open to the son of Provence and chiding me boisterously for lying abed. How pleasantly he startled me by his noisy objurgations to be up and off instantly. For a 3 years campaign in the South Seas. Oh, magic words. On campaign de Troyes dans les mers du Sud. Solari had himself been at sea until 25, and then discovered he could earn his living on shore by way of several Marseilles bourgeois families, to whom he was related. His connections all appeared to be in the business of shipping or piloting, ship brokers, ship stores, shipwrights, even caulkers, and master stevedores. Around him was the entire romance of seamanship. It is clear that Solari perpetuated the colorful aspects of the sea for Conrad. He represented the successful side of it, and he was young enough to seem himself a teenager on the prowl for success, not yet stodgy or lacking in dreams. Conrad writes, "The very first whole day I ever spent on salt water was by invitation, in a big half-deck pilot boat, cruising under close reefs on the lookout, in misty, blowing weather, for the sails of ships and the smoke of steamers. Rising out there, beyond the slim and tall Planier lighthouse cutting the line of the wind-swept horizon with a white perpendicular stroke. They were hospitable souls, these sturdy Provençal seamen. Under the general designation of Le Petit Ami de Baptistin I was made the guest of the corporation of pilots, and had the freedom of their boats night or day. And bearings 129. Many a day and a night too did I spend cruising out with these rough, kindly men, under whose auspices my intimacy with the sea began. Many a time. The Udall friend of Baptistin had the hooded cloak of the Mediterranean sailor thrown over him by their honest hands while dodging at night under the lee of Chateau d'Lf on the watch for the lights of ships. Their sea-tanned faces, whiskered or shaved, lean or full, with the intent clad sea eyes of the pilot breed, and here and there a thin gold loop at the lobe of a hairy ear, bent over my sea infancy. The first operation of sea manship I had an opportunity of observing was the boarding of ships at sea, at all times, in all states of the weather. They gave it to me to the full. And I have been invited to sit in more than one tall, dark house of the old town at their hospitable board, had the bouillabaisse ladled out into a thick plate by their high-voiced broad-browed wives, talked to their daughters thick-set girls, with pure profiles, glorious masses of black hair arranged with complicated art, dark eyes, and dazzlingly white teeth. All the routine duties of these grizzled men in fact, our first views of the Nostromo prototype carrot took on the aspect of the golden voyages of Odysseus, Jason, and those other heroic figures who used the sea in order to realize their dreams. Although Conrad is writing these words as a middle-aged man, he evidently has not been untrue to the earlier feelings, he has not let the intervening years of frustrating literary work remove the gloss from that teenage dream. In this and other descriptions, he has remade the reality into some thing suitable for his dreams, and that is one good reason why we must so mistrust his own presentation of these years in The Arrow of Gold and else. Where overall is an aura of his reading and imagination, not of reality. AP. Apparently, he chose to pursue his Don Quixote even so far as to experience the latter's illusions and visions, and then followed the dream as if the illusion were itself the reality. He was already, himself, at the heart of many of his later literary characters. This romanticism of spirit and outlook characterizes these 3.5 years of Conrad's life, which despite the suicide attempt included some of the happiest times he had experienced and were truly a liberation from the restrictions of the past. He exulted. Within 2 months of his arrival in Marseilles, Conrad was on board a ship, as a passenger, on the Mont Blanc, which sailed for Martinique on December 2, 1874. The Mont Blanc belonged to the ship-owning firm of C. Delistang and Son, whose salon Conrad also visited. Of the 3.5 years he passed in and around Marseilles, about half the time, 18 months, he spent on board ships belonging to that firm. When we speak of Conrad going to sea for 20 years, we must take into account the fact that half or more of his time was spent ashore. He was not the kind of seagoing man who, after a couple of nights on the town, goes from one berth to the next. In that Marseilles period, Conrad sailed on the Mont Blanc, as a passenger, from December 11, 1874, to May 23, 1875, a total of 5 months, once 130 the French interlude, is Isys. Again on the Mont Blanc, this time as an apprentice seaman, from June 25, 1875, to December 23, 1875, for 6 months, and as steward on the Saint Antoine, from July 8, 1876, to February 15, 1877, for 7 months. For the remaining 24 months of his French stay, he pursued shore activity. Although, unfortunately, we have little information and less documentation of his allocation of time. In The Arrow of Gold, Conrad recounts the split in the life of his protagonist. Monsieur George Conrad was himself known as M. Georges around the viewport. What Mills George's friend had learned represented him as a young gentleman who had arrived furnished with proper credentials and who apparently was doing his best to waste his life in an eccentric fashion. With a bohemian set, one poet, at least, emerged out of it later, on one side. And on the other making friends with the people of the old town, pilots, coasters, sailors, workers of all sorts. He pretended rather absurdly to be a seaman himself and was already credited with an ill-defined and vaguely illegal enterprise in the Gulf of Mexico. To this accounting might be added Conrad's movements in the salon of the Delistangs among the ultras, the respectable legitimist royalist types. We have the young man moving, in varying degrees, on 4 parallel levels, with the coasters, pilots, and assorted seamen of the viewport and old parts of Marseilles, among the bohemians of café life, in the Delistang salon, among Carlists, royalists, and Catholic ultras, and on his own, attending occasional operas and theatrical performances. Yet what about his intellectual development in this period? From the few documents and literary versions * we can surmise and speculate. Of great interest would be some sense of Conrad's reading and literary development, for which he had ample time on shore. What contact, if any, did he have with French literary figures at this time, either through reading, or through meeting them in Marseille's cafés, restaurants, or even salons? The poet Arthur Rimbaud, for example, spent a few days in Marseilles in June 1875, and his stay overlapped with Conrad's shore leave there before he sailed on June 25 for Martinique. The latter was, apparently, picking up images, sounds, smells, feelings, and those other accoutrements of his art. He was also sharpening his command of French, raising the feasibility of his writing in French when and if he was to decide to write. Exactly when he met the Delestangs, the ship owners, we do not know. He may have come to know them directly from Baptiste and Solery, who was Prob. Asterisk, for example, The Arrow of Gold, the Conrad statement to Captain Frederick. Incomplete, The Sisters, the essay on the Tray, George Cooper, who wrote an appreciation of Molino in Mirror of the Sea, and a few pa Conrad, that your surmise that Mr. George Sages in a personal record. There are no of the A of G is in a sense myself is just extant letters. How completely do we trust, January 16, 192 1, ALS, Private Collection. Bearings 131. Ably related to Madame Delestang, her maiden name Vassolery. The senior Delestangs were quite ancient when Conrad met them. He left a memorable description of them in a personal record, and he moved among their children and even their grandchildren, who would have been about his own age. The Delestangs, as Conrad depicted them, were precisely the kind of people Apollo Korsaniowski's would have mocked, and if we can speculate that Conrad had something of his father's eye, we can see that he also had some thing of his father's tone. Madame Delestang, an imperious, handsome lady in a statuesque style, would carry me off now and then on the front seat of her carriage to the Prado, at the hour of fashionable airing. She belonged to one of the old aristocratic families in the South. In her haughty weariness she used to make me think of Lady Dedlock in Dickens' Bleak House, a work of the master for which I have such an admiration, or rather such an intense and unreasoning affection, dating from the days of my childhood, that its very weaknesses are more precious to me than the strength of other men's work. I have read it innumerable times, both in Polish and in English. I have read it only the other day, and, by a not very surprising inversion, the Lady Dedlock of the book reminded me strongly of the belle Madame Delestang. Although this description comes many years after the meeting, we note that Conrad has translated the relationship into a literary event, seeking his dimension of reality not only in words but in a literary equivalent to some thing in his early reading. While not momentous in itself, this method of conveying a real event through literature makes it possible for us to gain some insight into Conrad's mind in Marseilles, which was his need to find correlatives for what was happening, and seeking those correlatives in literature, which, in turn, would appear to indicate a more active storing up, even shaping, of his experience toward a literary end. Conrad then comes to M. Delestang, a man well into his 70s, who must have appeared even more ancient to the teenage observer accustomed to people dying far younger. Her husband, as I sat facing them both, with his thin bony nose, and a perfectly bloodless, narrow physiognomy clamped together as it were by short formal side whiskers, had nothing of Sir Leicester Dedlock's grand air and courtly solemnity. He belonged to the haute bourgeoisie only, and was a banker, not a banker by profession, but perhaps Conrad's banker, with whom a modest credit had been opened for my needs. He was such an ardent no, such a frozen-up, mummified royalist that he used in current conversation turns of speech contemporary, I should say, with the good Henry Cotter, and when talking of money matters reckoned not in francs, like the common, godless herd of post-revolutionary Frenchmen, but in obsolete and forgotten acus of all money units in the world. As though Louis Quatorze were still promenading in royal 132. The French interlude, I8Y8. Splendor, the gardens of Versailles, and Monsieur de Colbert busy with the direction of maritime affairs. Asterisk. The Delestangs, as Conrad recorded the scene in The Arrow of Gold, were royalists hopeful of returning Don Carlos to the Spanish throne and overthrowing the shaky republic. Don Carlos, the pretender, represented the conservative clergy and opposed both the liberal constitution and centralization. The Carlist War began in the spring of 1872 and was, when Conrad arrived in Marseilles and came to know the Delestangs, already doomed by the accession to the throne of Alfonso XII. Although Don Carlos had set up his court in Navarre on July 16, 1873, his days in Spain were numbered as even clergy rallied to support Alfonso. By March 1876, Carlos had been driven into exile, and his cause became one of those fanatical ventures which return us to Bonnie Prince Charles in 1745 and the novels of Sir Walter Scott. That Conrad should have become involved in such ventures had little to do with belief. In fact, the Delestangs would have been far to the political right even of Bobrowski and the more conservative elements Conrad had known in Poland. The venture itself, hopeless, adventurous, anti-establishment, would have an appeal for its very futility, as a comparable venture has for John Kemp in Conrad and Ford's romance. The young man evidently moved easily among the Delestangs, although he came to resent M. Delestang's imperious manner, for in his record of those years, he speaks of coming for his money, which was paid out in modern francs, not in Louis Quatorze acus. The accounts were kept in modern money so that I never had any difficulty in making my wants known to the grave, low-voiced, decorous, legitimist, I suppose, clerks, sitting in the perpetual gloom of heavily barred windows behind the somber, ancient counters, beneath lofty ceilings with heavily molded cornices. I always felt on going out as though I had been in the temple of some very dignified but completely temporal religion. The tone of the passage indicates amusement, the sense of a lark, the antics of a young man moving in and out of an adventure that is separate from his real life. In Arrow, Monsieur George speaks of his conduct as an act of independent assertion, as though he had separated into two perhaps already. Conrad and Conrad. He continues, in a personal record. Asterisk in the Arrow of Gold, Conrad catches surprise at my youth. Though he had seen me. Other aspects of the relationship, he, of many times, I even knew his wife, he could. Course, was just simply a banker, a very never get over my immature age. He himself. Tinguished, a very influential, and a very I was born about 50 years old, all complete. Peccable banker. He persisted also in with his iron grey whiskers and his bilious. Deferring to my judgment and sense with an eyes, which he had the habit of frequently. Overemphasis called out by his perpetual closing during a conversation, pages 243 to 4. Bearings. 133. And it was generally on these occasions that under the great carriage gateway Lady Madame Dealey's Tang, catching sight of my raised hat, would beckon me with an amiable imperiousness to the side of the carriage, and suggest with an air of amused nonchalance, venez done. Faire un tour avec nous, to which the husband would add an encouraging sieste. Qa. Allons, Montez, jeune homme, he questioned me some times. Significantly. But with perfect tact and delicacy, as to the way I employed my time, and never failed to express the hope that I rode regularly to my honored uncle. Then, in what must have seemed to the teenager a repetition of so many earlier moments, Madame Dealey's Tang gives him his uncle's very advice, not to throw away his life in idleness. Perhaps Bobrowski had prodded her. I made no secret of the way I employed my time, and I rather fancy that my artless tales of the pilots and so on entertained Madame Dealey's Tang, so far as that ineffable woman could be entertained by the prattle of a youngster very full of his new experience amongst strange men and strange sensations. She expressed no opinions, and talked to me very little. Yet her portrait hangs in the gallery of my intimate memories, fixed there by a short and fleeting episode. The moment is a revelation. Conrad sees himself through another's eyes. One day, after putting me down at the corner of a street, she offered me her hand, and detained me by a slight pressure, for a moment. While the husband sat motionless and looking straight before him, she leaned forward in the carriage to say, with just a shade of warning in her leisurely tone, Tufo, cependant, fair attention à ne pas goûter sav. I had never seen her face so close to mine before. She made my heart beat, and caused me to remain thoughtful for a whole evening. Certainly one must, after all, take care not to spoil one's life. But she did not know, nobody could know how impossible that danger seemed to me. Conrad had considerable hindsight and 15 volumes of literary accomplishment behind him when he wrote that. The contemporary observer may well have come to Madame Dealey's Tang's conclusion, as Bobrowski also had. For, without knowledge of Conrad's inner life, and he appeared to have given few glimpses of it in this period, one would see an amiable young man, with excellent manners and a pleasing appearance. We have a photograph of the delicately balanced Conrad M. George in 1873, and he looked suitably dreamy, with regular features, his hair worn long and swept back from his forehead. His face has the wide cheekbones we associate with the Slavic facial structure, but not the width of bone we note in later photographs or in Epstein's sculpture. In all, he seems a very self-contained young man, fully gotten out in coat, vest, and bow tie, neat but not completely regular. Apparently, he had no difficulty splitting himself into a gentleman around town, a kind of prodigal son who had vowed never to return, and an advent. 134 The French Interlude, 18y4 7 tour of sorts at the docks of the Viewport, among the men who did the dirty work on board ship. He was, indeed, shaping his experiences and shaping himself to fit his early reading and adolescent dreams in Poland. While high-strung, he presented a combination of elements not at all neurotic, or chronically ill as he had been in Poland, but, in fact, quite enviable. He may, of course, have desired this impression, a romantic pose and a disguise. To the observer, there would seem to be no ambition, no drive toward accomplishment. He was living for the moment, a not unusual attitude for a teenager. Although we do not know what was occurring internally, we do know the mind was accumulating details, the eye observing carefully, the imagination gleaning what would later be called upon. In a passage following the one above, he speaks of how Madame Dealey's Tang's warning rang in his ear even as he went off to his first love, his romance with the sea and with small boats. I tried to understand and tried in vain, not having any notion of life as an enterprise that could be mismanaged. But I left off being thoughtful shortly before midnight, at which hour, haunted by no ghosts of the past and by no visions of the future, I walked down the quay of the Viewport to join the pilot boat of my friends. I knew where she would be waiting for her crew, in the little bit of a canal behind the fort at the entrance of the harbor. The deserted quays looked very white and dry in the moon light, and as if frostbound in the sharp air of that December night. A prowler or two slunk by noiselessly, a custom house guard, soldier-like, a sword by his side, paced close under the bowsprits of the long row of ships moored bows on opposite the long, slightly curved, continuous flat wall of the tall houses that seemed to be one immense abandoned building, with innumerable windows shuttered closely. Only here and there a small, dingy cafe for sailors cast a yellow gleam on the bluish sheen of the flag stone. Passing by, one heard a deep murmur of voices inside nothing more. The young man is exultant, tense, as he comments. How quiet everything was at the end of the quays on the last night on which I went out for a service cruise as a guest of the Marseilles pilots. Not a footstep, except my own, not a sigh, not a whispering echo of the usual revelry going on in the narrow, unspeakable lanes of the old town. Reached my ear and suddenly, with a terrific jungling rattle of iron and glass, the omnibus of the Joyette on its last journey swung round the COR. Now of the dead wall which faces across the paved road the characteristic angular mass of the Fort St. Jean. 3 horses trotted abreast with the clatter of hoofs on the granite sets, and the yellow, uproarious machine jolted violently behind them, fantastic, lighted up, perfectly empty and with the driver apparently asleep on his swaying perch above that amazing racket. I flattened myself against the wall and gasped. It was a stunning experience. Bearings 135. How could any adult's counsel go against the experience of that adventure, with mustachioed volatile southern types as companions, men of great fury and gentleness? The patron of one particular company of pilots was the brother-in-law of Baptiste and Solary, a broad-shouldered, deep-chested man of 40, with a keen frank glance which always seeks your eyes. It was as if the still younger Conrad had been describing Odysseus. And these pilots were those ancient Greeks and Phoenicians attempting unfathomable seas. He is worth a dozen of your ordinary Normans or Bretons, Conrad writes, but then, in the whole immense sweep of the Mediterranean shores, you could not find half a dozen men of his stamp. We have here not only the prototypical Dominic Cervoni, Conrad's companion and leader in desperate ventures, but that Odyssean figure who was one of the forerunners of Nostromo, Captain Fatanza. For there is such a type in which the volatile southern passion is translated into solid force. On his last outing with the pilots, Conrad recalled a historic meeting, for on this occasion his hand touched, for the first time, the side of an English ship. Ashore on an islet, the pilot's telescope picked up a black speck like an insect posed on the hard edge of the offing. The speck emerged rapidly, a big, high-class cargo steamer, with low, white superstructures, power fully rigged with 3 masts, not at all unlike the Flying Dutchman, a ship moving out of the ghostly fog to rendezvous with the observer. The name I read it letter by letter on the bow was James Westall. Not very romantic, you will say. What better name could an honorable hard working ship have? To me the very grouping of the letters is alive with the romantic feeling of her reality as I saw her floating motionless, and borrowing an ideal grace from the austere purity of the light. The ship is like an apparition, and the hallucinatory meeting has the pact of my th making. Conrad says he volunteered to pull bow in the dinghy, which shoved Oflof at once to put the pilot on board. The magical moment arrived, a few strokes brought us alongside, and it was then that, for the first time in my life, I heard myself addressed in English the speech of my secret choice, of my future, of long friendships, of the deepest affections, of hours of toil and hours of ease, and of solitary hours too, of books read, of thoughts pursued, of remembered emotions of my very dreams. Like the mysterious building near the excavation work for the St. Hard Tunnel, where Conrad first heard English spoken, the James Westall becomes an unknowing link in a destiny whose resolution is mastery of the English language. As the dinghy and XHT James Westall bump slightly, the teenager hears the command shove off push hard, and when I bore against the smooth flank of the first English ship I ever touched in my life, I felt it already throbbing under my open palm. Under his touch, the steam ship is alive, a vital throbbing organism, and still vibrating in Conrad's imagination as he recalls those events of 35 years earlier, when that 136th the French interlude, I8 throb sexually passionate in its excitement had conveyed its vitality to the 17-year-old. While he follows the ship affectionately with his eyes, she hoists her flag, as regulations demand. There, flickering and streaming out on the flagstaff, is the red ensign. In the pellucid, colorless atmosphere bathing the drab and gray masses of that southern land, the livid islets, the sea of pale glassy blue. Under the pale glassy sky of that cold sunrise, it was, as far as the eye could reach, the only spot of ardent color flame-like, intense, and presently as minute as the tiny red spark the concentrated reflection of a great fire kindles in the clear heart of a globe of crystal. The red ensign, a symbolic, protecting warm bit of bunting flung wide upon the sea, and destined for so many years to be the only roof over my head. The description, written when Conrad was over 50, links the experiences of the early 1870s with the reading of the young Conrad back in Poland, and that, in turn, with the romanticism of Apollo Korzeniowski's and the Naft's desire for adventure. There is, in those phrases of a personal record, a single line that extends deep into his heritage and surfaces repeatedly in his adult life, beginning first as a choice, later as action, finally as words. The young man was deeply involved in a consuming passion. And since passion did dominate him, all the ill fortune and turns of fate that might have discouraged someone of less intensity only gave him greater impetus to pursue his particular love. As we follow Conrad's trail as best we can in these murky years, we note, once again, how he has found a substitute for his father's own passion. Apollo's fervor for revolutionary ideas and movements has been transformed into another kind of passion, and no amount of misfortune could turn either father or son aside from his pursuit. Once we begin to pick up Bobrowski's letters to Conrad, in 1876, we can see how the observant uncle has himself cited this parallelism of activity, and how conscious he is That the son may destroy himself the way his father had, and that the CZ line like the house of Atros will have its revenge on all those unfortunate enough to be born with its blood. Chapter 6. On the Edge. Why Carrot? I. And the following passage, from The Mirror of the Sea, 1906, a work of considerable magic and insight, Conrad wrote of perhaps that first voyage he took on the Mont Blanc, which left Marseilles on December 11, 1874, bound for Martinique. The charm of the Mediterranean dwells in the unforgettable flavor of my early days, and to this hour the sea, upon which the Romans alone ruled without dispute, has kept for me the fascination of youthful romance. The very first Christmas night 1874 I ever spent away from land was employed in running before a gulf of lion's gale, which made the old ship groan in every timber as she skipped before it over the short seas until we brought her to, battered and out of breath, under the lee of Majorca, where the smooth water was torn by fierce catspaws under a very stormy sky. We or, rather, they, for I had hardly had 2 glimpses of salt water in my life till then, kept her standing off and on all that day, while I listened for the first time with the curiosity of my tender years to the song of the wind in the ship's rigging. The monotonous and vibrating note was timed to grow into the intimacy of the heart, pass into blood and bone, AC. Company the thoughts and acts of 2 full decades, remain to haunt like a reproach the peace of the quiet fireside, and enter into the very texture of respectable dreams dreamed safely under a roof of rafters and tiles. The wind was fair, but that day we ran no more. The thing, I will not call her a ship twice in the same half hour, leaked. She leaked fully, generously, overflowingly, all over Carrot like a BAS. Cat. I took an enthusiastic part in the excitement caused by that last mighty of noble ships, without concerning myself much with the why or the wherefore. With his eyes and imagination filled with Odysseus' adventures in the Mediterranean, Conrad was beyond recall. He could obtain adventure, of 137. 138 The French interlude, ISY Carrot I8Y8. Course, only under sail, for as he remarked later, steam eliminated the struggle with nature, which was the very heart of the bout. Conrad wrote of sailing as a fine art, as something that went beyond utility, and in those words of a later time, we sense something of what he may have felt as he pursued his elusive course in his teens, all the while strengthening those attitudes which he was then to transfer to his conception of writing and literature. Now the moral side of an industry, productive or unproductive, the redeeming and ideal aspect of this breadwinning, is the attainment and preservation of the highest possible skill on the part of the craftsman. Such skill, the skill of technique, is more than honesty, it is something wider, embracing honesty and grace and rule in an elevated and clear sentiment, not altogether utilitarian, which may be called the honor of law. For it is made up of accumulated tradition, kept alive by individual pride, rendered exact by professional opinion, and like the higher arts, it is spurred on and sustained by discriminating praise. He was clearly moving against the shibboleths of his own era, opposing machinery for having eliminated the skillfulness that real enterprise affords, and, in this sense, he was quite loyal to his Polish traditions of the how more so than the why, of the manner more than the achievement. He writes, "This is why the attainment of proficiency, the pushing of your skill, with attention to the most delicate shades of excellence, is a matter of vital concern. Efficiency of a practically flawless kind may be reached naturally in the struggle for bread. But there is something beyond a higher point. A subtle and unmistakable touch of love and pride beyond mere skill, most an inspiration which gives to all work that finish which is almost art which is art." Conrad's first extended voyage, beyond his experiences with the pilots of the Viewport, came, then, with his 5 months' voyage as a passenger on the de Lestang-owned ship, the Mont Blanc, under Captain Dudiel. He was now 17. The Mont Blanc was an old vessel, having been built in 1852, a 3-mast bark of 394 tons, and not at all a reason for romance, except for a teenager prepared to act out his fantasies. The ship reached St. Pierre, Martinique, on February 16, 1875, and remained 6 weeks, until March 30, returning to Marseilles on May 23. Conrad may have tried to get on another ship, or else decided to stay with the bark, probably the latter, since he knew the crew. He remained in Marseilles another month and, on June 25, sailed out once again on the Mont Blanc, destination St. Pierre, as an apprentice seaman. He arrived at the end of July, spending 2 months there, but we have no idea of his activities, or in fact of any on these first voyages. Conrad left St. Pierre on September 2, 3 and made stops throughout the Caribbean area, St. Thomas in the then Danish West Indies, later the Virgin Islands, Cap Haiti and in on the Edge 139. Haiti, sailing from there for Le Havre and arriving on December 23 *. The Mont Blanc was in no condition to sail after her stormy voyage, and Conrad left the ship at Le Havre, without even bothering to take along his trunk. In a letter of general annoyance with him and his activities, written by Bobrowski on September 27, Old Style, 1876, there is a reference to that trunk. "You always, my dear boy, made me impatient and still make me patient by your disorder and the easy way you take things in which you remind me of the Korsaniowski's family spoiling and wasting everything, and not my dear sister, your mother, who was careful about everything. Last year you lost a trunk full of things, and tell me what else had you to remember and look after if not yourself and your things? Do you need a nanny, and am I cast in that role? Now again, you have Lost a family photograph and some Polish books and you ask me to replace them. Why? So that you should take the first opportunity of losing them again? He who appreciates something looks after it. To draw the distinction between Bobrowski care and Korsaniowski's indiffer. Ince, Tadeusz reports that a small picture given him by his mother in 1839 is still in the same condition as when he received it. He says he will send on whatever family photographs he has, but if Conrad loses them he does not want to hear about it. To us the words may seem amusing, coming as they do while Conrad's thoughts were on fantasy, adventure, romance, but they were also wounding and punitive. Tadeusz took every advantage of Conrad's carelessness and there were sufficient opportunities to attack his nephew's values and his background. Conrad was already experiencing difficulty with his name and his foreignness, and to have someone from the home country also prick his pride and reveal his flaws was degrading. It must have seemed to him that he. Jean Aubrey reports that Conrad's name report, as she pitched, the upper bobstay, appeared on the muster records as Conrad broke and also the jib boom. It brought the Korkiski, which is more interesting for gallant mass down with it, which broke too. The use of Conrad than for the casual miss at the truck. The jib boom, hanging by its spelling of the surname. Jean Aubry's tran rigging, became a battering ram crashing. Scription probably compounded the error, against the bows. Impossible to make any. Of course, the Christian name may have been Thingfast. Although Conrad did not call. Recorded incorrectly also, but since naming is directly on this experience for the storm. So much a part of Conrad's background and scenes of the Nigger and Typhoon, he had development, we can see this as simply and met the ocean's potential early in his career. If other instance of how his foreignness was ever he had wanted to leave the sea for another. Present in both the spoken and written pursuit, this could have been the deciding X. Language, Parians, early, the danger still crashing. The voyage back, Jean Aubry writes, was around his head, the discomfort of an old ship. Very stormy, and the ship reached Le Havre pitching and losing head on the ocean. Badly damaged. According to the captains. 140 The French interlude, Isys. Needed an even sharper break, although what shape or form that break would take he could not foresee. His suicide attempt in 1878, whatever its other motivation, afforded that split, enabling him either to seal off the past or to deliver himself from it. In his document, Bobrowski reports that he has sent 300 rubles to cover Conrad's allowance, using Kochko as his intermediary. He says he sent, at Conrad's request, another 100 rubles beyond his allowance for the boys' journey from Le Havre to Marseilles, at which time the young seaman stopped off in Paris for a few days. Once he returned to Marseilles, Conrad did not have any ship, the Mont Blanc was under repairs, and the other Delis Tang vessel, the Saint Antoine, had already left for Martinique. As a consequence, from the beginning of 1876 to July 8 of that year, a period of 6 months, Conrad lay over in Marseilles. Precisely what his activities were, we do not know, but his running through his allowance and drawing against his future monies became the subject of Tadeusz's irate notation in his document. He wrote, I learned from Mr. Victor Kochko's letter of April 5 that you had drawn from the bank in one sum your allowance for the 8 months. From January till October of that year, and having lent it, or possibly squandered it, you are in need. Subsequently, in May, you wrote to me, apologizing but not offering any clear explanation. At last on the 2nd May, you sent a telegram requesting an order for UFR which was paid out to you on the July 2nd, again in answer to another telegraphic request I ordered 400 FR to be paid out to you, and on departing from Marseilles you wrote asking me to pay 165 FR to a friend of yours Mr. Bonnard, who had lent you the sum and so I did. Thus in the course of 3 months, you spent over and above your allowance 1,265, happy face, happy face, 4 gulden. As it is only fair that everyone should be made to pay for his own follies out of his own pocket, and as I lack an extraordinary income for covering the extraordinary expenditure of my nephew, therefore for this purpose your own 00 gulden, out of the gift of Miss Korzeniowska, deposited in the Bank of Galicia, see the previous page, were used for this purpose. Without documentation for Conrad's activities in that 6-month period, we must rely on fragments. We do know that he enjoyed cafe life, that he moved with a circle of bohemian artists and writers, among them the sculptor P. Vetigny, who becomes Prax in The Arrow of Gold. Later, he became involved in some gun smuggling for the Carlist cause, and he may have given some of his own money toward the working out of those activities, a possibility, not a probability. Further, he knew the journalist and politician Clovis Hughes, although the nature of the relationship is unknown. Conrad, apparently, fell into some radical political circles, because in a letter to Ed. Ward Lancelot Sanderson, on August 24, 1895, he mentions looking up PEO. PLE he knows or used to know in France, including Pascalis of the Figaro and on the Edge 141. The deputy Jules Guesde, all acquaintances of my young days. Of the names listed, Guesde's is the most interesting. Born in Paris, Guesde was a radical journalist in the 1870s and later became an organizer and early leader of the Marxist wing of the French labor movement. In 1877, Guesde founded the Socialist Weekly, Egalite, and in 1880 consulted with Marx and Paul Laforgue, Marx's son-in-law, on a socialistic program for French labor. If Conrad did indeed know Guesde in the 1870s, then he was moving in far left political groups as well as among the reactionary royalist salons of the Delis Tangs. All this, however, is searching for ghosts. One further possibility, the young man, so much more youthful than his companions, may have compensated for his youth by throwing around whatever money he had. Dom. Inic Cervoni, the Corsican seaman who figures in both the Tremolino essay and in the Arrow of Gold, speaks of young men who have nothing to do but waste their money. He stated generally that there were some young gentlemen very clever in inventing new ways of getting rid of their time and their money. As a Polish noble, the young man could have tried to increase his stature in others' eyes by prodigality, picking up checks, buying drinks for the crowd, and other acts based on fantasies rather than on a realistic assessment of his allowance. On July 8, 1876, Conrad sailed from Marseilles on the Saint Antoine, listed as steward on the muster sheets, although he may have served another function somewhere between crew and officer. The Saint Antoine, a three-mast bark, only 6 years old, was a step up from the Mont Blanc, more modernized, seaworthy, and comfortable. This was an extremely important trip for Conrad, since it solidified his desire to remain a seaman and provided him with experiences on which his imagination was already beginning to work. The voyage on the Saint Antoine, further, brought him into first touch with Dominic Cervoni, that Corsican sailor and adventurer who was, for the teenager, the embodiment of the Odyssean figure of his imagination. Conrad's fantasy life was reaching a new stage, where it could begin to coincide with his real life, and his dreams from past years could find anchorage in the unfolding of actual events. For the young Conrad, Dominic Cervoni, now 42, was the complete man, confident of his powers and of himself. Astute and ruthless, Dominic could have rivaled in resource the unfortunate son of Laertes and Anticlea. If he did not pit his craft and audacity against the very gods, it is only because the Olympian gods are dead. Certainly no woman could frighten him. A one-eyed giant would not have had the ghost of a chance against Dominic Cervoni, of Corsica, not Ithaca. Further, there was nothing in the world sudden enough to take Dominic unawares. From the slow, imperturbable gravity of that broad-chested man you would think. 42. The French interlude, is he Isys. He had never smiled in his life. In his eyes lurked a look of perfectly remorseless irony, as though he had been provided with an extremely experienced soul. Unlike Apollo, Dominic is the man who can bring to the practices of unlawful things much wisdom and audacity. Or looseness, lack of structure and direction, and plain carelessness. Conrad's relationship with his father had been the obverse of John Stuart Mill's with James Mill. Unlike the young Mill, who needed to unfasten the parental noose, Conrad sought to find father substitutes who provided bal and stable ties. Dominic was for the young Conrad the man he hoped to become. Further, Conrad could assume a son-father relationship with Dominic without foregoing his own superior birth and background. Consequently, the Corsican led the young apprentice into his initiation with the sea, as the father now dead for Conrad would have led him, had he been alive. The Saint Antoine was small enough so that any member of the crew would have to double and triple in his roles. Under Captain Escaras, toward whom Conrad felt considerable affection, the ship had a crew of 13, along with 3 other officers. The situation was ideal for the eager young man. A small boat, a chance to learn his craft, the presence of an older father figure among the crew, and an avuncular captain. In addition to Dominic, Conrad came to know his nephew Caesar, who was virtually the same age, and a young man who was also to become involved in gun running. According to the Tremolino episode. Of course, what happens to Caesar in the Conrad version has no relationship to what actually occurred rather than being pushed overboard by Dominic to drown, weighted down by a *. The comparison with Mill is not fancy. Full. Like Mill, Conrad to survive had to make himself, both within his father's own image and outside it. Neither young man could break away, for the father had stamped them too firmly. Mill through education. Conrad through Apollo's political reputation. In a suggestive passage, Bruce Majlish speaks of the 19th century intrusive parent, who does not ignore the child, usually a son, but thinks of him as a way of achieving a second life of his own. Such a child carries a double burden, since to escape brings with it a heavy freight of guilt, apart from the difficulties of breaking away. Nevertheless, when Conrad came to represent Dominic Cervoni in his character poor traits and especially as transformed into Nostromo, he noted the incompleteness, that is, his old friend lacked a certain moral sensibility that Conrad found necessary once Dominic became part of a literary portrait. In Nostromo itself, the Capataz de Cargadores is really a half-figure, completed by Decaud, who in his turn lacks the half provided by Nostromo. The demands of artistry were, for Conrad, one thing, the relationship to the Dominic he recalled another. One reason for the weaknesses of the Arrow of Gold lies just here, in Conrad's inability to gain distance on these characters recalled from his youth, his failure to remake them in the round, his utilization of their qualities as if they were part of an essay. All that recollected material is one-dimensional, as though Conrad were back in the Tremolino episode of The Mirror of the Sea and not immersed in an imaginative recreation. On the Edge 143. Money Belt, a touch Conrad had used earlier for Decaud in Nostromo. Caesar have to prosper. The Saint Antoine arrived in Saint Pierre, Martinique, on August 18. St. Pierre was an obvious port for the Delisting-owned ship, since the room Familles were very much royalist and legitimist. Saint Pierre at least its planter owners was more royalist than the king, so that Conrad's later activities on behalf of Don Carlos, the Spanish pretender * were surely strengthened by contacts he made during this visit. There is, in addition, slight evidence that Conrad participated in unlawful or nefarious activities. While on this trip, although exact details are impossible to determine, it is clear that Conrad, at 18 and a half, was moving across a broad spectrum of political belief, meeting people different from those in his immediate Polish background, and entering into their activities, not for ideological reasons, as he makes clear in Arrow of Gold, but for purposes of the experience itself. Good training for the novelist, somewhat appalling for the ideologue. We note also that political cynicism which was to develop in Conrad, the fact that it mattered little which side was supplied with arms, since political activity was itself a farce, perhaps a solid and necessary part of Conrad's feeling about his own political heritage, which had made a sad farce of his childhood. There is no way to trace what the crew of the Saint Antoine was doing in the month after its arrival, until September 19. If Conrad engaged in unlawful activities, this was the period, assuming we accept as accurate what he wrote Richard Curie in 1923, that he had been ashore at Puerto Cabello in Venezuela for 12 hours. In La Guaira, just north of Caracas. As I went up the hill and had a distant view of Caracas, I must have been 1 to 3 days. It's such a long time ago. And there was a few hours in a few other places on that dreary coast of Ben La. In the Arrow of Gold, Conrad speaks of lawful and unlawful experiences on his second West Indies voyage, experiences that startled me a little and amused me considerably. These experiences, if Conrad's vague words are credible, would have involved running contraband arms to rebels in Colombia, possibly even to Puerto Cabello. The rebels here were rightists fighting the more liberal government. Whatever the precise nature of Conrad's activities, his views of Puerto Cabello and La Guaira in Venezuela and Cartagena in Colombia gave him some sense of the kind of South or Central American republic he would. Although the pretender and his cause intocratic chivalric assumptions, both opposed, Spain seemed far removed from Conrad's industrialization and technology, or any form land, apparently politically conservative of obvious money-making. Both stood for forces overlap everywhere. The values of the god, country, and king, and saw the enemy as Carlists in Spain and those of the Zlachta in those who supported Republican, anti-clerical Poland were not that dissimilar. Both sham government, Pion traditionalism, provincial rights, heiress. 144 French interlude, Isys. Capture in Nostromo. The shifting battles between liberals and rightists in Colombia become reproduced, with artistic intensity and focus, in the battle sequences of Costaguana, a country torn by strife that is a mixture of farce, ideology, and greed. We do not wish to overstress the South American model, because Costaguana has strong affinities, also, to Conrad's views of Polish politics, but certainly landscape and scene were significant for the young man. On this venture, Conrad began to accumulate characters who would appear in his novels, that reality which is so much the source of his imaginative ventures. As we note the stirrings of the young man's sensibility, and the depositing of image and scene, we also observe how Conrad's imaginative processes were anchored in fact. His background was a steady building process of people, images, events, and scenes, unstructured experiences that would cohere fully 20 years later. As a late starter in fiction in this respect, like George Eliot, Conrad had an extraordinarily long apprenticeship to observation and notation, and the opportunity, fortunate or not, to arrange and rearrange people and objects in his memory long before he used them in his fiction. When he came to the novel, then, he arrived fully armed. Conrad met, among others, the original for Ricardo of Victory. In the author's note to that novel, he speaks of Ricardo being a fellow passenger on an extremely small and extremely dirty little schooner, during a 4 days passage between two places in the Gulf of Mexico whose names don't matter. He also probably heard the name of Santiago Perez, retiring president of Colombia, whose son, Santiago Perez Triana, became the partial model for Don Jose Avellanos in Nostromo. Settings, as well, reappeared in Nostromo. Although Conrad asserted that Costaguana could be any South American republic, geographically Cartagena in Colombia would appear to be the basis for Sulaco, and the islands off its coast would seem to be duplicated by the Isabels in that novel. Obviously, such islands were not rare in Conrad's travels. Although we can fix some of his memories here, we should not make these the sole basis in fact for his characters and settings in Nostromo. That novel became a mixture of fact, reading, Polish political ideologies, and imaginative thrust apart from any observed materials. Where one strand separates from the others is, as in any artistic work, impossible to determine *. No specific evidence connects Conrad's Costaguana was, as Conrad himself asserted, Costaguana directly with any South or Sen, see page 812n, a place of the imagination. Trial American Republic, although a persuasive although heavily indebted to literary sources. Political and geographical argument can be an information from Graham. For an offered for Colombia, which after Bolivar's attempt to fix Colombia as the location, see. Death became a battleground of liberals and Avram Fleischmann, Conrad's Politics, pages 168. Conservatives? But the argument here is that ff. On the edge 145. We may cautiously advance that Conrad observed the mountain range in Colombia which became the Cordilleras in Nostromo, and he may have seen the original of the port of Esmeralda. This view would be intermixed with his reading, with information supplied by his friend Cunningham Graham, and with observations gleaned from his other travels. From Cartagena, P.O.S. Sibley, he brought away a name, Antonio Guzman Blanco, who may have become Guzman Bento, the dictator in Nostromo, and possibly a further insight into the senseless struggles between right, the Blanco party, and left, liberals and anti-clerics. The Saint Antoine returned to Saint Pierre on September 16, 1876, and then left for St. Thomas, reaching that port in the Danish West Indies on September 27. This aspect of the voyage appears notable less for its contemporary importance than for its future implications, for, once again, Conrad was meeting people and attitudes, as well as scenes, which he was storing up. Much like Proust as he summered on the Normandy coast or observed family servants. In a letter addressed to an unknown correspondent, Conrad said that the heist of Victory dates far back, resulting from my visual imprese. Zions of the man in 1876, a couple of hours in a hotel in St. Thomas, West Indies. There was some talk of him after he left our party, but all I heard of him might have been written down on a cigarette paper. Except for these hints he's altogether invented. In his author's note to Victory, Conrad is quick to note that the heist he met briefly was not the whole heist. Of course, he is only the physical and moral foundation of my heist laid on the ground of a short acquaintance. The flesh and blood individual who stands behind the infinitely more familiar figure of the book I remember as a mysterious Swede right enough. Whether he was a baron, too, I am not so certain. He himself never laid a claim to that distinction. I will not say where I met him because I fear to give my readers a wrong impression, since a marked incongruity between a man and his surroundings is often a very misleading circumstance. In the same note, Conrad pinpoints his meeting with Jones, the afflicted criminal who thinks that heist is of his party. Mr. Jones, or whatever his name was, did not drift away from me. He turned his back on me and walked out of the room. It was in a little hotel in the island of St. Thomas in the West Indies, in the year 75, actually 1876, where we found him one hot afternoon extended on 3 chairs, all alone in the loud buzzing of flies, to which his immobility and his cadaverous aspect gave a most gruesome significance. Then, mysteriously, Conrad adds, Mr. Jones's characteristic insolence belongs to another man of a quite different type. I will say nothing as to the origins of his mentality because I don't intend to make any damaging admissions. These are not, of course, the whole cloth of either Heist or Jones. Conrad caught only a glimpse, and the impression, like that of a camera eye, stayed. 146. The French interlude, is he carried ISYS with him? Possibly, what made all of it stick was the sheer disorder of prescience and the potential synesthesia of the scene. Here was Conrad, a French-speaking Pole, on a French ship, stopping off at a Danish possession, catching a glimpse of a Swedish baron, or so dreamed up, and an English-speaking Mr. Jones. To that, later, he adds Lena, whom he saw in an orchestra in the south of France, and Pedro, the primitive, ape-like member of the Jones-Ricardo trio, observed in Haiti on the same voyage. It was also while he was in Haiti shortly afterward that Conrad received the letter from his uncle, referred to above, in which Tadeusz sarcastically chided him for having lost his trunk and the family photograph. In that letter, dated October 9, our calendar, in response to Conrad's of September 10, Bobrowski sees himself, relentlessly, as the stern guardian. The tone remains caustic, full of the sense that Conrad has entered into some kind of jumbled existence which eventually he will have to surmount. There was no anger, Bobrowski writes, on my part, and indeed it is a moot point whether my silence would be a punishment to you. AP. Apparently, however, from your last letters I see that it could have been so understood. But, of course, I thought nothing of the kind. On the contrary, I consider it my duty by advice and reminders to keep you on the right path, that is to say on the path of reason and of duty. Which I do and shall continue to do as often as is necessary. And if I ever had to remain silent, in anger which in any case depends on you, then it would most likely be forever. But that is a possibility which I do not even imagine. The letter then reverts to money, Conrad's extravagance, an area about which he is, understandably, upset, since he had other financial obligations. Primarily to Casimir's large family. You've thrown out my calculations with your requirements, so that my purse will be strained to meet all the obligations I promised, and as I was due to send money to Uncle Casimir's, I gave him priority as he was not guilty of depleting my resources, and was the most in need. Since we do not have any of Conrad's responses, all lost in the 191-7 revolution, we cannot determine the tone of his excuses. His suicide attempt in a little over 2 years, however, becomes more comprehensible if we see it as connected not only to immediate debts but to a whole history of money matters. In the same letter, Tadeusz mentioned that Conrad would have a long letter awaiting him when he returned to the Delis Tangs in Marseilles. The letter, immensely long at over 3,000 words, is the familiar mix of financial mishaps and reprimand. It will appear in its place, when Conrad returns to Marseilles, full of scenes, impressions, and personalities he has met in his new life, only to discover all the old ties thrown up to him in the form of his uncle's letter in Polish. Even the language is ironic, the polish of his childhood and youth pouring in while he had moved into French and was, AP. On the edge. 147. Apparently, learning some basic English phrases and words from his friend Henry Grant, the original of Mills in the Arrow of Gold. Still another form of impression occurred at this general time, and that was the experience of storms at sea, the role of the crew in a bad sea, and the damage that can be done to a ship, the consequent fear, the initiation into the unknown, the confrontation with oneself as the ship flounders and the sea beckons, the terrible moments of solitude as one may die, washed over, forgotten, in a high sea, and the maturation that occurs in the young man who can face the very worst nature offers and not succumb. Exactly where and when such a dramatic initiation for Conrad took place we do not know, but we can pinpoint this part of his career as providing some glimpses of the sea's ferocity. In the Mirror of the Sea, he wrote of the overdue ship, details of the ship, of course, shall follow. And they may unfold a tale of narrow escape, of steady ill luck, of high winds and heavy weather, of ice, of interminable calms or endless head gales, a tale of difficulties overcome, of adversity defied by a small knot of men upon the great loneliness of the sea, a tale of resource, of courage, of helplessness, perhaps. As for the missing ship, Conrad says, one has never turned up within his memory, although the Jeddah, the basis for the Putna incident in Lord Jim, reported missing, was towed into port. All the terror is there, the moments of hopelessness, of dying in the middle of a great unknown waste, the sea closing over one's head, and of being forgot. 10 For eternity of pole sailing on French or English ships, an orphan no diff. Ferrant from Melville's Pip, who cannot stand the sound of the terrifying silence. The Saint Antoine, after 15 days in St. Thomas, departed for Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and was caught in a series of hurricane-strength storms, not making port until October 26, having doubled its voyage time. In the mere roar, Conrad writes of the majestic presence of the east-west winds, especially of the westerly wind. Those of north-south he dismisses as but small princes in the dynasties that make peace and war upon the sea. They are never assertive on a large stage, and depend upon local causes. The west wind, however, is ruler of a kingdom. The west wind is too great a king to be a dissembler, he is no calculator plotting deep schemes in a somber heart, he is too strong for small artifices, there is passion in all his moods, even in the soft mood of his serene days, in the grace of his blue sky whose immense and unfathomable earnest reflected in the mirror of the sea embraces, possesses, lulls to sleep the ships with white sails. He is all things to all oceans, he is like a poet seated upon a throne, magnificent, simple, barbarous, pensive, generous, impulsive, unfathomable, but when you understand him, always the same. 148 The French interlude, Isys. We receive the impression that while for the average seaman wind and storm were related to survival, Conrad, not at all average, observed natural phenomena as mythical, poetical, romantic elements which he could not yet know he would tame by virtue of his art. In effect, the sole way he could control the west wind, and its storms, itself a poet of sorts, was by becoming a greater poet, a more magnitudinous creator. From Haiti, where she had taken on a cargo of logwood and sugar, the Saint Antoine departed for Marseilles, and after a voyage of about 2.5 months arrived in port on February 15, 1877. Conrad had turned 19 on the voyage home. Awaiting him was a long letter from his uncle Thaddeus, many aspects of which, we can conjecture, contributed to his suicide attempt the following year. The letter is a rehash of the last 24 months, and it begins, not unusually, with words about Conrad's departure from Poland at 16, carrying his fortunes up to the point Thaddeus wrote the letter, in October 1876. To start, Bobrowski presents a carefully worked out chart of moneys he has sent to Marseilles since Conrad's arrival there. Financial matters were inextricably wedded in his mind to his nephew's activity ties, and he could not speak of money, apparently, without raking over the entire past. His raking action must have been, for Conrad, more like a rowing of hell. He writes, on that day in October 1876 2 years will have passed since the moment when I, with constricted heart, your grandmother with tears, and both of us with a blessing, let you go free into the world as you wished, but with our advice and help, and by the time you read this letter, you will be 19 years old. That is an age at which one is a fully fledged young man, often even earning one's own living and occasionally even supporting a family, in any case an age when one is completely responsible to God, to other people, and to oneself for one's actions. Thaddeus's tone throughout the correspondence with Conrad maintains the manner of a man who is speaking to a ward still a child. He goes on. When we parted I took on myself the duty of supplying you with the means of subsistence until you were able to earn them yourself, means which are modest but sufficient, and which correspond to my resources, even though they may be somewhat stretched, but which were fixed voluntarily by me after having secured Mr. Kochko's opinion. You, for your part, have undertaken to make prudent use of these means for your education, for your personal benefit, and for your future. Let us after these 2 years go over the past and ask ourselves to what extent each of us has fulfilled his duties, for by answering this question, the recapitulation will enable us to correct any shortcomings that we may find in our conduct, and will make each of us think of corrective measures to avoid them in the future. On the edge 149. Then begins the long, torturous accounting of moneys, which evidently excited Thaddeus to anger and yet gave him intense pleasure. As a careful man, he could castigate the spender; as a saver, he could impugn the motives of the squanderer. Tucked away in his estate in the Ukraine, he was like Robinson Crusoe on his island, storing provisions against catastrophe and gaining joy as he watched his goods mount He points out to his prodigal nephew that exceeding the allowance in Conrad's favor either deprives me of some comforts or forces me to diminish the help I give to your uncle my brother, to whom with his 5 children I can give barely 1.5 times, i.e., 1,000 rubles annually, as much as to yourself. We cannot tell from Bobrowski's letters if Conrad felt conscience-stricken about Casimir's and his 5 children. Tadeusz pressed his attack and recounted how Conrad, on an allowance of 2,000 francs a year, had exceeded it by Fr 1,919. In short, during 2 years you have by your transgressions used up your maintenance for the whole 3rd year. Bobrowski then drives home the shame he expects his nephew to feel profoundly. Let us jointly consider if such expenditure on your behalf is and was possible, fair, and worthy. As regards possibility, perhaps it seems to you that I can bear such extraordinary expenditure out of love for my dearly beloved nephew. But this is not the case. My income is around 5,000 rubles. I pay 500 rubles in taxes by giving you 2,000 francs. I am giving you approximately 700 rubles, and to your uncle I 000 rubles yearly, so I give the two of you about 1/3 of my income. If therefore I were to give you 300 rubles more per year, as 2 years have used up the third one, I would have to cut down by half my expenditure on deerwear, shoes, clothes, and my personal needs, since my budget for all these things is limited to 600 rubles a year, for the very good reason that I cannot have more. There is no more to go round, if I am to fulfill my obligations toward my brother and nephew. Is it fair that I should repair your thoughtlessness at the expense of my personal comforts, or, I should rather say, my essential needs? Would it be proper for me to reduce the help which I give to my brother and his children, whose right to my heart and help, if not greater, they are 6, is certainly not less than yours? Since Tadeusz is not at all certain what Conrad's answer may be, he comforts himself by adding, I am only too sure that the threefold reply to my threefold question could be only impossible, and unfair, and unworthy. That will be the answer of your heart, but I wish for an answer of your will, not words, which I have had more than once, but deeds, i.e. the strictest adjustment of your expenditure to the allowance that I have allotted you, and if, in your opinion, this does not suffice, earn some money and you will have it. If, however, you cannot earn it, then content yourself with what you 150. The French interlude, I 8 get from the labor of others until you are able to supplant it with your own earnings and gratify yourself. Bobrowski then passes from expenditures alone to his real theme, an attack upon the young man's entire attitude toward life, careless, unthinking, proud, characteristics we recall from Apollo Korzeniowski's. He writes, apart from the fact of the expenditure itself, I must say frankly that I did not like the tone in which you refer to what has happened. Vous says condamnation trop complacent sur les sottises que vous avez faites. Certainly, there is no reason for one to take one's life or to go into a Carthusian monastery because of some folly one has committed, even if that folly causes acute pain to someone very close to you. But a little more contrition would not be amiss, and particularly a more thoughtful mode of behavior, which would prove that after a temporary imprudence, reflection and common sense have prevailed. But these latter, my dear, in spite of my great wish to, I have not found, unfortunately. Thus, at first you keep a stubborn silence for 2 whole months, silence which you must know was disquieting to me. Then, you write me a long letter admitting your fault, but you do not say how much you need to repair your stupidities, when the plainest common sense would have made you connect one with the other, and not expose me to uncertainty and disquiet. Satisfied that he has entered a rewarding vein, Bobrowski presses his point, hoping to reform his nephew's life in one swooping condemnation of it. What is the conclusion to be drawn from this whole recapitulation of our actions? It is this, that you have committed absurdities that, in view of your youth and because it is the first time, all has to be forgiven you. And I, the victim of these absurdities, forgive you with all my heart, on condition that it is for the first and last time. And I myself, am I wholly innocent? Certainly, I am guilty, because I met your demands too promptly. I also beat my breast and swear to myself that this will be the first and last case of such giving way on my part. And I pledge myself to keep my word. Tadeusz then cites Conrad's mother and grandmother as the reasons for his forbearance in the face of such sins. And I ask you to remember this both for yourself and for me. I would have refused my own son outright after so many warnings, but to you, the child of my sister, grandson of my mother, for once, but only for once, I forgive you. I save you, so that it should not be said that I was too hard on you. May the shades of these two beings dear to us both protect you, my dear boy, in future from similar transgressions, for believe me I shall not give way a second time to any tenderness of heart. On the edge 151. The letter then returns to finances, Tadeusz concluding that Conrad should pay for his extravagances from his own patrimony and not from his allowance. He indicates he does not want his nephew denying himself food and modest but decent clothing, or at the same time incurring further debts. Then, in a warning that foreshadows almost the same words the mature Conrad would receive from his agent, James Brand Pinker, he says, I ask as well that you should refrain from philanthropy until you are able to practice it at your own expense. The caustic tone of the last sentence is his only attempt at wit. The remainder of the letter is cautionary: be good, reform, watch yourself, and try not to be a Korzeniowski's. If you have to stay on land, I ask you and recommend you not to take out of the bank more than 1 or at most 2 months' allowance of 150 Fr. And use it so that it suffices, as you hope again to have a free journey. Please do not count on it, so that what has happened this time should not occur again. Don't prematurely spend the money destined for it, and should your hope of a free journey be fulfilled, keep what you need as a.r. gent de poche, leaving the rest in the bank. You will find it there on your return, and you will be able to use it sensibly for lessons, clothing, etc., this being your earned savings. In this way only you will give proof of your good sense. If I remember rightly, you were usually back in January and sailed in February to return in July. You will thus spend only 1 month on land, your health permitting, and in March I shall again send your half-yearly allowance, so that if you make in 1877 2 free journeys, you will be able to save enough to spend a couple or more months on land by having lessons in science, and enjoy a slightly more comfortable life, for only when the means are there is it fair to think of an easier way of existence. As he nears the end of the letter, Thaddeus mentions that he had wanted to see Conrad, whether in Switzerland or Krakow or even in Marseilles, some time in later 1877, but his investments, with the fall of sugar prices, have not been doing well, and he does not have the capital for such an adventurous journey. Underlying his words is the sense of self-sacrifice, that while Conrad cavorts around the world, a young man of leisure, he, Thaddeus, is burdened by financial matters and cannot even travel to Western Europe. However, with unforeseen irony, he indicates postponement until 1878. When they can meet, iron Eichel in that Thaddeus did see Conrad in early 1878. When, receiving word of his nephew's suicide attempt, he journeyed to Marseilles. Bobrowski has not finished, however, for he is anxious that Conrad study as well as go to sea. He does not intend his nephew to be a common seaman, no more than riffraff in the eyes of a Polish gentleman. 152 The French interlude, is he carrot isys. Please give me also full details of your studies. What have you been working on during the voyage? You praise the present Captain Escaris. So you have presumably profited from him. Did he give you lessons? If so, in what? What did you work on yourself? And what did you teach yourself? Are you also working on English or other languages? And so on. In short, write about everything regarding your moral and physical being. Did you recover your trunk which you so carelessly left in Havre? Your things and Polish books must have been in it. Conrad's uncle then inquires about the price of uncast liqueurs. Delies, that is, 40 bottles of a Marseilles liqueur, as well as the price of 10,000 Havana cigars, which he assumes Conrad as a fancier of cigars in Krakow probably looked into when he was in Martinique. He suggests some small business in the 2 articles. Thaddeus closes this please and an open part of the letter with the injunction, please answer all my questions, but not from memory but from my letter, as you are, my young man, very absent-minded and you frequently forget what I have asked you. The final piece of advice is to write his uncle Casimir's, Stefan Buzczynski, and his former tutor, Adam Pullman, none of whom Conrad communicated with. The letter ends with, well, enough of this my boy, you have had a recapitulation of your wisdom, a lapis which you deserved, and have advice and warnings for the future. Hoping that it is the first and last time that you cause me so much trouble, you have my embrace and my blessing. May they be effective. Remarkable to us is the split in Conrad's life between the words as received from Thaddeus evidencing the voice of caution, reason, logic, and what inner voices were telling him, at 19. Conrad apparently ignored all this good but harsh advice, not only ignored it, but intensified the very activities and impulses which so disturbed his uncle. The point must be stressed, as Conrad received this and future letters from Thaddeus, he was heading into the most impulsive adventures of his youth, the Tremolino episode, in which he would help smuggle arms into Spain for use by the Carlists, and then administer his own coup de grace in more ways than one. His attempt at suicide. Each letter from his uncle, then, appeared to fuel Conrad's desire not only to prove the latter wrong but, even more so, to test himself in ways that Thaddeus could not help but disapprove. Conrad himself remained elusive during this period, between his return to Marseilles in mid-February 1877 and his gun-running activities toward late fall of the same year. We do know from a letter Bobrowski wrote to Stefan Buzczynski that Conrad intended to sail on the St. Antoine on March 31st, but was prevented by an anal abscess. Thaddeus is pleased to report that both the shipowner and Captain Escaris gave the most favorable testimonials. On the edge 153. Possible about his application to work and his conduct. The next sentences are curious, since we do not know what Conrad was telling his uncle. The ship sailed much to the regret of Captain Escaris, who even wrote to me about this, leaving Conrad behind, who, not wishing to sign on under an other captain, remained in Marseilles pursuing his theoretical studies and awaiting the return of his chief with whom he was to make a voyage round the world. The theoretical studies Thaddeus alludes to could only be Conrad's application to technical materials leading to mate, although in what merchant marine it is unclear. Back in Marseilles, where his activities cannot be verified for this period, Conrad was without his friend Dominic, who was serving as second mate on the St. Antoine. Through free spending, he probably advanced his standing in the cafés of the demi-monde. Aubry also mentions the Café Baudouin, a more exalted meeting place for royalists, and we know from Conrad's letters that he attended the theatre, Scribe and Sardo, and the opera. Just how intense the cultural aspect was, we cannot tell. Most likely, Conrad was moving lightly through cultural activities, waiting for moments, the nature of which was dim and shadowy, that would turn his drifting life into direction and purpose. The surface may have been light and Amusing, as befitting the Second Empire, but underneath was a serious tentativeness that caused worry, even anguish. Very possibly, he was learning some English, from the young Englishman Henry Grant, mentioned in TTS' letter to Stefan Buzaczynski, who was also the prototype of the Henry C. of the T.R.M. Molino episode. We cannot place these activities precisely, and they may have been scattered, or come at a later, or even earlier time. The 19-year-old Conrad was moving in shadows. Bobrovsky, too, was trying to discover what was occurring. On June 10:20, he wrote to Conrad, in response to the latter's correspondence of May 8, offering local news, which was strongly affected by the Russo-Turkish War of 1877. The letter, however, focuses on finances, which TTS has also noted in his document to the effect that Conrad had far overdrawn his account and was halfway into next year's allowance. His uncle points out he is very low, and the rate of exchange very poor, so that he has drawn on Conrad's own money, the 1,000 gulden left him by a distant cousin, Katar Zina Korzenioska. He adds, characteristically, this will be the interest which has accumulated during 2 years. You see now how long it takes to accumulate money and how quickly one can lose it. TTS mentions Conrad's plan, which came to nothing, to go to India for a whole year and the difficulties of paying out his allowance under these conditions. He concludes, Polonius warning Laertes as he departs for Paris. So now you see, panic percy, how a man always pays for his faults. If it had not been for your last year's escapade, which swallowed up your 154 7 French interlude, isys, whole allowance for half a year, you could get your whole annual allow. And straight away as I could have arranged here for half a year's allow. And always to be accumulated in advance. Discuss all this, my dear fellow. And inform me how to arrange about this allowance while you are on the voyage to India, and think of it quickly, discuss it and write. From Bobrovsky's next letter, of July-August 28 date, we can deduce several things about Conrad's activities, none of them, however, either precise or enlightening. He was looking for employment but had found nothing. He had objected to M. de Lestang's tone when he asked him for help in finding a position and had broken with the ship owner, and he had indicated to his uncle some intention of joining the English merchant fleet. He was in a period of sharp drift, full of his own importance and sense of his CZ blood, but incapable of finding any formula for dealing with his inner needs. We can sense a great pride, a large amount of indecision, even an awareness of waste, but since all of this must be read back from TTS' letter, we must take into account that we are filtering our information through his disapproving eye. Not only is our information second-hand, it is biased, and therefore Conrad's drift may seem more accentuated from his uncle's letters than it was in actuality. Even after noting this, however, it does seem evident that Conrad's shifting from French to English ships, his break with M. de Lestang over a matter of tone, and his entering, shortly, into gun smuggling for a cause he did not care deeply about are all indicative of a very bored, directionless young man. We should read his Carlist activities not solely as a desire for adventure, but as a consequence of boredom and spiritlessness. When Conrad turned to the subject later in life, he romanticized the episodes with the nostalgia of one whose youth has passed. Old and tired when he wrote The Arrow of Gold, he created a fantasy life for Monsieur Georges in Marseilles, along the way embroidering several marvelous episodes. They were dream materials, wish fulfillments, desires that the young man had fantasized as a result of his reading, and episodes that the older man no longer found within his grasp. Not fortuitously. The Arrow of Gold was written near the end of World War I, when Conrad's son Boris was at the front lines, and updated Monsieur George S. and young Ulysses, for whom the older man needed to find an equivalent. Although France did relieve his frustrations and provide an outlet for his energies, we should not overstress the young Conrad's happiness at this time in Marseilles. He must have sensed, despite his later denial to the contrary, that as he approached 20 he was wasting his time, and if he ever forgot it, his uncle's words were there by the thousand to remind him. Conrad possibly roomed in a house, during this period, very near the viewport, on the Rue Saint, number 18. If his landlady were someone called Madame Faggot, the Madame Tager mentioned in Bobrovsky's document, then Conrad stayed in this rather sleazy establishment, and Henry Grant, from on the edge 155. Diamond suit, whom he was taking in chair lessons, haved a couple of houses away, at no 22 the somewhat run-down quarters. If Conrad did indeed room there, would not be unusual for a seaman, who might leave suddenly if a ship became available. Once Conrad settled in London, he sought out comparable quarters near Victoria Station, accommodations not at all known for quality or tone. Apparently his noble background did not impede his assimilation into the living habits of a seaman ashore. His uncle's letter was sobering. Not the least of the content was directed familiarly at Conrad's background, as if he were a Renaissance prince whose blood was poisoned by some vile intermarriage, a morganatic connection. I see from your account of the talk with him M. de Lestang that you have la repartie facilité suffisamment necessary, in which I recognize your CZ blood in this tendency to fly into a passion. I even detect a drop of Biberstegen blood. TTS' mother was née Biberstegen Pilchowska. Her brothers, reminiscent of Apollo Korsaniowski's, lost their estates in the 1830-31 insurrection. Unfortunately, I do not perceive in this whole affair any trace of that prudent common sense of which on the distaff side you have the right to be proud, deriving it from the house of Jestritz MC. ZYK derived from the Bobrovsky coat of arms, Jestritz MBC, to which I have the honor to belong. One more letter from Bobrowski to Conrad in the sequence indicates how the young man was thrashing around for something to support him. All his plans, at least as far as his uncle knew about them, had fallen through, and he was floundering quite a different picture from that which we obtain in the Arrow of Gold, whereas young Ulysses and Monsieur George he was moving with Ella through society and various capers. Although we cannot read Conrad solely through his uncle's letter, since the young man was aggravating the truth considerably, even misleading the older man, nevertheless we can see a variety of activities which still belie any direction. In Thaddeus's letter of September 2/14, 1877, the final one before his journey to Marseilles to see the wounded Conrad, he touches on a multitude of points. We have noted that the plan for an India or round-the-world voyage with Captain Escaris had become impossible. We also learned that Conrad is in financial difficulties, since he had already drawn on monies for the coming year on the assumption that he would be at sea. The arrival of this letter, probably in later September, coincides roughly with the beginning of an amazing year in Conrad's life, and with a sequence of events that almost ended it. Chapter 7. Il. Don Quixote. W. He can pick up a rough sequence, which carries Conrad from October 1877 through late February or early March of 1878, in an urgent Bobrowski letter addressed to Stefan Buzaczynski on March 12/24, 1879 *. According to the letter, the following information was garnered from both Richard Fecht and Conrad himself. Although Conrad had been absolutely certain of accompanying Captain Escaris on his next voyage, the Bureau d'Inscription forbade him to go on the grounds of his being a 21-year-old alien who was under the obligation of doing his military service in his own country. Then it was discovered that he had never had a permit from his consul the ex-inspector of the port of Marseilles was summoned, who in the register had acknowledged the existence of such a permit. He was severely reprimanded and nearly lost his job, which was undoubtedly very unpleasant for Conrad. The whole affair became far too widely known, and all endeavors by the captain and the ship owner proved fruitless. The ship owner, Mr. Delistang, himself told me all this, and Conrad was forced to stay behind with no hope of serving on French vessels. The next stage in the sequence, whose exact dating is impossible to determine, moves us into Conrad's desperate gun-running activities and even more desperate attempt on his own life. Bobrowski writes. However, before all this happened, another catastrophe, this time financial, befell him. While still in the possession of the 3,000 FR sent to him for the voyage, he met his former captain, Mr. Dudil, who persuaded him to participate in some enterprise on the coasts of Spain. Although Jocelyn Baines first made August 15, 1937, also in a shortened form. Wide biographical use of this letter, it was the full text of the letter, which is in the Pole. Published in a Warsaw journal, Kurierisch Academy of Science Library in Krakow. I4 Arzowski, in summary form as early as appeared M. Krakow's Zysi Literaki on OC. 1937, and then in the New York Times, as October 6, 1957. Conrad once sought to take his life, on 156. Don Quixote. 157. Hashtag. Kind of contraband. He invested 1,000 FR in it and made over 400, which pleased them greatly, so that on the second occasion he put in all he had and lost the lot. This Mr. Dudil consoled him with a kiss and then went off to Buenos Aires. He, Conrad, was left behind, unable to sign on for a ship, poor as a church mouse, and, moreover, heavily in debt for a while. Speculating he had lived on credit, had ordered the things necessary for his voyage, and so forth. Faced with this situation, he borrows 800 FR from his friend Mr. Fecht and sets off for Villafranca, where an American squadron was anchored, with the intention of joining the American service. He achieves nothing there and, wishing to improve his finances, tries his luck in Monte Carlo and loses the 800 FR he had borrowed. Then the critical part. Having managed his affairs so excellently, he returns to Marseilles and one fine evening invites his friend the creditor to tea, and before his arrival attempts to take his life with a revolver. Let this detail remain between us, as I have been telling everyone that he was wounded in a duel. From you I neither wish to nor should keep it a secret. The bullet goes dirk near his heart without damaging any vital organ. Luckily, all his addresses were left on top of his things, so that this worthy Mr. Fecht could instantly let me know, and even my brother, who in his turn bombarded me. Well, that is the whole story. When we try to disentangle the events of this year, we find a melange of fact and fiction, real events intermixed with romance and fantasy. Conrad apparently constructed his autobiographical works in the same way he conceived of his pure fiction, as a blending of real events and people with an imaginative recreation of such materials. Don Quixote is as much a part of this period as Don Carlos. We discover several irresolvable contradictions. Although the most compelling involves Conrad's suicide attempt, there are other conflicting elements as well. Not the least are the nature of Conrad's smuggling activities, his involvement with the fellow conspirator Dominic Cervoni and the Tre Molino itself, his supposed love affair with Rita de la Stalla, or Paula de So Magi in real life, his near-fatal duel with an American Southerner. Conrad insisted that all these details caught in memory were literally true and fundamentally true, stressing in the author's note to the Arrow of Gold that all was based solidly on autobiographical fact. These memories may have indeed been truthful, but not quite in the way Conrad suggested. The best place to begin is with the lesser document, the Tremolino episode as described in The Mirror of the Sea, the book published in 1906. The story is a great one, as we see the youthful Conrad in the midst of his Odyssey, not devising a horse by which to infiltrate Troy, but bringing in contraband as a way of perpetuating a romantic struggle for the throne of Spain. Even Conrad's attempt to make his activities seem part of the actual 158 the French interlude, is isys struggle for the throne when, in fact, the Cadist War was over by February 1876 is part of his attachment to romantic, not actual, recollections. Of course, real people were being killed, but for the youth, death was for others. Distant indeed from his thoughts of personal immortality. In the episode, we formed a syndicate owning the Tremolino, an international and astonishing syndicate. The four were all ardent royalists of the snow-white legitimist complexion. The oldest was the one who lived by his sword, the Southern American blunt, Americain Catholic, et gentilhomme, as he used to describe himself. Next in age was Henry C., who had broken loose from a bourgeois family in a London suburb. Henry C. was bookish, narrow-chested, tall, and short-sighted. He strode along the streets and lanes, his white nose and gingery mouse tache buried in an open book, for he had the habit of reading as he walked. When not reading Virgil, Homer, or Mistral, Henry C. indited sonnets, in French, for the love of Therese, the daughter of Madame Leonore, who kept a small café for sailors. The third partner was Roger P. de la S., a 6-foot-high descendant of sea-roving Northmen, witty and scornful, a writer of a comedy, but caught by a hopeless passion for a beautiful cousin, married to a wealthy hide and tallow merchant. Conrad then parallels this fantastic group, a strange assortment even among the weird groups that cluster around any pretender to the throne, with legends from his early reading. The antique city of Massilia had surely never, since the days of the earliest Phoenicians, known an odder set of ship owners. Also involved was a banking house, probably the de Lestangs, Al. Though they were primarily a ship-owning firm. Central to the enterprise was the young woman Dona Rita, a Carlist and of Basque blood, with a priest uncle, a lovely woman with the confidence of highly placed personages, and, we learn, the mistress of the pretender himself. She was the liaison and dealt directly with the narrator, who was the seagoing member of the syndicate. Suddenly, without warning, the moment arrives, and they are off. As part of the Mediterranean myth, we meet Dominic Cervoni, the ever-watchful padrone of the boat. Accompanying Dominic is his brother's son, Caesar, a young man whom the uncle can only criticize and mock. We should note how Conrad has paralleled here the terms of his own relationship to Uncle Tadeus. Caesar is lacking in nearly every way: looks, fortitude, will, and he has a nose for ill-gotten money, as well as for betrayal. After several trips on the Tremolino with contraband, one particular miss Zion of importance arises, where they will have to evade the coastal patrol craft. They expect no difficulty, for they are assured that the craft is lying unsuspicious and unready, at anchor. The Tremolino starts out, only to find itself within view of the Guarda Costa. The Balencella runs for her life, Dom. Enoch in charge, hopeful of outracing the patrol boat. They then realize they, Don Quixote, 159, have been tricked, that the patrol knew their route and was awaiting them. Deceived by none other than Caesar, Dominic's nephew. Facing capture, Dom. Enoch chooses destruction of the boat, to smash it on the rocks and to escape with the 10,000 francs on board. As the Tremolino rushes toward its fate, Monsieur George goes for the money, only to find it has disappeared. The boat crashes in a fury of splintered planks and smashed timbers. This shipwreck lies upon my soul with the dread and horror of a homicide, with the unforgettable remorse of having crushed a living, faithful heart at a single blow. At one moment the rush and the soaring swing of speed, the next day crash, and death, stillness, a moment of horrible immobility, with the song of the wind changed to a strident wail, and the heavy waters boiling up, men acing and sluggish around the corpse. As the crew recovers from the shock, Dominic pursues his nephew, who has twice deceived them, with the patrol and with the Franks. With a sweep of his arms, he throws the traitor overboard, and the nephew sinks like a stone with the money belt around his waist. The false Caesar is no more, in his place is the angry, cunning Odysseus, now even more closely tied to his spear. Actual heir, Monsieur George. Imprisoned in the house of personal illusions 30 centuries in mankind's history seem less to look back upon than 30 years of our own life. And Dominic Cervoni takes his place in my memory by the side of the legendary wanderer on the sea of marvels and terrors, by the side of the fatal and impious adventurer, to whom the evoked shade of the soothsayer predicted a journey inland with an oar on his shoulder, till he met men who had never set eyes on ships and oars. This is the first version of the supposed Tremolino episode in his Seal's years, as Conrad chose to tell it in 1905-6. In some reminiscences, later retitled A Personal Record, which began to appear in Ford's English Review in December 1908, Conrad ranged impressionistically over his formative years in Poland and France in a kind of autobiographical memoir. Strikingly enough, he does not enter into this particular episode. Since he felt obliged, perhaps, to stick fairly close to fact, he avoided the romantic implications of the sequence, or else his motives may have been to avoid some thing he had already related in an earlier book. The Mirror of the Sea. Whatever his reason, he stopped short, in his description of his Marseille's years, of any mention of the Tremolino. His next opportunity came with the Arrow of Gold, in which the original event, the destruction of the Tremolino, becomes a very small matter, while the experiences surrounding that episode form the basis of the novel. We are moved, in the Arrow, into an even more romantic involvement than gun running, and that is romance itself. Conrad has shifted his material around and placed himself, disguised as Monsieur George, in the center of a I60 the French interlude, Isys. Great romance, not itself too different from the role of John Kemp in the early novel he wrote in collaboration with Ford Madox Ford, called, appropriately enough, Romance. That novel preceded by only a couple of years the mere roar of the sea, and it is very possible that the prolonged and torturous writing of the collaborative effort jogged Conrad's memory so as to produce the Tremolino episode. Whatever the chronology, or the motivation, the Arrow of Gold has as its center the passion of Monsieur George, our young Ulysses, for Dona Rita de la Stalla. In exact proportion as she steps to the foreground of the novel, the Tremolino episode moves to the shadows. Women and war did not mix. Since this is the only other document of Conrad's later Seal's years, we must sift it very carefully, for he has developed a persona in George and altered many of the significant details. The still larger question arises of how much to believe of the story, or, even further, whether to believe any of it. So much fantasy life is here, which we also found in Conrad's early reading, that we can, of necessity, view much of the story as a Cervantian episode, a concoction for the literary dawn, a forceful realignment and blurring of reading and real life. In this novel of his later years, Conrad stressed both a passion and an adventure to equal his son's heroic deeds at the front in World War I. He brings back the cast of the Tre Nolino Syndicate Blunt, Dominic Cervoni, and Henry C., now in the more substantial shape of Mills, and the liaison Fig. Eureka, now the object of George's passion. Especially interesting is how closely the tale of their passion parallels the Don's creation of Dulcinea. Implicit in both is a fantasy creation of a woman, the mythical Pygma lion, and the idealization of that woman once she is created. Rita is the stuff of dreams. She was a goat girl, a girl who tended flocks, and was transformed by a wealthy painter, Allegra, into a cosmopolitan woman of great charm and presence, a grande dame. Thus, we have the country and city extremes, the wild, primitive creature tamed into an urban sophisticate. Her last name is itself eponymous, deriving from a pass in the vast country around Bidesso, this fact giving her solidity in her former role as a goat girl. George meets her as a result of their common interest in the Carlist War. It is approaching a crucial stage, and she, as the mistress of the pretender Don Carlos, has busied herself soliciting support for his cause. Conrad relates the story through a first-person narrator, the Monsieur George, whose adventures so closely parallel Conrad's own chronology. He indicates that the sequence of events follows from his second West Indies voyage, and that it occurs during the height of the Second Carlist War against the liberal government of Spain, under Alfonso XII. An interesting sidelight is Alfonso's own youth. Although he never appears, Conrad must have known that his adversary, so to speak, in these activities was a monarch of Don Quixote I6I. Only 17, in 1875, at a time when Conrad himself was the same age asterisk. George stresses he has no political, religious, or romantic reasons for his involvement. For while all this is transpiring, he makes it clear he is equally involved socially with a bohemian group of artists and sculptors led by Prax, who was probably the sculptor Fritigny. Like Conrad, George moves in three worlds, the bohemian demi-monde, the royalist realm sen, tearing on the Café Batul, and the salon suitable to a celebrated émigré. Since he was between voyages, he apparently had plenty of time to devote to all three, although Arrow of Gold focuses increasingly on royalist activities. When Uncle Tadeusz worried about his nephew wasting his time on trivial idas, he had divined the true state of affairs in Marseilles, no less than Polonius had about Laertes in Paris. The one element not seen by the uncle, however, was the nephew's use of eye and imagination, that storing up of objects, like an animal preparing for a future season. Blunt, the North Carolinian adventurer, also gains a larger place in Arrow than in the Truo/Woe episode, necessarily, because toward the end of the novel George is to fight a duel with him over Rita, a duel that shortly afterward, in Conrad's own chronology, became a cover story for his suicide attempt. Blunt, further, has in him something of the fantasy figure, suggesting a Faulknerian character from a defeated South. He is a suave, proficient adventurer, charming, capable, a crack shot, careless of his life, devoted to feudal causes, the son of a grand lady whom he honors, a man who idealizes women because he hates and fears them and yet needs their fortune. One Conrad touch, the neurotic component, is Blunt's insomnia, our sole glimpse into his inner life. As Blunt repeats to all who will listen, he lives by his sword. He becomes Paris to George's young Ulysses, although instead of fighting over Troy, they duel over Helen, perhaps the same thing. The conflict is set, smuggling and gun running to aid the Carlist forces in Spain, an operation run out of Marseilles and activated by Doha Rita, a cast of characters led by young George and not so young Blunt, with Dominic Cervoni close by whenever adventure is at hand, and the tension bed/in George and Blunt, which gradually takes over the foreground of the novel to the exclusion of all else. The novel is the obverse of the Tremolino in the Mirror of the Sea, as if additional retrospect had bleached out the adventure and brought into relief the romance. Although the original of Rita is thought to be Paula de Samajai, a Hungarian actress who became the mistress of Don Carlos, the novel was apparently triggered by something closer to the mature Conrad than his memories of 40 years before. To heighten the excitement of the yet some doubt about the pretender's chances. Smuggling enterprises, Conrad has moved his of success in obtaining the throne. By 1877, it owned 1,877 to 78 activities back to 1,875, when the over, and much of the danger was. Karhst war was still active and there was as gone. 162 The French interlude, Isy Isys. Conrad's 1916 meeting with Jane Anderson, then married, but loosely, to the composer and musicologist Deems Taylor, apparently set off his memo. Rise of the youthful romance of George and Rita. This is the view of Joseph Riedinger, and it seems supported by contemporary evidence apart from what Riedinger knew from Conrad. While this line of reasoning moves us far from Conrad's French years, it does suggest that his recollections of these early episodes were romantic and fantastic, part of a fabulous tale and at variance with nearly every aspect of his experience except perhaps its broadest lines. These later versions of the Marseilles Odyssey are aspects of Conrad's imaginative life, to be judged as literature, but not to be taken seriously as autobiography, and to understand Conrad's manipulation of his materials, we must catch the psychological moments, the turn of his mind, the romanticism implicit in the older man's desire to duplicate the magnificent stories he read while his father slowly died a few feet away and his own future loomed problematically before him. Jane Anderson entered Conrad's life in 1916, through Lord Northcliffe, the press lord who had shown interest in Conrad and his work. Writing about her to Richard Curie, on August 20, 1916, Conrad said, "We made the acquaintance of a new young woman. She comes from Arizona and, strange to say, she has an European mind. She is seeking to get herself adopted as our big daughter and is succeeding fairly. To put it shortly, she's quite yum. But those matters can't interest a man of your austere character. So I hasten away from these pretty frivolities to inform you that we had here Lord Northcliffe for a Sunday afternoon." In Joseph Conrad and His Circle, Jessie Conrad picks up the episode, giving it such a circuitous narrative that she seems, herself, to have entered into its legendary rather than real qualities. Her impressionism fits the impressionistic, shadowy nature of the sequence. She says that Anderson came to them shaken by the horrors of the war she had witnessed and spent a month practically in bed. She showed particular interest in Boris, then at the front, and intended to look the boy up when she next went to Paris on a writing assignment. Jessie says, "And I brought myself up short, when I heard the short, terse tone in which Joseph Conrad replied, 'None of that. You let the boy alone.'" Although Jessie asserts she heard this, Conrad was telling Pinker at the same time that if Boris must meet a Jane then better at 19 than at 24. Jane left and went up to London, carrying Conrad's promise to meet her for lunch, with everyone to get together even Twilly for a brief vacation in Folkestone. Jessie was to stay there while John Conrad, then 10, recovered from a feverish cold and Conrad was away on assignment with the Admiralty. When Conrad joined Jessie at Folkestone, he apparently expected to see Jane Anderson along with his wife and son. Don Quixote. 163. Now pick up Jessie's confused narrative of events. He had hardly come within speaking distance when he asked, "Where is your stable companion?" Granting that Conrad's query seems dripping with persiflage, his disappointment was evident, although the depth of it is difficult to determine from Jessie's great big boy of a husband tone. He speaks of the danger he has been in, flying for the Admiralty, and remarks her lack of concern, no less approval. "My flight was every bit as dangerous as any other observer's might have been, and yet you greet me like this. I am disappointed in you, very disappointed." Jessie responds, "Your flight of fancy. Do you mean?" "I heard a great deal about that, but she told me she had destroyed the letter, and we will say no more about it, but I don't think I want her to stay with us any longer, at least not at present." Conrad goes into a funk and returns to Jessie's lack of concern about his flying. She says it's the first she's heard of it. Then a light fell on the situation, and almost in a flash I saw that our fair American had been amusing herself at my expense. The seriousness of that deliberate attempt to spoil our long understanding affection had ably never struck her and more than likely would not have troubled her if it had. Something of this I made Joseph Conrad understand before we reached the hotel. I was not present when the first interview took place, but I gathered that it had been more than a little stormy. We stayed 2 days longer at Folkestone, and when we left our lady friend elected to return to town. Apparently Conrad had written a rather compromising letter to Jane and her son, which she said she had burned. Jessie put her hands on it, a very high-flown epistle without signature or superscription. Conrad seized it and threw it into the fire. So the episode ended. We can speculate that this brief episode with Jane Anderson, vague and uncertain as it was, very possibly carried over into the fantasy figure of Rita de la Stalla and her relationship to young Monsieur George as Conrad described it in The Arrow of Gold. If so, then we cannot begin to accept the Arrow story as the basis of Conrad's Marseilles period, and his attempts to convince us of such facts become very suspect. What, then, do we know? Where do fact and fiction separate? Did the youthful Conrad, still a teenager, run guns for the Carlists and have a passionate affair with the worldly Rita, the pretender's own mistress? It is the contention here that Conrad tried to turn fantasy into fact, and that we can find in literature and in certain aspects of his life the so-called truth of these Marseilles episodes. Although Rita may superficially have been based on Paula de Samajai, she is more likely a composite of Conrad's chance acquaintances, his reading, and characters he had himself created, not the least of whom would be Sir 164 The French Interlude, I ate y caret I ate y ate. Avena, from the novel Romance. Asterisk John Kemp muses about Serafina in the terms of romantic literature, which romance tried to imitate. I needed that something not wholly of this world, which women's more exalted nature infuses into their passions, into their sorrows, into their joys, as if their adventurous souls had the power to range beyond the orbit of the earth for the gathering of their love, their hate, and their charity. Although Kemp's love for Serafina is more purely romantic and less painful or masochistic than George's for Rita, nevertheless, we can read the above passage against this one from Arrow of Gold. The delicate carnation of that face, which, after the first glance given to the whole person, drew irresistibly your gaze to itself by an indefinable quality of charm beyond all analysis and made you think of remote races, of strange generations, of the faces of women sculptured on immemorial monuments and of those lying unsung in their tombs. While she moved downwards from step to step with slightly lowered eyes, there flashed upon me suddenly the recollection of words heard at night, of Allegra's words about her, of there being in her something of the women of all time. This is a literary creation, deriving from Conrad's reading and consistent with his other literary portraits. It is, in fact, a portrait in keeping with Conrad's interest in Pater and owes not a little to Pater's famous description of the Mona Lisa. Pater writes, "Set it for a moment beside one of those white Greek goddesses or beautiful women of antiquity, and how would they be troubled by this beauty, into which the soul with all its maladies has passed? All the thoughts and experience of the world have etched and molded there, in that which they have a power to refine and make expressive the outward form, the animalism of Greece, the lust of Rome, the mysticism of the Middle Age with its spiritual ambition and imaginative loves, the return of the pagan world, the sins of the bourgeois." And then this key passage. "She is older than the rocks among which she sits, like the vampire, she has been dead many times, and learned the secrets of the grave, and has been a diver in deep seas, and keeps their fallen day about her, and Trev." Asterisk Dr. Meyer sees Rita as a combination of childhood sweetheart, and last and most time female figures in Conrad's life and reading, Portent, his dead mother. Surely it was the, although he does not view her as based on image of her, sick and wasting away, yet characters Conrad had created. Rita is a steadfastly maintaining a resolute fidelity to composite creation derived from a number of her patriot husband, that in his fiction Conrad sources, and from various epochs in his life transformed into the all-powerful Rita de Aunt Marguerite Porodowska, his distant Lastala, the indestructible supporter of her cousin by marriage, Paula de Samajai, a king. Don Quixote 165. Ficked for strange webs with Eastern merchants, and, as Leda was the mother of Helen of Troy, and, as Saint Anne, the mother of Mary, and all this has been to her but as the sound of lyres and flutes, and lives only in the delicacy with which it has molded the changing lineaments, and tinged the eyelids and the hands. In returning to a period of his youth, Conrad, inadvertently or not, reverted to the romantic prose of his first attempts at English, when he was reading, among others, Pater and several W. de Siècle writers who affected his prose in the 1890s. Compare the above description by Pater with this one of Rita in Arrow of Gold, then with others from Conrad's 1890 period. This of Rita contains Conrad's early mannerisms at their worst. "I only breathe deeply the faint scent of violets, her own particular fragrance enveloping my body, penetrating my very heart with an inconceivable intimacy, bringing me closer to her than the closest embrace, and yet so subtle that I sensed her existence in me only as a great, glowing, indeterminate tenderness, something like the evening light disclosing after the white passion of the day infinite depths in the colors of the sky, and an unsuspected soul of peace in the protean forms of life. I had not known such quietness for months, and I detected in myself an immense fatigue, a longing to remain where I was without changing my position to the end of time. This Mona Lisa is, like Pater's, all women with something of the cruel and ambiguous about them, women for whom men debase themselves. Like the vampire, Pater remarks, she has learned the grave secrets, and the comparison is not lost upon Conrad, who sees his Rita as something of a vampire, a goddess in furs, before whom George is penitential, groveling, and overjoyed at his subservience. Asterisk we can see that Rita derives less from experience than from literature, and if we scan Conrad's earliest fiction, Almayer's Folly, and An Outcast of the Islands, we find comparable descriptions of other Ritas. Asterisk Dr. Meyer draws a close comparison. Though the heroes of both novels dress there, between the masochistic pleasure George gains scantily clad lady loves in luxurious furs. From Rita in furs and Gregor's pleasure from M. George performs the service for Rita, not Wanda, his Venus in furs, in the Sacker because it excites him but because she is Shiv. Mazote novel of that name. Although there is airing with cold. By the same token, through no proof that Conrad actually read this 1870 the use of metaphor and other literary novel, the similarities between the two writ vices, Conrad succeeded in partially de-sex. ERS are instructive, they reveal saccharomyualizing the image of the phallic woman and Saka's book as a blatant expression of the same in dulling the impact of the sadomasochism. Sexual fantasies which Conrad expressed in A and other erotic deviations implicit in his FET. Veiled and restrained manner. A comparison Ish written romances, pages 315-16. Convin. Of Venus in furs and the Arrow of Gold, for as Dr. Meyer makes his case, one need. Example, offers evidence of the pains that look little further than decadent and finta. Conrad took to attenuate and censor the per siècle literature to see Conrad's sources for verse sexuality implicit in his novel. Thus, many of his female portraits 166 The French interlude, Isys. When we return to the Arrow of Gold then, as a reflection of Conrad's Marseille's period, we must be extremely wary. Events and people, as well as entire episodes, are novelistic and may be no more than broad outlines or faint intimations of fact. As a product of the last year of World War I, the novel must not be dissociated from the romance and heroism that Conrad connected to that conflict, embodied in Boris, his young Ulysses, and in his friendship with Jane Anderson, a journalist. Here is how the novel presents the facts. Rita de la Stalla, in the Arrow, as in the Tremolino, is a goat herder. Until sent to Paris, where she is noticed by a wealthy painter, Henry Allegra, a kind of Svengali to her Trilby. He transforms her into a sophisticated woman of the world, and when he dies, she becomes the mistress of the pretender, Don Carlos. She lives in Marseilles, acts as liaison for Don Carlos, and meets Monsieur George through Captain Blunt, the North Carolina gentleman who has been courting her, chiefly, we discover, for her fortune. The two sides of the novel come together, with George Conrad's surrogate here as the key, the adventurer and the would-be lover of Rita. Rita also has a sister, the puritanical, Prim Therese, who is installed in a second house in Marseilles, on the street of the Consuls, a house that serves as a stopping place for Carlist sympathizers. After the failure of a major mission, and the destruction of the Tremolino here telescoped into a few phrases, George stumbles through the Marseille streets during carnival time and ends up, accompanied by the sadistic Ortega, a madman obsessed by his childhood images of Rita when she was a goat herder at the house on the street of the Consuls. After a wild evening of fending off Ortega and his attempts either to love or kill Rita, George and the pretender's mistress depart for an idyllic cottage in the Maritime Alps and enjoy a love affair of several months. On a short visit to Marseilles, George learns through hearsay that Blunt has been slandering him, and he fights a duel with this crackshot. Predictably, George is wounded in the chest, is nursed back to health by Rita, and then discovers she has vanished when he no longer needs her services. These are the outlines of a story whose authenticity Conrad insisted upon in letters to friends, and in the author's note to the Arrow of Gold. Asterisk. The present work is not in any sense in some resolution to face into the life of Pa. Attempt to develop a subject lightly touched Zion. In the few pages at the end of the mere upon in former years in the Trou/Mo roar of the sea and in the whole volume of, and is connected with quite another kind of the Arrow of Gold, that and no other is the love. What the story of the Tremolino in its subject offered to the public. The pages and anecdotic character has in common with the book form together a complete record, and story of the Arrow of Gold is the quality of the only assurance I can give my readers is initiation, through an ordeal which required that as it stands here with all its imperfections. Don Quixote 167. The title of the book derives from a hairpin worn by Rita, a gold arrow with a jeweled shaft. As an emblem of art, the arrow symbolizes Rita's transformation in the hands of the artist, Henry Allegra, from a peasant girl into a desirable woman of the world, a belle dame sans merci. It is emblematic, therefore, of the triumph of the artificial and sterile, as well as the cruel, over the natural, goats, a pastoral setting, primitive life. Further, it is a symbol of the attempts of aestheticism to control a world of meanness and jealousy, but at a great cost in human feeling. Conrad's motive, accordingly, was to give both depth and scope to the personal material by treating the world of art through a central symbol of considerable potentiality. The arrow, however, fulfills a more traditional function. In its direct use as Cupid's dart which pierces George's heart, it symbolizes chivalrous love intermixed with sensual, and often abnormal, overtones. The arrow comes with Rita, is, in fact, Rita, and when George finally seizes it, he gains her as well. Through possession of the arrow, he successfully fulfills his quest, self-mastery and maturity. The erotic suggestiveness of this relationship is obvious, in ways Conrad foresaw and, apparently, in ways he did not consciously plan. The arrow is an evident object of passion, more directly as a male sex symbol and then, upon possession, as an ambiguous female emblem. George, who literally owns the arrow, finally loses it when he realizes his true mission, and, now free from this diversionary feeling, can return to his first love, the sea. But like Tannhauser, whom this pattern recalls, George is temporarily unmanned by Rita's demands upon him and by the kind of love she offers. For, apparently subconsciously, Conrad demonstrated an affair of extreme ambiguity, fully in keeping with the literary background of Rita we have already noted. For her way of dealing with men is to pierce them, her love brings with it only perverse joy. The men in her life are a diverse group, from unbalanced monsters like Ortega, to mama's boys like Blunt, to Allegra, who makes her according to his ideal, to George, who kisses her foot and the hem of her fur coat and grovels at her whims. In a sense, except for Allegra, they are all like the goats, men she can herd and lightly whip if they do not stay in line. Even Dominic Cervoni is tamed by her, and George realizes that henceforth his devotion was not for me alone. A conflict of ambiguous sexual roles is implied. Rita is almost always shaking with cold, is immobilized by male passion, and evidences deep antagonism toward those she attracts. Some of Conrad's insistence on this strangeness her delicately mask who it is given to them complete. 8-9. Rich Conrad's tale as authentic autobiographical. Art Curie, Sidney Colvin, Jean Aubry, and fact. Jesse Conrad, among others, accepted. 168 The French interlude, Is he isys? Line head, its inspired strength as a result of her modeling derives from his desire to create a Mona Lisa, an enigmatic creature, and is consistent with his sense of George's great passion. Her portrait also suggests Conrad's reliance upon the kind of literary description of women that obtained during the later 19th century, when his literary tastes were being formed. It is compatible with this argument that Conrad should have patterned Rita on the type of woman who came to dominate fiction and poetry in the post-Victorian era. Our guide here is Mario Praz. These are elements in which the young man falls in love with the woman precisely because she is unattainable, which were destined to become permanent characteristics of the type of fatal woman of whom we are speaking. In accordance with this conception of the fatal woman, the lover is usually a youth George, and maintains a passive attitude. He is obscure George is a marginal sailor, and inferior either in condition or in physical exuberance to the woman here in socio-economic status, who stands in the same relation to him as do the female spider, the praying mantis and sea, to their respective males. Praz maintains that toward the end of the century, the perfect incarnation of this type of woman is Herodias. Mallarmé's Herodias loves virgin. Ides horror, enjoys the terror, like Medusa, that her locks inspire, senses that her flesh is purposeless, is frozen within, described, in the famous line, as experiencing nude blanche de gla carat ons et de neige cruel white nights. Of ice clots and cruel snow dot. Flowing hair, snow white feet and limbs ice. Cold body and heart, these aspects of Herodias are paradigmatic for Rita. Praz continues. It is curious to follow the parabola of the sexes during the 19th century. The obsession for the androgyne type towards the end of the century is a clear indication of turbid confusion of function and ideal. The male, who at first tends towards sadism, inclines, at the end of the century, towards masochism. Further aspects of Rita, either as a real or a fantasy figure, return us to still another Rita, the chief female character in Conrad's early uncompleted novel, The Sisters, laid aside in 1896. That Rita, like the later one, has several characteristics which curiously double those of the young Conrad, and her presence in both works is not only as a fantasy figure but as someone very close to Conrad's own experience. In The Sisters, Rita, like Conrad, is an orphan, marginal to society, taken in tow by a benefactor, shuttled around, lacking any solid base or commitment. Her father has died in a romantic adventure here as a smuggler, shot by frontier guards. Conrad's father, there as a revolutionary persecuted by the guardians of Poland's frontiers. Moved around from family to family, from an uncle priest, to still another uncle, an orange merchant, and then to a benefactor friend, who takes her in for company. She is a pawn, pitted, tossed aside. The overlapping with Don Quixote 169. Asterisk. Conrad's background is striking, both orphans, romantic history juxtaposed to dreary present, powerlessness, a certain wildness, a potential for the bizarre and exotic. This Rita of the Sisters is then carried along, more than 20 years later, into the Rita de la Stala of the Arrow of Gold. Besides the common name of Rita, both are Basque peasants, both have sisters named Therese or Teresa who are devout and puritanical, both are involved with men named Ortega. The family the first Rita stays with, the name of the second Rita's mad cousin. Both Ritas are sent out by strict and holy priests to be cared for by another uncle. Still further aspects of this literary parallelism help destroy the theory that Conrad's fiction is descriptive of his real activity in Marseilles. In the Arrow of Gold, Blunt is addressed as Don Juan, his Christian name is John, and juxtaposed to him is Monsieur George. The juxtaposition is a literary one and carries with it the sense of literary encounters. What occurs when Don Juan meets an aspiring Ulysses? The two ends of the novel are there, between love and adventure, or the uses of love and the uses of adventure. Conrad was conceptualizing in literary terms and using mythological counters as a way of dealing with experience, hardly the procedure of a writer interested in reliving actual events. In the novel, Blunt may be Don Juan, but he is less interested in love than in Rita's fortune, whereas George, who is ostensibly a potential Ulysses, is really interested in Rita as a love object. The confusion of the novel, and the failure of it, is that Conrad caught himself between conflicting demands. Using art to disguise life, he never used it sufficiently, and using life as the basis of art, he was insufficiently honest with himself. Any attempt to see the love affair, the smuggling and gun running, or the duel as an accurate reflection of Conrad's activities must account for several significant factors. For his reminiscences of that earlier time, Conrad was modeling his adventures on youthful fantasies, on both his early reading and later literary development based on symbolism, decadence, and fin de siècle elements, with their own view of male-female relationships, on his creations, such as Serafina in romance, and, finally, not on any particular woman, but on a combination of female figures, Jane Anderson, possibly Marguerite Porodowska, also his early childhood love, herself a kind of fantasy figure. None of this depreciates Conrad, of course, since, inevitably, each work he created, whether the turgid, overwritten Arrow of Gold, or the charming more effective Tremolino, must stand on its own literary merit, apart from its biographical truth or falsity. Nevertheless, for the biographer, there is always the additional ingredient of how closely, or not, the work reflects elements in the writer's life, and, therefore, to what extent one can view a particular work as a reflection of the author. The latter kind of speculation becomes especially crucial when we are faced with months and even years in Lio. The French interlude, Is he isys? Which the documentary evidence is slim or non-existent. Then the temptation to derive fact from literary material is irresistible as it was for Jean Aubrey and Jerry Allen, although somewhat less so for Jocelyn Baines asterisk. Jean Aubrey, who as friend as well as biographer had Conrad's own words in mind, interchanges George and the author as if the Arrow were straight autobiography. In the Sea Dreamer, and strangely inaccurate updating of his earlier life and letters, he speaks of Rita and Conrad being just about the same age. He continues, after the loss of the Treviolino and the utter ruin of Carlist hopes, when Conrad, haggard and beaten, this is Conrad's description of George, abandoned even by Dominic, had returned to Marseilles. Rita no longer had the strength to fight against her infatuation with this young man, who was suddenly left without anything. p. 73, Aubrey speaks of the brief affair in the Maritime Alps as occurring in the last 2 weeks of 1877 and the first 2 months of 1878. That brings us to the edge of the duel with Blunt, which Aubrey retells almost phrase for phrase from Arrow. He speaks of her as Rita locates the duel late in February 1878, and says she nursed the wounded Conrad back to health on the Rue Sylvabille in Marseilles, and then disappeared from his life. Fortunately, she did not write her memoirs. Jerry Allen, in the Sea Years of Joseph Conrad, carries this intermixture of fact and fiction even further. Appearing to accept the Arrow as incontrovertible fact, she even insists on the duel with Blunt in the face of all contrary evidence that it proved an acceptable cover-up for Conrad's suicide attempt. She identifies Rita as Paula de Samajai, the mistress of Don Carlos, and as definitely the young lady with whom the adventurer Conrad had an affair. According to Allen's AC count of Rita's background, Don Carlos met a lovely Hungarian actress, barely 18 years old, changed her name from Pauline Horvath to Paula de Samajai, and used her as liaison with Carlist forces in the Marseilles region. During her activities on behalf of the pretender, she met Conrad through Blunt, and began the year-long relationship that culminated with their idyllic AF fair and ended with Conrad's duel with Blunt. Allen says that when Paula died in November 191-7, Conrad felt free to tell his story and to reveal the former relationship, although she neglects to mention that Conrad had outlined the story to Pinker fully 3 months before Paula's death. Baines pokes numerous holes in the Allen edifice, although he fails to see how purely literary the conception of Rita was. Chiefly, Paula's arrival on the Carlist scene did not coincide with Conrad's, and she evidently was not available in Marseilles when Conrad was there. At the point that Conrad reports George's affair with her, the Carlist cause was already lost, having ended in early 1876 with a general amnesty offered by the constitutional government. Carlos was in exile and no longer actively interested in pursuing the throne. Accordingly, the relationship and its circumstances have no basis in fact, even though Conrad may have drawn on Paula for some aspects of Rita, without of course macking his literary license into biographical truth. On the other hand, John Young Mason Key Blunt and Mrs. Ellen Key Blunt did exist, although their exploits did not coincide with what Conrad made of them in Arrow. Blunt, however, did fight in the Carlist War, and Mrs. Blunt did move in Parisian circles, appearing to know, among others, Théophile Gautier and his daughter Judith. How much Conrad knew of the Blunts personally is difficult to determine, perhaps Blunt only slightly, and his mother not at all. His description of the Southern gentleman in Arrow would seem to have been based, in part, on Francis Warrington Dawson, whom Conrad met in 1910 and corresponded with thereafter. Though Dawson was far from being an adventurer, he was a Southern gentleman of the oldest possible school, and his mother a dignified, dowdy widow embodied several qualities Conrad gave to Mrs. Blunt. All this is speculative, however. Don Quixote 171. Apart from the fact that dates and places make Conrad's relationship with Rita or Paula de Samajai impossible, there is a further point that deserves stress. That is, if we see the affair from the vantage point of the principals. Why would Rita, well protected by the status and wealth of the pretender to the Spanish throne, have an affair with an unsettled, understandably awkward young man whose only support came as a sailor? From her point of view, it would make little sense. Further, there is the essential point that Conrad himself would not have been in any shape psychologically to pursue the mistress of the Spanish pretender. The disparity of position and wealth would make such an alliance virtually impossible. It smacks of Lady Chat Turley and Mellor's another fantasy sequence rather than of the potentially ties of Conrad's life at 20. Conrad's fictional retelling of this period in his life involved the novelistic license to which he was entitled, his attempts to make fiction and life congruent, and in his letters and other comments were the efforts of the older man to spin a web of youth, to retrieve a part of it. Intermixing females he knew at various stages of his life with a glimpse or view of Paula de Samajai, he created a family romance for himself, now 60, his youth far behind. It is all very touching, and had The Arrow of Gold been a better novel we could have swept past Conrad's own statements concerning truth and actuality. But because Arrow strains for its effects, we are tempted to view it as biography, precisely because it fails as art carried We return to the actual Marseilles, not the Marseilles of Conrad's later creation. The chronology of this period is difficult to determine, mainly because Conrad stated clearly in both the Tremolino episode and the Arrow of Gold that the Carlist War was raging and his gun running was essential to its success. Yet the war had peaked in 1875 and was terminated by the winter of 1876, with Carlos departing from Spanish soil on February 28. Thus, Conrad's activities should have fallen in the period before Carlos's departure, either in very early 1876 or late 1875. Yet, as Baines demonstrates, Dominic Cervoni was serving as second mate on the Saint Antoine from mid-June 1875 to October 14, 1877, and therefore unavailable for contraband running on the Triefnolino. Two possibilities arise, one of them a matter of dating, the other an act of imagination. In the first, Conrad simply updated the Carlist War so as to add some piquancy and additional romance to his gun running, which actually took place once the war was over and the danger had lessened. This fits Browski's understanding of the episode, that Conrad was persuaded by Captain Tudiel, himself at sea until April 1877, to participate in some enterprise on the coasts of Spain, some kind of contraband. According to this reasoning, which Baines accepts, then the Tremolino episode fell late in 1877, when Captain Tudiel was available, and had nothing to do with the Carlist War as 172 the French interlude, I8Y8. Such but with gun running to remnants of the Car-HST forces. The second possibility is speculative, but it is consistent with the fantasy component of Conrad's entire presentation. That is, Conrad's activities, the extent of which we cannot determine, indeed took place during the Carlist War but did not include Dominic Cervoni. Since Dominic was not available until October 1877, Conrad could have compressed several elements and their dating, about which he was notoriously remiss anyway, and turned the facts of his life into literary fodder, all the while insisting on the validity of his inventions. Further, the inclusion of Dominic in the literary version, even when he was absent from the actual event, would have fed Conrad's romantic view of the adventure and provided that necessary father figure for his young Ulysses. If we accept this version on a trial basis, that is, that the Tremolino episode occurred without Dominic, we cannot date the sequence of events. If, however, we assume it took place during the war, then the Tremolino could have occurred in late fall of 1877, or in early winter of 1878. A complicating factor is that no record of the Tremolino has turned up, and there is the additional possibility that Conrad invented the sequence of events, or else put it together from a variety of sources, none of which occurred in the way he presents it. When we try to combine the information as potential biographical detail, we find only contradictions, no boat of any kind called the Tremolino, problems of place and dating which locate Conrad and the alleged original of Rita many months and miles apart, psychological difficulties attendant upon accepting Paula de Samagi's liaison with the young peculiar sailor, the chance that Dominic Cervoni was not even involved in these episodes, the possibility that Conrad invented Sufflo carrotsiently at every level, so as to make both people and events into composites, none of which serves any biographical function. Unfortunately, we do not know more, because these events, in whatever shape they actually occurred, preceded Conrad's suicide attempt, which was Hans van Marie indicates after careful coastal regions either between Marseilles and examination of shipping records that no craft Toulon or between Toulon and Cap Car by the name of Tremolino ever came into Murat. Further, he could have used the name port, at least legally, during the period under Tremolino as a disguise for the real boat on consideration, October 1877 to March 1878, which his smuggling occurred. C.T. Watts. Nor was any of the 3,500 ships that entered suggests that Conrad may have borrowed the harbor in those months under the calm what he knew of smuggling from the so-called MAND of a Dominic Cervoni, young tourmaline venture of 1897 and altered that Ulysses ashore, p4. Further investigation named to Tremolino. C. Watts, ed. Joseph. Revealed that no Balencella, Tartan, or Felucca Conrad's letters to Cunningham Graham fitted Conrad's description, and none, of p77. The variations multiply once we begin. Course, fitted his name. We are speaking here to doubt Conrad's version of the facts of legal entries, and Conrad may have entered Don Quixote. 173. Momentous, crucial, and its own kind of ending. We learn of the suicide at Tempt in Tadeusz Bobrowski's March 1879 letter to Stefan Bozaczynski. Cited above, Conrad bless envoys argent arrive was the terse telegram that brought Uncle Tadeusz from the Kiev fair to Marseilles, and there he found his nephew with a hole in front where the bullet had entered, and a hole in back where it had exited without seriously damaging any vital organs. In the aftermath of the letter, Tadeusz's attitude appears calm, even calm. Placid, very likely because he saw the incident from a distance and without any compelling sense of the young man or his complexities. Apparently, he never recognized Conrad's desperate act as an attempt to break the connection not only to the present situation but to himself as well. His letter turns, finally, to financial matters, and he swears that if Conrad tries suicide again, we assume he means unsuccessfully, he will not come to his rescue. I spent a fortnight in Marseilles, at first investigating the whole affair, and then the individual himself. Apart from the 3,000 fr which he had lost, I had to pay as much again to settle his debts. Had he been my own son I wouldn't have done it, but I must avow in the case of my beloved Sister's son, I had the weakness to act against the principles I had hitherto held. Nevertheless, I swore that even if I knew that he would shoot himself a second time there would be no repetition of the same weakness on my part. To some extent also I was influenced by considerations of our national honor, so that it should not be said that one of us had exploited the affection, which Conrad undoubtedly enjoyed, of all those with whom he came into contact. He is lucky with people. In his document of accounts, as well as in his next letter to Conrad, TTS mentions the suicide attempt, all rather casually and all intermixed with money matters. Having received a request to meet Conrad's bill of exchange for 1,000 francs, $200, and almost simultaneously getting word from Fecht that his nephew had shot himself, Tadeusz at the end of February hastened direct from Kiev to Marseilles. The document continues. I found that the 2,000 fr sent to you via Mr. A.S. had been lost in speculation, as you maintained, the truth of which I saw no need to investigate, and that you had got into debt. I paid your debts for you as follows. Mr. Alde Toussaint, Fecht, Richard, 1,706 fr, Mr. Bonare, moneylender. 1,000 fr, Mrs. Tager Madame Faggot, possibly the landlady of the Rue Saint House where Conrad may have roomed, the housekeeper. 233 fr and the doctor 700 fr, in all 3,009 fr. These are the externals. We obtain some clues to the internal problems from Tadeusz's letter to Conrad of June-July 26, date 1878, fully 4 months after the attempt. You were idling for nearly a whole year, you fell into debt, you deliberately shot yourself, and as a result of it all, at the worst time of the year. 174 The French interlude, 18y4 to 1sy8. Tired out and in spite of the most terrible rate of exchange I hasten to you, pay, spent about 2,000 rubles, I increase your allowance to meet your needs. All this is apparently not enough for you. And when I make a fresh sacrifice to save you from idleness and to ensure that you could stay on the English ship that you fancied, you leave the ship. Those events leading up to Conrad's voyage on the English ship, the Mavis, are crucial, for they suggest a broad range of emotional problems, the idleness and directionlessness, the indebtedness, the failure to achieve independence, his uncle's personal attacks and criticism of the family background, the awareness of guilt and failure toward Uncle Bobrowski's, Korsaniowski's, the loss of original energy and drive. All of these, and we cannot determine their order of precedence, were apparently present, to the degree that the 20-year-old saw suicide, the attempt, or the accomplished fact, as preferable to continuation. It is not a question here of whether Bobrowski is right or not. He is, from the guardian's point of view, correct in his estimation of his nephew. And consciously Conrad evidently agreed, for he felt very close and grateful to Tadeusz. Subconsciously, however, the young man was touching unexplored territory, and there, far from his uncle's sight, ideas and decisions that only he could work out were shaping themselves. The margin of error was to be enormous. We do know, according to Bobrowski, that Conrad invited his creditor Fecht to tea before shooting himself, and he may have thought of that young man as arriving in time to prevent the act. That is always a consideration, the desperate person hedging or playing for time. Nevertheless, the fact remains that he proceeded to shoot himself in the chest, and that act indicates no last-minute salvation. The idea of putting a gun to one's breast and pulling the trigger suggests a desperation that cannot be allayed by any competing idea. It has the full sense of an ending asterisk. Conrad's attempt to recoup his debts by life he has learned from education and experience. Means of a final fling at gambling while POS the inner components of this outer act. Cessing its own surface logic contained ELE would be a sense of unconscious aggression. Meant of severe rebellion against logic and along with an unconscious tendency toward moderation. Although gambling is an ex self-punishment. Thus, the suicide attempt at extremely complicated phenomenon, and the conclusion of the act of unsuccessful Conrad was not in the strict sense a gambling would be a natural development given beer, nevertheless his act suggests a certain Conrad's feelings toward his background and cast of thought. Many psychologists are toward his uncle in particular, convinced that, as Bergler puts it, gambling acti in a larger sense, Conrad had gambled. Vates a latent rebellion against logic, with his life, and his mounting debts were an intelligence, moderation, morality, and renewed outward sign of his failure, having tested out giation. This sense of disruption is a calm fate, his fate, and Lady Luck, he had lost. Ponied by feelings of grandeur, in which the sole way to expiate his guilt was through individual scoffs ironically at all the rules of the suicidal act. None of this, of course, can Don Quixote. 175. Since Conrad did not seem a suicidal type, that is, he did not try a second time, nor did his uncle really expect succeeding attempts, we must stress his act as a one-time way of drastically cutting himself off from the entire scene. It is of interest that he invited Fecht to tea, for Fecht was, in many ways, a substitute for Uncle Tadeusz himself. Fecht was liaison between Bobrowski and Conrad, and handled many aspects of their financial affairs. He was a connection to every phase of Conrad's Marseille stay, an uncle and a father. Substitute, and, as well, a young man whose prudence and application contrasted with Conrad's own lack of these qualities. In inviting Fecht, if that is indeed what occurred, Conrad was committing an act against Tadeusz, against his past, and seeking independence both from his uncle's criticism and from his family tie. Conrad's decision shortly after this to sail on English ships was based not only on his inability to obtain a French berth but on a desire to cut himself adrift even further. By leaving France, he took still another step in emancipating himself from the past, from family connections, and from dependency on Polish life. There existed an apparent dualism in Conrad, which we see developing even here, and it was based on escape and marginality as a form of self-expression even when such acts led to self-destruction. Even now, at 20, Conrad was becoming an actor in his own drama, transforming himself into the creature whose sensibilities would become the foundation of nearly all his major characters some decades later. Conrad, of course, never resolved the struggle between opposite attractions. Lord GTH holds us so compellingly 3/4 of a century later, because of its unresolved dualism of behavior. Before that, in the nigger of the Narcissus, we meet the struggle, but in more simplistic terms the absolutism of the elemental singleton and the captain and the relativism of Waite and Donkin. The issue becomes clear-cut, the confrontation won by Lord Jim. However, Conrad was deeply immersed in role-playing at its deepest levels, identifying with the idealist and yet showing that he was a bad citizen, then shifting the terms, seeking the obverse, and finding those who argue relativism less noble than the man who destroys himself for absolutes. Conrad constantly pivots the moral center of Lord Jim, as if responding to his own uncle's attacks upon his sobriety, and this pivoting and shifting help explain the magnetism of the novel, its ability to move beyond us in time and space even as we attempt to grasp it. By this desperate act, Conrad, like Jim later, cut himself off. Whatever his uncle said and the criticism continued almost unabated, it could not be definitive, nor is it intended to be, since we choose to see his decision to write as itself and have such sketchy evidence. It is an attempt to act of gam and the endless sheets of find some consistency in an act of Conrad's white paper he faced each day as a quotidian early life which has no equal later, unless we equivalent of suicide. 176 The French interlude, is he isys him in the same way. He had risen from the near dead, and once that experience had been passed through, what else could affect him? In an ironic way, his bête noir, Dostoevsky, had similarly risen from the dead, as the target of a Tsarist firing squad, and, having risen, was free to imagine whatever worlds he wished. Tadeus's letter to Stefan Buzichiriski picks up a few further details. After noting that Conrad was recovering rapidly and having investigated the affair to his own satisfaction, Tadeus is pleased by one thing, that Conrad is able and eloquent in his use of the Polish language and appears to know his profession well. He suggested to the young man that he should return to Galicia, the Austrian portion of Poland, so as to be naturalized, but Conrad refused, on the basis of his profession. His uncle runs through Conrad's good qualities: he does not drink, he does not gamble, except for that one occasion. In Monte Carlo, his manners remain good, he is popular with both officers and sailors, to whom he is known as Monsieur Georges, and he seems well versed professionally. Bobrowski then moves to a more generalized sense of the young man at this time, pointing out that in his face he rather resembles his mother and is quite a handsome boy. In his build, he is more like his father and is quite robust. Ideologically, in his ideas and discussions, he is ardent and original. Tadeus continues, we Poles, particularly when young, have an innate liking for the French and for the Republic. He, however, does not like them at all and is an imperialist. De gustibus non est disputandum but sev. Times I couldn't control myself and rebuked him. To be an imperial is possibly meant support of the now defunct Second Empire, although this attitude conflicts strongly with Conrad's presentation of that period in Nostromo, where the petit Napoleon and his court are detestable. Napo. Leon's misuse of power and his deception in gaining increasing imperial power found nothing but revulsion in Conrad's later life. Of course, his imperialism may have reverted to Napoleon I, whose life and career held a lifelong fascination for Conrad, or else referred to his support of Don Carlos. In any event, Conrad was ardent, which meant hot-blooded, romantic, adventurous, the very qualities he was to present so ambiguously in his writing. He was, in a sense, acting out that aspect of his character, giving it full rein as imperialist, gun runner, supporter of lost causes, romantic Don Quixote-like figure, and as a moody, suicidal, Byronic character to boot. He is, at this time, both the Count and Nostromo, both the suicide-to-be and the man who arranges and supports causes he does not believe in. Like Nostromo, he sees the workers as rabble, their leaders as self-serving, and yet himself as honorable, a man of integrity, and like the Count, he sees through it all, to his own distaste for any ideals whatsoever. Don Quixote. 177. Events moved rapidly now. With the aid of Richard Fecht, Conrad obtained a berth on an English ship, the Mavis Carrot, without going through all the formalities of the French service. Apparently the English asked few questions, and Conrad's lack of the language except for some words and phrases learned in Marseilles was no hindrance. As Tadeus says, his English had been rather weak, except for what he had learned from Grand. The Mavis was a 764-ton steamer, carrying coal out of the viewport bound for Constantinople, sailing on April 24, 1878. It did not have the look of the romantic feluccas of the ancient world, but Constantinople was an exotic port and the voyage through the Mediterranean would have something in it of the travels of the ancient mariners. Conrad later reminisced about this period, saying that even as he was making preparations for his trip to Marseilles from Poland, he had fixed in his mind that if a seaman, then an English seaman, his words about England and English ships being formed, of course, in the Polish language, Whether his resolve was that clear, when still 16, we cannot prove. It is very possible, however, that he dimly resolved that a career as a seaman must be an English career, since the seas belonged to England. Whatever he said inwardly, he kept to himself, and he left for Marseilles at 16, only to find himself, at 20, in his element, carrying a cargo of coal to Constantinople. The future writer was to have another 15 years at sea, all on English ships except for his short stint in the Congo, and we can say, with some certainty, that those dim beginnings that desire to be both the Don and Odysseus were now starting to cohere into some semblance of a career. In Notes on Life and Letters, Conrad provides an excellent description of a voyage on English ships, and his description could stand, as well, for his sense of life itself, his life, as he stepped onto the Mavis, to a new culture, a new language, a new experience, and an unknown opening its magnitude before his young eyes, a new planet swimming into his ken. In my early days, starting out on a voyage was like being launched into eternity. I say advisedly eternity instead of space, because of the boundless silence which swallowed up one for 80 days, for 100 days, for even yet more days of an existence without echoes and whispers. Like eternity itself. For one can't conceive a vocal eternity. An enormous silence, in which there was nothing to connect one with the universe but the incessant wheeling about of the sun and other celestial bodies, the alternation of light and shadow, eternally chasing each other over the sky. The time of the earth, though most carefully recorded by the half-hourly bells, did not count in reality. His life up to this time had been like that, a mixture of inner resolve to emancipate himself for some great task and yet the necessity of placing himself in a subordinate position in order to achieve it. He felt the oceanic quality of the uncertain and the undefined. These men he was to sail with were 178. The French interlude, Isys. A very special kind of men, for in their collective capacity they can be best defined as men who lived under the command to do well, or perish utterly. To do well or perish utterly, such was that mixture of Don and Odysseus in the young man of 20 who now sailed on English ships, getting ever closer by slow degrees to his final calling. 3. The English mariner. I88 Nothing. This foam and virgin verse. To designate not but the cup. Such, far off, there plunges a troop of many sirens upside down. We are navigating, my diverse friends. I already on the poop. You the splendid prow which cuts the main of thunders and of winders. A fine inebriety calls me, without fear of its rolling, to carry, upright, this toast. Solitude, reef, star. To whatever it was that was worth. Arcives white solicitude. Malarme. Saluvi. Chapter 8. Sailing on English ships. C. Lonrad sailed on the Mavis bound for Constantinople. The ship took on Linseed at Yisk on the Sea of Azov, northeast of the Crimea, and turned to Lowestoft on England's east coast on June 8, 1878. Conrad was at sea for 8 weeks, learning his duties and assimilating as much English as he could. In the course of his voyage, he had sailed the Mediterranean and the Dardanelles into the Sea of Marmara, gone through the Bosporus into the Black Sea, and moved along the coast of the Crimea. He had gone even further than Odysseus. Thus began the young man's formal sea career. It was unromantic and exceptionally hard work, unsanitary, unglamorous. This trip was uneventful. But 2 years later the Mavis, without Conrad aboard, sank on a routine voyage from Wales to Bordeaux. In the 15 years Conrad sailed on English ships, he was involved in several near wrecks, lived amid men who had been shipwrecked, assimilated their harrowing stories as well as his own artist experiences, and read about the famous wrecks or near wrecks that filled the maritime history of the day. Perhaps we fail to recognize how sheerly dangerous sailoring was, how close to drowning Conrad was, and how the romance of the sea was intermixed with the claims of the sea. Those ships and crews who went down, marginal to the last asterisk. A reliable report on the conditions. Everything was rationed, including water. Aboard sailing vessels on the London-Sydney except the unbideable ship's biscuits. Salt beef. Run in the 1880s can be found in Brookings, or pork was served 4 days a week, pea soup. Around the world under sail in the on 2 days, potatoes 1 day. The other are 80s, and it presents a scene of little our oceans consisted of margarine, marmalade. Man's 6 apprentices shared a cabin 14 by 6 sugar or molasses, and lime juice. This had 2 feet, with 6 bunks in 2 tiers, the remain be taken publicly daily. None of these lasted. Ing space left room for only sea chests, no for the whole week, and it was a good thing. Chairs. There were 2 portholes, and a door that our sea chest held tins of various food, opening onto the main deck. We had no stuffs, jams, milk, etc. Working hours were baths, basins, or heating. Latrines for crew, and normally 12 per day, but the crew was on. Apprentices were under the forecastle head, call at any time. There were no conv. And there was no privacy. As for food, nuances, none for drying clothes, oilskins, not. 181. 182 The English Mariner, I88p. About 2 years after signing on the Mavis, Conrad took the first step upward in his profession, sitting for and passing his examination as second mate, the first of 3 examinations that would make him a captain in the FLNGHSH merchant service. That, however, was later, when his plans were slowly beginning to solidify. Now, as he sailed on the Mavis and returned to England, aged 20, nothing was settled. Positions were not easy to find. Even for an ordinary seaman, later, as an officer, they were even more difficult to come upon. England's financial condition was healthy enough for those well-born and able to enter professions or business, but for those who were incidental to England's class system, the romance of the sea created a glut of able-bodied seamen and lower officers. England may have been press of the waves, but her ships were not large or numerous enough to hold all those young men who wished to avoid farm or factory jobs. With his Polish name, his foreign looks, his somewhat formal manner, his very uncertain command of English, his marked intellectuality, Conrad did not necessarily inspire confidence that he was the typical English seaman, capable of enduring hardships and privations. Conrad's lifelong touchiness about the spelling of his Polish name and his heavy accent when speaking English derived from this period. Years after he had stopped going to sea, he wrote to Cunningham Graham that he would be pleased to meet P. Vank Harris, but you know I am shy of my bad English. At any rate prepare him for a B.Y. foreigner who will talk gibberish to him at the rate of low knots an hour. If not forewarned, the phenomenon might discourage him to the point of kicking me downstairs. This letter comes 20 years after Conrad had tried to master spoken English, and its somewhat witty, somewhat pained manner demonstrates how difficult, psychologically and emotionally, Conrad's professional career as a seaman must have been. Yet even as he suffered indignities and mockery, actual or imagined, he developed his independence and pursued whatever he felt was correct for himself. His departure from the Mavis, after its arrival back in Lowestoft on June 1878, resulted from a quarrel with Captain Moonings, by no means the last of Conrad's disagreements with captains and other officers. According to, even when a big wave washed over the high through with the work on deck necessary for doorstep and flooded up to the lower bunks, the operation, they are standing on a swaying. We often had to go to rest wet through, in oil foot rope about 50 feet up, and are for safety. Skins and sea boots and all, in a bunk that had bent double over the yard, while on a dark been swamp night their utmost two-handed efforts are Worst of all, however, was the risk. I be required to find the reef points and lash them. Leave there is no hazard to equal the reefing of up with the ship rolling and plunging under a topsail under the severe weather conditions than the annual dog watch, Melbourne, which make this operation necessary. In most number 10, 1953 cases the men are already tired, cold, and wet. Sailing on English ships 183. Bobrowski's letters from this period, Conrad had been bombarding him with messages and requests for money. He chides Conrad, who had just left the Mavis under disagreeable conditions. He says he would not mind sending money if he felt appreciated. But, unfortunately this by no means seems to be the case. Reflect, I pray, if you are still capable of doing it, on what mischief you have done this year, the suicide attempt, the debts, the idling in port. And answer for yourself if, even from your own father you could expect such patience and indulgence as you get from me, and whether this should not have reached its limit. Ironically, Conrad's father probably would have understood exactly what his son was undergoing, and indulgent as Thaddeus proved to be, his use of Apollo's name only strikes the contrast between himself and his brother-in-law. We can garner some information from this letter about Conrad's activities. And when I make a fresh sacrifice to save you from idleness and to ensure you could stay on the English ship that you fancied, you leave the ship the Mavis, giving me to understand that you did so because of the impossibility of paying the premium, for which they would certainly have waited. Having in hand your 400 Fr, you travel to London, God knows why, being fully aware that you could not manage by yourself. Having nothing and knowing nobody, you then lose half the money you have left, and you write to me as if to some school chum, send me 500 Fr, which you can deduct from the allowance. From which allowance? Pray. From the one you give yourself? And advise me what to do in these difficult circumstances. Bobrowski then laces into Conrad's impracticality, although there is a real possibility his nephew had traveled to London seeking a berth of some sort. In other words, you treat me like your banker, asking for advice so as to get money, assuming that if I give you advice which you will or will not follow, I shall also give money for putting my advice into practice. Really, you have exceeded the limits of my patience. What possible advice can I so far away give, not knowing the conditions of your profession in general and the local conditions in particular? When you decided on this unfortunate profession, I told you, I don't want and am not going to chase after you to the ends of the world, for I do not intend nor do I wish to spoil all my life because of the fantasies of a hobbledehoy. Then, as always, the advice given, the lesson pointed, the threats laid out. Bobrowski relents and sends additional money. As a final chastisement, his uncle reminds him that he has lost all trust in the boy. Try to retrieve it, not by words but by deeds. You will retrieve it by working persistently in your chosen profession, by becoming serious and considerate, by telling the truth. He continues, if you cannot get a ship, then be a commission agent. Clerk for a time, but do something, earn something, for one cannot be a 184 the English mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Parasite. Bobrowski tells him he is on the way to becoming a nuisance to his family. He must learn what poverty is, so that it will teach him the value of money. The letter ends prophetically, I now call on you to reflect. Think of your parents, of your grandmother, who sacrificed so much for you. Remember my sacrifices, my fatherly indulgence and leniency. Reform your self-work, calculate, be prudent, and doggedly pursue your aim, and with deeds, not with words, prove that you deserve my blessing. Within a month of signing off the Mavis, Conrad found a new berth, on a coastal vessel, the skimmer of the sea, which, unromantically, hauled coal. Between Newcastle and Lowestoft. Conrad made 3 round trips, from July 1 to September 23, 1878, earning in all 3 shillings, with a contemporary buying power of less than $5. He could hardly be expected to indulge himself on that. But the ship did prove a good experience in other ways, for the operation of such a vessel was not arduous. Its very lack of romanticism meant that the crew would not be extended, and Conrad would have found himself with sufficient opportunity for talk and reading, as well as for studying his seamanship manuals. There is little question that his command of English improved by leaps in these 3 months of coastal sailing, dull though the voyages may have been, especially after he had sailed the waters of Odysseus. Such voyages were almost literally a dead end, simply a holding action, and more suitable for older men who did not want to be extended. Like any ambitious young man, Conrad used the occasion for what he could gain: sailing experience, knowledge of the ship, its vocabulary and its potentially ties, as well as a broader mastery of the English language. In a letter to Con. Ningham Graham 20 years later, he mentions those very elements. A coaster I've served in a coaster. Also a bark. Skimmer of the CC, what a pretty name. But she is gone and took a whole lot of good fellows away with her into the other world. Come save you tout. In that craft I began to learn English from East Coast chaps, each built as though to last forever, and colored like a Christmas card. 10 and Conrad signed a ship certificate him transcription of his own. For example, on the self, as Konrad Korsaniowski's, and thus as Tilkhurst roster, for 1885-86, Conrad's name assured the correct spell HNG of his name. The is third instead as Konrad Korsaniowski's. Only occasions his name was not misspelled clearly, so for anyone familiar with his signa occurred when it was in his own hand. At Tours. Yet Jean Aubrey has reproduced the sig. Other times it contained many different kinds nature as Konrad Kokanyanith, an absurdity, if of error, although J. Ken Aubrey's listing of Conrad's biographer could himself make such variations in V to Conrad, the cia hash of the name, even when written, we. Dreamer, pages 288-89, is almost completely have insight into the naming difficulties. Untrustworthy. Jean Aubrey compounded the Jonrad ran into before he became the unmiss. Average English mariner's difficulty in spell takeable Joseph Conrad. In Korsaniowski's with numerous errors in sailing on English ships 185. Pink gold hair and blue eyes with that northern straight away there. Look. 20 years ago. From Lowestoft to Newcastle and back again. Good school for a seaman. As soon as I can sell my damaged soul for 2 and 6 I shall transport my damaged body there and look at the green sea, over the yellow sands. Fugaces. Even as he sailed the North Sea, with its turbulent and decidedly unromantic waters, he read an English newspaper, the Standard Carrot, and started his lifelong affection for Shakespeare's works in English. He had, of course, read some plays earlier in his father's translations into Polish. Surprisingly enough, he also tried to read Mill's Political Economy, perhaps being drawn to Mill as the quintessential English liberal of his day, the man who represented to the foreigner the very best in English political and social thought. In Notes on Life and Letters, he looked back affectionately on this period of his life, learning, seeking, trying to find direction, although it is difficult to accept this as an especially pleasant time. From one point of view he was indeed free, from another, however, he was moving toward 21. And his uncle's letters reminded him of duties and responsibilities. Conrad probably had some sense of his capabilities at this stage, but how much we cannot tell. Extant letters from him, in any language, are still several years off. In Life and Letters, he left a record of this entire episode, including comments on his Skirmner experiences. That North Sea was to me something unforgettable, something much more than a name. It had been for some time the schoolroom of my trade. On it, I may safely say, I had learned, too, my first words of English. A wild and stormy abode, sometimes, was that confined, shallow water academy of seamanship from which I launched myself on the wide oceans. My teachers had been the sailors of the Norfolk shore, coast men with steady eyes, mighty limbs appropriate to Odysseus, and gentle voice, men of very few words, which at least were never bare of meaning. That is what years ago the North Sea I could hear growling in the dark all round the ship had been for me. And I fancied that I must have been crying its voice in my ear ever since, for nothing could be more familiar than those short, angry sounds I was listening to with a smile of affectionate recognition. Conrad kept his balance, and he kept his eyes open not only for instruction, but for a way of advancing his fortunes. Answering a newspaper advertisement of a shipping agent seeking respectable youths, Conrad wrote what is believed to be his first letter, indeed, his first writing of any kind, in English. In itself a dramatic moment for him, and for his future career. It would be presumptuous to make too much of his mastery of the language at this time, since one can put together the answer to an advertisement from a dictionary, and grammatical correctness and other niceties would not be X. 186 The English Mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Expected from a young man willing to sail at the lowest levels. This is another way of saying that even if Conrad's abilities in English were small indeed, he would not be very different from uneducated English boys seeking a berth. The average youth who went to sea in the I-88 OS was not Lord Jim with his half-crown Shakespeare in hand, but a rural or an urban type who had escaped early education or had so little that literacy was barely a factor. As Richard Altick says, how long a youth remained in school was determined largely by his prospects in life, and these in turn were regulated by his social position. The agent, who may or may not have answered Conrad's letter before the young sailor came up to London, was seeking a crew for the Duke of Sutherland, a sailing vessel of over 1,000 tons. More momentous for the tour writer was his encounter with London, his initial encounter, really, with a modern metropolis, the London of Dickens in particular. Later, in Notes on Life and Letters, Conrad tried to capture the buzz of confusion and bewilderment he felt. At 19, actually almost 2 years of age, after a period of probation and training I had imposed upon myself as ordinary seaman on board a North Sea coaster, I had come up from Lowestoft, my first long railway journey in England, to sign on for an Antipodean voyage in a deep water ship. Straight from a railway carriage I had walked into the great city with something of the feeling of a traveler penetrating into a vast and unexplored wilderness. No explorer could have been more lonely. I did not know a single soul of all these millions that all around me peopled the mysterious distances of the streets. I cannot say I was free from a little youthful awe, but at that age one's feelings are simple. I was elated. I was pursuing a clear aim. I was carrying out a deliberate plan of making out of myself, in the first place, a seaman worthy of the service, good enough to work by the side of the men with whom I was to live, and, in the second place, I had to justify my existence to myself, to redeem a tacit moral pledge. Both these aims were to be attained by the same effort. How simple seemed the problem of life then, on that hazy day of early September after the 23rd, when he landed at Lowestoft on the skimmer in the year 1878, when I entered London for the first time. Entering London as a youth was not unlike encountering Bangkok in youth, and not too distant from his exploration of the Mediterranean as a youthful reader. In his pocket was a scrap of paper with the address he was seeking, and before him the streets of the city itself, waiting to be explored on foot, like Arctic wastes or ancient cities of gold. He held a small plan of the streets in his hand, and using that, he circumnavigated the city, the address, as if graven in my brain. I muttered its words to myself as I walked on, navigating the sea of London by the chart concealed in the palm of my hand, for I had vowed to sailing on English ships 187. Myself not to inquire my way from anyone. Yo** is the time of rash pledges. Had I taken a wrong turning I would have been lost, and if faithful to my pledge I might have remained lost for days, for weeks, have left perhaps my bones to be discovered bleaching in some blind alley of the Whitechapel district, as it has happened to lonely travelers lost in the bush. But I walked on to my destination without hesitation or mistake, showing there, for the first time, some of that faculty to absorb and make my own the image topography of a chart, which in later years was to help me in regions of intricate navigation to keep the ships entrusted to me off the ground. The older Conrad conveys the sense of exploration and adventure, but omits the awe, the hesitation, even the fright. The unknown challenged, unquestionably, but Conrad at 20 had come very far for a berth as an ordinary seaman. When he found his destination, was he to give his name as Josef Dieter Conrad Korsaniowskis? Even Conrad Korsaniowskis, his standard name at this time, would cause difficulty unless he wrote it himself, and even then it could be transcribed incorrectly. While seeking out the essential London, he could become lost in its labyrinths or fail to decipher its codes. It was one of those courts on Fenchurch Street, near the Tower hid den away from the charted and navigable streets, lost among the thick growth of houses like a dark pool in the depths of a forest, approached by an inconspicuous archway as if by a secret path, a Dickensian nook of London, that wonder city, the growth of which bears no sign of intelligent design, but many traces of freakishly somber fantasy the great master knew so well how to bring out by the magic of his understanding love. And the office I entered was Dickensian too. Conrad's description of the interview is also pointedly Dickensian. Though Conrad is writing 30 years after the fact, we can observe how Dickens, as well as Shakespeare, has permeated his sense of the English language. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but the day was gloomy. By the light of a single gas jet depending from the smoke ceiling I saw an elderly man, in a long coat of black broadcloth. He had a grey beard, a big nose, thick lips, and heavy shoulders. His curly white hair and the general character of his head recalled vaguely a burly apostle in the Barocco style of Italian art. Standing up at a tall, shabby, slanting desk, his silver-rimmed spectacles pushed up high on his forehead, he was eating a mutton chop, which had been just brought to him from some Dickensian eating house round the corner. Conrad then comments on his own command of broken English, and the phrasing suggests that his written English was just as uncertain. I produced elaborately a series of vocal sounds which must have borne sufficient resemblance to the phonetics of English speech, for his face broke into a smile of 188 the English mariner, I88 comprehension almost at once. Oh, it's you who wrote a letter to me the other day from Lowestoft about getting a ship. In effect, Conrad had answered a notice looking for young men of means and background to serve as premium apprentices with a view of being trained as officers. Conrad was of course, of this social class, but he lacked the means to pay a premium, and as he indicates, he wanted a simple berth as an able seaman. The burly apostle who now held Conrad's present and future said he was forbidden by an Act of Parliament from helping young men procure ships. The Act of Parliament he cited must have sounded to Conrad much like the manifold regulations imposed upon Poland by Imperial Russia, and now visited upon him once again, in distant England, the democracy of Mill's political economy. Yet the agent was flexible, and they circumvented the act. Conrad gained a berth on the Duke of Sutherland as ordinary seaman, the ship a wool clipper that ran between London and Sydney, Australia. Conrad speaks of walking the streets of London in the year 1878, as lone as any human being. Each place he was to arrive at, he was to be alone, testing out new directions or lines of thought and behavior that placed him far outside the world of seamen even as he embraced their world physically. His London of those days is a mythical, ahistorical city, almost Byzantine in its winding streets, its ever-present Thames. Conrad was most comfortable in ports, where no one is permanent and life itself seems to be a transitory gift from the historical past. The symbol of a port is a ship which is at home only while goods are put into it or taken from it, and thus a port is always a means to another end, the journey itself. London, the London before the war, he writes in 191:5, during war time, flaunting its enormous glare, as of a monstrous conflagration up into the black sky with its best Venice-like aspect of rainy evenings, the wet asphalt streets lying with the sheen of sleeping water in winding canals, and the great houses of the city towering all dark like empty aces above the reflected lights of the glistening roadway. On October 12, 1878, still short of his majority, Conrad embarked on the Duke of Sutherland, a trip that would take a little over a year. Although the voyage was uneventful, Conrad was observant, already catching those bizarre or privileged moments which he would later incorporate into his fiction as acts of penetrating memory. One of the great moments in Conrad's imaginative life came when a Negro named George White responded to the roll call on board the ship at Gravesend before embarkation. In the nigger of the Narcissus, White becomes Wait, and his command Wait both announces his presence on board the Narcissus and disrupts the crew. Wait! Cried a deep, ringing voice. All stood still. Who said wait? What? We could add White to wait and what, the Beckett-like confusion of sounds in perfect accord with Conrad's own experience as he, sailing on English ships 189, would pronounce Korsaniowski's and hear what? Or what did you say? Then again the sonorous voice said with insistence, wait. The voice belongs to the nigger of the Narcissus, an isolated black on a white ship, and a disruptive force, an evil genius, a marginal creature of great satanic and yet sympathetic attraction. The transference of White to Wait was not an act of misunderstanding on Conrad's part but an imaginative recreation of the moment, so that the name becomes itself part of the theme of the novel, for whenever Wait is involved, the crew does indeed wait, halt, hold back, hesitate. Conrad was already turning the problematics of identity into questions of meaning. Jean Aubrey, in his Life and Letters, quotes Conrad's own words about the novel in June 1924, just before his death in August. The comments appear authentic. The voyage of the Narcissus, on which Conrad sailed as second mate from June 3 to October 16, 1884, was performed from Bombay to London in the manner I have described. As a matter of fact, the name of the nigger of the Narcissus was not James Wait, which was the name of another nigger we had on board the Duke of Sutherland, and I was inspired with the first scene in the book by an episode in the embarkation of the crew at Gravesend on board the same Duke of Sutherland, one of the first ships, the crew of which I joined. I have forgotten the name of the real nigger of the Narcissus. As you know, I do not write history, but fiction, and I am therefore entitled to choose as I please what is most suitable in regard to characters and particulars to help me in the general impression I wish to produce. As Conrad was preparing to leave on the year-long voyage to Australia, he carried with him his uncle's cautions. Therefore, panic Percy, write to me about your intentions and designs, and later on do not forget about your humble servant but fortify him with letters while he labors for your maintenance, for as I have told you in my last letter, I desire the reformation of the sinner and not the getting him out of my mind, thoughts, heart, and pocket. That would have been the easiest way, and my concern is to be able to cherish him, love, and what is most important of all, respect him, which is all now up to you. The Duke of Sutherland passed around the Cape of Good Hope, reaching Sydney on January 31, 1879. Conrad had turned 21 during the voyage, age of over 3 months. The crew appears to have been unruly, for 18 new men had to be recruited, the shifting of captains and crews being endemic to a maritime career. Conrad himself stood watch in Sydney, an experience he recollected in the Mirror of the Sea. His approach to the MEM Ori is typically impressionistic. If he experienced the episode as he later retells it, he was already taking in images and sights as his fiction would reflect them. 190 The English Mariner, ICISP. The tinkle of more or less untuned cottage pianos floated out of open sternports till the gas lamps began to twinkle in the streets, and the ship's night watchman, coming sleepily on duty after his unsatisfactory day slumbers, hauled down the flags and fastened a lighted lantern at the break of the gangway. The night closed rapidly upon the silent ships with their crews on shore. Conrad continues. The night humors of the town descended from the street to the W.A. Terside in the still watches of the night, larrikins rushing down in bands to settle some quarrel by a stand-up fight away from the police, in an Indies tinkering half hidden by piles of cargo, with the sounds of blows, a groan now and then, the stamping of feet, and the cry of time rising suddenly above the sinister and excited murmurs, night prowlers, pursued or pursuing, with a stifled shriek followed by a profound silence, or slinking stealthily alongside like ghosts, and addressing me from the quay below in mysterious tones with incomprehensible propositions. Conrad reports an intellectual discussion with a person whom I could not see distinctly, a gentleman from England. We touched, in our course upon science, politics, natural history, and operatic singers. The gentleman comments, "You seem to be rather intelligent, my man." We note Conrad's advance in the speaking of English, if indeed the conversation ran along the lines he mentioned many years later. Along with intellectual conversation were the more mundane duties of the night watchman, such as helping the drunken chief mate aboard. Despite upper-class birth and an artist's sensibility, Conrad evidently found such routine duties part of the romance of the sea, or else an inescapable part of the landscape. The difficulties of shipboard life, both at sea and even in port, must have been stressed in one of Conrad's letters to Tadeusz, for the latter reports to Stefan Buzyczynski that Conrad complains of the uncomfortable conditions on English ships where no one is in the least concerned with the crew's comfort. Bobrowski then ers some highly interesting information about Conrad's future plans. In spite of all this failure of his allowance to arrive on time, Conrad's letters are satisfactory, a liking for his profession and hope of a better future shines through them. He expects to be back in England by September and, not wasting much time, to set off in October again on a voyage to Australia, but this time in order to stay there several years or at least 2. He has it in mind to devote himself to the investigation of trading arrangements on the archipelago of the Sunda Isles, the beauty and wealth of which he describes with the greatest enthusiasm. In Sydney he became acquainted with some captain famous for his knowledge of the trade with that archipelago and for his contacts there, and well known both in geographical and trading circles. Italics mine. Sailing on English ships 191. What is remarkable is that Conrad was contemplating an arrangement which never developed, not unlike Tom Lingard's in the waters west of the Sunda archipelago, trading arrangements which dominate Conrad's early fiction. Lingard owns his own brig and establishes a number of outposts, in competition with Arab traders who seek to cut into his markets. At 21, Conrad was beginning to move on the periphery of his novelistic mate. Real, he was to find in trade in marginal places the tensions that reflected his own imaginative needs. Oblivious to this, Tadeusz continues. His prospects would be naturalization in England and experience of a trade which he considers profitable, and who knows, maybe in time he would try his luck in this branch of activity. Obviously, not having myself any special views on this matter, I do not feel that I can oppose this project. Here I should add not so much a credit to him as to his gift for languages that the polish in Conrad's letters is as good as if he had never left Poland, when in fact, since his departure from Krakow 1874, he has spoken Polish only once with me in Marseilles. At this stage of his language development, Conrad was moving on 3 co-equal fronts, retaining his Polish, apparently fixed forever in his mind, retaining his French also fixed, and mastering English, in order to bring it up to his use of Polish and French. He would be learning in English at this time a specialized maritime vocabulary, which the Polish language, not based in a seafaring nation, itself lacked. Even his use of French would differ, since his knowledge of French ships was restricted and his experience of English ships was to broaden. Also, his shifting to English involved different thought processes, since Polish is a highly formal language, much more restricted because of its morphology than English. In addition to the formal aspects of Polish, there was a personal reason, the fact that it was the language of his father and of his past. As he turned to writing, Polish would have meant a duplication of his father's career writing in the language of his forebears. Thus, even at this early stage, when Conrad was 21, his desire to master English went well beyond the basic needs of advancement and naturalization. It had a strong psychological component, a driving energy of its own. For even as Conrad began to duplicate aspects of his father's career, substituting a sea fling for Apollo's revolutionary activities, all the while harboring a literary imagination, he was marking out his own ground. Going from Polish to English, the reverse of Apollo's English to Polish translations, meant he could both reverse Apollo's defeat and set his own course. The suicide attempt had meant a break, also, with language itself, if by language we mean an entire culture and cast of mind. Conrad's energies were devoted to separating himself geographically and mentally, and a new land gauge is a definitive statement of separation, almost a final divorce. It was a final move as much as had been his substitution of water life for Poland's 192 the English mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Landmass. That he retained POHSH and Piven for his correspondence is relatively unimportant, since for him letters, received and written, were not the major thrust of his life. He was to save hardly any, discarding them once and sword. Although he was himself to write over 4,000 letters, the language of his correspondence, while of great significance to the biographer, did not appear crucial to him. He roamed languages as necessary. He felt also a growing desire to find some direction or guideline for his life. Intermixed with rather vague plans to remain in Australia, which we know about only second-hand, were schemes to sail the Mediterranean and also visit Uncle Tadeusz in Odessa, or at his estate in the Ukraine. What we know of this floating through various possibilities derives from a Bobrowski letter awaiting Conrad when he returned on the Duke of Sutherland to London, on October 19, 1879. As far as the idea of sailing the Mediterranean is concerned, I answer as usual: do as you think. As you wish. I have no knowledge of it. I have read more than once that it is only a great lake, so a sailor enamored as you are of your profession, I suppose, might like the ocean better. Besides, as I have mentioned before, I would like to see in you a sailor combined with a salesman, and as the roads around here are better trodden and known, I should have thought that the more distant and less known ones would be more appropriate for you. But you may know more about it and therefore do what you think best. What happened to the captain and the ship that tempted you? Did you come across them? I should like to know. You plan to come to Odessa next year and to see me there. It is difficult to predict what will happen in a year's time. There might be a war. My old self might die. Bobrowski was 50 and was to live for another 15 years. However, neither the one nor the other is in our power to prevent, but it is our duty to foresee and avoid unnecessary trouble, and therefore I do not wish you to visit Russia until you are naturalized as an English subject. But what you have not written to me about is whether after passing your examination for second mate you will obtain naturalization. Not until 1886. Through it all, with plans moving on several levels, Conrad was studying for his second mate's license, the first step toward a serious career in the English merchant fleet. This step toward a ship's captaincy appears as a constant in Conrad's life, from now until 1886, when he became a master mariner. Whatever else floated through his mind or caught his imagination, the invariable element was his desire to master the tools of his profession and to rise in it. Conrad's Mediterranean plans materialized when he signed on the Europa, a 676-ton steamer that plied Italian, Sicilian, and Greek ports, under Captain Monroe. On December 12, 1879, at 22, he sailed from London, as an ordinary seaman, his last berth before he passed his examination for second mate, and sailed as a ship's officer. Evidence in Bobrowski's sailing on English ships 193. Letter to Conrad. The Europa provided a stormy time, not because the Mediterranean generated high seas, but because of difficulties Conrad encountered on board. Although we have no firm evidence, apart from Bobrowski's letter quoted below, Conrad had fallen into a familiar pattern, quarreling with people in position of power or command, more than suggesting an inability to get along, which is how his uncle interpreted it. His behavior demonstrated a desire for freedom and a chaffing at authority figures in general. One side of Conrad's psychological makeup, as he revealed in his later written work, was an intense streak of an archie, a sympathy for the very elements that prove destructive in a world which rewards moderation and limitation. Conrad did more than present an anarchic tendencies in characters whom he could destroy, as in Jim, and a host of others. He found the anarchic element attractive and defended it against those characters who represent stodginess and sobriety, although he ultimately sided with the latter. As we seek psychological and emotional factors in Conrad's years, those elements which will link his early career with his later and final one, we note an anti-authority personality, something which may have developed very young as a form of survival and which remained, through his suicide attempt, as an intense inner need to allow himself to develop according to his own timetable. Although this analysis is based on Conrad's future career, we can find here, almost 20 years earlier, those rudimentary imaginative elements that would only appear later. Much of what we select as important depends on the kind of artist Conrad became. Of interest to us is Jung's analysis of two basic artistic types, in psychology and literature, for we can find in Jung's distinctions a way of dealing with Conrad and his careers. Jung speaks of the personalistic or psychological artist who attempts to describe human destiny and fate in fairly straightforward terms of experience and emotions. This artist's tools are order and discipline. He works almost exclusively with conscious materials, and his stress is on design and reason. A good example would be Gustav Aschenbach in Man's Death in Venice, as he pursues his career in Munich prior to his Venetian journey, which makes him the greater artist even as it destroys him. The second type Jung discusses is the visionary artist. He writes, here everything is reversed. The experience that furnishes the material for artistic expression is no longer familiar. It is something strange that derives its existence from the hinterland of man's mind, as if it had emerged from the abyss of pre-human ages, or from a superhuman world of contrasting light and darkness. It is a primordial experience which surpasses man's understanding, and to which in his weakness he may easily come. The very enormity of the experience gives it its value and its shattering impact. Sublime, pregnant with meaning, yet chilling the blood with its strangeness, it arises from timeless depths, glamorous, demonic. 194 English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. And grotesque, it bursts asunder our human standards of value and aes. Thetic form, a terrifying tangle of eternal chaos, a criminal lacea majestatis humani. On the other hand, it can be a revelation whose heights and depths are beyond our fathoming, or a vision of beauty which we can never put into words. Essentially, the second type, the visionary artist, must confront intense anarchic elements in himself. While his exterior behavior may be formal and stable, his interior world is seething with discordant visions. He has, in a sense, become two people: the normal functionary on the surface decrying chaos, and the demonic, satanic creature beneath celebrating anarchy. Conrad moved along the scale of values and experiences, becoming the visionary artist, so to speak, in his revelatory moments of the 1899-1904 period, in Heart of Darkness, Lord Jim, Nostromo, then later in Parts of the Secret Agent, and Under Western Eyes. In his well-known preface to the Nigger of the Narcissus, 1897, Conrad was to move between these two basic types of artist, the realistic naturalistic, on one hand, and the visionary on the other. Although that preface was prophetic of Conrad's future fictional course, it was also the product of hindsight. It was the verbal equivalent of the way in which he had chosen to observe and store away. He wrote that the artist descends within himself, and in that lonely region of stress and strife, if he be deserving and fortunate, he finds the terms of his appeal. His appeal is made to our obvious capacities, to that part of our nature which, because of the warlike conditions of existence, is necessarily kept out of sight within the more resisting and hard qualities like the vulnerable body within a steel armor. The artist appeals to what is, in us, a gift and not an acquisition. In these words, Conrad was teasing from himself the visionary aspect, which he assimilated from French symbolism and which he opposed to naturalistic determinism and causality. Yet himself the child of Polish defeats, of a doomed father and of doomed causes, he could not completely throw off naturalism. His whole cast of conscious mind as opposed to the more graded imagination of the artist was toward determinism, particularly when he saw that in Schopenhauer, Darwin, and Nietzsche he could find metaphors for his own sense of doom. Still, the visionary aspect, although never complete and never wholehearted, was a way of qualifying the grimness of the universe, a way of giving man a sense of grace, and awareness of what he called in the preface the solidarity of dreams, in joy, in sorrow, in aspirations, in illusions, in hope, in fear, which binds men to each other. It was toward this that the early anarchy and discontinuity pointed. Tadeusz's letter of January 31–February 12, 1880, mentions Conrad's trouble on the Europa, which involved a quarrel with Captain Monroe and considerable illness with cough and fever. Sailing on English ships. 195. I was not so much upset by the troubles you had on the Europa, though I realize you must have felt them keenly, for these are inseparable from life and getting to know people. They pain you because you feel you did not deserve them and that you are being exploited. I understand this, and partly agree with you. But in your position, in which everything you gain must be won by work and endurance, in a profession where the conditions are extremely hard, what has happened was to be foreseen and was foreseen by me, and probably now that you have had the first dose of experience they don't surprise, although they hurt and hurt they must. I am much more affected by the news that you cough and sometimes have fever, for these are symptoms which, if prolonged, may endanger your health and even your life. Pleading poverty, Bobrowski says he will forward Conrad's 1,200 franc allowance to Marseilles, via Richard Fecht, all this accompanied by chastisement of his nephew for leaving so little money for his needs in London. Bobrowski makes a special plea for Conrad's health justifiable in the light of the premature death from lung complications of so many of the Korzyn Ioski clan, as well as the early death of Tadeusz's own wife and daughter. Back in London at the end of January, after 7 months on the Europa, Conrad fell into his now familiar drift. Those long periods between births were apparently terrible times for him. In Marseilles, they had been youthful larks; in London, they took on a different cast. The pressures were growing. Questions of career, direction of his energies, sexual needs, and desire for companionship, use of his free time, which appeared considerable. The possibilities were almost infinite and, because so numerous, unacceptable. He even thought of returning to service on French ships, and either for that or for purposes of documentation related to his examination for mate secured a testimonial from Amdelis Tang, stamped by Alexander Escaris, a Marseilles shipbroker, on April 26, 1880. We know little of his London whereabouts, although he had rooms with a Mr. William Ward, mentioned in Bobrowski's document of accounts, at Tollington Park, London and for it was during his stay with Ward that Conrad met G.F.W. Hope, who turned out to be a life-long friend, and Adolf Krieger, whose presence weaves in and out of Conrad's life for almost the next 20 years. He had still not rejected the Australian venture, or even East Indies trad. Naturalization remained open: American, English, French. Then in a letter from Bobrowski, we see that Conrad was toying with a Canadian venture, caught up as he was by a general European interest in Canadian railway stocks. His uncle's letter of May 1830, 1880, ranges over several interesting topics, all of them leading to the inevitable lecture. Your discomposure because of that madman Captain Monroe of the Europa worries me not less than it does you, although I don't under 196 the English mariner, I8Y8I88P. Stand English logic, since if the captain is a madman his certificate and commission should be withdrawn. Until he is judicially proclaimed mad, his certificate must remain valid. Well, we won't change the English, so having to deal with them, we must adapt ourselves. I suppose that while I am writing, your Europa is in port and you have the testimonial from the present captain, the previous second mate, and that you have either already passed your examination passed on June 1880 or are about to sit for it shortly. Then Tadeusz turns to the real matter, Conrad's desire to change professions. You would not be a GCZ, dear boy, if you were steady in your enterprises and if you didn't chase after ever new projects. This refers to what you wrote about Mr. Lascali's proposal railway investments by a Canadian businessman that you become his secretary and later make money on the railways. But I would not be myself and your uncle if I did not discourage you from changing professions and did not warn you that such changes make people become déclassés, who never having warmed a place for themselves nor having built anything for themselves bear a grudge against the whole world for not having succeeded. Bobrowski then turns to his 19th century homiletics, a page from Samuel Smiles, all of it sound and logical but missing his nephew's unease with himself. While Conrad was waiting for some inner directive, Tadeusz was telling him to keep moving along on an external course of action. Work and perseverance are the only values that never fail. In the life of every man a momentary success may occur, but a sensible and moderate man will not misuse it but use it, while a thoughtless and stupid man will either miss it or misuse it. But to expect that success should appear while one is on the threshold of life, and at any time it's needed, without any work or merit, is childish dreaming and a product of our epoch whose only slogan is enjoyment. It is much more dignified and sensible to devote your life and tie your future to a certain profession, putting into it your work and determination. Tadeusz then demonstrates a finer sensibility than previously when he admits that I cannot express my opinion, however firmly I hold it, without knowing the circumstances in which you are situated. As a man of clearly defined position I feel sympathetic to people of the same kind. He finishes with this keen sense of others, and whatever bed may be your lot, provided that you make it with dignity and diligence, you may be certain of my wholehearted blessing. Chapter 9. The first test. Why Karad? B. Obrowski's encouragement arrived somewhat after Conrad had taken a huge step in his FA, the examination, on June I, that led to his becoming a second mate in the NHSH merchant service. The occasion for the examination was signed Conrad D. E. Korsaniowski's, and the address given was 6, Dyneborough Road, Stoke Newington, London N. Worth. The name is of some interest, on 2 counts. The K in his Christian name indicates a desire to preserve the POHSH part of his background, and this is furthered by the use of the aristocratic D, which also appeared on the roster of the Skimner of the Sea. Both parts suggest a young man caught between nature and nurture. On subsequent applications for first mate and master, Conrad was to change the *K to C and to drop the gentlemanly D, an indication of his submission to nurture *. An additional point, the use of D could indicate a psychological dependency on background, a fear of breaking away, until inner coordinates were more certain. All this, however, is speculative. The moment, nevertheless, was propitious, part of that inner timing, which Conrad must have sensed and which was so at odds with his uncle's expectations. Childhood and adolescence, which are not easy under the best of conditions, were intensely difficult for someone of Conrad's background. And for the first time, with his becoming second mate, he achieved some integration. He becomes almost a classic case in terms of Erickson's definition of roles and role-playing. Integration is the accrued experience of the ego's ability to integrate all identifications with the vicissitudes of the libido, with the aptitudes developed out of endowment, and with the opportunities of furred in social roles. Whatever the process within the young Conrad, his ego had reached a stage of some assurance, and he moved certainly toward identification between inner need and social goal. We should not underestimate. Hans van Murray calls our attention to the from December 1874 to February 1877. In AC. Fact that Conrad, on his application, signed a duality. Conrad, having spent a good deal of record of service that was inaccurate, for his that time on shore, probably extended his testimonial from the Dealey's Tangs appeared to time to satisfy a minimum requirement. Indicate fully 3 years of French service, which, in effect, he did not meet. 197. 198 The English Mariner, I8Y8 I88P. The difficulty of his undertaking even in a technical sense, with his knowledge of English barely 2 years old, and the frustration involved in understanding the various regional accents and the sea terms themselves. Conrad left an account of the examination in a personal record and even though well known it is worth quoting. The first examiner of all, tall, spare, with a perfectly white head and mustache, a quiet, kindly manner, and an air of benign intelligence. Must, I am forced to conclude, have been unfavorably impressed by something in my appearance. His old thin hands loosely clasped resting on his crossed legs, he began by an elementary question in a mild voice. And went on. It lasted for hours, 4 hours. Had I been a strange microbe with potentialities of deadly mischief to the merchant service I could not have been more submitted to a more microscopic examination. Greatly reassured by his apparent benevolence, I had been at first very alert in my answers. But at length the feeling of my brain getting addled crept upon me. And still the passionless process went on, with a sense of untold ages having been spent on mere preliminaries. Then I got frightened. I was not frightened of being plucked, that eventuality did not even present itself to my mind. It was something much more serious, and weird. This ancient person, I said to myself, terrified, is so near his grave that he must have lost all notion of time. He is considering this examination in terms of eternity. Conrad continues in the same tone of self-mockery. At last there fell a silence, and that, too, seemed to last for ages, while, bending over his desk, the examiner wrote out my pass slip slowly with a noiseless pen. He extended the scrap of paper to me without a word, inclined his white head gravely to my parting bow. When I got out of the room I felt limply flat, like a squeezed lemon, and the doorkeeper in his glass cage, where I stopped to get my hat and tip him a shilling, said, "Well, I thought you were never coming out. How long have I been in there?" I asked faintly. He pulled out his watch. "He kept you, sir, just under 3 hours. I don't think this ever happened with any of the gentlemen before. Asterisk. We can speculate that Conrad's foreign appearance and unusually heavy AC scent when speaking English, plus perhaps his almost unintelligible name, had helped create the extraordinary circumstances. The arrival of his uncle's letter later that month supported Conrad's own Sense of achievement. Asterisk, Conrad says that it was only when I got past successfully their first examination out of the building that I began to walk on and left the seamanship examiner with the air. He repeats some of the scene in C/7 DFWE, little precious slip of blue paper in there. There, Powell and Marlowe agree that their hands, P4. Proudest moments came when they had the first test. 199. It has been a profound pleasure and my first reward to learn that you have received that piece of ass's hide upon which so many terrible threats were written by the gentlemen of the board office in the event of your failing in the duties of your chosen profession, in the hierarchy of which you have now achieved the first step. I fully share your satisfaction, which you can say arises from a twofold source. Firstly, dear sir, you have proved to our country and your own people that you have not eaten your bread in the world for 4 years in vain. Secondly, that you have succeeded in overcoming the difficulties that arise from the language itself, and from your difficult position as a foreigner without any patron age to support you. From this, Tadeu cites the help Conrad received from Professor Newton, who tutored Conrad, to Baptist and Solary and Richard Fecht, and others, all of which makes him generalize. Let the pessimists say what they will about the defects of the human race, but I will tell you from my own experience that there are more good than bad people. An ironic comment from Tadeusz, in that Conrad was himself to be one of those pessimists, an inheritor of the century informed by Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. Bobrowski also sees the examination as a means to Conrad's independence. The certificate, he assumes, will lead to numerous openings on board ship, a matter in which he was sadly mistaken. Overjoyed as both Conrad and his uncle were, nevertheless the profession suffered from an overabundance of mates and a limited number of berths. Almost 3 months were to pass before Conrad could find a ship. We can still see Conrad's uncertainties in Bobrowski's remarks, which indicate his nephew was thinking how seriously of becoming an American and going to work for an American politician. In the light of Conrad's later distaste for Americans and his dislike of things American in general, the following is amusing. I would not be in favor of changing over from a maritime career to going into the service of an American politician, though even that would not scandalize me if you insist on acting contrary to my view, but always under 2 conditions. Firstly, that you bear in mind our proverb, you have made your bed and must lie on it, and secondly, that you will never forget what is due to the dignity of the nation and families to which you belong, especially if you choose an American business life. So here are my conditions. I am not to be held responsible for your behavior, I am not to blush for your actions, and as far as the rest is concerned, may God always help you. In a letter written later the same month, June, Bobrowski even has something good to say of the CZ line, that it engenders a spirit of initiative and enterprise greater than that which is in my blood. He expects Conrad, as possessing the blood of 2 such great lines, to be part of a race which by its endurance and wise enterprise will astound the whole world. 200 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. Evidently, Conrad had asked for money, and Bobrowski turns to that, saying that his income comes at a fixed time and that Conrad will have to wait until October. If he is short, he suggests P. Karadict as the source of a loan situation, oddly duplicating Conrad's plight before his suicide attempt. He tells Conrad he will continue his allowance of about $500 annually until his nephew is 24. He says, tellingly, acknowledge the fact you NABFCZ that economy and calculation are indispensable in every position, especially in yours. Meanwhile, back in London, berths were scarce as ever, and Conrad signed on the locative, a fine wool clipper, as third mate, not as second mate, for which he was qualified. Throughout his career as officer, he was forced to accept berths that were a step or 2 beneath what he had attained by examination, a severe blow to his pride and to his sense of accomplishment, and which, as much as poor health, may have contributed to his decision to leave the sea for a writing career. There was a point, about 8 years hence, when Conrad would begin to hedge on a sea career and start to write sporadically on what became Almayer's Folly. In the Mirror of the Sea, in the section called Cobwebs and Gossamer, Conrad recorded some reminiscences of his voyage on the locative, which he rightly saw as another stage in his development into a seaman and into maturity. It was one of his many initiations. The captain, Stewart, was a man famous for the quick passages he had been used to make in the old Tweed, a ship famous the world over for her speed. Probably, Conrad's love for sailing vessels was formed here, when he saw how the skillful combination of sails and wind could produce a speed and grace that were perfectly in alignment with nature. The chief mate, William Purdue, was nearly deaf, and Conrad overheard the mate and steward in deep conversation about sails and sailing. To hear him steward make a fuss about too much sail on the ship seemed one of those incredible experiences that take place only in one's dreams. On the ironclad locative, Stewart tried to duplicate his English-Australian runs. On the Tweed, a wooden vessel, an impossible attempt and yet an act of art. History not lost on the young third mate. He himself became involved when the second mate fell ill, and he was promoted to officer of the watch, alone in charge of the deck. Thus the immense leverage of the ship's tall masts became a matter very near my own heart. Conrad adds, I suppose it was something of a compliment for a young fellow to be trusted, apparently without any supervision, by such a commander as Captain S. In chance, Powell runs into similar difficulties, although he does find a second OFFI. Sayre's berth. The first test 201. This was superb training, caught as the seaman was in matters of judgment. meant moments of profound thought and concentration, a sense even of revelation as the ship raced along in dark waters, with his decisions as to quantity and type of sail the determining factor. There was not only the awareness of craft of doing things correctly or endangering a sleeping crew, but the sense of command that one was responsible for the entire product. With the actual captain asleep or below deck, the young third mate was calm, commander of a 1,287-ton sailing vessel sweeping either toward doom or toward its destination. Conrad was 22 and distant indeed from Poland and from Tadeus's caustic remarks. At the same time, he was learning how to survive on the edge of the abyss, for a sailing vessel caught by wind in its sails at night is always near disaster. No matter how steady the captain and crew, the unexpected may lie anywhere, and sails an entire ship can break up. This, too, was psychological preparation for a career in which personal disaster was at Conrad's elbow as he wrote his few hundred words each day. Against a dwindling financial return, the locomotive arrived in Sydney on November 24, 1880. Conrad was to turn 23 while in port, after an uneventful journey well behind Captain Stewart's best times in the Tweed. On the return journey, also uneventful, Conrad observed two separate incidents which stuck in his mind. Two of those revelatory moments out of many which worked upon his imagination. In the first, Christmas Day at sea, he speaks of the first whaler he had ever seen, the Alaska, carried fully 2 years out of New York, and 215 days on the cruising ground. The locomotive drops a gift for the whaler over its side. I never saw anything so ready and so smart as the way that whaler, rolling desperately all the time, lowered one of her boats. The Southern Ocean went on tossing the two ships like a juggler his gilt balls, and the microscopic white speck of the boat seemed to come into the game instantly, as if shot out from a catapult on the enormous and lonely stage. That Yankee whaler lost not a moment in picking up her Christmas present and from the English wool clipper. This incident evidently impressed. Moreover, I have the assurance of active help Conrad in several ways, for 5 years later, he from a man brought up in the trade and wrote Spyridon Kliszczowski, a new friend, though doing well where he is now ready to. That his soul was bent upon a whaling Ben returned to his former pursuit, of whales. Fi. Tour. Conrad added, I am brimful with the Nelly. I have a vessel in view, on very most exhaustive information upon the subject terms, November 25, 1885. Toward. Ject. I have read, studied, pumped proofs this end. Conrad tried to raise £1,500 and Cyanal men and imbibed knowledge upon asked Kliszczowski for advice. The latter whale fishing and sealing for the last encouraged Conrad, and nothing came of the years. I am acquainted with the practical sort plan of the undertaking in a thorough manner. 202 The English Mariner, I8Y8 I88P. The second episode was more dramatic and more closely connected to the serious aspects of sailing, the rescue of a crew of a Danish brig homeward bound from the West Indies. The most amazing wonder of the deep is its unfathomable cruelty. I felt its dread for the first time in mid-Atlantic one day, many years ago, when we took off the crew of a Danish brig homeward bound from the West Indies. A thin silvery mist softened the calm and majestic splendor of light without shadow seemed to render the sky less remote and the ocean less immense. It was one of the days, when the night of the sea appears indeed lovable, like the nature of a strong man in moments of quiet intimacy. At sunrise we had made out a black speck to the westward, apparently suspended high up in the void behind a stirring, shimmering veil of silvery blue gauze that seemed at times to stir and float in the breeze, which fanned us slowly along. The peace of that enchanting forenoon was so profound, so untroubled, that it seemed that every word pronounced loudly on our deck would penetrate to the very heart of that infinite mystery born from the conjunction of water and sky. Conrad continues, modulating his words to fit the more violent modulations of the sea. On that exquisite day of gentle breathing peace and veiled sunshine, perished my romantic love to what men's imagination had proclaimed the most august aspect of nature. The cynical indifference of the sea to the merits of human suffering and courage, laid bare in this ridiculous, panic-tainted performance extorted from the dire extremity of 9 good and honorable seamen, revolted me. I saw the duplicity of the sea's most tender mood. It was so because it could not help itself, but the odd respect of the early days was gone. I felt ready to smile bitterly at its enchanting charm and glare viciously at its furies. In a moment, before we shoved off, I had looked coolly at the life of my choice. Its illusions were gone, but its fascination remained. I had become a seaman at last. In this period, from Conrad's success in passing his examination for SEC on mate and his voyage and return on the locomotive, in April 1881, several ship incidents came into the newspapers and the crew's scuttlebutt. Conrad was to pick up information, gossip, and rumors as well as seamanship, and in many ways his indirect, discontinuous method of narrating these incidents in his fiction was true to the manner in which he first heard of them. The first involved the Jeddah, a ship carrying Moslem passengers from Singapore to Jeddah, a Red Sea port. Leaving Singapore on July 17, 1880, the Jeddah ran into a stormy passage and suffered boiler trouble and serious leaks. On August 8, her crew abandoned her off Cape Gardefly, and when picked up, later reported that the ship and all her passengers had gone down. The next day the Jeddah was towed into Aden, and the abandonment of the ship created a huge scandal in London and in eastern waters. Before Conrad, the first Test 203, sailed on the locomotive, he may have heard of the Jeddah and its fate asterisk. However he did learn of it, the Jeddah episode became the basis for the first part of Lord Jim, almost 20 years later, where that ship becomes the Putna, an old vessel whose bulkheads are ready to give way at any moment. The second incident involved the Cutty Sark, in September 1880, when Conrad was at sea on the London-Sydney run. The Cutty Sark episode, which formed the basis of Conrad's The Secret Sharer, was of more limit scope, more clearly an individual psychological matter than a broad moral drama. The chief mate, named Sidney Smith, ordered a member of the crew, a Negro named John Francis, to perform a particular job. When Francis refused and threatened the mate with a capstan bar, the latter struck the Negro on the head with the bar, a blow which eventually killed him. Smith stayed in his quarters for the remainder of the passage, and then persuaded the captain of the ship, Wallace, to permit him to escape. He was later caught, tried, and sentenced to 7 months' imprisonment. The method of escape was to have Smith smuggled aboard an American ship, the Colorado. Shortly afterward, Captain Wallace committed suicide. That suicide, incidentally, may have called up kinship feelings with Conrad, himself a suicide and the future creator of numerous suicides. In The Secret Sharer, Conrad used symbols of transformation to fit the facts of the episode, which he could have heard about on board the lock, edited or read about in the London newspapers when he returned. In any event, he took the basic facts and, through what Freud referred to as the artist's flexibility of repression, reworked the materials to suit his own childhood and young manhood. By that phrase, Freud implied that the artist, because of his ability to be less repressed than others by culture, more readily has clues to his childhood, as if he had access to the sub and unconscious. Since the artist can gratify his instinctual needs with a fantasy life, he can embody this fantasy life in his art and then row back and forth to reality, without losing touch with it. Norman Sherry indicates that Conrad sent passengers to ship for themselves. May have learned of the story directly from Conrad's Eastern World, p. 62. Even if London newspapers, which reported that Conrad missed these news reports, his later event as early as August 1, 1880, a full week visits to Singapore would have brought him, before Conrad's departure on the lock ediv, into contact with the story, which stayed alive. Among others, the Daily Chronicle, the as gossip and as a cautionary tale. Globe, the Times, and the Daily News all read almost 15 in all, if we include those reported the abandonment and the saving of who put themselves knowingly into suicidal ship and crew intermixed with horror at the situations, Jim, Razumov, Heist, Brearley. Cowardice of the men who deserted her payroll, Flora de Barrel, and de Coud, among. Wrote the Chronicle, we sincerely trust that others, from every stage of Conrad's writing. No Englishman was amongst the boatload of career cowards who left the Jeddah and her thou. 204 The English Mariner, ISISP. When Conrad used the Cutty Sark episode, as also the Jeddah incident, he found coordinates for each in his own background and experience, seeing in both patterns of abandonment and rescue, or attempt at rescue, that had deep accumulated meaning from his own childhood, from his own sense of abandonment and rescue. Through these episodes, he could free, in himself, what may have been repressed beyond conscious recall in another man, and, through his art, he could put himself in touch with aspects of his personality that would otherwise have been closed off to him except by means of analysis. In Part 6, on the workings of Conrad's powers of imagination and his conscious sense of these powers, we can explore how he turned gossip, hearsay, and newspaper accounts into artistic forms that were the objective correlatives of his own childhood experiences, fears, and fantasy life. When Conrad returned to London, in the latter part of April 1881, he began, as well, to accumulate the sights and sounds of London, the sense of a large anarchistic city that becomes the basic motif of the secret agent. Potential now in his conscious memory as well as in subconscious reaction to his Polish past were under Western eyes, Lord Jim, Nostromo, The Secret Sharer, several short stories, and many of the episodes of The Mirror of the Sea and a personal record. Conrad was 23 and a half and only 5 years away from becoming a master mariner. For a boy who had in the eyes of his uncle completed so little, he had accomplished a great deal. He had settled some of the seemingly irresolvable conflicts of his Polish background, he was studying for his chief mate's exam and building up the sea experience necessary for that post, and he was accumulating tales, episodes, and incidents, storing them away in memory. The third of his lives was becoming implicit. Bobrowski wrote twice in May 1881, expressing delight at Conrad's safe return from the antipodes and then thrusting between them some of his customary caustic. I was greatly pleased to be able to give you a surprise by announcing your half allowance and not the quarterly allowance that you were expecting. Usually young people expect more than they should. This time, however, if I can believe in your assurance, and why should I doubt it, you have shown a greater maturity for your age than could be expected. Tadeusz mentions that he expects his nephew to sit for at least one examination if not two during the next 3 years, and the allowance will provide an opportunity for Conrad to remain in London to pursue his studies. He suggests that the latter finds something nearer than Australia or Cape Horn and asks if he can possibly spend some weeks with him in Wiesbaden. After September, Tadeusz says he will leave, in the middle of July, for Ischl, Wielwau and Vienna, arriving July-August 26-7 for the 10th anniversary of the death of his daughter, Josefa. After 4 weeks in Rennbad, he would like to go for the great cure to Wiesbaden, where they could possibly meet in October of 1881, their first sight of each other since Conrad's the first test 205 suicide attempt in Marseilles in 1878. Bobrowski cautions Conrad, however, not to waste his time on shore waiting for the 2-week meeting and, if any, see Essary. to accept even a distant voyage. In Bobrowski's next letter, dated May 18/30, 1881, we can follow Conrad's activities as they are reflected in his uncle's remarks. Conrad had evidently indicated that the pressure of work studying, presumably, for his chief mate's license precluded a fall meeting in Wiesbaden. I was very pleased, Thaddeus writes, that you look with adult determination and calm sense at all the difficulties which prevent our meeting, instead of becoming submerged by grief and lamentation, which can lead nowhere except to a loss of energy. In the same letter, Thaddeus indicates that his health is deteriorating, the machine is run down and needs repairing, a mechanical image in keeping with his own positivistic naturalistic view of men and events. Bobrowski's next two letters include some contradictory matters and may even imply some deception on Conrad's part as a way of gaining financial help from his uncle. Conrad evidently wrote that he was planning a long voyage, and Thaddeus confirms that they will not be able to meet. He warns his nephew not to forget his Polish and suggests that he send some contributions to Uktroic the Wanderer / Warsaw Weekly. It would be an exercise in your native tongue, that thread which binds you to your country and countrymen, and finally a tribute to the memory of your father who always wanted to and did serve his country by his pen. Think about this, young man, collect some reminiscences from the voyage to Australia and send them as a sample. The address of Uktroic is known in Warsaw. 6 reports sent from different parts of the world during the year should not take much of your time. They would bring you some benefit and provide you with a pleasant recreation, while giving pleasure to others. Most important to us is Bobrowski's recognition of Conrad's writing talent in Polish, not at all idle flattery coming from a man who kept a long journal of some distinction and read the best of literature. Thaddeus's next letter, from Runbad, is another matter altogether. Thank God that you survived, that you are alive and only had a few days in hospital, which this time has provided the necessary refuge, and that you had the uncommon luck to emerge safely from that ill-fated adventure. It is true that I should have preferred it if together with your bones you had saved your belongings, but what has happened has happened, and we must both reconcile ourselves to that and patch up your present poverty as well as we can. Thaddeus goes on to say that he thinks the ship owners of the Anna Frost, on which Conrad lost his kit and almost his life, should negotiate for com. 206 the English Mariner, I-8Y8 compensation for equipment lost by its officers as well as for the ship. But perhaps it is not practiced in a country where the rich manage well, while no one thinks of the poor. Bobrowski reacted, apparently, precisely as Conrad had planned, and the larger question is whether Conrad really sailed on the Anna or Annie Frost. First, there is no question that the Annie Frost existed and that she was severely damaged in an accident on June 1, 1881. But that was the Annie, not the Anna Frost. The latter name has not turned up on any registry lists, and Thaddeus was usually extremely accurate with names. Seconds on, Conrad's name did not appear on the cruise list of the Annie Frost, and when he signed on the Palestine, his next ship, he gave its preceding berth as the locative. Thus, we are left with two alternatives, that Conrad did sail on the Annie Frost for that 8-day period bound for Cochin China and did lose his gear and almost his life, or, more likely, that he manufactured the accident as a way of getting hold of sufficient money to tide him over until he found a berth *, or else he lost his gear in some other way and feared to tell his uncle the truth. Whatever the facts, he gained £10 beyond his regular allowance, an extra for a mariner in distress, his uncle put it. Bobrowski then turns to what is apparently a speculative deal on Conrad's part, which he says he does not oppose provided the young seaman can speculate with his own money. Since you are a Naj *CZ, beware of risky speculations based only on hope, for your grandfather squandered all his property speculating, and your uncle, speculating always with other people's money and on credit, got into debt. Exactly what the deal was to be and who the fellow speculator, a man named Sutherland, we cannot determine, and it may well have been nothing. Thaddeus closes this extremely lengthy letter with a report on Dr. Isidor Kopernicki, the anthropologist and physician who was at one time briefly a guardian of Conrad. As we noted above, Kopernicki was collecting skulls for comparative studies of human races based on types, an outgrowth of the 19th century interest in craniology and other physical characteristics, as ways of comprehending personality and racial types. Conrad was himself to introduce the Lombrosan types in The Secret Agent, satirizing the whole method as dehumanizing and mechanical, in a sense subhuman. As we saw, Kopernicki requested that Conrad collect skulls of natives and write on each * in his original biography, Jean Aubry the first to suggest that Conrad had mentioned that Conrad seems to have toured the incident. It may well be that he barked in a ship, the Anna Frost, but of this had planned to sail in the Annie Frost and there is no trace in official records, I-65. In that this was the prospective long voyage to his later /T/T O/Co-77 Ry/ Jean Aubry dropped, which Bobrowski had alluded in an earlier some of the hesitation, merely qualifying the letter. The episode had an uncanny sequel voyage by saying it was not a very explicit the Annie Frost did in fact founder on this episode. There, he called the ship the Anna Voyage, but not until just over a year later. Frost, or Forslow. P91. Baines was when she was nearing home, P69. The first test 207. An identification, a particular mission he turned down. Instead, he gave Dr. Kopernicki a HST of places where he could find correspondence to help him. By the time Conrad received this letter in late August or early September, He had been out of a berth for almost 5 months, one more long period. When we have little precise knowledge of what he was doing. We do know he was studying for his chief mate's examination, and toward fulfilling the time at sea needed for that application, he accepted a berth on an old bark, the 425-ton Palestine, an ill-fated ship if ever there was one. Conrad, however, could sail as second mate, and his career would be stymied if he were to turn down a posting he did not particularly like. Conrad must have complained bitterly about the Palestine, for Bobrowski mentions matters of pride and yet forbearance, his view of Conrad's twin heritage. It seems to me that you are not very satisfied with your post, is it be? Cause being on a bark touches on your honor? Then, of course, £4 a month is disrespectful to your pocket, and, finally, the captain seems to you to be merely a creature, which gives me a sad picture of his intellect. However, perhaps the last point will enable you to distinguish yourself as a man conscious of his craft, and useful. Asterisk. Conrad's voyage on the Palestine imprinted itself upon his imagination, eventually finding itself transformed into youth, where it is narrated by Marlowe, Conrad's first conscious shaping of memory beyond a third-person narrative. In the author's note written in 191-7, some 36 years after the voyage and 19 years after he wrote his version of it in youth, Conrad called it a feat of memory, a record of experience. He adds, however, that the experience, in its facts, in its inwardness and in its outward coloring, begins and ends in myself. The Palestine, the ship of fact and not the TX.H/C2/Judea of youth, was to make a routine trip, sailing from London on September 21, 1881, to Newcastle upon Tyne for a cargo of coal, and then to Bangkok, with a crew of 13 under Captain Beard. It was a prosaic ship, itself 23 years old, Conrad's own age, on a prosaic voyage, the single exception being that Conrad was sailing for the first time as second mate. This fact, seemingly minor in retrospect, must have created some aura of romanticism. Asterisk as part of the younger generation which man apparently during his last examinations. Bobrowski had so much difficulty in under he tricked a number of people out of money. Standing, we must include Conrad's former including Dr. K out of 200 gulden. He turned tutor, Adam Pullman. Apparently, Pullman a deaf ear to all calls for repayment, ignoring. Was a trickster with money and deceived them as he did mine. Write to him to Errol older people, including Conrad's uncle. Somber, perhaps that will move him, for to Tadeus writes, from him Dr. Kopernicki, your uncle 600 rubles means a lot, August. In Montruvernay I heard about Poole September 30, 1881. 208 The English Mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Conrad, at least in his own eyes, was moving slowly toward a command, and his perceptions, his awareness of detail, his incessant staring into the sea and sail must have taken on a more acute sharpness, a more profound sense of mythical power. Beard himself, a man of 57, a fatherly, even fatherly, figure, was not the type of man calculated to bring out the best in Conrad. There would be a mixture of rebellion, translated into fantasies, and a sense of duty. Conrad would be very aware of his greenness. He called the story youth in a ship commanded by older men. The first mate, Mahone, was 50, on which he was a 23-year-old second mate. In youth, he makes himself even younger, 20, and he speaks of it as a memorable affair, in this case a spur to his imagination. Marlowe emphasizes his uniqueness, saying in youth, it was my first voyage to the East. And my first voyage as second mate, it was my skipper's first command. What induced him to accept me was a wonder. I had come out of a crack Australian clipper, where I had been third officer, and he seemed to have a prejudice against crack clippers as aristocratic and high-toned. Fancy. Second mate for the first time a really responsible OFFI. Sir. I wouldn't have thrown up my new billet for a fortune. This is Marlowe speaking. The plain facts of the Palestine defy romanticism. The captain and first mate were old, the ship was ancient, and the cargo of coal, besides being dirty, was difficult to control. A captain of 57, named Beard, and a cargo of shifting coal already seemed destined for true blee. It came only shortly after sailing from London, at Gravesend, later site of the Nelly in Heart of Darkness, where it was delayed for a week. It left Gravesend, the name itself an ill portent for any venture, whether a voyage to the east or a verbal journey to the Congo, on September 28, and ran into heavy winds and high seas. The short trip up England's east coast took 3 weeks, so that the Palestine had to defer her loading and wait in Newcastle for 6 weeks. She was already almost 2 months overdue. On November 29, 9 weeks after Conrad had left London, the ship sailed from Newcastle with just under 600 tons of coal, for Bangkok, with almost a new crew, the original having fallen ill or deserted. The Court of Inquiry report indicates that once in the English Channel a Fury at this time of year the vessel encountered a succession of heavy gales, losing sail and springing a leak on 24 December 1881. Under these conditions, the crew refused to proceed, and the vessel, already 300 miles from England, returned to Falmouth on the Cornish Peninsula. All but 90 tons of the cargo of coal was removed and stored under cover, and the ship underwent repairs. As though trapped in some slow-moving nightmare, the Palestine remained in Falmouth from January 10, 1882, to September 17, 1882, a total of 8 months. In this period, Conrad apparently went up to London, if we accept Marlowe's version of the story, where he blew 3 months' pay on The first test 209. Some good food, a new railway rug, and a complete set of Byron's works. The delay must have been agonizing, for Conrad complained to his uncle, who answered that he understood his nephew's impatience at the limbo-like situation. TTS wrote, "Your misfortunes of the past year fill me with despair. I purposely refer to the past year, for I hope and trust that the malchance will leave you alone this year. Certainly your success depends to some extent on chance or luck, but your judgment plays an important part as well. This time at least, after the wreck and frost, cool judgment seems to have deserted you when you accepted such a wretched ship as the Palestine. I quite understand, my dear boy, that you decided to do so in order to avoid being a burden to me by a long stay in London, also by serving as a second officer to qualify for your examination for a first officer. But, you didn't take into account that if as a result of all the mishaps and accidents that are bound to happen in a situation such as yours you should become sick or injured, I would not abandon you. Both your Captain Beard and you appear to me like desperate men who look for knocks and wounds. While your shipowner John Wilson of London, Wilcox in youth is a rascal who risks the lives of 10 good men for the sake of a blackguardly profit." Bobrowski indicates his financial support for his nephew and suggests that Conrad return to London, curb your noble ambition and do what R.A. son dictates. A year in all was to pass before the Palestine would leave with her cargo of coal for Bangkok, a lifetime for her second mate. In youth, Marlowe speaks of the horror of that time. It seemed as though we had been forgotten by the world, belonged to nobody, would get nowhere. It seemed that, as if bewitched, we would have to live forever and ever in that inner harbor, a derision and a byword to generations of longshore loafers and dishonest boatmen. Successive crews deserted, and the Palestine obtained a fresh crew only the day before sailing. Conrad must have read a great deal, and formed plans for his chief mate's exam. His sense of urgency perhaps has tended by his lack of respect for both top officers of the Palestine. He could not have been completely downcast or hopeless about his career, for Bob Rowski's letter to him from May 1426, 1882, demonstrates inexpressible pleasure at Conrad's energetic letter, so full of exuberant ideas and a desire to work. Of course, this distant response to Conrad's letter is rather different from the way Marlowe presents that dismal time in port. Another of Conrad's plans may have involved a business venture, for TTS moves rapidly to a discussion of money, pointing out that, for Polish gentry, money-making was a filthy business, but that part of their tradition no longer holds. One must move beyond traditions toward realities. You have now lived for some years in England and have been taking 210 the English Mariner, 18Y8 188p. Part in the life there and you will have learned to respect money, and it therefore probably surprises you to hear me calling it filthy. This Press Zion is a survival from the romantic period in which I was born and grew up, and to some extent it reflects our national character, a trait of which was supposed to be disinterestedness in money matters. This is because we did not work to get it but worked rather to squander it. Now our esteem for it has increased, mine possibly more than others, for we have come to realize that it is the nervous rerum and the basis of both the external and inner independence of both an individual and a whole society. Although Conrad was stalled in Falmouth, neither sailing nor making money, his position was not quite that of Sisyphus. He could have left the Palestine and sought another berth, or he could have given up the sea altogether. Whatever hesitations he felt, and they were surely intense, he made no move to leave, even though he may have used this time to think through alternate careers. We have no evidence for this, but it is quite possible. Conrad was arriving at the same conclusion as his uncle when the latter praised his nephew's writing style, in Polish, and Conrad, now reading deeply in English literature, began to harbor the idea of a writing career. In any event, the semi-retired year on the Palestine, most of it in the quiet of Falmouth, gave him an unusual amount of time for contemplation. Conrad had apparently shown interest in Poland's fortunes based on a pan-Slavic movement, although what benefit he could foresee for Poland in such a Russian-dominated alliance one cannot tell. In any event, he was trying to find some way in which the Polish future could be improved, perhaps in a loose alliance with other Slavic countries which would resist Russian influence, although Conrad, later, insisted that Poland was not a Slavic but a Western nation. We note that his idea, as romantic as Apollo's 20 years earlier, comes from afar, from F-mouth, and is a kind of daydream. Bobrowski's answer, based on realpolitik, contains a sharp sense of how nations seemingly cooperate with each other so as the better to deceive each other. Since Tadeusz was abroad and thus beyond Russian censorship, he could express himself freely on these extremely sensitive issues of Polish nationalism, in which he reveals himself to be as patriotic as Conrad's father. Sounding like Bismarck, Bobrowski writes, "What you write about our hopes based on Panslavism is in theory both splendid and feasible, but it meets great difficulty in practice. You don't take into account the significance which actual numbers have in the affairs of this world. P2ACH of the more influential nations starts by relying apparently on the Panslavic ideal and by forgetting about its own interests, but secretly and almost unconsciously relies on some aspect of its existence which will ensure its leadership. You yourself have fallen into the same error, attributing to our country certain positive qualities, which, the first test 211, are partly but not wholly true. And so Russia does not interpret Pan-Slavism otherwise than as a means of Russifying all other nations or even converting them to the Orthodox Church. And to our claim that we Have a higher culture and a longer history, they reply. This was only the life and culture of one class, the gentry, which claimed to be a nation. This contains a grain of truth, and that only she, Russia, will develop the real elements of the people. Tadeusz's projection of coming events is tinged by his ever-present sense of human duplicity, which makes any romantic assessment fallible. In this respect, as in so many others, he recalls the figure Stein in Lord Jim. I am certain that eventually out of this chaos some form of federation will emerge, but by that time I shall be long dead, and possibly you too. In the meantime, since like pariahs we are deprived of our own political and national rights, we, more than the others, have to preserve our individuality and our own standpoint, till the time comes when Nemesis, as a result of our own efforts, spins out some situation which will give us the right to have a real national existence and possibly something more. The use of Nemesis is itself interesting, since Nemesis measured out to mortals both happiness and misery, and brought loss and suffering upon all those who were seemingly blessed with too many gifts of fortune. She was the great evener and moderator, and she remained at Conrad's elbow throughout his mature years, embodied in the Stein or Stein-like figure in nearly every major novel, and if not actually present, then implicit. The point, particularly, of Jim is that he never recognizes the presence of Nemesis, and therefore she can sport with him until his acceptance of death. In youth, Marlowe speaks of a stealthy nemesis which lies in wait, pursues, overtakes so many of the conquering race, who are proud of their wisdom, of their knowledge, of their strength. On September 17, 1882, the Palestine moved out of Falmouth harbor for the long, tortuous voyage to Bangkok, a difficult trip under the best of conditions with the best of ships. The report of a Marine Court of Inquiry, held at the police court, in Singapore, on April 2, 1883, catches Conrad's first voyage as second mate. The passage was tedious owing to persistent light winds, but nothing unusual occurred until noon of the 8th March, when a strong smell resembling paraffin oil was perceived. At this time the vessel's position was lat. 236 s and long. 105.45 e Bangka Strait, also called Bangka Strait, off the coast of Sumatra, in the Java Sea. Next day smoke was discovered issuing from the coals on the port side of main hatch. Water was thrown over them until the smoke abated. The boats were lowered, water placed in them. On the I3th some coals were thrown overboard, about 4 tons, and more water poured down the hold. On the 14th, the hatches being on but 212, the English mariner, I8Y8 I88P, not battened down, the decks blew up fore and aft as far as the poop. The boats were then provisioned and the vessel headed for the Sumatra shore. About 3 p.m. the SS Somerset came alongside in answer to signals, and about 6 p.m. she took the vessel in tow. Shortly afterwards the fire rapidly increased and the master of the Palestine requested the master of the Somerset to tow the bark on shore. This being refused, the tow rope was slipped and about 1 p.m. the vessel was a mass of fire, and all hands got into the boats, 3 in number. The mate and 4 seamen in one boat, the second mate with 3 hands in another, and the master in the long boat with 3 men. The boats remained by the vessel until 8:30 a.m. on the 15th. She was still above water, but inside appeared a mass of fire. The boats arrived at Mintok Muntok, on the island of Bangka, off the southeast coast of Sumatra at 10 p.m. on the 15th, and the master reported the casualty to the harbor master. The officers and crew came on to Singapore in the British steamer Sissi, arriving on March 22. The court exonerated captain and crew, giving the cause of the fire as spontaneous combustion, the result of an unusually protracted voyage. In hindsight, we see a prosaic voyage, WKH, a bone-breaking ending to it. Crew forced to work day and night to extinguish the fire and then to pump out the same water, all the while fearing the worst, then the destructive explosion, the ship slowly consuming itself, the crew caught between desire for escape and their duty not to abandon ship until the situation became hopeless. In Youth, a story that comes the closest of any of his fiction to reproducing earlier experiences, Conrad reshaped this experiential material in crucial ways. We could call attention to the alteration of basic details, to the protraction of the experience in the story as contrasted with the much shorter time the small boats took to arrive at Muntok, not Bangkok. Such differences, however, are themselves negligible. The significant element comes in the shaping of the material through Marlowe, an older man himself, dealing with several levels of experience and memory. This shaping suggests Conrad had already developed an angle of vision, a mode of observation, long before he turned to writing. For the memory, as he recalled it later in Marlowe's words, had already achieved an economy and a form which gave him a start toward its utilization. That is, Conrad could only have used it later if he had previously observed it as something that could be manipulated for purposes beyond itself as a pure and simple experience. Even as Conrad went through the extremely trying experience on the Palestine, we can speculate, he was placing it in some perspective with his reading as a teenager and with his dreams of achieving the exploits of Odysseus and the Don. He was turning the Palestine incident into a preconceived romantic ideal, and while it did not exactly fit for someone else, it probably would not have fitted at all for him. It was necessary to reshape what had the first test 213 occurred so as not to lose the potential of the romance fixed in his mind. Marlowe, from his initial introduction, treats the episode as a first. That word reappears throughout his first command, his first berth as second mate, the skipper's first command. Further, he reduces his age to 20. from the 24-25 in actuality, and he tunnels the experience. 22 years back, when it was only 16. These are minor changes. But reducing his age creates a more romantic distinction, at the same time. He makes Captain Beard and First Mate Mahone appear even older, old men of the sea. In casting the experience as a recollection, a sequence fixed by time and frozen, as it were, Conrad was trying to approximate the way he had seen it. Then, not now. When he wrote the story, he was 41, going on 40. 2, the same age as Marlowe, while the Conrad on the Palestine was 24-25. Such an artistic reworking of the experience gives a glimpse into the working of his mind both earlier and later. The recasting is no certainty, of course, that Conrad was already observing with the eye of the artist, or even conscious of what he would do with the experience, but it gives some intimation of a sequence very consciously fixed in the observer's memory. Near the end of his narrative, Marlowe says, "This was the east of the ancient navigators, so old, so mysterious, resplendent and somber, living and unchanged, full of anger and promise." When he says this, we are thrown back into Conrad's Polish years, the years of reading and daydreaming. Another aspect, often neglected in discussions of the story proper, is its humorous tone. Once again, the humor indicates the distance of an experience which has already been observed, as if the subject were himself outside the sequence of events which were happening to him. When the smoke on the Judea becomes poisonous and thick, the crew begin to pour large amounts of the Indian Ocean into the hold. Marlowe comments, "We poured salt water as into a barrel without a bottom. It was our fate to pump in that ship, to pump out of her, to pump into her, and after keeping water out of her, to save ourselves from being drowned, we frantically poured water into her, to save ourselves from being burnt. Although there is no way to move back with certainty from Marlowe describing this to the observations of the 24-year-old Conrad, nevertheless the story is sufficiently rooted in historical and psychological fact for us to assume, however speculatively, that the youthful seaman had already objectified the experience, which would be the initial step toward his observing it for purposes outside the nature of the event itself. Strikingly, in youth, he remarks, Mesopotamia recalling Odysseus wasn't a to Bangkok. Magic name, blessed name. /patch on it. Chapter 10. Moving toward the Narcissus. Karl. G. Lonrad was free of the Palestine on April 3, 1883, receiving back wages of $171.12 in Malayan currency for the greater part of his ordeal. He was 25, without a ship, and his romantic view of the East had taken place at Muntok, what he later described as a damned hole without any beach and without any glamour, and not at Bangkok as originally planned. Now in Singapore, after 8 years of sporadic seagoing, his career seemed stalled and lacking in continuity, the pattern for the remainder of his 10 years at sea, with almost as much time spent on shore as on board ship. No matter how diligently Conrad applied himself to his sea career, and his achievement was considerable indeed, he did not pursue it with the single-mindedness of a man with nothing else on his mind. Even now, as he moved toward his license as chief mate, he appeared to hold back, to be following some inner voice unconnected to a maritime career. One can speculate that he was, at this time, wavering, although no other clear alternatives had presented themselves, and he may have remained at sea by default. That he was seeking other opportunities we shall see shortly, when he asks his uncle for an advance of money to purchase an interest in a firm of shipping agents, Bar, Mowing & Co. Yet even that was not a solid commitment to a business career, for when Bobrowski agreed to lend between £300 and £350, Conrad was pursuing another berth as second mate. In the next 2 years, he was to intermix plans for his chiefs and masters' examinations, further business ventures, and even a whaling enterprise. Of great interest at this stage of his career is the fact that Conrad had been establishing relationships with people in England. As noted, he had already met G.N. W. Hope, in January 1880. He also came to know Adolf Krieger, who was part of the firm of Bar, Mowing & Co. shipping agents, and who later helped Conrad obtain his Congo steamer captaincy, as well as M.R. Ward, with whom he lived in Tollington Park, and to whom Bobrowski for 214. Moving toward the Narcissus 215. Warded Conrad's allowance. Conrad was also, by 1885, to become acquainted with the Kliszczowskis, and especially with the son, Spyridon, of the above. Hope and Krieger were to be significant friends with Conrad and Krieger, breaking only in the later 1890s, apparently over Conrad's indebtedness. It is very possible that Conrad lodged with the Kriegers between 1881 and 1885. Since the former lived at 6, Dineborough Road, Stoke Newington, and the newly married Krieger also lived in Stoke Newington. For years, Conrad's movements were little more focused than those of any seaman, picking up friends and lodgings as he went along, between voyages. In the middle of this uncertain time, in July and August of 1883, he visited with his uncle at Marienbad and Teplitz in Czechoslovakia, the first time they had met since Conrad's suicide attempt in 1878. This meeting seemed especially advisable from Bobrowski's point of view, since he felt his health deteriorating and did not know when he would be able to see his nephew again. From Conrad's point of view, the meeting was also desirable, despite his uncle's caustic comments, there was undeniably affection between them. And from the nephew's position, Bobrowski was his sole family connection, the kind of father figure he evidently needed throughout his life. They had originally expected to meet in Krakow, but Tadeusz impressed Upon Conrad the need for him to stay in London for his examination, for chief mate, and for naturalization. Apparently, Conrad had been telling his uncle for over a year that the examination was imminent. When they planned to meet in the summer of 1883, the examination was still more than a year in the future. Naturalization was of course urgent. As Thaddeus remarks, I must admit that I should prefer to see your face a little later, and as that of a free citizen of a free country, rather than earlier and still as that of a citizen of the world. The rest of this May-June letter keeps Conrad informed about his first cousins, Uncle Casimir's children, who besides being penniless, were seriously ill as well. They remained a financial and emotional burden to Bobrowski for the rest of his life. Conrad responded frequently in this period. Thaddeus's return letters indicate several received. In his next letter to Conrad, dated June 12, 1883, Bobrowski indicates that gastric disorders have forced him to alter his plans, so that instead of meeting in Krakow, they will meet in Nuremberg. And this month spent together will be a rest for you, a cure for me, and a long-awaited pleasure for us both. His letter is full of detailed plans, indicative of his compulsive need to control every aspect of Conrad's journey from England as well as the financial arrangements. He tells Conrad to try to pay for his own journey, rather than forcing him to send money from Odessa to London. He assures his nephew that all expenses will be refunded to him immediately on his arrival. If he needs funds for purposes of naturalization, he should borrow from Krieger, and Thaddeus will cover that also. Apparently. 216 The English Mariner, 18Y8188p. Conrad began to borrow from Krieger, continued it over a long period of time, and his failure to pay back the loans, or complications arising from his indebtedness, led to a cooling of the friendship. A few days later, Thaddeus wrote worriedly that Conrad had not responded to his registered letter. The latter, in fact, had written that because of the need to sit for his examination for chief mate on July 4 he had given up plans for naturalization. This leads Bobrowski to repeat all his plans about their meeting in Nuremberg, about details of Conrad's trip, and reassurances about reimbursement. He ends his letter with an address to Conrad as a first officer of H.M. the Queen of Great Britain, which you no doubt are by now. The examination, however, was still so distant that it is difficult to understand why Conrad continued to refer to it this soon, unless he was using the impending ordeal as a method of controlling his situation vis-a-vis his uncle, or as a way of explaining his inactivity. He was not to sail again until early September, almost 6 months after he had left the ill-fated Palestine. 1. Other possibility occurs, that Conrad was deliberately fudging the date of the examination so that in the event he failed he could disguise the fact. Since there is evidence that he did fail it the first time he sat for it, on November 17, 1884, we can, with hindsight, suggest he feared the result long before then and was simply protecting himself against a declaration of failure. If his uncle could be kept from the actual date through constant postponement, then Conrad could take cover behind that confusion. The meeting between the two, for a month first at Nuremberg and then at Teplitz*, went very well. Conrad apparently carried over from his early days in Poland a real affection for his uncle, as he felt later for even the most distant members of his family. Perhaps because of his loneliness at sea, and those almost endlessly empty, solitary days, he was tenacious about family ties. Even as we see him wandering, the Odysseus of his dreams, he sought, however futilely, more solid roots. His 1880s were characterized by this kind of search for something firmer than a wandering career, just as the 1870s can be viewed, in retrospect, as the period of his wanderlust, a wanderjar, sent with a desire for nothing more substantial than a ship's timbers beneath his feet. Bobrowski's letter to Conrad, 4 August 1931, 1883, indicates his plea. Sure at seeing his nephew and then hearing from him as Conrad returned to England by way of Dresden. Thaddeus speaks of his ills and describes his cure, which is to induce sweating so as to prevent the formation of uric. On August 14, Conrad, we know, was at if his photo can be accepted as typical. He is Tefts. And 1883 photograph derives from Sode, handsome, rebel, with his face hair. This period, taken at Nuremberg. He was carefully trimmed, his mouth firm, and his 25, not 26, as Jean Aubrey eyes the most obvious feature bright and indicates, and very respectable in appearance, penetrating, yet thoughtful. Moving toward the Narcissus 217. Acids and salts that cause swelling at joints and arthritic pains. From his description, we realize that Bobrowski has classic gout, the formation of uric acid at the joints, with severe pain and loss of energy and will. It was a family disease, which Conrad was to suffer from for most of his mature life. Attacks would immobilize him for days and weeks at a time, draining his energy and exhausting his desire to go on. Evidently, his attacks of gout were triggered not only by the physiology of the disease but by extreme nervousness and worry, and once he entered his writing career, money worries, in particular, seemed to create the gout situation, although the precise etiology of the disease was surely more profound. Bobrowski's letter turns to now familiar subjects, his nephew seagoing and naturalization. Conrad had apparently discussed alternate professions, and had mentioned that partnership with Adolf Krieger for which Thaddeus had allotted 300 to 350 pounds. This was Conrad's own money, as Bobrowski's document makes clear. By the time Conrad received this letter, he was preparing to embark on his next ship, as second mate, on the river Stal, AI 490-ton sailing vessel bound for Madras, India. Conrad embarked on September 10 and left the ship on April 1, 1884, at Madras, apparently after a rift with the captain, L.B. MacDonald. On Conrad's certificate of discharge, an important document for a seaman seeking a new berth, Captain MacDonald declined to comment on his character for conduct, although next to his character for ability he wrote very good. Since Conrad's record as a seaman is unblemished except for this bad mark, we can speculate that he misbehaved, if he did, because of MacDonald's poor seamanship. Jerry Allen reports that MacDonald was relieved of his command of the Riversdale 6 weeks later, after stranding it, badly damaged, 200 miles up the coast from Madras. There is reason to believe that the rift between the captain and his SEC mate was based on professional competence, Conrad refusing to go along, perhaps, with a man whose ability he questioned or doubted. Since he reacted later to writers in terms of their professionalism or lack of it, we can assume that he brought the same expectations to the men under whom he served. Conrad took court action against which he later apologized by letter, calling his MacDonald, to restore his good name as a sea statements baseless. MacDonald, in turn, AC man. According to Kazimierz Bobrowski's accused Conrad of having been asleep on watch. Letter, December 8, 1884, Conrad won his on 2 or possibly 3 occasions. According case against his ex-captain and came safely to the evidence, Conrad agreed with this as out of the whole affair, Najder, p. 95. Assessment and paid 60 rupees to defray costs. Whether this was true or not, in the inquiry for a replacement as second officer. Following MacDonald's stranding of the Riv likely, Conrad wanted to present an unblemished Still, there was an investigation into the issued record and told his uncle he had won captain's grading of his second mate, Conrad the case when, in fact, he had merely set Korsaniowski's. Apparently, Conrad had reported MacDonald to the doctor as drunk, 218 The English Mariner, 18Y8188p. There are intimations of the Riversdale voyage in Conrad's first popular novel, Chance, which appeared in 1914. MacDonald had taken his wife with him on the Riversdale, and Powell, in Chance, comments on the mischief that a captain's wife can work on board a ship. Powell's comments are in keeping with his misogyny, but they perhaps reflect Conrad's own sense that professional competence is diluted if there are distractions. Powell says, in the general opinion a skipper with his wife on board was more difficult to please, but whether to show off his authority before an admiring female, or from loving anxiety for her safety, or simply from irritation at her presence, nobody I ever heard on the subject could tell for certain. The presence of women on board ship was for Powell, and for Conrad, an anomaly, for the primary appeal of the sea lies in the suggestion of restless adventure which holds out that deep sensation to those who embrace it. Part of the attraction of the sea was its removal from land problems, from emotional entanglements, and, we can assume, from the conflicting emotions following from the presence of women. Although Conrad never shared Powell's misogyny, nevertheless the all-male crew of a ship creates its own bonding, and the presence of women, those land creatures suggesting marriage and children, can only be something very fearful. One goes to sea to escape the land, as much as one goes to sea for what it offers. Conrad may originally have been like Wordsworth's narrator in Tintern Abbey. More like a man flying from something that he dreads than one who sought the thing he loved, but he came to view the sea as more than escape, as life itself, pure, untrammeled, pristine. This time Conrad did not remain long on shore, for he journeyed across India from Madras, on the southeast coast, to Bombay on the west coast, where berths were more available. There, after declining service on a steamer, he saw a ship that was to play an enormous role in his imagination, going well beyond the details of the voyage itself. Sailing into the harbor of this swarming, very realistic coast city was the graceful Narcissus, a fateful event for the young sailor now in his mid-twenties. Jean Aubrey probably received the following description from Conrad. One evening he was sitting with other officers of the mercantile marine on the veranda of the sailor's home in Bombay, which overlooks the port, when he saw a lovely ship, with all the graces of a yacht, come sailing into the harbor. She was the Narcissus, of 1,300 tons, actually a little more, 1,336, built by a sugar refiner of Greenock 9 years before. Her owner had originally intended her for some undertaking in connection with the Brazilian sugar trade. This had not come off, and subsequently he had decided to employ her in the Indian Ocean and the Far East. The Narcissus was so faithful for a variety of reasons. As we shall see, Conrad experienced events and crewmen that profoundly stirred his imagination. Moving toward the Narcissus 219 nation, to the extent that his 1897 novel, The Nigger of the Narcissus, was, at least in his own mind, a turning point in his career as a novelist. The very name of the ship, the only ship name he took directly for one of his titles, must have penetrated some area of experience in Conrad that lay beyond self-awareness, in those recesses that were already stirring and moving him toward his next and final career. The ship name, like the title of the later book, apparently fitted into his view of art itself, as something based on mere roars, memories, and reflections, an indirect, not a mimetic art. Conrad always balked at being called a sea novelist, first, because it really was not accurate, and second, and more importantly, because he felt that a sea novelist meant a mimetic author, one true to the dictates of realistic detail. Conrad identified with the conjurers, with the narcissists, with that dawn Quixote-like bag of conjuring tricks. After all, for years he had stared into watery depths, and he would call one book of reminiscences a mirror of the sea. Although Orpheus and the Orphic tradition have much to tell us about the nature of art, Conrad identified more with the tradition associated with Medusa and Perseus as the mythical explanation of art. That is, Perseus could only resist the terrors of Medusa's look without being turned to obsidian if he immunized himself by catching her image reflected in a mirror. The mirror suggests a symbolic, imagistic, highly deceptive kind of art, in which reflection, refraction, distortion replace realistic presentation. Also, as Kenneth Burke has commented, the mirror allows the artist to confront the risk of immersion in art, of staring at the Medusa, but by the protection of an indirect reflection. The artist becomes medicine man, shaman, magical. Conrad signed on the Narcissus on April 28, 1884, her destination being Dunkirk, France. Shortly before he died, Conrad gave Jean Aubrey some tales in which his nigger follows the voyage of the Narcissus, remarks which we quoted above. James Wade of the nigger did not sail on the Narcissus, but on the Duke of Sutherland, and the real nigger of the Narcissus was an other man altogether. Apparently he was a 35-year-old American black named Joseph Barron, who died at sea on September 24, when the ship was in the North Atlantic, 3 weeks from port. Conrad then continued, as reported by Jean Aubrey. Most of the personages I have portrayed actually belonged to the crew of the real Narcissus, including the Admirable Singleton, whose real name was Sullivan, Archie, Belfast, and Duncan. I got the 2 Scandinavians from associations with another ship. All this is now old, but it was quite present before my mind when I wrote this book. I remember, as it had occurred but yesterday, the last occasion I saw the nigger. That morning. I was quarter officer, and about 5 o'clock I entered the double-bedded cabin where he was lying full length. On the lower bunk, ropes, fids and pieces of cloth had been deposited, so as not to have to take them down into the sail room if they should be wanted at once. I asked him how he felt, but he hardly made me any answer. A little later a man brought him 220 the English Mariner, I-8Y8 I-88P. Some coffee in a cup provided with a hook to suspend it on the edge of the bunk. At about 6 o'clock the officer in charge came to tell me that he was dead. We had just experienced an awful gale in the vicinity of the Dles, south of the Cape, of which I have tried to give an impression in my book. As to the conclusion of the book, it is taken from other voyages which I made under similar circumstances. It was, in fact, at Dunkirk, where I had to unload part of her cargo, that I left the Narcissus. Karl. The departure of the sailing ship from Bombay into the vast expanses of the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean has a mythical, supernatural quality, a lonely boat on the edge of a great adventure in the loneliness of distant, mysterious places, a ship of life or a ship of death. The Narcissus left alone, heading south, seemed to stand resplendent and still upon the restless sea, under the moving sun. Flakes of foam swept past her sides, the water struck her with flashing blows, the land glided away slowly fading, a few birds screamed on motionless wings over the swaying mastheads. But soon the land disappeared, the birds went away. And to the west the pointed sail of an Arab dhow running for Bombay rose triangular and upright above the sharp edge of the horizon, lingered and vanished like an illusion. Then the ship's wake, long and straight, stretched itself out through a day of immense solitude. The setting sun, burning on the level of the water, flamed crimson below the blackness of heavy rain clouds. The sunset squall, coming up from behind, dissolved itself into the short deluge of a hissing shower. It left the ship glistening from trucks to waterline, and with darkened sails. She ran easily before a fair monsoon, with her decks cleared for the night, and, moving along with her, was heard the sustained and monotonous swishing of the waves, mingled with the low whispers of men mustered aft for the setting of watches, the short plaint of some block aloft, or, now and then, a loud sigh of wind. Even as Conrad entered into the experience on the Narcissus that intensified his attachment to the sea and led to his next step, the taking of his chief mate's examination. Even as this occurred, he was moving slowly toward his next career in that Narcissus as it gracefully plowed the Indian waters of the subcontinent, a mythical ship racing toward France and England with a second mate who would immortalize her. Conrad signed off the Narcissus on October 27, 1884, at Dunkirk, the ship's destination. Captain Duncan's comments on Conrad's certificate of discharge indicate a high recommendation. This is to certify that Conrad Korsaniowskis has served with me on board the ship Narcissus as second OFFI. Asterisk there was, Allen and Baines tell us, no Maclean from Scotland, and Belfast was Sullivan on the Narcissus, but a Daniel Sully James Craig of Belfast. Duncan cannot be Van on the Tilkhurst. Archie was Archibald clearly identified. Moving toward the Narcissus 221. Sir from 28/4/84 to 16/10/84 on a voyage from Bombay to Dunkirk for which I can recommend him to any shipmaster requiring his services as being a good and sober officer, and should take him as chief officer if he should succeed in passing. For the next 6 months, Conrad remained in London, studying for his chief mate's examination and then searching, once again, for a suitable berth. In a personal record he left a witty and touching description of his examination, omitting, however, the fact that he had previously sat for it, on November 17, and apparently failed it, having been found wanting in the subject of the day's work. In his personal memoir, Conrad made it appear that he had passed each of his 3 examinations on the first try, but That was incorrect with both his chief mates and master's examinations. Thus, he sat at least 5 times for the 3 certificates. In a personal record, Conrad transformed what must have been a harrowing experience, some of it, perhaps attached to language as well as to actual seamanship, into a Dickens Ian description, taking advantage of 25 years of hindsight and accumulated wisdom. He wrote, in part, but when the time of ordeal came round again after the ordeal of his second officer's test, the doorkeeper let me into another room, with the now familiar paraphernalia of models of ships and tackle, a board for signals on the wall, a big long table covered with official forms, and having an unrigged mast fixed to the edge. The solitary tenant was unknown to me by sight, though not by reputation, which was simply execrable. Short and sturdy as far as I could judge, clad in an old, brown, morning suit, he sat leaning on his elbow, his hand shading his eyes, and half averted from the chair I was to occupy on the other side of the table. He was motionless, mysterious, remote, enigmatical, with something mournful too in the pose, like that statue of Giuliano, I think, de' Medici shading his face on the tomb of Michelangelo, though, of course, he was far, far from being beautiful. Conrad then moves into the proceedings, technicalities flying upon technicalities. He began by trying to make me talk nonsense. But I had been warned of that fiendish trait, and contradicted him with great assurance. He kept inscrutably silent for a moment, and then, placing me in a ship of a certain size at sea, under certain conditions of weather, season, locality, etc., all very clear and precise, ordered me to execute a certain maneuver. Before I was half through with it, he did some material damage to the ship. Directly I had grappled with the difficulty, he caused another to present itself, and when that too was met, he stuck another ship before me, creating a very dangerous situation. I felt slightly outraged by this ingenuity in piling up trouble upon a man. Conrad argued that he would have seen the ship before that, but the X-222, the English mariner, I-88 Aminer, imperturbable, says that the weather was thick. The examinee begins to think that a berth on the doomed Flying Dutchman would be preferable to his present situation. At this point in the proceedings, the examiner has him so backed up with such little equipment left that Conrad asks for time, since so many accidents have happened that I really can't remember what there's left for me to work with. The examination, like Conrad's later life, came down to a sharp focus of will against adversity, the self against the meagerness of the means. The examiner praises the young man's work thus far, draws him out a little more, and then tells him that if there is nothing more to do, he can always say his prayers. In 40 minutes, Conrad escaped from the room, thankfully past. I walked on air along Tower Hill, where so many good men had lost their heads, because, I suppose, they were not resourceful enough to save them. Now on December 3, 1884, his 27th birthday precisely, he could call himself a chief mate in the British merchant service. On April 24, his search for a chief mate's berth unavailing, Conrad embarked at Hull as second mate on the Tilkhurst, a sailing ship of 1,527 tons. Whereas his voyage on the Narcissus had had overtones of one kind, his signing on the Tilkhurst had its own type of significance. For the Tilkhurst was to call at Penarth, near Cardiff, Wales, for a cargo of coal, and Conrad was requested by a Polish sailor named Komorowski to repay a small loan to a watchmaker in Cardiff. The watchmaker's name was Józef Kliszczowski, a man who had emigrated to England after the failure of the 1830 Polish insurrection, in which Conrad's paternal grandfather, among other relatives, had participated. The visit to Kliszczowski led to Conrad's friendship with his son, Spyridon, and that, in turn, was followed by his first attempts at letter writing in English, apart from his response to an ad in the Evening Standard for a seaman's berth. The letters show that by 1885, when the correspondence began, Conrad had mastered idiomatic English as far as the demands of letter writing were concerned. Although the English is a little stiff and somewhat indebted to Polish prose styles, it is clearly English and not merely mental translations. Conrad stayed in Penarth for 5 days while loading coal, and then on June 10, with much of the Tilkhurst crew changed, sailed for Singapore. The master was Captain Blake, an experienced seaman toward whom Conrad felt drawn. In the Mirror of the Sea, he left an affectionate account of Blake and his wife. Well over 50 years of age when I knew him, Conrad writes. Short, stout, dignified, perhaps a little pompous, he was a man of a singularly well-informed mind, the least sailor-like in outward aspect, but certainly one of the best seamen whom it has been my good luck to serve under. Conrad was particularly pleased when, at the end of the voyage of the Tilkhurst, in Dundee, Blake said that if Conrad ever needed a berth, remember that as long as I have a ship you have a ship, too. Conrad's birthplace, the Rybchinka Manor, near Berdicho, the Ukraine. Eva Bobrowska, Conrad's mother. Conrad, at about 4. Jail and courtyard in Warsaw, where Apollo Korzeniowski's was imprisoned. 17 FMRF carat dash. Number 12 Pozolska Street, CRA. Cal, where Apollo died. The inscription reads, in this house. About 1869 Joseph Conrad Korzeniowski, son of an exile poet, lived. He brought a Polish spirit to English literature, which he enriched. Apollo's grave in Rakowicki Cemetery, Krakow. The inscription reads, to the man who loved his homeland, dedicate himself to it, and died. For it, his compatriots. Florian Street, Krakow, where Conrad lived at number 43 in 1869. And 1870. Conrad's Krakow. WW. House here Apollo died. 5T, and school. Site of Tablet AB. The Grand Hotel where the Conrad stayed in 1914. Ryan Gate. George Wohn's Prep School. House here Conrad lived. With his grandmother. St. Mary's Church. Cathedral of the Dominicans. Conrad's Krakow. Opposite, Marseilles, the Viewport. Conrad lived a few streets away. Conrad in 1873, just before he left Krakow for Marseilles. Slash. O carat. D carat carat asterisk carat y carat st carat jj carat 4 carat e carat. Carat j, carat carat dot carat l dash carat carat 2, colon, $7 carat I carat asterisk carat carat w tes. Dash carat a carat carat colon carat carat l carat hashtag 4 carat. J1, dy carat comma carat 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 pound carat dot jl carat 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 I carat 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 4 carat. F carat carat. D Lestang's recommendation of Conrad after his service on the A slash carat carat slash Fido carat and the Saint Antoine. Pound 11.r.ts.rxs. Carat dash carat carat. PK. I. F. 5 carat carat R. W. Carat. Carat carat. LSI carat. Substit for E1, C11, AKDCC 5. Certificate of discharge. For seamen discharged before the Superintendent of a Mercantile Marine Office in the United B. Carrotendom, H. Brity of Consul, or of Hipping Ovalkvar in British possession abroad. Zam. VH. Aumel.L. Pert of Regis. RG. 1,1 in, of L slash Idker Eton.H carat unt. Li, E pow RFKT. Of N Vitse or Lyrl. Slash carat J carat. Exa. Slash 2I. XR. I Hyriop Ditrary. I, Otav engage meal carat place of Einkaf Jakement. IQ, high carat dot H carat U, comma dash. I carat FFTTU carat at the above, party percent Eilers are correct, and, at the above named. I seaman was discharged accordingly carat and that the character dis a carat I've done the other IDEH and EOF is a true cop of the report concerning the said seaman. Dat I key star. R asterisk carat slash U die of F carat fly percent JIS fusfubst carat at SRR carat carat. J carat JL carat A. Lac carat SY disvisis I slash T ning percent earth or itro ajorid RA yurt. Ipfim dorum carat redomi. Frau T until baluring, R procure asterisk to be slash yo hilt till. Ir H, I cal or il carat MRT or of ANF copy of AYT or tifia. Lit any fee of ZIERG pound alley. UI slash orf slash ID or frauduma ID or fraudulental T alert, fratu any motet use carat. Not IOJ to him, mail slash or, W asterisk. Conrad certificate of discharge from the Riversdale, 1884, on which he served as second mate. XOTE. I% E characters are to he inscribed only in the appropriate ornamented spaces below. All of these spaces which are not filled in with particulars of character must be marked over with a thick cross in ink by the superintendent, consul, or other shipping officer before the certificate is given out of his possession. Character for ability. In whatever capacity. Engaged. Character for conduct. Care I to be taken at the above circles. A euro crossed through or filled in. Captain MacDonald's report on Conrad's performance as second mate on the Riversdale, 1884. S4. CV. FH. 5 carat. B. A. W. A3. M. O. Degree T. 8.J re. J3J. A. Carat X. 1. 1. J. Backslash 1. 4. Carat backslash. Carat. I1, CJ. O underscore carat. Carat. Carat S. L dot dash. 7. F carat, JQ carat. Pound dot S. R carat dash carat. 1B. The Tilkhurst, on which Conrad sailed as second mate from April 1885 to June 1886. Slash carat. F carat 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 slash carat carat dash dash carat. Carat Z carat carat 42 carat slash Z carat carat if subq. Slash 7 carat a CVCD carat carat slash carat, happy face, carat 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 carat. Carat E slash F carat 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 L carat. Slash carat J carat 0 to the power of 7th if carat IRI dash, carat slash carat 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 CT carat 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 Y. C carat M dash carat T carat carat carat. A slash A carat carat T slash carat H slash C, happy face, carat dash carat 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 slash carat V slash carat A. I.2 dash dot L dot Ilial F Ryer dot Ferv. Conrad certificate of discharge from the Tilkhurst. Underscore carat Y, slash FJJK Euro M carat IMIOI. Slash H slash E carat RR slash dot. U. T. UH. Slash. JMT. Carat to the. M carat 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 carat. Happy face, carat F carat slash carat 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 dash FT carat carat asterisk carat carat FB2 carat carat, carat earn slash SCM carat. Conrad's master's certificate, 1886. The Otago, which Conrad captained in 1886. Moving toward the Narcissus 223. Shortly after, Blake became a convalescent and Conrad visited him. This is the only one of my captains I have ever visited in that way. AP. Apparently, the fatherly Blake, the motherly wife, the solidity of his back. Ground all of these created in the young man a feeling of kinship, the desire to be the son or else to share in that solidity he had never really known. Blake was also extremely competent, and that was equally necessary for the demanding second mate of the Tilkhurst. The ship with its dangerous cargo of coal had an uneventful voyage to Singapore, arriving on September 22, 1885, having been at sea for 3.5 months. It remained almost a month in Singapore unloading its cargo. And the long wait in port, added to the long voyage, was more than the crew could bear, and it broke out in a riot. During the brawl, one William Ming was struck on the head, but appeared to recover once the Tilkhurst sailed for Calcutta, on October 19. The crew took turns watching over Ming, since his behavior was erratic and gave indications of brain damage. As it moved between the Malayan and Sumatran coasts, the ship was almost becalmed in the Strait of Malacca. The crew observed and waited the situation. Conrad possibly drew upon for the nigger of the Narcissus, but Ming finally eluded them and jumped overboard, to be lost at sea. On the same voyage, Conrad met the Daniel Sullivan who would be the singleton of the nigger, a virtually illiterate Irish sailor who became for Conrad the epitome of the devoted, single-minded English seaman. Once in Calcutta, the Tilkhurst remained until January 8, 1886, Conrad turning 28. During this time, while the ship was in Singapore and then laid over waiting for a cargo of jute in Calcutta, Conrad wrote several letters to Spyridon Kliszewski. Although Conrad had almost surely writ 10 to Hope and Krieger, his friends in London, those letters have never turned up and are presumed lost, so that the letters to Kliszewski, as noted, are the first extant Conrad letters in English. And except for a letter in Polish to Stefan Buzycki, dated August 14, 1883, these are the first letters we have from Conrad's hand in any language. The second letter, dated October 13, 1885, shows a fluency in the language and a concern for Polish matters. Conrad comments happily on the defeat of the Liberal government in the 1885 elections, finding in this the hope of improved relations with Germany, the only power with whom an anti-Russian alliance would be useful, and even possible, for Great Britain. His remarks here about Poland's fortune suggest the pessimism and anti-romanticism which would dominate his mature political and social outlook, making him appear both reactionary and anarchistic. I exclude the letter Conrad wrote to his hand was evidently directed by his father when he was 3.5 since mother. 224 English Mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Events are casting shadows, more or less distorted shadows deep enough to suggest the lurid light of battlefields somewhere in the near future, but all those portents of great and decisive doings leave me in a state of despairing sick indifference, for, whatever may be the change in the fortunes of living nations, for the dead i.e., Poland there is no hope and no salvation. We have passed through the gates where Lasiet Agni sic Speranza is written in letters of blood and fire, and now the gate is shut on the light of hope, and nothing remains for us but the darkness of oblivion. Conrad remarks that personal happiness is difficult to achieve in such times of national misfortune, but when speaking, writing, or thinking in English, the word home always means for me the hospitable shores of Great Britain. Conrad was moving toward naturalization, although home in Great Britain never permitted him to forget his other home, Poland, with his foreign name and desolate political background. He mentions, in the same letter, that he will soon be free of his examination and when at liberty he will visit in Cardiff. The letter of November 25, 1885, written 4 days after Conrad arrived on the Tilkhurst in Calcutta, is a momentous one. While he lays out intricate plans for a business venture in whaling, more significantly for his later life, he begins to use Conrad as a surname, not as a Christian name. At the end of this long letter, in itself a feat of English, he asks Kliszewski to address letters to Mr. Conrad, to mate Tilkhurst Sailors' Home, Dundee, to be delivered on arrival. Right about end May. Say the 20th. Since Conrad in 1886 wrote what we can assume was his first story, The Black Maid, the change of name has broad implications. We can see the name change in his sea career, accompanying his naturalization, as a synecdoche of his entire life. To go from Korsaniowski's to Conrad was, indeed, a foreshadowing of authorship in English. The naming, to give it its mythical quality, is a kind of incantation to the self, the beginning of a ritualized process, a naming, literally, and therefore the lending of the self to a chain of developments that may either distort or expand the self. Conrad was moving experientially, journeying endlessly outward. The year 1886 was to incorporate the dimensions of a name change. He was to. Kenneth Burke comments on such meant may sometimes nhst the very heavens. Changes as accompanying changes of ident as with the change of identity in the ancient. Tiddy Saul becoming Paul, for example. He mariner where we move from suffering. Writes that such identification by name has under the aegis of the sun Apollo to release. Variant in change of clothes, or a change of under the aegis of the moon imagination. Surrounding in general, a change of environ philosophy of literary form, p. 24. Mental clothes. Such investing by environ. Moving toward the Narcissus 225. Pass his master's examination, become naturalized as an Englishman, write letters in English and his first short story in any language. By 28. He had reached a critical point in his life. He felt himself ready to go in more than one direction and had proven to himself, despite his uncle's opposition to his sea career, that he could achieve success in his profession. His letter to Kliszewski from Calcutta is part of this new self, for in it Conrad is brimful of schemes. Saying he takes it for granted that on his return he will pass his last exam, he turns to what is uppermost in his mind at this time, the whaling venture. The big problem, obviously, is funding of the enterprise. Conrad indicates. He needs £1,500, a considerable sum indeed, equivalent in buying power to about $20,000. He jests, I do not know a man willing and able to advance me that amount of hard cash for the sake of my distinguished appearance, or any other sentimental consideration. For lack of funds he suggests a plan whereby he would take out a life insurance policy, pay the premium out of the London Business Bar, mowing and borrow, using the policy as security. Even as he requests specific information, he wonders if these plans are something more than the ravings of an unbusinesslike lunatic. True to his background, Conrad disclaims any interest in making money, and says he simply has the wish to work for myself. I am sick and tired of sailing about for little money and less consideration. But I love the sea, and if I could just clear my bare living in the way I suggested, I should be comparatively happy. In the light of Conrad's later dismissal of Melville's Moby Dick as being full of portentous mysticism, it is amusing to note his desire to pursue a whaling career. Apparently only Melville and not the whale was portentous. He tells his friend he has been carefully nursing these plans for the past 4 years, but he will follow what Klizachowski tells him and go on plotting in the old way if the response is negative. When they met later, his friend dissuaded him, and nothing further came of the project. Conrad's next letter to Zachowski, dated December 19, 1885, from Calcutta, is a document of considerable importance, since it reveals political. Conrad knew he could not ask his uncle voyage has already affected your liver, for the sum. In a letter which he received at second one could cause serious harm. This Singapore, Bobrowski's, of August 2/14, possibility is not an enviable one, even if for 1,885, he noted that his uncle had paid in his the price of it you were to become an admi. £30 allowance to bar, mowing, surely not Ral, Najder, p. 99. The letter is addressed. Failing to observe the difference between that to Mr. Conrad and Korsaniowski's, the spelling, and the £1,500 he needed. In the same letter, of the Christian name going from Polish to Tadeusz alludes to a liver ailment which was English. Bothering Conrad, in spite of your assurance with the death of Kazimierz Bobrowski, that from September through December in 1886, Tadeusz became responsible for his climate in India is good, I am not convinced 7 nieces and nephews, a situation that, and I would have preferred you to aim in made additional outlays for Conrad unlikely. Different direction, for if your first Indian. 226 The English Mariner, I8Y8 I88p. And social corners of his mind as he pondered the 1885 general election from 10,000 miles away. Conrad's extreme reactionaryism becomes plausibly only if we understand his opposition to all plans of social improvement. His suspicion of such idealistic schemes, further, can be traced to his roots in Polish politics, the generations of idealism and romanticism, including his father's, leading to greater acts of repression by the conquering country. If we keep in mind that Conrad's political ideas were shaped less by reading and later experience than by his early reaction to Polish events, we can understand how visceral his politics were. He wrote, by this time, you, I and the rest of the right-thinking have been grievously disappointed by the result of the general election. The newly enfranchised idiots have satisfied the yearnings of Mr. Chamberlain's herd. Followers of Joseph Chamberlain, later liberal unionist leader in Mons by cooking the national goose according to his recipe. The next culinary operation will be a pretty kettle of fish of an international character. Turjoy reigns in St. Petersburg, no doubt, and profound disgust in Berlin. The International Socialist Association are triumphant, and every disreputable ragamuffin in Europe feels that the day of universal brotherhood, despoliation and disorder is coming apace, and nurses daydreams of well-plenished pockets amongst the ruin of all that is respectable, venerable and holy. The great British Empire went over the edge, and yet onto the inclined plane of social progress and radical reform. The downward movement is hardly perceptible yet, and the clever men who started it may flatter themselves with the progress, but they will soon find that the fate of the nation is out of their hands now. The Alpine avalanche rolls quicker and quicker as it nears the abyss its ultimate destination. Where's the man to stop the crashing avalanche? He continues in this jaded vein, pessimistic, full of Nietzschean disenchantment with mass man and mass politics. God is indeed dead, but, irony. Cali, long live his assassins. Where's the man to stop the rush of social democratic ideas? The port unity and the day have come and are gone. Believe me, gone forever. Or the sun is set and the last barrier removed. England was the only barrier to the pressure of infernal doctrines born in continental back slums. Now there is nothing. The destiny of this nation and of all nations is to be accomplished in darkness amidst much weeping and gnashing of teeth, to pass through robbery, equality, anarchy, and misery under the iron rule of a militarism despotism. Such is the lesson of common sense logic. Then Conrad stated what was to be echoed throughout his life: socialism must inevitably end in Caesarism. He drives home his Nietzschean disdain for die grosse Masse, the whole herd of idiotic humanity are moving toward the Narcissus 227. Moving in that direction at the bidding of unscrupulous rascals and a few sincere, but dangerous, lunatics. These things must be. It is fatality. He admits his prejudices. I live mostly in the past and the future. The present has, you easily understand, but few charms for me. I look with the serenity of despair and The indifference of contempt upon the passing events. Disestablishment. Land reform, universal brotherhood are but like milestones on the road to ruin. The end will be awful, no doubt. Neither you nor I shall live to see the final crash, although we both may turn in our graves when it comes, for we both feel deeply and sincerely. Still, there is no earthly remedy for those earthly misfortunes, and from above, I fear, we may obtain consolation, but no remedy. All is vanity. This extremely strong letter, written when Conrad was 28, must not be distorted. While it by no means outlines the whole of his politics, it is not to be minimized as simply the ravings of a youthful, unformed mind. Conrad was, after all, 28, and while his personality may have displayed a certain heedlessness, there is no question that he had tested the truth of his feelings. Although he was to read political economists later, Mill, and others, and meet a strong countering force in the socialist Cunningham Graham, his political reactions remained visceral, not strategic, or fully logical. One thing he did believe, no matter what the state did or how benevolent were its intentions, it must deceive the individual to gain its goals and in totalitarianism. We must observe Conrad from the peculiar vantage point he brought to politics, the tortured, desolate background, the ambiguous attitude he had to ward his father's achievement or lack of it, the uniqueness of Poland as a pawn caught between uncontrollable historical forces, his need for allegiance. Yet Conrad's sense of fate was quite diff. Impotence clamors thus out of you for equal ferent, more in tune with Nietzsche's amor ity, your most secret ambitions to be tyrants. Fati, love of fate. My formula for great thus shroud themselves in words of virtue. Ness in a human being is amor fati, that one aggrieved conceit, repressed envy perhaps. Wants nothing to be different, not forward, the conceit and envy of your fathers erupt. Not backward, not in all eternity. Not merely from you as a flame and as the frenzy of bear what is necessary, still less conceal it all venge. Besides their obvious heuristics in me. Idealism is mendaciousness in the face of what Laurites here, both Nietzsche and Conrad felt is necessary, but love it. Although we have that idealism was simply a disguise for indie. No evidence linking Conrad directly to visual failure and a consequent worship of Nietzsche, they shared a common Middle EU power. Nietzsche's notebooks, especially the European outlook, not the least of which was the part of the will to power called European philosopher's Polish background. Zarathustra nihilism, find their echo in Conrad's letters. Declaims the following equation of socialism to Marguerite Borodowska and Cunningham. With Caesarism, which Conrad echoed, Graham later in the 1890s. Preachers of equality, the tyrannomania of 228. The English mariner, I8Y8 I88P. To England and her policies, both the mother and father country for him, his intense desire for roots in a political atmosphere that made rational sense, and his own ironic blend of idealism, romanticism, and pragmatism which he never completely resolved. All of these factors and qualities cannot add up to a fully coherent political rationale. Even a political rationalist such as John Stuart Mill, the seeming epitome of logic and realism in the political process, was deeply affected by his background, his relationship with his father being the obverse of Conrad's. With Apollo, Mill's liberalism and sense of individual rights would appear to be a direct reaction to his own subservience and feudal relationship to his father as he grew up, for he was cultivated like a cash crop by a father in terraced in a fruitful product. Furthermore, Mill's admirable interest in women's rights would be attached to his need to resurrect his own mother from family relationships in which she had become a negligible factor amid strong males. The point is that even a man whose political ideas resulted from deep reading and thought was deeply affected by his background, so that as we pass to Conrad, we can never minimize those early unresolved influences, in which politics or even the idea of it was as closely allied to death as it was to life. For the remainder of his years, no matter how sophisticated he became, Conrad reacted to a certain feeling that political and social change did not necessarily bring happiness or improvement, it brought change. Conrad had evidently been trying out these ideas on his uncle over a period of years, because, in 1891, Tadeusz wrote to him, beginning with my dear pessimist. He says that he begins thus because that at least suggests the aroma which your letters have for some time been bringing me. Of course, some of these letters had been posted after Conrad's Congo expedition, and he had become more despairing, having seen indifference to life and death, destruction, imperialistic motives never dreamed of. His letters apparently took on darker hues, but we can suggest with some certainty that the post-Congo letters were simply a continuation of earlier attitudes. Although we are jumping ahead more than 5 years, Bobrowski's letters throughout his later career, as we shall some national and international vision or see, Conrad set forth various schemes for an ideal, or that he held some organic view of the solution of the European power struggle, state. But the fiction argues otherwise, that all of them intended to contain a ruthless any attempt to impose a holistic view of so many and Russia. Many of his schemes BCD or the state is doomed to failure. That is, beginning with his plan, in November 1912, to the very point of Nostromo, Conrad's most put Constantinople under international complex political statement. For the son of Troll were based on the realpolitik of power Apollo Korsaniowski's, the sole political idea. Blocks with competing interests, later, he that can exist begins with the individual. He peat this plan with his hope of putting Po as the state, and while, like Razumov, he may land under French and English supervision, be doomed to failure, that's the nature of life. From this, one could argue that, Conrad had that is the political idea. Moving toward the Narcissus 229. To Conrad tell us something about the 28-year-old sailor as he was poised to leap in several directions. TTS attributes Conrad's pessimism to the result of his heritage, an aspect of his being a dreamer, in spite of his very practical profession. TTS then gets into the substance of Conrad's own remarks, which we can now read back filtered through his uncle's commentary. My dear lad, whatever you were to say about a good or bad balance of the forces of nature, about good or bad social relationships, about right or wrong social systems, about the boundless stupidity of crowds fighting for a crust of bread and ending up in nothingness, none of this will be new. You will never control the forces of nature, for whether blind or earned by providence, in each case they have their own preordained paths. And you will also never change the roads along which humanity goes, for there exists in social development an historical evolutionary compulsion, which is slow but sure, and which is governed by the laws of cause and effect derived from the past and affecting the future. The older man's social Darwinism and acceptance of the mechanical view of man's development were clearly opposed to Conrad's pessimistic refusal to accept the mechanist's, even Hobbesian, sense of man. Conrad offered, despite his pessimism, a vitalist sense of change, a view of man's genius and of the individual life triumphing over stodginess and complacency, that is, a dreamer's quixotic feel for things. Yet, as we read back, even as Conrad preferred this reading of self and history, he knew it could never be, for society would be dragged down by those Nietzschean mass men, the crowd fighting for a few moments of pleasure. Disdain, cynicism, and idealism are all part of Conrad's pessimism, and lost entirely upon his reasonable uncle. Bobrowski then unfolds his own carefully nurtured view of man and life as that of a modest tiny ant which by its insignificant toil in fulfilling its modest duty secures the life and existence of the whole nest. One should not be a peacock with a desire for greatness, but an insect pursuing duty. Even these mass men who move in crowds no longer seem detestable, when, as often happens, a more thorough evaluation reveals that they embellish their existence, their work, and often even their shortcomings, by some higher moral idea of a duty accomplished, of a love for their family or country. As we read his comments, we observe how Conrad himself found such ideas not at all incompatible with his temperament. And yet as an artist he had to struggle against the dullness and homogeneity of this view, its inapplicability to man under the artist's scrutiny. To become an artist meant that he had to split himself into at least two, that while he recognized the validity of TTS' stress on duty and discipline, he could not turn his art into homiletics. More aware than his uncle of the need for tensions held in Bal. 230 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. Ants, Conrad sought out the very extremes that so worried the older man, who had settled these conflicts for the sake of life, not art. Whatever Conrad's personal feelings about English politics, his return to England from Calcutta was to cement his Englishness, naturalization and a master's certificate. His last letter to Klizachowski, and unfortunately his last extant letter in any language for nearly 4 years, came on January 6, 1886, just 2 days before the Tilkhurst was to sail for Dundee, on the Firth of Tay, just north of Edinburgh. Conrad asks him to write directly to Dundee, recalling the insurance scheme to raise money but with little reference to the whaling idea itself. He indicates that he will not come to Cardiff until he passes his examination. The Tilkhurst after a 5-month voyage arrived in Dundee on June 1, 7, and Conrad went up to London with Captain and Mrs. Blake. 2 months later, on August 19, 1886, Conrad became a naturalized English citizen. Naturalization was, again, a piece of the whole, less significant in itself than as a portent, for with naturalization a whole series of possibility ties would open up. Becoming an English citizen meant of course a commitment to the English language, especially for someone such as Conrad who sought parental figures throughout his life. His assumption of citizenship involved assumption of country, parent, and mother tongue. It is inconceivable that he would, given his background and emotional needs, turn away from the language so closely tied to his new mother country. By becoming a citizen of another country, an act of tremendous moment when one is not actually forced to do so, Conrad had already made certain choices, not the least of which were political and linguistic allegiances. When later he said that if he were to be a writer, he could be only an English writer, he was voicing a decision made as early as 1886. Bobrowski's letters throughout the first half of 1886 express anxiety about Conrad's naturalization and his master's certificate. Reading back, we can assume Conrad had made both seem imminent, especially the master's examination, although it was still a half-year off. Writing while his nephew was still at sea, Calcutta or Dundee, TTS cautioned Conrad to consider seriously his examination for a captaincy and also his naturalization. The final steps in your career, which I still insist on, first get your captain's leave. Foreseeing Conrad's criticism, and perhaps just because of these sufferings, Bobrowski bases his outlook on the fact of HIV and disappointments I have developed in my suffered, all men suffer, perhaps you will self this calm outlook on the problem of life. Tell me that what I have said is but the words whose motto, I venture to say, was, is, and of a man who has always been comfortable and will be usque ad finem. The devotion to the world, kia eu to jurschad, but this duty interpreted more widely or narrowly ac. Is not so, you know this well. I have gone courting to circumstances and time this con. Through a lot, I have suffered over my own statutes, my practical creed, Najder, p. 155. Fate and the fate of my family and my nation. Moving toward the Narcissus 231. Sense and your naturalization, then you can do, sir, as you please. Part of Bobrowski's insistence was attached to his fear that his brother Kazimierz would die soon and he would be left with the widow and 6 children to support. The possibility of a meeting between them was out of the question, since there was no money for such matters. Bobrowski then commented on Conrad's plans. For your information and that of your partners, in case you decide to embark on business, I would strongly recommend a thorough investigation in London of 2 possibilities: trading in wheat flour, for here milling has become very popular and eventually wheat will be exported in the form of flour, and trading in granulated sugar. You should act more speedily, cheaply, and profitably than these big dealers, and you should investigate the position of London, Odessa, Libo, and Karl we see, and should be prepared to content yourselves with a smaller profit in order to secure more orders. Tadeus's plans for Conrad to become a trader in flour and granulated sugar are amusing, since he completely misread his nephew's state of mind. If Conrad went into business, he sought whales, not granulated sugar. While his uncle thought in terms of small items, grains of flour and sugar, Conrad thought in cosmic terms, whales and whaling. For him great lives contained great events, great objects. His career was based on taming wind and waves, on human ingenuity mastering nature's worst. Now he was thinking of taming whales, while his uncle suggested trading goods. Sancho wanted a mere governorship, whereas Quixote wanted the world. They were at opposite ends of the universe from each other, held together only by mutual afkaradiction and family ties. Chapter 11. The Master Mariner and the Apprentice Writer. And his next letter, Tadeus asked the usual questions. How is your health? 2. When is your examination for a master's certificate, for I am not going to give way over this. 3. What are you going to do next? This you may decide as you please. 4. What about your partnership? Will you find it advantageous if you leave the mercantile marine? 5. Finally, when will you get your naturalization? And don't forget to draw the attention of your partners to the possibility of trading with Russia in sugar and flour. This letter, like the previous one, was inaccessible to Conrad until after he arrived back in England, on June 1, 7, and yet Bobrowski's tone is insistent, as though he must have an immediate answer. He wrote still another, which was in response to Conrad's, discussing Kazimierz's death on April 20 and his increased burdens. In this, also, he keeps pressing for naturalization and a master's certificate, the latter surely in reference to his nephew's assurance of an imminent examination. We now begin to enter thickets of deception. In his letter of July 8, 1886, Bobrowski refers to Conrad's phrase in his last letter, I decided to try my luck, providing my health is good, from which Tadeus deduces Conrad's health is poor. Evidently Conrad had mentioned taking his examination, for his uncle follows with, as the examination will be over by the time you answer this letter, let me know how it went. He then turns to flour, sugar, average prices, producers, etc., all rather ironic in the light of what was occurring. In actuality, Conrad had taken his master's examination and failed. Documents in the General Register and Record Office of Shipping and Seamen at Cardiff, Wales, indicate Conrad had sat for the examination on July 28, 1886, and failed in the day's work and probably in arithmetic as well. With this fact in mind, we can understand why he skirted the subject in his further 232. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 233. Letters to his uncle, diverting him with detailed questions about business and his naturalization. For the next 4 months, until November 10, Conrad had to avoid the painful subject, too ashamed to admit to a failure after his cockiness with Bobrowski and Klizachowski. Rather than accepting what he had already achieved, he saw failure as part of the character flaws his uncle said he possessed. How else can we explain his deception? Pride, shame, embarrassment, desire for perfection, protection of self and ego? Surely, all of these entered into Conrad's secrecy as he went about his plans to retake the examination and to keep his uncle uninformed until he had only good news to tell. It was, after all, his news, his life, his ability or lack of it. Conrad was already entering into the experience of so many of his protagonists who carry with them great secrets, men who move silently for fear their privileged knowledge will become revealed to a public for whom they feel contempt. Bobrowski's letters continued to arrive during this 4-month period. Most of them concerned with farm prices and agricultural products, matters distant indeed from Conrad's mind. Then on November 10, he passed, a few weeks short of his 29th birthday, and he must have written his uncle immediately. He had few other people to inform. In a personal record, he recalls how he felt. I walked across the hill of many beheadings with measured steps. It was a fact, I said to myself, that I was now a British master mariner beyond a doubt. I had an exaggerated sense of that very modest achievement, with which, however, luck, opportunity, or any extraneous influence could have had nothing to do. That fact, satisfactory and obscure in itself, had for me a certain ideal significance. It was an answer to certain outspoken skepticism, and even to some not very kind aspersions. I had vindicated myself from what had been cried upon as a stupid obstinacy or a fantastic caprice. I don't mean to say that a whole country had been convulsed by my desire to go to sea. But for a boy between 15 and 16, sensitive enough, in all conscience, the commotion of his little world had seemed a very considerable thing indeed. Hearing of the news, Bobrowski was delighted. He immediately wrote to Conrad. Long live the Orton. Master in the British Merchant Service. In English, may he live long. May he be healthy and may every success at Conrad, nevertheless, continued the tall which I put up and sent you to London. Business chatter, although how seriously we does it remain entirely in the hands of. Cannot tell. In any event, Bobrowski is full of Krieger? Or is it in the business of bar? Strategies to protect his less than practical MOE ring and co? For if, as you say, Krieger, nephew from coming to financial grief, he is as ill and might kick the bucket, who will be afraid that all will be lost, and now I responsible for the capital involved and who ask you to let me know clearly and definitely will look after carrying out the agreement. What is in fact being done with the £350 capping? 234 carat English mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Tend him in every enterprise both on sea and on land. You have really delighted me with the news of the Red Seal on your certificate. Not being an admiral, I have no right to give orders to a newly created master, and I leave to his own discretion the solution to the question whether he is to change his OM into carat.m. Magister Emeriti. Master Emeritus. Which depends on your prospects and plans for your future career. As the humble provider of the means for this enterprise, I can only rejoice that my groats have not been wasted but have led you to the peak of your chosen profession, in which Mr. Syrozinski, the heir to the virtues of the Romans and the Greeks, drew 12 years ago such an unfavorable horoscope for the young aspirant to Neptune's service. You are, my dear sir, now 29 years old and have mastered a profession. It is for you to know and understand what you must do further. He returns to his twin worries, that Conrad make certain his money invested with Krieger is secure in the event of Krieger's sudden death, and that he obtain a release from Russian citizenship from the embassy before he contemplates any visit to Polish soil. Bobrowski still fears military service or some comparable difficulty from Imperial Russia unless his nephew divest himself of his dual citizenship. This was, indeed, an annus mirabilis for Conrad. Some 22 years later, in 1908, he published an inconsequential story called The Black Maid in London Magazine, SL story, which in style, content, and accomplishment had little connection to the kind of fiction Conrad was writing at that time and seemed a throwback to some of his lesser fiction of an earlier period. As we sift through the conflicting evidence, it would appear that the story derives from 1886, from some version of The Black Maid that Conrad wrote for a competition in the magazine Tit-Bits. The competition Conrad entered may have been for the May 1886 number, which advertised special prize for sailors. We will give the sum of 20 guineas for the best article entitled My Experiences as a Sailor. The stipulation of an article may have been sufficiently broad to include fiction. In a letter to James Pinker in 1922, Conrad indicated that The Black Maid of 1908 was a revised form of the earlier story. I am surprised at the length of the thing. My feeling about it is that there will be nothing actually disgraceful in its inclusion in my collected editions in the posthumous tales of hearsay, for that is what its publication in book form would ultimately mean, but it would complicate my literary history in a sort of futile way. I don't remember whether I told that I wrote that thing in '86 for a prize competition, started I think by Tit-Bits. It is an extraneous phenomenon. My literary life began privately. In 1890 Almayer's Folly was begun in 1889, not 1890, and publicly in 1895 with Almayer's Folly, which is regarded generally as my very first piece of writing. However, the history of The Black Maid, its origins, etc., Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 235, etc., need not be proclaimed on housetops, and Almayer's Folly may keep its place as my first serious work. In an edition of The Black Maid privately printed in 1922 * in a copy belonging to his friend and biographer Richard Curie, Conrad indicated that, while his memories of the story were confused, I have a notion that it was first written sometime in the late 80s and retouched later. It is difficult to reject Conrad's recollection of this event, even when he wished to keep the lines of his career neat and claim Almayer as his first work. Yet Jesse Conrad maintained in at least 2 places that Conrad's recollection of the story was altogether wrong, asserting that the 1908 Black Maid was an original story suggested by herself. I gave my husband the facts and matter for the tale she wrote, but he received it in such a manner that my astonishment was great when I saw the bones I had given clothed in the story and heard his unexpected claim that it was his first story. And, to our Elmi Graz, she was equally insistent that The Black Maid was not Conrad's first piece of fiction. That is not true. I can remember giving Conrad material for The Black Maid, but on one of his naughty days he said that The Black Maid was his first work, and when I said, "No, Al Mayer's Folly was the first thing you ever did," he burst out, "If I like to say The Black Maid was my first work, I shall say so." This conflict of memories should not be crucial in determining the date of the story, for both Conrad and Jesse had difficulty in remembering dates. The argument must be settled not by memory but by the story itself, which is crude and amateurish, and therefore would appear to be quite early, very much a first attempt. The Black Maid has a faltering narrative technique, in that the initial narrator is an I character who, for the sake of orderliness, gives way to an omniscient third-person narrator. The I, possibly an early attempt at Marlowe, cannot be present at the ship's events, and therefore, the technique could not be sustained. Such a confusion of narrative means would not be in keeping with the highly sophisticated storyteller of 1908 and would appear to date the story as an early EFL port. There are other, perhaps even more compelling, reasons for assuming the story is early. The focus of the black mate is an older man who dyes his hair so as to be able to obtain a mate's post on board the Sapphire. His great secret is his advanced age and his white hair. He must protect that secret or else in the competition for berths he will be rejected. Of some psychological interest is the fact that Conrad himself harbored a great secret in 1886, his failure on his master's examination, and if the story predates that setback, * 50 copies were printed for the author, would be Conrad's desire to sell a limited for private distribution only, by the Dunedin item to private collectors of his works. Press of Edinburgh. The sole reason for this. 236 The English Mariner, I8Y8 I88P. Then the failure on his mate's examination, in 1884. Further, the secret of Bunter, the so-called black mate, extends beyond that, for he had command of a ship in the Indian Ocean which was lost and had his certificate sus pended for a year. Like Lord Jim of a later time, he was to wander the docks and waters trying to avoid the divulgation of that information. Bunter's past the loss of a command duplicates what happened to Captain MacDonald of the Riversdale. After Conrad left the ship, in a dispute with the captain, MacDonald stranded the ship at Masulipatam, 200 miles up the coast from Madras. Like Bunter, MacDonald suffered the suspension of his master's certificate. Then, also, the captain of the Sapphire, Johns, seems based on MacDonald, a man whom Conrad disliked intensely. Conrad used Johns's spiritualism, quite a faddish thing in the 1880s, as a way of commenting on his inadequacy as a master. Further, the run of the Sapphire to Calcutta and then the return to Dunkirk with a cargo of Jude parallels Conrad's voyage from Bombay to Dunkirk on the Narcissus. Sufficient details of fictional technique and abundant evidence of events filtering in and out of Conrad's life in the 1880s make it almost certain that this is an early story, conceived and written before Conrad had developed his craftsmanship, and certainly not the product of 1908, the period of under Western eyes and the secret sharer. If we accept this story as an effort of the 1880s, the immediate question is whether Conrad intended to shift careers now rather than in the 1890s. His entrance into the Titbits competition, if that is indeed what occurred, indicates a broader prospectus, a diversification of his energies, some would akin to the whaling idea or the fleeting plan of serving as secretary to a Canadian businessman. Did it, however, go deeper? Conrad's stiff carrot errands from most other sailors was already explicit in his background and gentry status, his heavy accent in speaking English, his interest in reading, the breadth of his general knowledge, and the introspective turn of his imagination. These very factors isolated him and provided a post of observation, a narrative distance, an objective eye. We note this angle or post even when he retells how he passed his examination for master, for the examiner comments on Conrad's Polish background, not many of your nationality in our service, I should think. I never remember meeting one either before or after I left the sea. Don't remember ever hearing of one. An inland people, aren't you? Further, we know of Conrad's desire to find berths on sailing vessels, his dislike of steam, his resistance to the very forces that would destroy sailing as a craft. This stress on craft and technique, here with ships, indicates he was interested early in the how of a process as much as the what. Getting a cargo to its destination was his immediate aim as a mate and captain, but how he got it there was the goal of the individual lying under the official duty. In a real sense, Conrad had divided himself into halves, the professional seaman, master mariner, apprentice writer 237, and the craftsman, although he did not consciously see the schism and would not accept it for more than another decade. We can assume, therefore, that his turning to a story contest in a fifth-rate publication was an expression of needs that ran deep within, not a passing fancy, although the story may itself have been amateurish in the light of what the writer was to become. 4. Conrad to have written anything at this time, in 1886, was remarkable, like the first inchoate stirrings of a talent in any field where craftsmanship and achievement will occur later. We can assume that with this first piece of fiction behind him, Conrad had gained an even more acute angle of observing, even if he planned no other writing for the time being, until he started Almayer in 1889, the mere fact of his having written anything at all would have alerted him to a way of seeing. Also, he would be reading with a different bias, not simply for the language of the material and its narrative, but for strategies, methods of narration, presentation of character and event, angle of vision or post of observation. He was no longer only an individual seeking the momentary experience, he was looking with an eye toward the permanence of words and paragraphs, even narrative lines. The master's certificate, like the earlier one for chief mate, did not guarantee Conrad a command, and he was forced to sign on the Highland Forest as chief mate, on February 16, 1887 *. The Highland Forest, a sailing vessel of 1,040 tons, was waiting in Amsterdam for its cargo, now icebound, and was to sail for Samarang, in Java. This voyage moved Conrad ever closer to his third life, not only in time, but in the local color and characters of his early material. Conrad was beginning to enter into the chain of events, places, and people who would engage his imagination and turn him, finally, from the sea. Yet, ironically, this voyage that would lead to the heat of the East Indies began in the frozen canals of Amsterdam. If the canals of that city made Conrad think he was in the Inferno of Dante, it was a frozen Inferno and a frozen Conrad who awaited the cargo that would allow him to thaw. In the mirror of the sea, he catches the frigid wastes of the canal city, using some of the ice imagery, perhaps, of his early reading of Arctic explorers. Asterisk there has been speculation that Konrad Boharski, Conrad at the Crossroads, from sailed on still other ships, for example, the Navigator to Novelist with some new bio. James P. Best and the Falconhurst. Week in Graphical Mysteries, the Texas Quarterly. Dismiss the /, but some chain of evidence, Winter 1968, also, Gerald Morgan. Suggests that Conrad may have served on the Conrad's unknown ship, which he kindly Falconhurst for 5 days in December 1886, sent me in manuscript. The evidence does not. Sailing from Gravesend to Penarth. This short seemed conclusive that Conrad sailed on the voyage would have come between his service Falconhurst, since no certificate of discharge on the Tilkhurst and the Highland Forest has been discovered. For an attempt to prove this, see Edmund. / 238 / The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. I call to mind a winter landscape in Amsterdam, a flat foreground of wasteland, with here and there stacks of timber, like the huts of a camp of some very miserable tribe, the long stretch of the Handelscade, cold, stone-faced quays, with the snow-sprinkled ground and the hard, frozen water of the canal, in which were set ships one behind another with their frosty mooring ropes hanging slack and their decks idle and deserted, because, as the master stevedore informed me, their cargoes were frozen in up country on barges and skewits. Furious with frustration, as he would be later in the sweltering Congo, he describes how his mind and body hardened with anguish. I was, as the French say, biting my fists with impatience for that cargo. Frozen up country, with rage at that canal set fast, at the wintry and cert aspect of all those ships that seemed to decay in grim depression for want of the open water. I was chief mate and very much alone. Directly I had joined, I received from my owner's instructions to send all the ship's apprentices away on leave together, because in such weather there was nothing for anybody to do, unless to keep up a fire in the cabin stove. Ice dominated his imagination, as later Jungle would. Notwithstanding the little iron stove, the ink froze on the swing table in the cabin, and I found it more convenient to go ashore, stumbling over the Arctic wasteland and shivering in glazed tramcars in order to write my evening letter to my owners in a gorgeous cafe in the center of town. It was an immense place, lofty and gilt, upholstered in red plush, full of electric lights, and so thoroughly warm that even the marble tables felt tepid to the touch. There, amid the noisy crowd, whose soft carrot aired no cold at all, he would write to the owners in Glasgow a familiar plaint: there is no cargo, and no prospect of any coming till late spring apparently. And yet all the time I sat there, the necessity of getting back to the ship bore heavily on my already half congealed spirits. The shivering in glazed tramcars, the stumbling over snow-sprinkled waste ground, the visions of ships frozen in a row, appearing vaguely like corpses of black vessels in a white world, so silent, so lifeless, so soulless they seemed to be. The very air, Conrad writes, seemed as hard and trenchant as steel. But he adds that it would have taken much more than this to extinguish my sacred fire for the exercise of my craft. He speaks of himself as a young man of 24. In actuality, he was 29, with a master's certificate, who would not let a Dutch tenacious winter penetrate into his heart. The orders from the owners would come, almost every morning, for him to go to the charterers and clamor for his cargo, for him to demand that they release this icebound cargo. Then, like an Arctic explorer setting off on a sledge journey towards the North Pole, he would go ashore and head, shivering, into the very heart of town, a whited sepulchre. Once at the charterers, Master Mariner carried apprentice writer 239. He would try to obtain some answer from Mr. Hidig, a big swarthy Netherlander, with black mustaches and a bold glance. However, it was impossible to threaten a man who, though he possessed the language perfectly, seemed incapable of understanding any phrase pronounced in a tone of remonstrance or discontent. This Hidig Conrad never forgot, for 2 years. Later, when he tentatively began his first novel, Hidig surfaces as a Dutch trader. Conrad used the name in both Almaer and an outcast, deeply interwoven into the past lives of his chief characters. As chief mate, Conrad was in charge of loading the cargo when it finally began to arrive. As a result of his inexperience, the shifting cargo made the ship roll excessively. Finally, the captain himself arrived, obviously not a Hollander, in a black bowler and a short drab overcoat, ridiculously out of tone with the winter aspect of the wastelands, bordered by the brown fronts of houses with their roofs dripping with melting snow. This was Captain John McWhirr, immortalized by Conrad as the Captain McWhirr of the Nanshan in Typhoon, who no matter what the weather would not alter his course. A gale is a gale, he says, and a full-powered steamship has got to face it, for how can you tell what a gale is made of till you get it? McWhirr of the Nanshan is thus characterized as a man who had sailed over the surface oceans as some men go skimming over the years of existence to sink gently into a placid grave, ignorant of life to the last, without ever having been made to see all it may contain of perfidy, of violence, and of terror. There are on sea and land such men thus fortunate or thus disdained by destiny or by the sea. In The Mirror of the Sea, our sole document for this episode, Conrad tells of the furiously violent voyage, the rolling of the ship so abrupt and heavy that once she began, you felt that she would never stop, and this hopeless sensation, characterizing the motion of ships whose center of gravity is brought down too low in loading, made everyone on board weary of keeping on his feet. Eventually, some of the spars let go nothing important, spanker booms and such like, and the chief mate, Conrad himself, paid the penalty of poor loading procedures. A piece of one of the minor spars that did carry away flew against the chief mate's back, and sent him sliding on his face for quite a considerable distance along the main deck. A Dutch doctor in Semarang stressed that the resulting spinal condition needed a 3-month rest, advice which Conrad heeded, and after signing off the Highland Forest on July 1887, he went into the Singapore hospital although 12 years later, Conrad turned this Jim perhaps reflects his own morbidity when episode of his life into fiction. In plotting how struck down, Jim spent many days. Lord Jim became chief mate of the Putna, stretched on his back, dazed, battered, hope. Conrad has a spar disable Jim so that he goes less, and tormented as if at the bottom of an into a Singapore hospital before sailing out on abyss of unrest. He did not care what the end. His ill-fated voyage. Conrad's description of would be, and in his lucid moments over. 240 The English Mariner, I88p. Conrad's first berth since gaining his master's certificate was hardly auspicious and as chief mate at that. Nevertheless in the mirror he left a suit. Able valedictory of the need for craftsmanship so that man and ship are in accord. A ship is not a slave. You must make her easy in a seaway, you must never forget that you owe her the fullest share of your thought, of your skill, of your self-love. If you remember that obligation, naturally and without effort, as if it were an instinctive feeling of your inner life, she will sail, stay, run for you as long as she is able, or, like a seabird going to rest upon the angry waves, she will lay out the heaviest gale that ever made. You doubt living long enough to see another sunrise. Conrad wrote to his uncle about his affliction on July 2/14, and Browski, very much worried, answered in agitated terms, perhaps fearful that his nephew would become an invalid. Understandably prone to see disaster everywhere after having lost so many relatives under adverse circumstances, Tadeus read doom into all matters of illness or debilitation. And indeed it looks like that if our mariner, who risks death, is later to be faced with the prospect of rheumatism. This is too early for you, and once you have had trouble in your leg I very much doubt if you will ever quite get rid of it. You did not write to me exactly what the trouble is it? Ordinary rheumatism? Or sciatica? Or perhaps paralysis? It could be any of these. I would like to think that it is something slight, but the sad experience I have gone through with persons dear to me continually eggs me on to think the worst. With old age comes doubt. Bobrowski suggests that Conrad apply to the same ship owners for a berth. All as part of his hope that Conrad can financially as well as physically return to his feet. With his discharge from the Highland Forest, Conrad received wages of £16, about $200 in current money. After a little more than 6 weeks in the hospital, he signed on the Vidar as chief mate, for voyages to the Dutch East Indies with frequent returns to Singapore. In terms of Conrad's reaching out toward writing the beginning of Almayer's Folly was less than 2 years off. This was the most important berth he was to take, for it became the linkage between the seaman and those observations which became too intense for him to ignore. The Vidar, a steamer of 300 tons, would bring him deep into the Malay archipelago, where he would catch glimpses of William Charles Almayer, the physical model for Almayer, his first major fictional protagonist. Conrad asserted that it was the sight of Almayer that triggered his imagination and got him started as a writer of fiction. If I had not got to know Almayer pretty well, it is almost certain there would never have been a line of mine in print. Valued his indifference. The danger, when not nation, the enemy of men, the father of all seen, has the imperfect vagueness of human terrors, unstimulated, sinks to rest in the dull thought. The fear grows shadowy, and imaginess of exhausted emotion, p11. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 241. Conrad signed on the Vidar on August 22, 1887, the steamer, owned by an Arab, sailed under a Dutch flag, since these waters belonged to Holland, and was commanded by Captain Craig, an Englishman. It is doubtful if Conrad, once he had settled on English citizenship, would have sailed under a foreign national. The Vidar carried to Borneo waters the general junk mare, Chandise crockeryware, pots and pans, etc. that white traders used to barter for local products such as rattan, beeswax, gutta percha, cane sugar, and rubber. It is also possible that the Vidar sold guns, gunpowder, and other contraband, either for money or goods. The 3-week voyages were characterized by frequent stops, and on his return trips to Singapore, the home base, Conrad probably still received medical treatment for his dorsal ailment. The routes or names of places followed by the Vidar would become the staples of a significant number of Conrad's works, not only in Almayer's Folly, An Outcast of the Islands, and The Rescue, but also in Victory, Cause of the Dollars, The Planter of Melita, and Lord Jim. The route of the Vidar was essentially to steam from Singapore southeast through the Karimata Strait, a broad sea path between Java and Borneo, connecting the South China Sea with the Java Sea. The waters traversed by Tom Lingard's brig in The Rescue. 2 of the stops would be Banjarmasin, Banjarmasin, and Pulau Lot, on the South Borneo coast, and then the ship would head into the Makassar Strait to Donggala, on the west coast of Celebes. From Donggala, the Vidar's trading pattern would take her across the strait to Kotibira on the eastern fringe of Borneo, north to Bulangan along the Borneo coast, and then on the return trip follow the same pattern in reverse to Singapore, a run of about 3 weeks in all. Although we have the large advantage of hindsight, we can try to see these voyages from the point of view of the seaman Conrad, who was, evidently, seeking alternate modes of experience and livelihood. The voyages were not frenetic, and they fell into patterns, with sufficient repetition of places and people for Conrad to be able to renew his observations, even time for him to shape distinct impressions against imaginative recreations of them. The Turn-up voyages, with their recurring mixture of exotic scenery, expatriate Hollanders, crooked traders, piratical shippers, Arabs, and local tribesmen, was precisely the kind of experience to feed Conrad's imagination, which had early been nurtured on the strange, distant, and bizarre. While these seas were not the Mediterranean, and the events were alien indeed from the exploits of Odysseus, nevertheless it must have seemed to Conrad that he was teetering on the edge of civilization, deep in the beginning of time, where mankind itself may have begun in the Borneo jungles. In the shadow line, written at the time of World War I, Conrad caught the contrasting shades of his narrator's life. He has reached a point of boredom, weariness, and dissatisfaction, and in just such a mood we can assume it was Conrad's he throws up his berth. 242 The English Mariner, ICISP. It was in an eastern port. She was an eastern ship, inasmuch as then she belonged to that port. She traded among dark islands on a blue reef scarred sea, with the red ensign over the taffrail and at her masthead a house flag, also red, but with a green border and with a white crescent in it. For an Arab owned her, and a Syed at that Syed Mosen bin S. Ali. Jafal Karat Re. He continues. Excellent, and picturesque, Arab owner, about whom one needed not to trouble one's head, a most excellent Scottish ship, for she was that. From the keel up, excellent seaboat, easy to keep clean, most handy in every way, and if it had not been for her internal propulsion, worthy of any man's love, I cherish to this day a profound respect for her memory. As to the kind of trade she was engaged in and the character of my ship mates, I could not have been happier if I had had the life and the men made to my order by a benevolent enchanter. Conrad says that suddenly he left all this. I left it in that, to us, inconsequential manner in which a bird flies away from a comfortable branch. It was as though all unknowing I had heard a whisper or seen something. One day I was perfectly right, and the next everything was gone. Glamour, fla, dower, interest, contentment, everything. It was one of those moments, you know. The green sickness of late youth. Conrad was turning 30 to send it on me and carried me off. From what did this green sickness carry him off? What was he seeing and doing on this auspicious series of voyages into Borneo, this naturalized Pole from a revolutionary family now certified as a sea captain? The pattern of his own life up to this time was not any less exotic and bizarre than the scenes of people and events he was observing. Subject and object joined in. One who could understand the sensory qualities of the East. Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, where did one end and the other begin in this crazy mix? As he later wrote in his preface to the Nigger of the Narcissus, all art, therefore, appeals primarily to the senses, and the artistic aim when expressing itself in written words must also make its appeal through the senses, if its high desire is to reach the spring of responsive emotions. It must strenuously aspire to the plasticity of sculpture, to the color of painting, and to the magic suggestiveness of music, which is the art of arts. Although Conrad may have been persuaded by the Wagnerites and the symbolists of the merging and blending of all the arts, more likely he reached this conclusion many years before, when he tried to make sense of the crazy quilt pattern of Europeans and Borneo natives observed from a ship owned by an Arab, commanded by an Englishman, and recorded for history by a Pole. What precisely did Conrad observe? Primarily, he sailed into an area that was a curious balance of cutthroat capitalism and loose colonialism. What he, Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 243, was to find in more intensive form in his Congo experience. The Dutch and the Ingshire had struggled for hegemony in this East Borneo area, and the Dutch, much to Almaer's chagrin and anger, became the colonial power to reckon with. Several major characters in Conrad's fiction were based on actual figures he met here, or on figures, such as William Lingard, whom he heard about from local gossip and printed sources. Almaer, or Almaer, Conrad spelled it as he heard it, was born in Java in 1848 and thus was 39 when Conrad encountered him in Bira. The Sambiro Almaer's Folly. Almaer was of Dutch background but clearly oriented toward the English, for when Conrad saw him he was a part in the English firm of Lingard & Co. Almaer was related by marriage to William Lingard, the Tom Lingard of Almaer, an outcast, and, more importantly, the rescue. After Lingard married a cousin or niece of O.L. Meyer, the latter went to work for him at his trading post in Makassar and later in Bira, where he was chief of the trading station. In 1874, Almaer married a girl of mixed blood, a Eurasian, whose first name, Johanna, Conrad used for the name of Willem's wife in an outcast. Johanna Marie Cornelia van Lieshout was the daughter of a Dutch naval officer and a Monadonese mother. In Almaer's Folly, Conrad apparently invented the background for Almaer's wife, making her into a deserted child who was taken in by Lingard and later married off to Almaer. He did, however, draw upon the Eurasian background for the composition of Johanna in an outcast. Involved here is a transposition of people and their derivation, the use of composites, of fragmentary knowledge mixed with incomplete information gained from gossip, hearsay, and some written sources. For someone of Conrad's own composite background, the situation seemed quite appropriate. 8, and we can speculate that one reason he found the Borneo area a spur to his imagination was its similarity to Poland. Borneo was an area of contention between Dutch and English imperialists, its people fought over by Arabs, Malays, and various piratical forces. In this respect, Lingard, the Raja-Lot or King of the Sea, was a benevolent dictator, a quasi-local man who set general policy. In Almaer's Folly, Conrad captures the disrupted plans of the individual, caught in a country which is the plaything of colonial or imperialist powers. Conrad writes, Almayer had heard of boarded the craft, driving the crew overboard. Him lingered, before he had been 3 days this girl, it was generally known, lingered. In Macassar, had heard the stories of his smart had adopted, was having her educated in business transactions, his loves, and also of his some convent in Java, and spoke of her as my desperate fights with Sulu pirates, together daughter as she well might have been. He, with the romantic tale of some child a girl had sworn a mighty oath to marry her to a found in a piratical praw by the victorious white man before he went home and to leave. Lingered, when, after a long contest, he her all his money, p7. 244 t English mariner, I8y8 I88p. A clear throwback to his view of Poland caught among Germany, Austria, and J. Usha. The deliberations conducted in London have a far-reaching importance, and so the decision issued from the fog-veiled offices of the Borneo Company darkened for Almayer the brilliant sunshine of the tropics, and added another drop of bitterness to the cup of his disenchantments. The claim to that part of the east coast was abandoned, leaving the Pantai River under the nominal power of Holland. The Almayer whom Conrad saw in Biro had little to do with the defeat, languid, bitter old man whom he describes as Almayer, nor was O.L. Meyer's wife the Macbeth Uke which portrayed as Alretier's wife. Conrad portrayed his fictional character as a man wh6se life was passing by him as if disconnected to will or want. The living Almayer was a bustling trader, a gun runner, like the young Conrad in Marseilles, a seller of ammunition, as well as a family man not with the one daughter of Almayer, but with 5 sons and 6 daughters born to him during his marriage. The birth of the 11th child evidently led to Mrs. Almayer's death. Thus, whenever Conrad glimpsed the trader, he saw a man of active bearing, hopeful mien, and favorable future. The Almayer whom Conrad drew from this model was a composite of his own experiences. Much of Apollo and his own background is read forward into Almayer and his situation. The father-son relationship becomes one of father and daughter, whereas the mother is a spectral, divisive figure, a Brauska, as it were, with the foreground a struggle between the father's heritage and the child's mixed inheritance. The lost hopes, the dreams of gold, the fantasies of wealth, the bitterness of the political situation, the waiting for death, the acceptance of steady decline, the lapse into false hope, all of these recall Conrad's own memories, however transposed into a new key. They also reflect, beyond his childhood experiences, his Schopenhauerian pessimism, his sense of the individual will beating futilely against the will of the world and seeking temporary gratification in the vale of tears. Intermixed with these remnants of German pessimism is the occasional malevolence of nature, Schopenhauer reductionism linked with Darwinian nature, so that man becomes more frail in one's imagination than in actuality. In a passage in a personal record, he details how he started to write Almayer's Folly. The impressionistic method is apparent, for Conrad is writing in 1908-09 of a memory that reverts to 1889-91, when he began to write about something he recalled from 1887, and the 3 times and 3 places merge with each other as a composite experience. One could add to this tripartite recollection a fourth, that of his father, Apollo, in his pajamas, ill, a figure of decline and deterioration. Conrad writes, Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 245. I had seen him Almayer for the first time some 4 years before. Morley too from the bridge of a steamer moored to a rickety hill wharf 40 miles up, more or less, a Bornean river. It was very early morning, and a slight mist, an opaline mist as in Bessborough Gardens, where Conrad began Almayer only without the fiery flicks on roof and chimney pot from the rays of the red London sun, promised to turn presently into a woolly fog. He stepped upon the jetty. He was clad simply in flapping pajamas of cretonne pattern, enormous flowers with yellow petals on a disagreeable blue ground, and a thin cotton singlet with short sleeves. His arms, bare to the elbow, were crossed on his chest. His black hair looked as if it had not been cut for a very long time, and a curly wisp of it strayed across his forehead. I had heard of him at Singapore, I had heard of him on board, I had heard of him early in the morning and late at night, I had heard of him at tiffin and at dinner, I had heard of him in a place called Pillow Lot from a half-caste gentleman there, who described himself as the manager of a coal mine, which sounded civilized and progressive till you heard that the mine could not be worked at present, and because it was haunted by some particularly atrocious ghosts. In addition to the old and depleted Almayer whom we meet in Almayer's Folly, we also encounter an old lingered, who is trying to salvage something of the ruins of his fortune with explorations of the interior. The Tomlin Guard of Conrad's novel is clearly in decline, although as he appears in later Conrad novels he becomes increasingly younger. The method of observation is curious, tied as I believe it is to Conrad's own background, which created a way of seeing. He had, first, to confront decline and deterioration, as in the old people surrounding him when his mother died and later when he was orphaned. Before he could focus on their earlier lives, when achievement was possible, he had to relate himself to the full extent of their failure. Once he noted the aging process in old Almayer, and old lingered, their lives in ruins, he could then work back through them to an earlier time when they were hopeful and full of plans and energy. Conrad's desire to work in reverse, to move backward in time, is attached, I believe, to a psychological need, so that his burrowing method of narrative is, for him, the only way he could approximate the data of his own past. Characters did not grow up to face the future had already been met by them, the future had to defeat them, and only then could Conrad conceive of their earlier lives before defeat and decline. William Lingard, the rough basis for Tom, was an energetic seaman, ship owner, and trader, moving in and out of legal and illegal activities as befitting a man renowned as the Raja Lot. Although it is quite possible that Conrad never met him, Lingard caught the young seaman's imagination. Like Dominic Cervoni, Lingard was as close as Conrad was ever to come to. 246 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. The Odysseus of his childhood dreams and reading. Very possibly, his mix. Tour of shrewdness as a trader, daring as a contender with sea pirates for roots and goods, and expertise as a handler of sailing vessels recalled to Conrad those daring adventurers, both real and fictitious, both Polish and Greek, with whom his own childhood was so closely connected. Further, Lingard, we know, was renowned as a storyteller, a spinner of tales, with his favorite resting place Emerson's Tiffin Room in Singapore. As a teller of tales, there was in William Lingard many of the characteristics we also associate with Marlowe, Conrad's own archetypal artist figure, the narrator of 4 of his novels and tales. The character of William Lingard deserves our attention, not only for the biographical data which establish him as central to many of Conrad's early ideas of character, but as a presence who very possibly prodded Conrad's literary imagination far more than did the real figures behind Almayer and Willems. As already suggested, Lingard fitted into Conrad's imagination as a combination of Odysseus, those early Polish romantic heroes, and his own forebears in their struggles against Imperial Russia, and yet he was shrewd. Did not get trapped, mixed adventure and romance with trade and wealth. And, beyond it all, managed to be a storyteller. Marlowe, who is so clearly a surrogate figure for Conrad the writer, also suggests a former time of adventure and romance, even while presenting a contemporary image of solidity and sobriety. His art is based on a past career that must be sifted through the memory, then balanced with present circumstances, so that even the horrors of the Congo do not come to us raw or as having occurred in the present. This is an art structured on stasis, on mobility, even as it tells of great movement, activity, and emotional turbulence. In a personal record, Conrad insists that the conception of a planned book was entirely outside my mental range when I sat down to write. The ambition of being an author had never turned up amongst these gracious imaginary existences one creates fondly for oneself at times in the stillness and immobility of a daydream. He says that the necessity which impelled him to write was a hidden obscure necessity, a completely masked and unaccountable phenomenon. Although there is much to argue with here, nevertheless, he may be correct in a narrow sense. He was, that is, carried along to write by the desire to emulate those storytellers who had captured his imagination, in a sense to pour out what he had known and seen, and to do this in a manner consistent with the prose and manner of whatever art his reading had gained for him. In another section of a personal record, Conrad gave clues as to the workings of his mind. Only in men's imagination does every truth find an effective and undeniable existence. Imagination, not invention, is the supreme master of art. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 247. As of life. An imaginative and exact rendering of authentic memories may serve worthily that spirit of piety towards all things human which sanctions the conceptions of a writer of tales, and the emotions of the man viewing his own experience. In these seemingly innocent lines, Conrad suggests memory, imagination, and the man's own experience as the key elements in his art. And these elements were precisely those being blended when he came upon the presence of William Lingard in Singapore, whether in the flesh or through local gossip and written sources. None of this should be misunderstood. The old trader alone, without Conrad's early identification with men of Lingard's stamp, would not have prodded his imagination. Further, a Lingard in the flesh may have discouraged Conrad, for the sailor and trader by now was old, in his early 60s, but a Lingard of gossip, storytelling, a mythical Lingard blown up out of proportion to the real man, such was the stuff which could nourish Conrad's imagination. William Lingard was a Lancashireman, born in 1824. We know that, like Conrad, he broke away, at 19, from a traditional landed family in order to pursue a sea career. Lingard's career was mysterious, possibly consciously kept cloaked to hide illegal activities. He apparently owned several ships at one time and traded extensively in the East Borneo areas around the Makassar Strait, in and around Bura, Bulangan, and Makassar. Moreover, Conrad's Tom Lingard is evidently a composite of William Lingard and an other Far Eastern trader, Captain John Dill Ross. Some of the past events ascribed to Tom Lingard in the rescue can be traced not to William Lingard but to Ross. The latter, however, was more a businessman than a sailor, and therefore far less romantic to Conrad. A matter of even greater biographical interest is that William Lingard seems to have adopted protégés, much as Tom Lingard does. Sherry shows that the flesh and blood Lingard became the guardian of 2 children of a merchant named Secretan. This fact, probably known to Conrad, since he makes Tom Lingard's fortunes hang on just these actions, fitted in perfectly with his own experience, having been the ward of several people before TTS Bobrowski became his guardian. The duplication of past experiences, and, therefore, the presence of Bobrowski in Lingard's actions, could not have been lost on Conrad's imagination, reinforced by the fact that guardianship and wardship would become so central to his early novels. Added to this is the creation of the character Stein, in Lord Jim, who has strong affinities to aspects of the real Lingard and was himself another guardian of sorts, helping Jim to find post after post as he runs from himself. For the biographer seeking connections between the outward life and the inner imagination, The succession of fatherly or guardian figures in Conrad's early work is indeed relevant to an understanding of how his imagination was organizing the material that his activities churned up. In other respects. 248 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. As well and chiefly in matters of water routes, mouths, openings, rivers. Conrad was pursuing in his early fiction imaginative recreations of childhood experiences and postures. Of extreme importance in his first two novels is the River Bureau, the Pantai in Almayer's Folly, where Captain William Lingard had established a trading post and where Almayer and Jim Lingard, a nephew of William, were traders * as mentioned above. This area and its river enter into 3 and possibly 4 Conrad works, Almayer's Folly, and Outcast of the Islands, the second part O Lord Jim, as Pattison, and Posse. Bligh in the Rescue as an Eastern River. Stressed in Conrad's first 2 novels is the entrance, one or more, to the river, which only Lingard knows of and which is the secret of his success as a trader. Conrad's founding so much of his early fictional world on secret information, betrayal of confidences, on mouths, entrances, secret routes, on rescues, wards, guardians, protégés surely has artistic implications. Although we can not be precise in such matters, we can read back through the fiction to the Conrad of 1887-88 and see him as reaching toward some secret activity. The nature of his early material suggests a squirreling away of data, the construction of holes and burrows in his mind where he could secrete details, his imagination as a kind of castle keep or treasure trove. Captain Craig of the Vidar told Jean Aubrey in 1924 that when he visited Conrad in his cabin, he would usually find the latter writing. Since Conrad's correspondence with his uncle was little more than 1 letter a month and his circle of friends quite small, hope, Krieger, the Kliszewskis, we can assume that he was keeping a diary or journal, as he was to do in the Congo, or else already working on Almayer. It is even possible he was attempting stories, essays, or novels which he later destroyed. Whatever the facts, it seems possible Conrad was already moving toward a parallel activity, at least entertaining an alternate existence based almost completely on innerness. It was as if in his stress on secret routes and disguised openings he had sought out the very opposite of ocean and sea. Psychologically, his choice of novelistic materials, one is tempted to say, suggests a course back toward the mother he lost so early, in which he plays the double roles his father played as adventurer and writer. The way back to the mother, according to his speculation, could come only when he completed the circuit of his father's existence and himself became a writer. Inner and outer would finally meet in his movement toward a literary career, and he would discover not only his own talents but, because of the nature of his material, the secret routes to the lost one. T. As Sherry points out, when Conrad was in trying to find ways in which John the River Bureau, it was in actuality the Stuart Mill reached back to his father, James Pantai. Conrad made no change for fictional and his mother, Harriet, Bruce Majlish shows purposes. Conrad also referred to the Bureau how the younger Mill duplicated the child, or Barrow, as the brow hood situation, what we are suggesting in J. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 249. Besides the local topography which he reproduced, as well as major figures, Conrad also found names such as Lakamba, Dane Marula, Bubalachi, and others. Further, he probably saw his outcast of the islands, Willems, here, in the figure of Karl de Vere, an alcohol-ridden Hollander. In his note to the outcast many years later, Conrad spoke of the man, a prototypical European who ended up on the slag heaps of a culture he could never penetrate. The man who suggested Willems to me was not particularly interesting in himself. My interest was aroused by his dependent position, his strange, dubious status of a mistrusted, disliked, worn-out European living on the reluctant toleration of that settlement hidden in the heart of the forest land, up that somber stream which our ship was the only white men's ship to visit. With his hollow, clean-shaved cheeks, a heavy gray mustache and eyes without any expression whatever, clad always in a spotless sleeping suit much befrogged in front, which left his lean neck wholly uncovered, and with his bare feet in a pair of straw slippers, he wandered silently amongst the houses in daylight, almost as dumb as an animal and apparently much more homeless. The only definite statement I could extract from anybody was that it was he who had brought the Arabs into the river. I knew that Almayer founded the chronology of all his misfortunes on the date of that fateful advent. Intermixed with Willems and the local tribesmen is Jim Lingard, the nephew of William Lingard, and as we shall see, himself a person of some consequence in Conrad's fictional treatment of his career. When Jim A.P. appeared at Bureau, Almayer had been head of the trading post for 10 years. And the proximity of the two men, one the nephew of William Lingard and the older man related to him by marriage, could only have proven competing and fractious. This interplay of wards, guardians, benefactors, and protégés must have appealed to Conrad. These overlapping patterns of his life with his early work indicate that he found in the Lingard, William and Tom, Almayer Willems relationships a replay of his own past, the reproduction of what he had always known. As though funneled through MEM. Ori, Conrad noted the old father figure, Lingard, who gave Almayer his start. And then, later, Willems a descending order which leads to the loss of his secret trade routes. His benefactions end in deception and treachery, his protégés all fail him, as in a sense he has failed them. In Lord Jim, the locale remains much the same, although the cast of actors changes. There, Stein helps Jim, as before that he had himself been. Conrad's emphasis on secret paths and open saw to return not only through careers but Ings. Mas HSH shows that the names Harriet, in the very imagistic shape that career took, John, and Taylor recur at intervals in Mills. Of course, Conrad had his own naming prob. Life, for example, the Harriet of his grandlems, as we have already observed. See. Mother, and of the woman he Bruce Magelish, James and John Stuart Mill. Married. Mill's way back was through names, pages 284-85. Which in turn duplicated careers. Conrad. 250 The English Mariner, I8Y8I88P. Aided by a Scotsman, Alexander M. Neal. Still another protege appears in the person of Cornelius, whose benefactor Stein had once been. Of further interest is the fact that in each instance of benefaction there is treachery. In the trilogy of Almayer, Outcast, and Rescue, Willems is the viper, in Lord Jim. Cornelius betrays whatever trust was invested in him. For the biographer, Conrad's ordering of these slight and glancing experiences suggests that he shared to a large extent his uncle's evaluation of his own character as a wastrel and prodigal nephew. While none of this is conclusive, we cannot help but be struck by Conrad's insistence on failure, deception, treachery, betrayal of trust. Although these are themes he could have picked up from his own Polish past and reading, nevertheless, his insistence on the motif suggests a more immediate connection to the Conrad of the 1880s and 1890s. The trips back and forth between Singapore and East Borneo apparently gave Conrad time to recover from his assorted ailments, back, lameness, and liver, and with recovery came the familiar boredom, the urge to move on. Also in his mind might have been the fact that with the master's certificate he was serving as chief mate, a condition that would rankle someone as proud as he and as vain about his gentry status, born to lead. He had, thus far, only served whatever his precise reasons, and we should not discount the disquiet he would be feeling if the decision to begin writing had also taken place. He left the Vidar at Singapore, just after his 30th birthday, on January 4, 1888. In all, Conrad had spent very few days in Bira. Although he made 4 journeys in all, the layover was quite short, at most 3 days. And thus Conrad made his observations for a total of less than 2 weeks. In nearly all instances when his fiction had some factual basis, the latter is very skimpy, whether the view of South America for Nostromo or the experience of East Borneo and its surrounding waters for his early fiction. Apparently, Conrad read extensively in Malay materials in order to bolster his rather few observations. Even here, we should not overstress his study of the literature, since Conrad's way was to suggest authenticity and then to move into imaginative recreation. In nearly every use of backgrounding, as we saw with topography, he left his sources far behind. For Nostromo, he had written sources underlying every aspect, the names of characters, their careers, the geography, main themes, the critical turning point, and yet he used the material in ways not at all suggested by the sources. So here, his Malayan reading was more than sufficient for him to the captain in the shadow line, for mean and hereditary king, not a mere elected example, exults over his first command, I head of a state. I was brought there to rule by. Was already the man in command. My sense saw an agency as remote from the people and as shins could not be like those of any other man, inscrutable almost to them as the grace of on board. In that community I stood, like a god, p. 62. King in his country, in a class all by myself. I. Master Mariner, Apprentice Writer 251. Gain authentic detail. Among others, he consulted, Wallace's The Malay Archipelago, the journals of Raja James Brooke of Sarawak, McNair's Perak, and the Malays, as well as several which Norman Sherry has uncovered, O.S. Bourne's My Journal in Malayan Waters, St. John's Life in the Forests of the Far East, Marriott's Borneo and the Indian Archipelago, and Belcher's A.C. Count of the Voyage of HMS Samarang. As was typical of his way of proceeding, he used names unchanged from his reading, possibly to ensure authenticity but, more probably, to make certain of the correct spelling. Baines shows us how he took from McNair's Perak and the Malays the names of Doraemon in the original, Tumitam, and Tunku Al Lang, which appear in Lord Jim, as well as an entire phrase used in the res. Q. Even a lizard will give a fly time to say its prayers, a Malay proverb, which Conrad could have picked up elsewhere. If we work closely with Perak and the Malays, we note that Conrad went even further than names and individual lines. He incorporated into Lord Jim parts of scenes and incidents. Although these details are interesting, even more compelling was Conrad's method of working, so that reading, actual figures, and his own background blended into each other in a seamless flow. Sources, his own life, and real people are present even as they are transcended. Lord Jim is himself a good example of this transformation, for the 2 parts of the novel, the first devoted to the Putna incident and the second to Pattison Carrot, are really based on 2 different people. The first, as we have seen, rests on an incident in the life of A.P. Williams, whereas the second, in Pattison, is more clearly founded on Jim Lingard. Although it is doubtful that Jim Lingard's presence in East Borneo influenced Conrad's expansion of Lord Jim to a second part, considerations of serialization and placement in Blackwood's magazine appear more important. Nevertheless, he did find the young man's presence memorable enough to form the basis of the later character. When Conrad met or saw him in Bira, Jim Lingard was, at 25, only 4 years younger than the future writer. His clean-shaven and fresh appearance apparently caught Conrad's eye, seeking as it was someone whose physique would belie the hesitancy and destructive romanticism within. Also, we know that Jim was known as Tuan Jim, that is, Lord Jim. Although there was nothing especially compelling about this young man, Aside from his hopeful, expectant manner and physical solidity, he fitted into Conrad's developing view of mankind, in which the inner drama contradicted whatever face one presented to the world. The East, as later Africa, was a fruitful testing ground for such assumptions about man, as much as his earlier reading in Polish literature had formed his sense of the Danzanja split. Although Conrad could not know it, his career as a mariner was cresting. At just the time it would begin to wane. That is, with his first solid command. 252 The English mariner, ICISP. Of the Otago, he was already moving into his third and final phase, with the beginnings of Almavis Folly. In the shadow line, as we have observed, he speaks of the boredom, weariness, and dissatisfaction that come on one, and which led, he says, to his throwing up his previous berth, clearly a reference to Conrad's giving up the Vidar, an eastern ship in an eastern port.